Introduction. Times are tough. Anxiety and fear seem to be everywhere, and people are searching for answers to questions both big and small. The country is at war, change is in the air, and the future feels uncertain. Does this sound familiar? Well, I'm describing Russia at the beginning of the 19th century. Welcome to the world of Leo Tolstoy's War and Peace. Russia's greatest novelist has been dead for just over 100 years, yet the wisdom of his most famous novel is in many ways more relevant now than ever. Most critics consider War and Peace the greatest novel ever written, but it's also one of the most feared. And at 1,500 pages, 361 chapters, or 566,000 words, it's no wonder why. Still, new editions just keep appearing. For 3 years, the novel has been one of the top 50 bestsellers in Amazon's World Literature category, and its third best-selling book about war. In addition to 3 new translations in 2006 and 2007, Oxford World's Classics reissued the celebrated Maud translation in 2010. In July 2009, Newsweek placed War and Peace at the very top of its list of 100 great novels. It came in just ahead of Orwell's 1984, which was second, and Joyce's Ulysses, which was third. A 2007 edition of the AARP Bulletin, which is read by millions, included the novel in their list of the top 4 books everyone should read by the age of 50. And a New York Times survey from 2009 identified War and Peace as the world classic you're most likely to find people reading on their subway commute to work. Of course, Oprah Winfrey's selection of Tolstoy's Anna Karenina for her 2004 Summer Book Club didn't hurt Tolstoy's popularity. Neither did the 2012 film adaptation of that novel, starring Keira Knightley and Jude Law. A book filled with domestic troubles, broken marriages, steamy sex scenes, and one of the most heart-wrenching suicides in world literature. Now, that's material tailor-made for Oprah and Hollywood. But War and Peace? What could all those Newsweek readers, senior citizens, and hurried commuters possibly see in a book about the Napoleonic Wars of the early 1800s? They see a mirror of our own times. You see, the 19th century was a good deal less placid than many of us, in our own war-torn, information-drenched, spiritually confused era might expect. The setting for War and Peace, the Napoleonic Wars of 1805 to 1812, was a time of particularly deep social change, moral confusion, and hardship. Napoleon, or as many Russians called him, the Antichrist, was a feared killing machine who had already conquered half of Europe. Even worse, from the point of view of the old regimes, he was a commoner. Having forced his way to power, he was now spreading radical, revolutionary ideas among the young. It was no accident that Tolstoy chose this troubled time as the setting for his novel. The period in which he wrote it, the 1860s, was in many ways equally turbulent. After his nation was clobbered by the French and British in the Crimean War, Tsar Alexander II decided to redeem the loss by modernizing nearly every aspect of Russian society. He proceeded to introduce a series of sweeping social, economic, and political reforms, including the controversial emancipation of the serfs in 1861. This only sharpened the years-old rift between the liberals, who wanted speedier and more radical change, and the conservatives who wanted to return to the familiarity of the old order. To add confusion to chaos, capitalism was being introduced into a society that for centuries had been fundamentally feudal and agrarian. Alexander Herzen, one of the era's leading reformers, captured the crisis-ridden mood in his journal, which he fittingly called The Bell. He wrote, "The storm is approaching. It is impossible to be mistaken about that. The revolutionaries and reactionaries are at one about that. All men's heads are going round. A weighty question of life and death lies heavy on men's heads." By the time Tolstoy sat down to write War and Peace in 1863, the weighty questions Herzen spoke about had overflowed the limits of intellectual journals and academic halls, flooding all corners of Russian society. The social fabric was being stretched to the point of tearing, and Tolstoy felt it keenly. In 1861, he wrote in his diary, "We are starting over again from the beginning on new foundations." As a socially conscious, guilt-ridden artist, he empathized with the peasants who had suffered for centuries under serfdom and under the Tolstoy family in particular. On the other hand, as a proud, landowning aristocrat, he had much to lose from the breakdown of a traditional social order where generations of his family had thrived. His personal prestige was at stake, and so was his financial security. Wealthy landowning aristocrats like Tolstoy now had to make their way in the rough-and-tumble world of the free market. Many of them failed, and Tolstoy himself was no stranger to financial problems. For one thing, the 1,000-acre estate at Yasnaya Polyana he had inherited wasn't producing the crop it once had. Fortunately, his shrewd wife had arranged advantageous publication terms for War and Peace, which provided the Tolstoys with a temporary windfall. And so in 1869, he went on a land-buying trip. It was during this trip in a hotel in the town of Arzamas that he suffered a severe panic attack. Tolstoy described the experience in a letter to his wife. He wrote, "The day before yesterday I spent the night at Arzamas, and something extraordinary happened to me. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. I was terribly tired, I wanted to go to sleep, and I felt perfectly well. But suddenly I was overcome by despair, fear, and terror, the like of which I have never experienced before. I'll tell you the details of this feeling later, but I've never experienced such an agonizing feeling before, and may God preserve anyone else from experiencing it." This acute anxiety led him to the verge of suicide. There was no Xanax in those days. He even asked his wife to hide the knives, guns, and ropes in the house, for fear that he might kill himself. Fortunately, he did no such thing. What he did do was a lot of reading and thinking. This led him to the rather startling conclusion that the world-renowned author of War and Peace was an abject failure and had been living his life the wrong way all these years. He wrote, "What, indeed, had I done in all my 30 years of conscious life? Not only had I failed to live my life for the sake of all, but I had not even lived it for myself. I had lived as a parasite, and once I asked myself why I had lived, the answer I received was, for nothing." So Tolstoy decided to dedicate the rest of his life to writing moralistic essays and religious tracts. He encouraged people to live in accordance with the principles of the Gospels, which attracted him more and more. His famous contemporary, the novelist Ivan Turgenev, implored Tolstoy to stop moralizing and return to what he did best, being a great artist. But Tolstoy didn't take kindly to this advice. The two had been friends once, but had long since become foes. In fact, Tolstoy had once challenged Turgenev to a duel. To this day, many scholars insist that there were two Tolstoys, the one before the crisis at Arzamas and the one after. They try to divide a person's life along such neat lines, as if a person as complex as Tolstoy could be so easily categorized. This is, of course, nonsense. The fact is, Tolstoy's nervous breakdown in Arzamas was not the beginning of a second chapter in his life. Rather, it was a continuation of his quest for stable meaning in a relentlessly chaotic world, a quest he had begun years earlier in the difficult era of the 1860s, and nowhere is that search more fully described than in the pages of War and Peace. War and Peace is many things. It is a war novel, a family saga, and a love story, but at its core, it is a book about people trying to find their footing in a ruptured world. It is a novel about human beings attempting to create a meaningful life for themselves in a country being torn apart by war, social change, and spiritual confusion. In the 1860s, Russian conversations about death, meaning, and spiritual enlightenment were all the rage. Tolstoy's novel was perhaps the most ambitious contribution to those debates. Whether our own troubles at the opening of the 21st century are leading to a spiritual awakening or simply a rude one is, well, less than clear. Either way, though, we find ourselves awakening to a rather strikingly new reality, and Tolstoy has important things to say to us at this moment. Like us, Tolstoy's characters make mistakes, suffer, and hit dead ends. Every once in a while, though, even under the worst circumstances, they experience moments of transcendent bliss or sudden illumination. The comfortable familiarity of their smooth-running lives is suddenly disrupted. Their perceptions become sharpened, their understanding of what it means to be alive becomes widened. This may be of comfort to quite a few of us today. The mother whose son was killed in Afghanistan. The father of 4 whose family savings were invested with Madoff. The young couple, laid off, or simply laboring under crushing student loans, whose dreams of owning a home are impossible. Hard times seem to be all around us. At a time when our country has experienced the greatest dissipation of wealth since the Great Depression, when the specter of war has been far too familiar for far too long, and when the future remains uncertain for many, the existential angst of Tolstoy and his characters feels entirely familiar. Like most effective teachers, Tolstoy knew his subject well. The world was his classroom, experience his instructor, and trial and error, lots of the latter, his surest means of study. Henry James aptly called Tolstoy a reflector as vast as a natural lake, a monster harnessed to his great subject, all of life. And what a life Tolstoy's was, a mess of paradoxes wrapped inside a web of contradictions. The bearded Russian sage who inspired both Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King couldn't resist a blood-boiling bayonet fight or a good duel with an old writer friend who had insulted him. This moralist who preached celibacy in and out of marriage had a voracious sexual appetite and sired an illegitimate child by a local peasant girl. "I must have a woman," he wrote in his diary when he was 25. "Sensuality doesn't give me a moment's peace." And again 4 years later, "Sensuality torments me, laziness again, boredom and sadness, everything seems stupid. The ideal is unattainable, I've already ruined myself." While serving in the army in his mid-20s, even as he was lecturing his friends about responsibility, Tolstoy lost his most prized possession in a gambling bet, the house of his birth at Yasnaya Polyana. He may not have lost the land itself, but knowing that that noble structure would soon be physically dismantled, plank by plank, brick by brick, and carted away, was a humiliation that cut deeply. "I'm so disgusted with myself that I'd like to forget about my existence," he wrote in his diary on the day of the devastating loss. Not 2 weeks later, he wrote, "Played cards again and lost another 200 rubles. I can't promise to stop." His gambling sprees continued, as did his merrymaking, his drinking binges, his womanizing, and his laziness. He tried to curb his bad behavior by writing down daily rules of conduct, just as his hero Benjamin Franklin had done, and then grading himself the next day. But his grades, alas, remained low. He wrote, "It's absurd that having started writing rules at 15, I should still be writing them at 30, without having trusted in or followed a single one, but still for some reason believing in them and wanting them." The man who lent his voice to the Russian temperance movement drank himself into oblivion with the gypsies and smoked hashish with the Bashkirs. The fiercely patriotic writer who memorialized Russian history was more deeply influenced by French, British, and German thinkers and writers than by Russian ones. Even Tolstoy's unique brand of Russian orthodoxy had more in common with the austerity and pragmatism of American Quakerism than with Orthodox Christianity. Yet, even as he preached the joys of self-denial to family and friends, Tolstoy was enjoying elaborate meals on imported European china in the luxurious dining room of the main house at Yasnaya Polyana. He glorified domestic happiness, yet ran away from home at the age of 82. And at the end, after so many years of railing against the trappings of fame, he died as nothing less than an international celebrity. In his later years, people flocked to Yasnaya Polyana from all over the world for advice on every subject imaginable. One man, an obscure American farmer named John Levitt, wrote to Tolstoy in 1909 to thank the Russian sage for showing him the meaning of life. Following this, he asked to borrow $500. That letter went unanswered by an irritated Tolstoy who preferred to be solicited for wisdom rather than money. William Jennings Bryan, the Democratic Party presidential nominee and later U.S. Secretary of State, was so taken by Tolstoy during his visit to Yasnaya Polyana that he asked Tsar Nicholas II, whom he was to meet the next day, if they might reschedule. Indeed, in the last years of the 19th century, it was often said that there were two Tsars in Russia, Nicholas II and Leo Tolstoy. Of the two, Tolstoy was by far the more respected. After listening to Tolstoy's lengthy essay on life in 1889, a 33-year-old American diplomat named Ernest Crosby, who was working in Egypt, decided that diplomacy wasn't his calling. Instead, he dedicated the next 27 years of his life to writing and lecturing about Tolstoy throughout the United States. In his first letter to Tolstoy, Crosby thanked the writer for opening his eyes to the real meaning of life. He told his new spiritual mentor, "I am sure that I can never be as skeptical, as hopeless, and as useless again as I was before I read the book. I am sure it cannot be indifferent to you to learn that you are having a blessed influence on men of alien blood and in distant lands." This radical personal transformation was less welcome in the eyes of Crosby's powerful father. Having helped his son secure a prestigious diplomatic post through family connections with the future President Theodore Roosevelt, he had, quite understandably, envisioned a more traditional and lucrative career for his son. Yet even Crosby's father conceded defeat in the presence of the powerful muse who had come between him and his son. If Ernest was going to become a Tolstoy fanatic, he decided, he should at least do so in style. To that end, Mr. Crosby lent Ernest their New England summer estate as a retreat for his studies in Russian literature. The internationally respected prophet who inspired Crosby with his message of universal love, however, had enormous difficulty either giving or receiving love within his own family. Tolstoy's tumultuous domestic life was the stuff of newspaper tabloids. Where today we are treated to the likes of reality TV dramas, readers the world over followed the saga of Leo and Sonia plus 8. His wife Sonia had borne him 13 children, but only 8 of them survived past toddlerhood. This ongoing drama reached scandalous proportions as Tolstoy's life was ending. Had you opened the New York Times on October 31st, 1910, you would have seen a headline about Tolstoy's flight from his home. On that same day, the newspaper engaged in some celebrity psychologizing. It wrote that the novelist, who is over 80 years old, should desire to spend the evening of his days in solitude surprises no one acquainted with his career, but that he should deliberately desert the wife who had borne him 13 children gives rise, even in the light of his well-known eccentricities of character, to the suggestion of failing mentality. This is accepted by many in explanation of the sudden leave-taking. A writer for the American Review of Reviews put it even more bluntly, "No man is justified in inflicting martyrdom upon an unwilling wife and children whom he loves." This conclusion to his life probably wasn't what Tolstoy had envisioned when, at 31, he was creating the idyllic little story, Family Happiness. Nor was it what he imagined when, a few years later, while working on War and Peace, he jotted down this thought about his early married life with Sonia. "There probably isn't more than one person in a million as happy as the two of us are together." Tolstoy wrote about the joys and tribulations of love as beautifully as any writer ever has. Yet he was sadly ill-equipped to master that complex emotion through the course of his own life. Often as tender as a kitten, he could suddenly spring into the towering narcissism of a lion. Indeed, his life and conduct justified his parents' decision to name their son Leo, or Lev in Russian. That leonine ferocity, so attractive to his admirers across the globe, nearly destroyed his wife, who on multiple occasions during their stormy 48-year marriage attempted suicide. So why should we listen to Tolstoy? Because his own life of extremes and contradictions makes him not only a fascinating figure, but a surprisingly good teacher. If the American philosopher John Dewey was right that failure is instructive, then Tolstoy's life is an instructional goldmine. We can learn so much from this Russian writer who made one mistake after another, who went through the crucible of life and survived. The writer who immersed himself deeply in the messiness of life, and then described it as accurately as any other writer, also had an unflinching faith in human possibility. At 61, he advised a struggling friend, "No matter how old or how sick you are, how much or little you have done, your business in life not only isn't finished, but hasn't yet received its final decisive meaning until your very last breath." This feisty, life-affirming spirit underlies not only Tolstoy's incredible life journey, but that of his characters as well. The world, Tolstoy tells us, is a mysterious place where things aren't always what they seem. Today's tragedy often paves the way to tomorrow's triumph. Or, to quote Tolstoy himself, "Man is flowing. In him there are all possibilities. He was stupid, now he is clever. He was evil, now he is good, and the other way around. In this is the greatness of man." Now, There are cases when we would be advised not to heed Tolstoy's advice, and certainly not to emulate his behavior. For example, I have always found the wholesale rejection of capitalism in his later years to be troubling. I have also been turned off by the way he treated his wife and children while trying to live in accordance with his rigid moral principles, insisting that everyone around him do the same. Tolstoy could be wildly unpragmatic. The career advice he gave to his eldest son upon graduation from university: take a broom and sweep streets, borders on parental malpractice, as does his intention to give his family's property away to the peasants, and his renunciation of the copyright on all of his earlier works, including War and Peace and Anna Karenina. A few years ago, I had the dubious privilege of overhearing a debate about that decision among members of the Tolstoy family. They were in the audience during a talk I'd just given at the Tolstoy Museum at Yasnaya Polyana. Had he made the right decision? I asked the listeners. Ilya, the great-great-grandson, thought so, on the grounds that his famous forebear hadn't wanted his eternal works of fiction turned into commercial commodities. Another descendant, also named Ilya, disagreed. Financial considerations are every bit as important as moral ones, he said, before adding half-jokingly, just imagine how differently we'd be living today if he'd held on to the copyright. The truth is, probably not very differently, since the Soviet government would have likely requisitioned Tolstoy's assets anyway. Nevertheless, heated debates about Tolstoy's controversial positions continue among his descendants, in academia, in Russian journalism, and even within the Russian Orthodox Church, which to this day refuses to officially withdraw the edict of excommunication placed on Tolstoy back in 1901. The Church wasn't the only institution to suffer by Tolstoy's pen. The Soviet literary critic Mikhail Bakhtin is not far from the mark when he summarizes Tolstoy's scathing indictment of modernity in his later years. He wrote, "Every activity in this world, be it conservative or revolutionary, is equally false and evil and foreign to the true nature of man." The man whom Vladimir Lenin would later dub the mirror of the Russian Revolution did indeed help to inspire a generation of revolutionaries. In 1917, they successfully uprooted the imperial autocracy he had come to abhor. Tragically, of course, the Bolsheviks ushered in a society even more brutal and corrupt than the one they destroyed. Tolstoy would have been horrified to see how some of his radical social ideas would be interpreted and implemented in the 20th century. Still, he is hardly without blame for what happened in Russia in 1917. For when Tolstoy spoke, people listened. But what were they listening to? His moralistic ideas, I would argue, rather than his art. And therein lay the problem. In the latter part of the 19th century, with a perfect storm of government oppression, revolutionary fervor, and rapid industrialization brewing, listeners from all camps were in search of solutions to contemporary problems. In Tolstoy's polemical tracts, they found either direct support for their own agendas or else a convenient ideological whipping boy. If you think modern art has gone downhill, then Tolstoy's pamphlet, What is Art?, is for you. If you think government is the problem, not the solution, then The Kingdom of God is Within You says it all. If you think people consume far too much alcohol, then grab a copy of Why Do Men Stupefy Themselves? It's one thing to listen to Tolstoy's preaching, however, and quite another to immerse yourself in his artistic prose. An idea is something you can argue for or against. But a work of art, if it is great, transcends polemics altogether. It offers a portrait of life in all its irreducible contradiction. No one understood this better than Tolstoy. How, after all, can you agree or disagree with War and Peace? You can't. What Tolstoy gives us in that novel is not so much a set of answers to life's every challenge as an attitude toward living. He invites us not to settle for the prescriptions of others, including himself, but to join him and his characters in their quest for deeper meaning, to keep asking the important questions and seeking out authentic experience on our own. "The hero of my tale," Tolstoy wrote when he was just 27, "whom I love with all the power of my soul, whom I have tried to portray in all its beauty, who has been, is, and always will be beautiful, is truth." Hardly a young author today with any literary pretensions would dare write such a sentence. It's not nearly ironic enough. But then Tolstoy wasn't trying to win a literary popularity contest with War and Peace. He was chasing the truth, and he wanted to help his listeners do the same. War and Peace is long. My own book is relatively brief. It is organized topically, with each chapter focusing on a timeless theme, such as plans, imagination, rupture, success, idealism, happiness, love, family, courage, death, perseverance, and truth. In the course of exploring these major concepts, I remind listeners of something Tolstoy knew well. No word can capture the richness of the experience it seeks to describe. You think you know what happiness is, what success looks like, or what courage is all about. Think again, Tolstoy says. No amount of words, not even 566,000 of them, can absolutely record the messy grandeur of life. Yet in the necessarily imperfect empire of language, Tolstoy was czar. He came about as close as any writer has to communicating through language that which is, well, incommunicable. Which is why, as you'll see, I quote so generously from the novel, sprinkling in quotations from Tolstoy's other works as well, in order to give listeners as much exposure to the novelist's delicious prose as possible. My book combines biography, history, and philosophy with literary appreciation, while inviting you to search alongside Tolstoy and his characters for answers to life's accursed questions. Who am I? Why am I here? How should I live? Each chapter weaves in anecdotes from Tolstoy's life, as well as my own quarter-century journey with Tolstoy and his family in Russia and the United States. The book openly speaks of my own, sometimes tumultuous, spiritual journey. It seeks to enlighten and inspire listeners with Tolstoy's wisdom, much as I myself have been transformed by his art. The book's timely message is meant for both general listeners searching for fresh approaches to today's challenges, as well as those interested in learning more about one of the world's greatest writers and most captivating personalities. This book will help you find the man in the great man and the living ideas in this greatest of great books. I hope it will inspire a general audience to want to listen to or re-listen to Tolstoy's works themselves. As an ideal companion to War and Peace, this book should also be enjoyable to those who have never listened to a word of Tolstoy. It will certainly help to make that masterpiece more approachable, relevant, and yes, even fun. Even as he was working on War and Peace, Tolstoy explained his philosophy as an artist. He wrote, "The goal of the artist is not to solve a question irrefutably, but to force people to love life in all its countless, inexhaustible manifestations." If I were told I could write a novel in which I would set forth the seemingly correct attitudes towards all social questions, I would not devote even 2 hours of work to such a novel. But if I were told that what I write will be read in 20 years by the children of today, and that they will weep and smile over it and will fall in love with life, I would devote all my life and all my strength to it. The goal of my own book is to help that wonderful process along. I hope to help listeners weep and smile, and with the benefit of Tolstoy's extraordinary vision, maybe even fall in love with life again. Book 1, 1805. Now we begin Leo Tolstoy's great novel, War and Peace. Chapter 1, Anna Scherer's Soiree. The story opens in July of 1805 at a reception hosted by the well-known Anna Pavlovna Scherer, a maid of honor and favorite of the Empress Maria Fedorovna. As her first guest, Prince Vasily Kuragin, arrived, she greeted him warmly. "Well, Prince," she said, "so Genoa and Lucca are now just family estates of the Buonapartes. But I warn you, if you don't tell me that this means war, if you still try to defend the infamies and horrors perpetrated by that Antichrist, I really believe he is Antichrist, I will have nothing more to do with you, and you are no longer my friend, no longer my faithful slave as you call yourself. But how do you do? I see I have frightened you. Sit down and tell me all the news." Anna Pavlovna had been suffering from a cough for some days. She said she had la grippe. At the time, grippe was a new word in St. Petersburg, used only by the elite. "Heavens, what a virulent attack," replied the prince, not at all disconcerted by her greeting. He had just entered, wearing an embroidered court uniform, knee breeches and shoes, with stars on his breast and a serene expression on his flat face. He spoke in that refined French in which the upper class not only spoke but thought, with a gentle, patronizing tone natural to a man of importance who had grown old in society and at court. He went up to Anna Pavlovna, kissed her hand, presenting his bald, scented, and shining head, and complacently sat on the sofa. "First of all, dear friend, tell me how you are. Set your friend's mind at rest," he said, without changing his tone. Beneath his politeness and affected sympathy, one could sense indifference and even a touch of irony. "Can one be well while suffering morally? Can one be calm in times like these if one has any feeling?" said Anna Pavlovna. "You are staying the whole evening, I hope? And the fete at the English ambassador's? Today is Wednesday. I must put in an appearance there," said the prince. "My daughter is coming for me to take me there." "I thought today's fete had been cancelled. I confess all these festivities and fireworks are becoming wearisome." "If they had known that you wished it, the entertainment would have been put off," replied the prince, who, like a wound-up clock, habitually said things he did not even wish to be believed. "Don't tease. Well, and what has been decided about Novosiltsev's dispatch? You know everything." "What can one say about it?" the prince replied in a cold, listless tone. "What has been decided? They have decided that Buonaparte has burnt his boats, and I believe that we are ready to burn ours." Prince Vasily always spoke languidly, like an actor repeating a stale part. Anna Pavlovna Scherer, on the contrary, despite her 40 years, overflowed with animation and impulsiveness. To be an enthusiast had become her social role. Sometimes, even when she did not feel like it, she became enthusiastic just so she wouldn't disappoint the expectations of those who knew her. A subdued smile always played around her lips, though it did not quite suit her faded features. It expressed, like that of a spoiled child, a continual awareness of her charming defect, which she neither wished nor could, nor considered it necessary to correct. In the midst of a conversation on political matters, Anna Pavlovna burst out. "Oh, don't speak to me of Austria," she said. "Perhaps I don't understand things, but Austria never has wished and does not wish for war. She is betraying us. Russia alone must save Europe. Our gracious sovereign recognizes his high vocation and will be true to it. That is the one thing I have faith in. Our good and wonderful sovereign has to perform the noblest role on earth, and he is so virtuous and noble that God will not forsake him. He will fulfill his vocation and crush the hydra of revolution, which has become more terrible than ever in the person of this murderer and villain. We alone must avenge the blood of the just one. Whom, I ask you, can we rely on? England, with her commercial spirit, will not and cannot understand the Emperor Alexander's loftiness of soul. She has refused to evacuate Malta. She wanted to find, and still seeks, some secret motive in our actions. What answer did Novosiltsev get? None. The English have not understood and cannot understand the self-abnegation of our emperor, who wants nothing for himself, but only desires the good of mankind. And what have they promised? Nothing. And what little they have promised, they will not perform. Prussia has always declared that Buonaparte is invincible, and that all Europe is powerless before him. And I don't believe a word that Hardenberg says, or Haugwitz either. This famous Prussian neutrality is just a trap. I have faith only in God and the lofty destiny of our adored monarch. He will save Europe. She suddenly paused, smiling at her own impetuosity. "I think," said the prince with a smile, "that if you had been sent instead of our dear Wintzingerode, you would have captured the King of Prussia's consent by assault. You are so eloquent. Will you give me a cup of tea?" "In a moment. By the way," she added, becoming calm again, "I am expecting two very interesting men tonight, the Vicomte de Mortemart, who is connected with the Montmorencys through the Rohans, one of the best French families. He is one of the genuine émigrés, the good ones, and also the Abbé Morio. Do you know that profound thinker? He has been received by the emperor. Had you heard?" "I shall be delighted to meet them," said the prince. "But tell me," he added with studied carelessness, as if it had only just occurred to him, though the question was the chief motive of his visit, "is it true that the Dowager Empress wants Baron Funke to be appointed first secretary at Vienna? The Baron, by all accounts, is a poor creature." Prince Vasily wished to obtain this post for his son, but others were trying through the Dowager Empress Maria Fedorovna to secure it for the Baron. Anna Pavlovna almost closed her eyes to indicate that neither she nor anyone else had a right to criticize what the Empress desired or was pleased with. Baron Funke has been recommended to the Dowager Empress by her sister, was all she said, in a dry and mournful tone. As she named the Empress, Anna Pavlovna's face suddenly assumed an expression of profound and sincere devotion and respect, mingled with sadness. This happened every time she mentioned her illustrious patroness. She added that Her Majesty had deigned to show Baron Funke a great deal of esteem, and again her face clouded over with sadness. The prince was silent and looked indifferent, but Anna Pavlovna, with her womanly and courtier-like quickness and tact, wished both to rebuke him for daring to speak as he had of a man recommended to the Empress, and at the same time to console him. "Now about your family," she said. "Do you know that since your daughter came out, everyone has been enraptured by her? They say she is amazingly beautiful." The prince bowed to signify his respect and gratitude. "I often think," she continued after a short pause, drawing nearer to the prince and smiling amiably at him, as if to show that political and social topics were ended and the time had come for intimate conversation. "I often think how unfairly sometimes the joys of life are distributed. Why has fate given you two such splendid children? I don't speak of Anatole, your youngest. I don't like him," she added in a tone admitting of no argument, raising her eyebrows. "Two such charming children, and really you appreciate them less than anyone, and so you don't deserve to have them." And she smiled her ecstatic smile. "I can't help it," said the prince. "Lavater would have said I lack the bump of paternity." "Don't joke. I mean to have a serious talk with you. Do you know I am dissatisfied with your younger son? Between ourselves," and her face assumed its melancholy expression, "he was mentioned at Her Majesty's, and you were pitied." The prince answered nothing, but she looked at him significantly, awaiting a reply. He frowned. "What would you have me do?" he said at last. "You know I did all a father could for their education, and they have both turned out fools. Hippolyte is at least a quiet fool, but Anatole is an active one. That is the only difference between them." He said this with a more natural and animated smile than usual, so that the wrinkles around his mouth revealed something unexpectedly coarse and unpleasant. "And why are children born to such men as you? If you were not a father, there would be nothing I could reproach you with," said Anna Pavlovna, looking up pensively. "I am your faithful slave, and to you alone I can confess that my children are the bane of my life. It is the cross I have to bear. That is how I explain it to myself. It can't be helped." He said no more, but expressed his resignation to cruel fate with a gesture. Anna Pavlovna meditated. "Have you never thought of marrying your prodigal son Anatole?" she asked. "They say old maids have a mania for matchmaking, and though I don't feel that weakness in myself as yet, I know a little person who is very unhappy with her father. She is a relation of yours, Princess Mary Bolkonskaya." Prince Vasily did not reply, though, with the quickness of memory and perception befitting a man of the world, he indicated by a movement of his head that he was considering this information. "Do you know," he said at last, evidently unable to check the sad current of his thoughts, "that Anatole is costing me 40,000 rubles a year? And," he went on after a pause, "what will it be in 5 years if he goes on like this?" Presently he added, "That's what we fathers have to put up with. Is this princess of yours rich?" "Her father is very rich and stingy. He lives in the country. He is the well-known Prince Bolkonsky, who had to retire from the army under the late emperor and was nicknamed the King of Prussia. He is very clever but eccentric and a bore. The poor girl is very unhappy. She has a brother. I think you know him. He married Lise Meinen lately. He is an aide-de-camp of Kutuzov's and will be here tonight." "Listen, dear Annette," said the prince, suddenly taking Anna Pavlovna's hand and for some reason drawing it downwards. "Arrange that affair for me, and I shall always be your most devoted slave. She is rich and of good family, and that's all I want." And with the familiarity and easy grace peculiar to him, he raised the maid of honor's hand to his lips, kissed it, and swung it to and fro as he lay back in his armchair, looking in another direction. "Wait," said Anna Pavlovna, reflecting. "I'll speak to Lise, young Bolkonsky's wife, this very evening, and perhaps the thing can be arranged. It shall be on your family's behalf that I'll start my apprenticeship as old maid." Anna Pavlovna's drawing room was gradually filling. The highest Petersburg society was assembled there, people differing widely in age and character, but alike in the social circle to which they belonged. Prince Vasily's daughter, the beautiful Helene, came to take her father to the ambassador's entertainment. She wore a ball dress and her badge as maid of honor. The youthful little Princess Bolkonskaya, known as the most fascinating woman in Petersburg, was also there. She had been married during the previous winter, and being pregnant did not go to any large gatherings, but only to small receptions. Prince Vasily's son, Hippolyte, had come with Mortemart, whom he introduced. The Abbé Morio and many others had also come. To each new arrival, Anna Pavlovna would say, "You have not yet seen my aunt," or "You do not know my aunt?" She would then very gravely lead them to a little old lady, wearing large bows of ribbon in her cap, who had sailed in from another room as soon as the guests began to arrive. Slowly turning her eyes from the visitor to her aunt, Anna Pavlovna would mention each one's name and then leave them. Each visitor performed the ceremony of greeting this old aunt, whom none of them knew, none of them wanted to know, and none of them cared about. Anna Pavlovna observed these greetings with mournful and solemn interest and silent approval. The aunt spoke to each of them in the same words, about their health and her own, and the health of Her Majesty, who, thank God, was better today. Each visitor, though politeness prevented them from showing impatience, left the old woman with a sense of relief at having performed a vexatious duty, and did not return to her the whole evening. The young Princess Bolkonskaya had brought some work in a gold-embroidered velvet bag. Her pretty little upper lip, on which a delicate dark down was just perceptible, was too short for her teeth, but it lifted all the more sweetly, and was especially charming when she occasionally drew it down to meet the lower lip. As is always the case with a thoroughly attractive woman, her defect, the shortness of her upper lip and her half-open mouth, seemed to be her own special and peculiar form of beauty. Everyone brightened at the sight of this pretty young woman, so soon to become a mother, so full of life and health, and carrying her burdens so lightly. Old men and dull, dispirited young ones who looked at her, after being in her company and talking to her a little while, felt as if they too were becoming like her, full of life and health. All who talked to her, and at each word saw her bright smile and the constant gleam of her white teeth, thought that they were in a specially amiable mood that day. The little princess went round the table with quick, short, swaying steps, her work-bag on her arm, and gaily spreading out her dress, sat down on a sofa near the silver samovar, as if all she was doing was a pleasure to herself and to all around her. "I have brought my work," she said in French, displaying her bag and addressing all present. "Mind, Annette, I hope you have not played a wicked trick on me," she added, turning to her hostess. "You wrote that it was to be quite a small reception, and just see how badly I am dressed," and she spread out her arms to show her short-waisted, lace-trimmed, dainty gray dress, girdled with a broad ribbon just below the breast. "Be calm, Lise. You will always be prettier than anyone else," replied Anna Pavlovna. "You know," said the princess in the same tone and still in French, turning to a general, "my husband is deserting me. He is going to get himself killed. Tell me what this wretched war is for," she added, addressing Prince Vasily, and without waiting for an answer, she turned to speak to his daughter, the beautiful Helene. "What a delightful woman this little princess is," said Prince Vasily to Anna Pavlovna. One of the next arrivals was a stout, heavily built young man with close-cropped hair, spectacles, light-colored breeches fashionable at that time, a very high ruffle, and a brown dress coat. This stout young man was an illegitimate son of Count Bezukov, a well-known grandee of Catherine's time who now lay dying in Moscow. The young man had not yet entered either the military or civil service, as he had only just returned from abroad where he had been educated, and this was his first appearance in society. Anna Pavlovna greeted him with the nod she accorded to the lowest rank in her drawing room. But in spite of this greeting, a look of anxiety and fear, as at the sight of something too large and unsuited to the place, came over her face when she saw this young man, Pierre, enter. Though he was certainly rather bigger than the other men in the room, her anxiety could only have been about the clever, though shy, observant, and natural expression which distinguished him from everyone else in that drawing room. "It is very good of you, Monsieur Pierre, to come and visit a poor invalid," said Anna Pavlovna, exchanging an alarmed glance with her aunt as she conducted him to her. Pierre murmured something unintelligible and continued to look around as if in search of something. On his way to the aunt, he bowed to the little princess with a pleased smile, as to an intimate acquaintance. Anna Pavlovna's alarm was justified, for Pierre turned away from the aunt without waiting to hear her speech about Her Majesty's health. Anna Pavlovna, in dismay, detained him with the words, "Do you know the Abbe Morio? He is a most interesting man." "Yes, I have heard of his scheme for perpetual peace, and it is very interesting but hardly feasible." "You think so?" rejoined Anna Pavlovna, in order to say something and get away to her duties as hostess. But Pierre now committed a reverse act of impoliteness. First, he had left a lady before she had finished speaking to him, and now he continued to speak to another who wished to get away. With his head bent and his big feet spread apart, he began explaining his reasons for thinking the abbé's plan was a fantasy. "We will talk of it later," said Anna Pavlovna with a smile. Having got rid of this young man who did not know how to behave, she resumed her duties as hostess and continued to listen and watch, ready to help at any point where the conversation might flag. Just like the foreman of a spinning mill, who goes round and notices if a spindle has stopped or is making too much noise and hastens to fix it, so Anna Pavlovna moved about her drawing room. She would approach a silent group or a too noisy one, and with a word or a slight rearrangement, she kept the conversational machine in steady, proper, and regular motion. But amid these cares, her anxiety about Pierre was evident. She kept a watchful eye on him when he approached the group around Mortemart, and again when he passed to another group whose center was the abbé. Pierre had been educated abroad, and this reception at Anna Pavlovna's was the first he had attended in Russia. He knew that all the intellectual lights of Petersburg were gathered there. Like a child in a toy shop, he did not know which way to look, afraid of missing any clever conversation. Seeing the self-confident and refined expression on the faces of those present, he was always expecting to hear something very profound. At last, he came up to the Abbé Morio. Here the conversation seemed interesting, and he stood waiting for an opportunity to express his own views, as young people are fond of doing. Chapter 2, the soirée continues. Anna Pavlovna's reception was in full swing. The spindles of conversation hummed steadily and ceaselessly on all sides. With the exception of the aunt, beside whom sat only one elderly lady who seemed rather out of place, the whole company had settled into three groups. One, chiefly men, had formed around the abbey. Another, made up of young people, was grouped around the beautiful Princess Helene, Prince Vasily's daughter, and the little Princess Bolkonskaya, who was very pretty and rosy, though a bit plump for her age. The third group was gathered around Mortemart and Anna Pavlovna. The Vicomte was a nice-looking young man with soft features and polished manners. He evidently considered himself a celebrity, but, out of politeness, modestly placed himself at the disposal of the circle he was in. Anna Pavlovna was clearly serving him up as a treat to her guests. Just as a clever host serves up a piece of meat as a special delicacy, a piece that no one would have wanted if they'd seen it in the kitchen, Anna Pavlovna served up first the Vicomte and then the Abbe as particularly choice morsels. The group about Mortemart immediately began discussing the murder of the Duc d'Enghien. The Vicomte said that the Duc d'Enghien had perished by his own magnanimity, and that there were particular reasons for Bonaparte's hatred of him. "Ah, yes, do tell us all about it, Vicomte," said Anna Pavlovna, with a pleasant feeling that there was something very high society in the sound of that sentence. The Vicomte bowed and smiled courteously, showing his willingness to comply. Anna Pavlovna arranged a group around him, inviting everyone to listen to his tale. "The Vicomte knew the Duke personally," whispered Anna Pavlovna to one of the guests. "The Vicomte is a wonderful storyteller," she said to another. "How evidently he belongs to the best society," she said to a third. And so the Vicomte was served up to the company in the choicest style, like a well-garnished joint of roast beef on a hot dish. The Vicomte wished to begin his story and gave a subtle smile. "Come over here, Helene, dear," said Anna Pavlovna to the beautiful young princess who was sitting some way off, the center of another group. The princess smiled. She rose with the same unchanging smile with which she had first entered the room, the smile of a perfectly beautiful woman. With a slight rustle of her white dress trimmed with moss and ivy, and a gleam of white shoulders, glossy hair, and sparkling diamonds, she passed between the men who made way for her. She didn't look at any of them, but smiled on all, as if graciously allowing each the privilege of admiring her beautiful figure and shapely shoulders, back, and bosom, which were very much exposed in the fashion of those days. She seemed to bring the glamour of a ballroom with her as she moved toward Anna Pavlovna. Helene was so lovely that she showed no trace of coquetry. On the contrary, she even appeared shy of her unquestionable and all too victorious beauty. She seemed to wish, but to be unable, to diminish its effect. "How lovely!" said everyone who saw her. The Vicomte lifted his shoulders and dropped his eyes as if startled by something extraordinary when she took her seat opposite him and beamed upon him with her unchanging smile. "Madame, I doubt my ability before such an audience," he said, smilingly inclining his head. The princess rested her bare round arm on a little table and considered a reply unnecessary. She smilingly waited. All the time the story was being told, she sat upright, glancing now at her beautiful round arm, altered in shape by its pressure on the table, now at her still more beautiful bosom, on which she readjusted a diamond necklace. From time to time she smoothed the folds of her dress. Whenever the story produced an effect, she glanced at Anna Pavlovna, at once adopted the same expression she saw on the maid of honor's face, and then relapsed into her radiant smile. The little princess had also left the tea table and followed Helene. "Wait a moment, I'll get my work. Now then, what are you thinking of?" she went on, turning to Prince Hippolyte. "Fetch me my work bag." There was a general movement as the princess, smiling and talking merrily to everyone at once, sat down and gaily arranged herself in her seat. "Now I am all right," she said, and asking the Vicomte to begin, she took up her work. Prince Hippolyte, having brought the work-bag, joined the circle, and moving a chair close to hers, seated himself beside her. The charming Hippolyte was surprising for his extraordinary resemblance to his beautiful sister, but even more so because in spite of this resemblance, he was exceedingly ugly. His features were like his sister's, but while hers were lit up by a joyous, self-satisfied, youthful, and constant smile, his face was dulled by imbecility and a constant expression of sullen self-confidence. His body was thin and weak. His eyes, nose, and mouth all seemed puckered into a vacant, wearied grimace, and his arms and legs always fell into unnatural positions. "It's not going to be a ghost story," he said, sitting down beside the princess and hastily adjusting his lorgnette, as if he couldn't speak without it. "Why no, my dear fellow," said the astonished narrator, shrugging his shoulders. "Because I hate ghost stories," said Prince Hippolyte, in a tone which showed that he only understood what he was saying after he had said it. He spoke with such self-confidence that his listeners couldn't be sure whether he was being very witty or very stupid. He was dressed in a dark green dress coat, knee breeches of a color he called thigh of a frightened nymph, along with shoes and silk stockings. The Vicomte told his tale very neatly. It was a popular anecdote at the time. It claimed that the Duc d'Enghien had gone secretly to Paris to visit the actress Mademoiselle Georges. At her house, he supposedly came upon Bonaparte, who also enjoyed the famous actress's favors. In his presence, Napoleon happened to fall into one of the fainting fits to which he was subject, and was thus at the Duke's mercy. The Duke spared him, and this magnanimity Bonaparte later repaid with death. The story was very pretty and interesting, especially at the point where the rivals suddenly recognized one another. The ladies looked agitated. "Charming," said Anna Pavlovna with an inquiring glance at the little princess. "Charming," whispered the little princess, sticking the needle into her work as if to testify that the fascination of the story prevented her from continuing. The Vicomte appreciated this silent praise and, smiling gratefully, prepared to continue. But just then Anna Pavlovna, who had kept a watchful eye on the young man who so alarmed her, Pierre, noticed that he was talking too loudly and vehemently with the abbé. So she hurried to the rescue. Pierre had started a conversation with the abbé about the balance of power, and the latter, evidently interested by the young man's simple-minded eagerness, was explaining his pet theory. Both were talking and listening too eagerly and naturally, which was why Anna Pavlovna disapproved. The means are the balance of power of Europe and the rights of the people, the abbé was saying. It is only necessary for one powerful nation like Russia, barbaric as she is said to be, to place herself disinterestedly at the head of an alliance with the object of maintaining the balance of power in Europe, and it would save the world. But how are you to get that balance? Pierre was beginning. At that moment, Anna Pavlovna came up, and looking severely at Pierre, asked the Italian how he stood the Russian climate. The Italian's face instantly changed and assumed an offensively affected, sugary expression, which was evidently habitual to him when conversing with women. I am so enchanted by the brilliancy of the wit and culture of the society, more especially of the feminine society, in which I have had the honor of being received, that I have not yet had time to think of the climate, he said. Not letting the abbé and Pierre escape, Anna Pavlovna, to keep them under observation more conveniently, brought them into the larger circle. Chapter 3. Prince Andrew arrives. Just then, another visitor entered the drawing room. Prince Andrew Bolkonsky, the little princess' husband. He was a very handsome young man, of medium height, with firm, clear-cut features. Everything about him, from his weary, bored expression to his quiet, measured step, offered a most striking contrast to his lively little wife. It was evident that he not only knew everyone in the drawing room, but had found them so tiresome that it wearied him to look at or listen to them. And among all these faces that he found so tedious, none seemed to bore him so much as that of his pretty wife. He turned away from her with a grimace that distorted his handsome face, kissed Anna Pavlovna's hand, and screwing up his eyes, scanned the whole company. "You are off to the war, Prince," said Anna Pavlovna. "General Kutuzov," said Bolkonsky, speaking French, and stressing the last syllable of the general's name like a Frenchman, "has been pleased to take me as an aide-de-camp." "And Lise, your wife? She will go to the country. Are you not ashamed to deprive us of your charming wife?" "André," said his wife, addressing her husband in the same coquettish manner in which she spoke to other men, "the Vicomte has been telling us such a tale about Mademoiselle George and Buonaparte." Prince Andrew screwed up his eyes and turned away. Pierre, who from the moment Prince Andrew entered the room had watched him with glad, affectionate eyes, now came up and took his arm. Before he looked round, Prince Andrew frowned again, expressing his annoyance with whoever was touching his arm. But when he saw Pierre's beaming face, he gave him an unexpectedly kind and pleasant smile. "There now, so you too are in the great world," he said to Pierre. "I knew you would be here," replied Pierre. "I will come to supper with you. May I?" he added in a low voice so as not to disturb the Vicomte who was continuing his story. "No, impossible," said Prince Andrew, laughing and pressing Pierre's hand to show that there was no need to ask the question. He wished to say something more, but at that moment Prince Vasily and his daughter got up to go, and the two young men rose to let them pass. "You must excuse me, dear Vicomte," said Prince Vasily to the Frenchman, holding him down by the sleeve in a friendly way to prevent his rising. "This unfortunate feat at the ambassador's deprives me of a pleasure and obliges me to interrupt you. I am very sorry to leave your enchanting party," he said, turning to Anna Pavlovna. His daughter, Princess Helene, passed between the chairs, lightly holding up the folds of her dress, and the smile shone still more radiantly on her beautiful face. Pierre gazed at her with rapturous, almost frightened eyes as she passed him. "Very lovely," said Prince Andrew. "Very," said Pierre. In passing, Prince Vasily seized Pierre's hand and said to Anna Pavlovna, "Educate this bear for me. He has been staying with me a whole month, and this is the first time I have seen him in society. Nothing is so necessary for a young man as the society of clever women." Anna Pavlovna smiled and promised to take Pierre in hand. She knew his father to be a connection of Prince Vasili's. The elderly lady who had been sitting with the old aunt rose hurriedly and overtook Prince Vasili in the anteroom. All the affectation of interest she had assumed had left her kindly and tear-worn face, and it now expressed only anxiety and fear. "How about my son Boris, Prince?" she said, hurrying after him into the anteroom. "I can't remain any longer in Petersburg. Tell me what news I may take back to my poor boy." Although Prince Vasili listened reluctantly and not very politely to the elderly lady, even betraying some impatience, she gave him an ingratiating and appealing smile, and took his hand so that he might not go away. "What would it cost you to say a word to the Emperor, and then he would be transferred to the Guards at once?" she said. "Believe me, Princess, I am ready to do all I can," answered Prince Vasili, "but it is difficult for me to ask the Emperor. I should advise you to appeal to Rumyantsev through Prince Golitsyn. That would be the best way." The elderly lady was a Princess Drubetskaya. She belonged to one of the best families in Russia, but she was poor, and having long been out of society had lost her former influential connections. She had now come to Petersburg to get an appointment in the Guards for her only son. It was solely to meet Prince Vasili that she had obtained an invitation to Anna Pavlovna's reception and had sat listening to the Vicomte's story. Prince Vasili's words frightened her. An embittered look clouded her once handsome face, but only for a moment. Then she smiled again and clutched Prince Vasili's arm more tightly. "Listen to me, Prince," she said. "I have never yet asked you for anything, and I never will again, nor have I ever reminded you of my father's friendship for you. But now I entreat you for God's sake to do this for my son, and I shall always regard you as a benefactor," she added hurriedly. "No, don't be angry, but promise. I have asked Golitsyn, and he has refused. Be the kind-hearted man you always were," she said, trying to smile though tears were in her eyes. "Papa, we shall be late," said Princess Helene, turning her beautiful head and looking over her classically molded shoulder as she stood waiting by the door. Influence in society is a capital which has to be economized if it is to last. Prince Vasili knew this. He had once realized that if he asked on behalf of all who begged of him, he would soon be unable to ask for himself. So he became cautious about using his influence. But in Princess Drubetskaya's case, he felt, after her second appeal, something like a pang of conscience. She had reminded him of what was true. He had been indebted to her father for the first steps in his career. Moreover, he could see by her manners that she was one of those women, mostly mothers, who, having once made up their minds, will not rest until they have gained their end. They are prepared, if necessary, to insist day after day, hour after hour, and even to make scenes. This last consideration moved him. "My dear Anna Mikhailovna," he said with his usual familiarity and weary tone, "it is almost impossible for me to do what you ask. But to prove my devotion to you and how I respect your father's memory, I will do the impossible. Your son shall be transferred to the Guards. Here is my hand on it. Are you satisfied?" "My dear benefactor, this is what I expected from you. I knew your kindness." He turned to go. "Wait, just a word. When he has been transferred to the Guards," she faltered, "you are on good terms with Michael Illarionovich Kutuzov. Recommend Boris to him as adjutant. Then I shall be at rest, and then—" Prince Vasili smiled. "No, I won't promise that. You don't know how Kutuzov is pestered since his appointment as commander-in-chief. He told me himself that all the Moscow ladies have conspired to give him all their sons as adjutants." "No, but do promise I won't let you go, my dear benefactor." "Papa," said his beautiful daughter in the same tone as before, "we shall be late." "Well, au revoir, goodbye, you hear her? Then tomorrow you will speak to the Emperor?" "Certainly, but about Kutuzov I don't promise." Do promise, Vasili," cried Anna Mikhailovna as he went with the smile of a coquettish girl, which at one time probably came naturally to her, but was now very ill-suited to her careworn face. Apparently she had forgotten her age, and by force of habit employed all the old feminine arts. But as soon as the prince had gone, her face resumed its former cold, artificial expression. She returned to the group where the Vicomte was still talking and again pretended to listen while waiting till it would be time to leave. Her task was accomplished. If you're enjoying this glimpse into the lives of Russia's aristocracy on the brink of war, consider supporting my future projects. You can do that by trying a free Audible trial for 30 days. It's a great way to explore more epic stories like this one. Now, let's return to the world of War and Peace. "And what do you think of this latest comedy, The Coronation at Milan?" asked Anna Pavlovna. "And of the comedy of the people of Genoa and Lucca laying their petitions before Monsieur Bonaparte, and Monsieur Bonaparte sitting on a throne and granting the petitions of the nations? Adorable! It is enough to make one's head whirl. It is as if the whole world had gone crazy." Prince Andrew looked Anna Pavlovna straight in the face with a sarcastic smile. "God has given it to me. Let him who touches it beware. They say he was very fine when he said that," he remarked, repeating the words in Italian. "I hope this will prove the last drop that will make the glass run over," Anna Pavlovna continued. "The sovereigns will not be able to endure this man who is a menace to everything." "The sovereigns? I do not speak of Russia," said the Vicomte, polite but hopeless. "The sovereigns, madame. What have they done for Louis XVII, for the Queen, or for Madame Elizabeth? Nothing." And he became more animated. "And believe me, they are reaping the reward of their betrayal of the Bourbon cause. The sovereigns, why, they are sending ambassadors to compliment the usurper." And sighing disdainfully, he again changed his position. Prince Hippolyte, who had been gazing at the Vicomte for some time through his lorgnette, suddenly turned completely round toward the little princess. Having asked for a needle, he began tracing the Conde coat of arms on the table. He explained this to her with as much gravity as if she had asked him to do it. "A bar of gules, engrailed with gules of azure, the house of Condé," he said. Princess listened, smiling. "If Bonaparte remains on the throne of France a year longer," the Vicomte continued, with the air of a man who does not listen to others but follows his own thoughts, "things will have gone too far. By intrigues, violence, exile, and executions, French society, I mean good French society, will have been forever destroyed, and then—" He shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. Pierre wished to make a remark, for the conversation interested him, but Anna Pavlovna, who had him under observation, interrupted. "The Emperor Alexander," she said, with the melancholy which always accompanied her references to the imperial family, "has declared that he will leave it to the French people themselves to choose their own form of government. And I believe that once free from the usurper, the whole nation will certainly throw itself into the arms of its rightful king." "That is doubtful," said Prince Andrew. "Monsieur le Vicomte quite rightly supposes that matters have already gone too far. I think it will be difficult to return to the old regime." "From what I have heard," said Pierre, blushing and breaking into the conversation, "almost all the aristocracy has already gone over to Bonaparte's side." "It is the Bonapartists who say that," replied the Vicomte without looking at Pierre. "At the present time it is difficult to know the real state of French public opinion." "Bonaparte has said so," remarked Prince Andrew with a sarcastic smile. It was evident that he did not like the Vicomte and was aiming his remarks at him, though without looking at him. "I showed them the path to glory, but they did not follow it," Prince Andrew continued after a short silence, again quoting Napoleon's words. "I opened my antechambers, and they crowded in." I do not know how far he was justified in saying so. "Not in the least," replied the Vicomte. "After the murder of the Duke, even the most partial ceased to regard him as a hero. If to some people," he went on, turning to Anna Pavlovna, "he ever was a hero, after the murder of the Duke there was one martyr more in heaven and one hero less on earth." Before Anna Pavlovna and the others had time to smile their appreciation of the Vicomte's epigram, Pierre again broke into the conversation. Though Anna Pavlovna felt sure he would say something inappropriate, she was unable to stop him. "The execution of the Duc d'Enghien," declared Monsieur Pierre, "was a political necessity, and it seems to me that Napoleon showed greatness of soul by not fearing to take on himself the whole responsibility of that deed." My God!" muttered Anna Pavlovna in a terrified whisper. "What, Monsieur Pierre? Do you consider that assassination shows greatness of soul?" said the little princess, smiling and drawing her work nearer to her. "Oh!" exclaimed several voices. "Capital!" said Prince Hippolyte in English, and began slapping his knee with the palm of his hand. The Vicomte merely shrugged his shoulders. Pierre looked solemnly at his audience over his spectacles and continued. "I say so," he continued desperately, "because the Bourbons fled from the revolution, leaving the people to anarchy, and Napoleon alone understood the revolution and quelled it, and so for the general good, he could not stop short for the sake of one man's life." "Won't you come over to the other table?" suggested Anna Pavlovna, but Pierre continued his speech without heeding her. "No," cried he, becoming more and more eager. "Napoleon is great because he rose superior to the revolution, suppressed its abuses, preserved all that was good in it, equality of citizenship and freedom of speech and of the press, and only for that reason did he obtain power." "Yes, if having obtained power, without using it to commit murder, he had restored it to the rightful king, I should have called him a great man," remarked the Vicomte. "He could not do that. The people only gave him power that he might rid them of the Bourbons, and because they saw that he was a great man. The revolution was a grand thing," continued Monsieur Pierre, betraying by this desperate and provocative proposition his extreme youth and his wish to express all that was in his mind. "What? Revolution and regicide a grand thing? Well, after that, but won't you come to this other table?" repeated Anna Pavlovna. "Rousseau's social contract," said the Vicomte with a tolerant smile. "I am not speaking of regicide, I am speaking about ideas." "Yes, ideas of robbery, murder, and regicide," again interjected an ironical voice. "Those were extremes, no doubt, but they are not what is most important. What is important are the rights of man, emancipation from prejudices, and equality of citizenship, and all these ideas Napoleon has retained in full force." "Liberty and equality," said the Vicomte contemptuously, as if at last deciding seriously to prove to this youth how foolish his words were. "High-sounding words which have long been discredited. Who does not love liberty and equality? Even our Savior preached liberty and equality. Have people since the Revolution become happier? On the contrary, we wanted liberty, but Bonaparte has destroyed it." Prince Andrew kept looking with an amused smile from Pierre to the Vicomte, and from the Vicomte to their hostess. In the first moment of Pierre's outburst, Anna Pavlovna, despite her social experience, was horror-struck. But when she saw that Pierre's sacrilegious words had not exasperated the Vicomte, and had convinced herself that it was impossible to stop him, she rallied her forces and joined the Vicomte in a vigorous attack on the orator. "But my dear Monsieur Pierre," she said, "how do you explain the fact of a great man executing a duck, or even an ordinary man who is innocent and untried?" "I should like," said the Vicomte, "to ask how Monsieur explains the 18th Brumaire. Was not that an imposture? It was a swindle, and not at all like the conduct of a great man." "And the prisoners he killed in Africa? That was horrible," said the little princess, shrugging her shoulders. "He's a low fellow, say what you will," remarked Prince Hippolyte. Pierre, not knowing whom to answer, looked at them all and smiled. His smile was unlike the half-smile of other people. When he smiled, his grave, even rather gloomy, look was instantaneously replaced by another, a childlike, kindly, even rather silly look, which seemed to ask forgiveness. The Vicomte, who was meeting him for the first time, saw clearly that this young Jacobin was not so terrible as his words suggested. All were silent. "How do you expect him to answer you all at once?" said Prince Andrew. "Besides, in the actions of a statesman, one has to distinguish between his acts as a private person, as a general, and as an emperor. So it seems to me." "Yes, yes, of course," Pierre chimed in, pleased at the arrival of this reinforcement. "One must admit," continued Prince Andrew, "that Napoleon as a man was great on the bridge of Arcola, and in the hospital at Jaffa, where he gave his hand to the plague-stricken, but there are other acts which it is difficult to justify." Prince Andrew, who had evidently wished to tone down the awkwardness of Pierre's remarks, rose and made a sign to his wife that it was time to go. Suddenly, Prince Hippolyte started up, making signs to everyone to attend, and asking them all to be seated, began his story. I was told a charming Moscow story today, and must treat you to it. Excuse me, Vicomte. I must tell it in Russian, or the point will be lost. And Prince Hippolyte began to tell his story in such Russian as a Frenchman would speak after spending about a year in Russia. Everyone waited, so emphatically and eagerly did he demand their attention. There is in Moscow a lady, he began, and she is very stingy. She must have 2 footmen behind her carriage, and very big ones. That was her taste. And she had a lady's maid, also big, she said. Here Prince Hippolyte paused, evidently collecting his ideas with difficulty. She said, "Oh yes," she said, "girl," to the maid, "put on a livery, get up behind the carriage, and come with me while I make some calls." Here Prince Hippolyte spluttered and burst out laughing long before his audience, which produced an unfavorable effect on the narrator. Several persons, among them the elderly lady and Anna Pavlovna, did, however, smile. She went. Suddenly there was a great wind. The girl lost her hat and her long hair came down. Here he could contain himself no longer and went on, between gasps of laughter, and the whole world knew. And so the anecdote ended. Though it was unintelligible why he had told it, or why it had to be told in Russian, still Anna Pavlovna and the others appreciated Prince Hippolyte's social tact in so agreeably ending Pierre's unpleasant and unamiable outburst. After the anecdote, the conversation broke up into insignificant small talk about the last and next balls, about theatricals, and who would meet whom, and when and where. Chapter 4. Pierre at Prince Andrew's. Having thanked Anna Pavlovna for her charming soirée, the guests began to take their leave. Pierre was ungainly. He was stout, about average height and broad, with huge red hands. He did not know, as the saying is, how to enter a drawing room and still less how to leave one. That is, how to say something particularly agreeable before going. Besides this, he was absent-minded. When he rose to go, he took up a general's 3-cornered hat instead of his own, and held it pulling at the plume until the general asked for it back. All his absent-mindedness and inability to enter a room and converse in it was, however, redeemed by his kindly, simple, and modest expression. Anna Pavlovna turned toward him, and with a Christian mildness that expressed forgiveness for his indiscretion, nodded and said, "I hope to see you again, but I also hope you will change your opinions, my dear Monsieur Pierre." When she said this, he did not reply and only bowed, but again everybody saw his smile, which said nothing, unless perhaps, "Opinions are opinions, but you see what a capital, good-natured fellow I am." And everyone, including Anna Pavlovna, felt this. Prince Andrew had gone out into the hall. Turning his shoulders to the footman who was helping him on with his cloak, he listened indifferently to his wife's chatter with Prince Hippolyte, who had also come into the hall. Prince Hippolyte stood close to the pretty pregnant princess and stared fixedly at her through his eyeglass. "Go in, Annette, or you will catch cold," said the little princess, taking leave of Anna Pavlovna. "It is settled," she added in a low voice. Anna Pavlovna had already managed to speak to Lise about the match she was planning between Anatole and the little princess' sister-in-law. "I rely on you, my dear," said Anna Pavlovna, also in a low tone. "Write to her and let me know how her father looks at the matter. Au revoir," and she left the hall. Prince Hippolyte approached the little princess and, bending his face close to her, began to whisper something. 2 footmen, the princess and his own, stood holding a shawl and a cloak, waiting for the conversation to finish. They listened to the French sentences which were meaningless to them, with an air of understanding, but not wishing to appear to do so. The princess, as usual, spoke smilingly and listened with a laugh. "I am very glad I did not go to the ambassador's," said Prince Hippolyte. "So dull. It has been a delightful evening, has it not? Delightful." "They say the ball will be very good," replied the princess, drawing up her downy little lip. "All the pretty women in society will be there." "Not all, for you will not be there. Not all," said Prince Hippolyte, smiling joyfully. Snatching the shawl from the footman, whom he even pushed aside, he began wrapping it around the princess. Either from awkwardness or intentionally, no one could have said which. After the shawl had been adjusted, He kept his arm around her for a long time, as though embracing her. Still smiling, she gracefully moved away, turning and glancing at her husband. Prince Andrew's eyes were closed. He seemed so weary and sleepy. "Are you ready?" he asked his wife, looking past her. Prince Hippolyte hurriedly put on his cloak, which in the latest fashion reached to his very heels. Stumbling in it, he ran out into the porch following the princess, whom a footman was helping into the carriage. "Princess, au revoir," he cried, stumbling with his tongue as well as with his feet. The princess, picking up her dress, was taking her seat in the dark carriage. Her husband was adjusting his saber. Prince Hippolyte, under pretense of helping, was in everyone's way. "Allow me, sir," said Prince Andrew in Russian, in a cold, disagreeable tone, to Prince Hippolyte, who was blocking his path. "I am expecting you, Pierre," said the same voice, but gently and affectionately. The postilion started, and the carriage wheels rattled. Prince Hippolyte laughed spasmodically as he stood in the porch waiting for the Vicomte, whom he had promised to take home. "Well, my dear," said the Vicomte, having seated himself beside Hippolyte in the carriage, "your little princess is very nice indeed, quite French." And he kissed the tips of his fingers. Hippolyte burst out laughing. "Do you know, you are a terrible chap for all your innocent airs," continued the Vicomte. "I pity the poor husband, that little officer who gives himself the airs of a monarch." Hippolyte spluttered again, and amid his laughter said, "And you were saying that the Russian ladies are not equal to the French? One has to know how to deal with them." Pierre, reaching the house first, went into Prince Andrew's study like one quite at home. From habit, he immediately lay down on the sofa, took the first book that came to his hand from the shelf. It was Caesar's Commentaries, and resting on his elbow, began to listen to it in the middle. "What have you done to Mademoiselle Scherer? She will be quite ill now," said Prince Andrew as he entered the study, rubbing his small white hands. Pierre turned his whole body, making the sofa creak. He lifted his eager face to Prince Andrew, smiled, and waved his hand. "That abbé is very interesting, but he does not see the thing in the right light. In my opinion, perpetual peace is possible, but I do not know how to express it, not by a balance of political power." It was evident that Prince Andrew was not interested in such abstract conversation. "One can't say all one thinks everywhere, my dear. Well, have you at last decided on anything? Are you going to be a guardsman or a diplomatist?" asked Prince Andrew after a momentary silence. Pierre sat up on the sofa, with his legs tucked under him. "Really, I don't yet know. I don't like either the one or the other." "But you must decide on something. Your father expects it." Pierre, at the age of 10, had been sent abroad with an abbé as tutor, and had remained away until he was 20. When he returned to Moscow, his father dismissed the abbé and said to the young man, "Now go to Petersburg, look around, and choose your profession. I will agree to anything. Here is a letter to Prince Vasily, and here is money. Write to me all about it, and I will help you in everything." Pierre had been choosing a career for 3 months and had not decided on anything. It was about this choice that Prince Andrew was speaking. Pierre rubbed his forehead. "But he must be a Freemason," he said, referring to the abbé he had met that evening. "That is all nonsense," Prince Andrew interrupted him again. "Let us talk business. Have you been to the Horse Guards?" "No, I have not. But this is what I have been thinking and wanted to tell you. There is a war now against Napoleon. If it were a war for freedom, I could understand it and should be the first to enter the army. But to help England and Austria against the greatest man in the world is not right." Prince Andrew only shrugged his shoulders at Pierre's childish words. He put on the air of one who finds it impossible to reply to such nonsense. But it would have been difficult to give any other answer than the one Prince Andrew gave to this naive question. "If no one fought except on his own conviction, there would be no wars," he said. "And that would be splendid," said Pierre. Prince Andrew smiled ironically. "Very likely it would be splendid, but it will never come about." "Well, why are you going to the war?" asked Pierre. "What for? I don't know. I must. Besides that, I'm going," he paused. "I'm going because the life I'm leading here does not suit me." Chapter 5, An Unhappy Marriage. The rustle of a woman's dress was heard in the next room. Prince Andrew shook himself as if waking up, and his face assumed the look it had had in Anna Pavlovna's drawing room. Pierre removed his feet from the sofa. The princess came in. She had changed her gown for a house dress as fresh and elegant as the other. Prince Andrew rose and politely placed a chair for her. "How is it?" she began, as usual in French, settling down briskly and fussily in the easy chair. "How is it Annette never got married? How stupid you men all are not to have married her. Excuse me for saying so, but you have no sense about women. What an argumentative fellow you are, Monsieur Pierre." "And I am still arguing with your husband. I can't understand why he wants to go to the war," replied Pierre, addressing the princess with none of the embarrassment so commonly shown by young men in their intercourse with young women. The princess started. Evidently Pierre's words touched her to the quick. "Ah, that is just what I tell him," she said. "I don't understand it. I don't in the least understand why men can't live without wars. How is it that we women don't want anything of the kind, don't need it? Now you shall judge between us. I always tell him, here he is uncle's aide-de-camp, a most brilliant position. He is so well known, so much appreciated by everyone. The other day at the Apraxins I heard a lady asking, 'Is that the famous Prince Andrew?' I did indeed." She laughed. "He is so well received everywhere. He might easily become aide-de-camp to the emperor. You know the emperor spoke to him most graciously. Annette and I were speaking of how to arrange it. What do you think?" Pierre looked at his friend, and noticing that he did not like the conversation, gave no reply. "When are you starting?" he asked. "Oh, don't speak of his going, don't! I won't hear it spoken of," said the princess in the same petulantly playful tone she had used with Hippolyte, a tone ill-suited to this family circle of which Pierre was almost a member. "Today, when I remembered that all these delightful associations must be broken off, and then you know, André—" She looked significantly at her husband. I'm afraid," she whispered, and a shudder ran down her back. Her husband looked at her as if surprised to notice that someone besides Pierre and himself was in the room. He addressed her in a tone of frigid politeness. "What is it you are afraid of, Lise? I don't understand," he said. "There, what egotists men all are. All egotists, just for a whim of his own, goodness only knows why. He leaves me and locks me up alone in the country." "With my father and sister, remember," said Prince Andrew gently. "Alone all the same, without my friends, and he expects me not to be afraid." Her tone was now querulous, and her lip was drawn up, giving her not a joyful but an animal, squirrel-like expression. She paused as if she felt it improper to speak of her pregnancy before Pierre, though the main issue lay in that. "I still can't understand what you are afraid of," said Prince Andrew slowly, not taking his eyes off his wife. The princess blushed and raised her arms with a gesture of despair. "No, Andrew, I must say you have changed. Oh, how you have—" "Your doctor tells you to go to bed earlier," said Prince Andrew. "You had better go." The princess said nothing, but suddenly her short downy lip quivered. Prince Andrew rose, shrugged his shoulders, and walked about the room. Pierre looked over his spectacles with naive surprise, now at him and now at her, and moved as if about to rise too, but changed his mind. "Why should I mind Monsieur Pierre being here?" exclaimed the little princess suddenly, her pretty face all at once distorted by a tearful grimace. "I have long wanted to ask you, Andrew, why you have changed so to me. What have I done to you? You are going to the war and have no pity for me. Why is it?" "Lise," was all Prince Andrew said, but that one word expressed an entreaty, a threat, and above all, a conviction that she would herself regret her words. But she went on hurriedly. "You treat me like an invalid or a child. I see it all. Did you behave like that 6 months ago?" "Lise, I beg you to stop," said Prince Andrew still more emphatically. Pierre, who had been growing more and more agitated as he listened, rose and approached the princess. He seemed unable to bear the sight of tears, and was ready to cry himself. "Calm yourself, princess. It seems so to you because, I assure you, I myself have experienced, and so because— No, excuse me, an outsider is out of place here. No, don't distress yourself. Goodbye." Prince Andrew caught him by the hand. "No, wait, Pierre. The princess is too kind to wish to deprive me of the pleasure of spending the evening with you." "No, he thinks only of himself," muttered the princess without restraining her angry tears. "Lise," said Prince Andrew dryly, raising his voice to a pitch that indicated his patience was exhausted. Suddenly, the angry, squirrel-like expression of the princess's pretty face changed into a winning and piteous look of fear. Her beautiful eyes glanced askance at her husband's face, and her own assumed the timid, apologetic expression of a dog when it rapidly but feebly wags its drooping tail. My God!" she muttered, and lifting her dress with one hand, she went up to her husband and kissed him on the forehead. "Good night, Lise," he said, rising and courteously kissing her hand as he would have to a stranger. The friends were silent. Neither cared to begin talking. Pierre continually glanced at Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew rubbed his forehead with his small hand. "Let us go and have supper," he said with a sigh, going to the door. They entered the elegant, newly decorated and luxurious dining room. Everything, from the table napkins to the silver, china, and glass, bore that imprint of newness found in the households of the newly married. Halfway through supper, Prince Andrew leaned his elbows on the table. With a look of nervous agitation such as Pierre had never before seen on his face, he began to talk, like one who has long had something on his mind and suddenly determines to speak out. "Never, never marry, my dear fellow. That's my advice. Never marry until you can say to yourself that you have done all you are capable of, and until you have ceased to love the woman of your choice and have seen her plainly as she is. Otherwise, you will make a cruel and irrevocable mistake. Marry when you are old and good for nothing, or all that is good and noble in you will be lost. It will all be wasted on trifles. Yes, 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 don't look at me with such surprise. If you marry expecting anything from yourself in the future, you will feel at every step that for you all is ended, all is closed except the drawing room, where you will be ranged side by side with a court lackey and an idiot. But what's the good?" And he waved his arm. Pierre took off his spectacles, which made his face seem different and his good-natured expression even more apparent. He gazed at his friend in amazement. "My wife," continued Prince Andrew, "is an excellent woman, one of those rare women with whom a man's honor is safe. But, oh God, what would I not give now to be unmarried? You are the first and only one to whom I mention this, because I like you." As he said this, Prince Andrew was less than ever like the man who had lolled in Anna Pavlovna's easy chairs and uttered French phrases through his teeth. Every muscle of his thin face was now quivering with nervous excitement. His eyes, in which the fire of life had seemed extinguished, now flashed with brilliant light. It was evident that the more lifeless he seemed at ordinary times, the more impassioned he became in these moments of almost morbid irritation. "You don't understand why I say this," he continued, "but it is the whole story of life. You talk of Bonaparte and his career," he said, though Pierre had not mentioned Bonaparte. But Bonaparte, when he worked, went step by step toward his goal. He was free, he had nothing but his aim to consider, and he reached it. But tie yourself up with a woman, and like a chained convict, you lose all freedom, and all you have of hope and strength merely weighs you down and torments you with regret. Drawing rooms, gossip, balls, vanity, and triviality, these are the enchanted circle I cannot escape from. I am now going to the war, the greatest war there ever was, and I know nothing and am fit for nothing. I am very amiable and have a caustic wit," continued Prince Andrew, "and at Anna Pavlovna's they listen to me, and that stupid set without whom my wife cannot exist, and those women, if you only knew what those society women are, and women in general. My father is right, selfish, vain, stupid, trivial in everything. That's what women are when you see them in their true colors. When you meet them in society, it seems as if there were something in them, but there's nothing, nothing, nothing. No, don't marry, my dear fellow. Don't marry," concluded Prince Andrew. "It seems funny to me," said Pierre, "that you should consider yourself incapable and your life a spoiled life. You have everything before you, everything, and you—" He did not finish his sentence, but his tone showed how highly he thought of his friend and how much he expected of him in the future. How can he talk like that? Thought Pierre. He considered his friend a model of perfection because Prince Andrew possessed in the highest degree the very qualities Pierre lacked, qualities which might be best described as strength of will. Pierre was always astonished at Prince Andrew's calm manner of treating everybody, his extraordinary memory, his extensive knowledge. He seemed to have an opinion about everything, but above all, at his capacity for work and study. And if Pierre was often struck by Andrew's lack of capacity for philosophical meditation, to which he himself was particularly addicted, he regarded this not as a defect, but as a sign of strength. Even in the best, most friendly, and simplest relations, praise and commendation are essential, just as grease is necessary to wheels that they may run smoothly. "My part is played out," said Prince Andrew. "What's the use of talking about me? Let us talk about you," he added after a silence, smiling at his reassuring thoughts. That smile was immediately reflected on Pierre's face. "But what is there to say about me?" said Pierre, his face relaxing into a careless, merry smile. "What am I? An illegitimate son?" He suddenly blushed crimson, and it was plain that he had made a great effort to say this. Without a name and without means, and it really. But he did not say what it really was. "For the present I am free and am all right, only I haven't the least idea what I am to do. I wanted to consult you seriously." Prince Andrew looked kindly at him, yet his glance, friendly and affectionate as it was, expressed a sense of his own superiority. "I am fond of you, especially as you are the one live man among our whole set. Yes, you're all right. Choose what you will. It's all the same. You'll be all right anywhere. But look here. Give up visiting those Karagins and leading that sort of life. It suits you so badly, all this debauchery, dissipation, and the rest of it." "What would you have, my dear fellow?" answered Pierre, shrugging his shoulders. "Women, my dear fellow, women!" "I don't understand it," replied Prince Andrew. "Women who are proper, that's a different matter, but the Karagins' set of women, women and wine, I don't understand." Pierre was staying at Prince Vasily Kuragin's and sharing the dissipated life of his son Anatole, the son whom they were planning to reform by marrying him to Prince Andrew's sister. "Do you know," said Pierre, as if suddenly struck by a happy thought, "seriously, I have long been thinking of it. Leading such a life, I can't decide or think properly about anything. One's head aches, and one spends all one's money. He asked me for tonight, but I won't go." "You give me your word of honor not to go?" "On my honor." Chapter 6. A Debauched Night. It was past 1 o'clock when Pierre left his friend. It was a cloudless northern summer night. Pierre took an open cab intending to drive straight home. But the nearer he drew to the house, the more he felt the impossibility of going to sleep on such a night. It was light enough to see a long way in the deserted street, and it seemed more like morning or evening than night. On the way, Pierre remembered that Anatole Kuragin was expecting the usual set for cards that evening. After the card game, there was generally a drinking bout, finishing with visits of a kind Pierre was very fond of. "I should like to go to Kuragin's," he thought. But he immediately recalled his promise to Prince Andrew not to go there. Then, as often happens to people of weak character, he desired so passionately to once more enjoy the dissipation he was so accustomed to that he decided to go. The thought immediately occurred to him that his promise to Prince Andrew was of no account, because before he gave it, he had already promised Prince Anatole to come to his gathering. Besides, he thought, all such words of honor are conventional things with no definite meaning, especially if one considers that by tomorrow one may be dead, or something so extraordinary may happen that honor and dishonor will be all the same. Pierre often indulged in reflections of this sort, which cancelled out all his decisions and intentions. He went to Kuragin's. Reaching the large house near the Horse Guards barracks where Anatole lived, Pierre entered the lighted porch, ascended the stairs, and went in at the open door. There was no one in the anteroom. Empty bottles, cloaks, and overshoes were lying about. There was a smell of alcohol and sounds of voices and shouting in the distance. Cards and supper were over, but the visitors had not yet dispersed. Pierre threw off his cloak and entered the first room, where the remains of supper were laid out. A footman, thinking no one saw him, was secretly drinking what was left in the glasses. From the third room came sounds of laughter, the shouting of familiar voices, the growling of a bear, and a general commotion. Some 8 or 9 young men were crowding anxiously around an open window. 3 others were romping with a young bear, one pulling him by the chain and trying to set him on the others. "I bet 100 on Stevens," shouted one. "Mine, no holding on," cried another. "I bet on Dolokhov," cried a third. "Kuragin, you part our hands." "There, leave Bruin alone. Here's a bet on." "At one drought or he loses," shouted a fourth. "Jacob, bring a bottle," shouted the host, a tall, handsome fellow who stood in the midst of the group. He was without a coat, and his fine linen shirt was unfastened in front. "Wait a bit, you fellows. Here is Petya, good man," he cried, addressing Pierre. Another voice, from a man of medium height with clear blue eyes, cried from the window. Its sober ring was particularly striking among all these drunken voices. "Come here, part the bets." This was Dolokhov, an officer of the Semenov regiment, a notorious gambler and duelist, who was living with Anatole. Pierre smiled, looking about him merrily. "I don't understand. What's it all about?" "Wait a bit, he is not drunk yet. A bottle here," said Anatole. He took a glass from the table and went up to Pierre. "First of all, you must drink." Pierre drank one glass after another, looking from under his brows at the tipsy guests who were again crowding around the window and listening to their chatter. Anatole kept refilling Pierre's glass while explaining that Dolokhov was betting with Stevens, an English naval officer. The bet was that he would drink a bottle of rum while sitting on the outer ledge of the third-floor window with his legs hanging out. "Go on, you must drink it all," said Anatole, giving Pierre the last glass, "or I won't let you go." "No, I won't," said Pierre, pushing Anatole aside, and he went up to the window. Dolokhov was holding the Englishman's hand and clearly and distinctly repeating the terms of the bet, addressing himself particularly to Anatole and Pierre. Dolokhov was of medium height, with curly hair and light blue eyes. He was about 25. Like all infantry officers, he wore no mustache, so his mouth, the most striking feature of his face, was clearly seen. The lines of that mouth were remarkably finely curved. The middle of the upper lip formed a sharp wedge and closed firmly on the firm lower one. Something like 2 distinct smiles played continually around the 2 corners of the mouth. This, together with the resolute, insolent intelligence of his eyes, produced an effect that made it impossible not to notice his face. Dolokhov was a man of small means and no connections. Yet, though Anatole spent tens of thousands of rubles, Dolokhov lived with him and had placed himself on such a footing that all who knew them, including Anatole himself, respected him more than they did Anatole. Dolokhov could play all games and nearly always won. However much he drank, he never lost his clear-headedness. Both Kuragin and Dolokhov were at that time notorious among the rakes and troublemakers of Petersburg. The bottle of rum was brought. The window frame, which prevented anyone from sitting on the outer sill, was being forced out by 2 footmen, who were evidently flustered and intimidated by the directions and shouts of the gentlemen around. Anatole, with his swaggering air, strode up to the window. He wanted to smash something. Pushing away the footman, he tugged at the frame, but could not move it. He smashed a pane. "You have a try, Hercules," he said, turning to Pierre. Pierre seized the crossbeam, tugged, and wrenched the oak frame out with a crash. "Take it right out, or they'll think I'm holding on," said Dolokhov. "Is the Englishman bragging? Is it all right?" said Anatole. "First rate," said Pierre, looking at Dolokhov, who with a bottle of rum in his hand was approaching the window, from which the light of the sky, the dawn merging with the afterglow of sunset, was visible. Dolokhov, the bottle of rum still in his hand, jumped onto the windowsill. "Listen," he cried, standing there and addressing those in the room. All were silent. "I bet 50 imperials." He spoke French so the Englishman might understand him, but he did not speak it very well. "I bet 50 imperials. Or do you wish to make it 100? He added, addressing the Englishman. "No, 50, replied the latter. "All right, 50 imperials, that I will drink a whole bottle of rum without taking it from my mouth, sitting outside the window on this spot." He stooped and pointed to the sloping ledge outside the window, and without holding on to anything. "Is that right?" "Quite right," said the Englishman. Anatole turned to the Englishman, and taking him by one of the buttons of his coat and looking down at him, the Englishman was short, began repeating the terms of the wager to him in English. "Wait," cried Dólokhov, hammering with the bottle on the windowsill to attract attention. "Wait a bit, Kuragin. Listen, if anyone else does the same, I will pay him 100 imperials. Do you understand?" The Englishman nodded, but gave no indication whether he intended to accept this challenge or not. Anatole did not release him, and though he kept nodding to show that he understood, Anatole went on translating Dolokhov's words into English. A thin young lad, a hussar of the Life Guards, who had been losing that evening, climbed on the windowsill, leaned over, and looked down. "Oh, oh, oh," he muttered, looking down from the window at the paving stones. "Shut up," cried Dólokhov, pushing him away from the window. The lad jumped awkwardly back into the room, tripping over his spurs. Placing the bottle on the windowsill where he could reach it easily, Dólokhov climbed carefully and slowly through the window and lowered his legs. Pressing against both sides of the window, he adjusted himself on his seat, lowered his hands, moved a little to the right and then to the left, and took up the bottle. Anatole brought 2 candles and placed them on the windowsill, though it was already quite light. Dolokhov's back and his white shirt and his curly head were lit up from both sides. Everyone crowded to the window, the Englishman in front. Pierre stood smiling but silent. One man, older than the others present, suddenly pushed forward with a scared and angry look and wanted to seize hold of Dolokhov's shirt. "I say, this is folly, he'll be killed," said this more sensible man. Anatole stopped him. "Don't touch him, you'll startle him and then he'll be killed. Eh? What then, eh?" Dólokhov turned round and, again holding on with both hands, arranged himself on his seat. "If anyone comes meddling again," he said, emitting the words separately through his thin, compressed lips, "I will throw him down there, now then." Saying this, he again turned round, dropped his hands, took the bottle and lifted it to his lips, threw back his head, and raised his free hand to balance himself. One of the footmen, who had stooped to pick up some broken glass, remained in that position without taking his eyes from the window and from Dolokhov's back. Anatole stood erect with staring eyes. The Englishman looked on sideways, pursing up his lips. The man who had wished to stop the affair ran to a corner of the room and threw himself on a sofa with his face to the wall. Pierre hid his face. A faint smile lingered, though his features now expressed horror and fear. All were still. Pierre took his hands from his eyes. Dólokhov still sat in the same position, only his head was thrown further back until his curly hair touched his shirt collar. The hand holding the bottle was lifted higher and trembled with the effort. The bottle was emptying perceptibly and rising still higher, and his head tilting yet further back. "Why is it so long?" thought Pierre. It seemed to him that more than half an hour had passed. Suddenly Dólokhov made a backward movement with his spine, and his arm trembled nervously. This was enough to cause his whole body to slip as he sat on the sloping ledge. As he began slipping down, his head and arm wavered still more with the strain. One hand moved as if to clutch the windowsill, but refrained from touching it. Pierre again covered his eyes and thought he would never open them again. Suddenly he was aware of a stir all around. He looked up. Dólokhov was standing on the windowsill with a pale but radiant face. "It's empty." He threw the bottle to the Englishman, who caught it neatly. Dólokhov jumped down. He smelled strongly of rum. "Well done, fine fellow. There's a bet for you. Devil take you," came from different sides. The Englishman took out his purse and began counting out the money. Dólokhov stood frowning and did not speak. Pierre jumped upon the windowsill. "Gentleman who wishes to bet with me, I'll do the same thing," he suddenly cried. "Even without a bet there. Tell them to bring me a bottle. I'll do it. Bring a bottle." Let him do it, said Dólokhov, smiling. "What next? Have you gone mad? No one would let you. Why, you go giddy even on a staircase," exclaimed several voices. "I'll drink it. Let's have a bottle of rum," shouted Pierre, banging the table with a determined and drunken gesture and preparing to climb out of the window. They seized him by his arms, but he was so strong that everyone who touched him was sent flying. "No, you'll never manage him that way," said Anatole. "Wait a bit and I'll get around him. Listen, I'll take your bet tomorrow, but now we are all going to my place." "Come on then," cried Pierre. "Come on, and we'll take Bruin with us." And he caught the bear, took it in his arms, lifted it from the ground, and began dancing around the room with it. Chapter 7: A Name Day at the Rostovs. Prince Vasily kept the promise he had given to Princess Drubetskaya on behalf of her only son, Boris. The matter was mentioned to the emperor, an exception was made, and Boris was transferred into the regiment of Semenov Guards with the rank of cornet. He received, however, no appointment to Kutuzov's staff, despite all of his mother Anna Mikhailovna's endeavors and entreaties. Soon after Anna Pavlovna's reception, Anna Mikhailovna returned to Moscow and went straight to her rich relations, the Rostovs. She stayed with them when in the town, and her darling son Bori had been educated there from childhood and lived there for years at a time. The Guards had already left Petersburg on the 10th of August, and her son, who had remained in Moscow for his equipment, was to join them on the march to Radzivilov. It was St. Natalia's Day, which was the name day of two of the Rostovs, the mother and the youngest daughter, both named Natalie. Ever since the morning, carriages with 6 horses had been coming and going continually, bringing visitors to the Countess Rostova's big house on the Povarskaya, a house well known to all of Moscow. The Countess herself and her handsome eldest daughter were in the drawing room with the visitors who came to congratulate them, and who constantly succeeded one another in relays. The Countess was a woman of about 45, with a thin, oriental type of face, evidently worn out with childbearing. She had had 12 children. A languor of motion and speech, resulting from weakness, gave her a distinguished air which inspired respect. Princess Anna Mikhailovna Drubetskaya, who as a member of the household was also seated in the drawing room, helped to receive and entertain the visitors. The young people were in one of the inner rooms, not considering it necessary to take part in receiving the guests. The Count met the visitors and saw them off, inviting them all to dinner. "I am very, very grateful to you, my dear," he would say, calling everyone "my dear" without the slightest variation in his tone, whether they were above or below him in rank. "I thank you for myself and for our 2 dear ones whose name day we are keeping. But mind you, come to dinner, or I shall be offended. On behalf of the whole family, I beg you to come." These words he repeated to everyone, without exception or variation, with the same expression on his full, cheerful, clean-shaven face, the same firm pressure of the hand, and the same quick, repeated bows. As soon as he had seen a visitor off, he would return to one of those still in the drawing room, draw a chair near, and jauntily spreading out his legs and putting his hands on his knees with the air of a man who enjoys life, he would sway to and fro with dignity, offer guesses about the weather, or touch on questions of health. Then, like a man weary but unflinching in his duty, he would rise to see other visitors off, stroking his scanty gray hairs over his bald patch, and again ask them to dinner. Sometimes on his way back from the anteroom, he would pass through the conservatory and pantry into the large marble dining hall, where tables were being set for 80 people. Looking at the footmen bringing in silver and china, moving tables and unfolding damask table linen, he would call for Dmitri Vasilievich, a man of good family who managed all his affairs. Looking with pleasure at the enormous table, he would say, "Well, Dmitri, you'll see that things are all as they should be. That's right. The great thing is the serving. That's it." And with a complacent sigh, he would return to the drawing room. "Maria Lvovna Karagina and her daughter," announced the Countess's gigantic footman in his bass voice, entering the drawing room. The Countess reflected a moment and took a pinch of snuff from a gold snuff box with her husband's portrait on it. "I'm quite worn out by these callers. However, I'll see her and no more. She is so affected. Ask her in," she said to the footman in a sad voice, as if saying, "Very well, finish me off." A tall, stout, and proud-looking woman with a round-faced, smiling daughter entered the drawing room, their dresses rustling. Dear Countess, what an age! She has been laid up, poor child, at the Razumovskys' ball, and Countess Apraxina, I was so delighted, came the sounds of animated feminine voices, interrupting one another and mingling with the rustling of dresses and the scraping of chairs. Then one of those conversations began, which last until, at the first pause, the guests rise with a rustle of dresses and say, "I am so delighted, Mamma's health, and Countess Apraxina," and then again rustling, pass into the anteroom, put on their cloaks, and drive away. The conversation was on the chief topic of the day, the illness of the wealthy and celebrated Count Bezúkhov, a beau from Catherine's time, and about his illegitimate son Pierre, the one who had behaved so improperly at Anna Pavlovna's reception. "I am so sorry for the poor Count," said the visitor. "He is in such bad health, and now this vexation about his son is enough to kill him." "What is that?" asked the Countess, as if she did not know what the visitor was talking about, though she had already heard about the cause of Count Bezúkhov's distress some 15 times. "That's what comes of a modern education," exclaimed the visitor. "It seems that while he was abroad, this young man was allowed to do as he liked. Now in Petersburg, I hear he has been doing such terrible things that he has been expelled by the police." "You don't say so," replied the Countess. "He chose his friends badly," interposed Anna Mikhailovna. "Prince Vasili's son, he, and a certain Dolokhov have, it is said, been up to heaven only knows what, and they have had to suffer for it. Dolokhov has been degraded to the ranks, and Bezúkhov's son sent back to Moscow. Anatol Karagin's father managed somehow to get his son's affair hushed up, but even he was ordered out of Petersburg." "But what have they been up to?" asked the Countess. "They are regular brigands, especially Dolokhov," replied the visitor. "He is a son of Maria Ivanovna Dolokhova, such a worthy woman, but there, just fancy. Those three got hold of a bear somewhere, put it in a carriage, and set off with it to visit some actresses. The police tried to interfere, and what did the young men do? They tied a policeman and the bear back to back and put the bear into the Moika Canal. And there was the bear swimming about with the policeman on his back." "What a nice figure the policeman must have cut, my dear," shouted the Count, dying with laughter. "Oh, how dreadful! How can you laugh at it, Count?" Yet the ladies themselves could not help laughing. "It was all they could do to rescue the poor man," continued the visitor. "And to think it is Cyril Vladimirovich Bezúkhov's son who amuses himself in this sensible manner, and he was said to be so well educated and clever. This is all that his foreign education has done for him. I hope that here in Moscow no one will receive him in spite of his money. They wanted to introduce him to me, but I quite declined. I have my daughters to consider." "Why do you say this young man is so rich?" asked the Countess, turning away from the girls, who at once assumed an air of inattention. "His children are all illegitimate. I think Pierre also is illegitimate." The visitor made a gesture with her hand. "I should think he has a score of them." Princess Anna Mikhailovna intervened in the conversation, evidently wishing to show her connections and knowledge of what went on in society. "The fact of the matter is," she said significantly, and also in a half-whisper, "everyone knows Count Cyril's reputation. He has lost count of his children, but this Pierre was his favorite." "How handsome the old man still was only a year ago," remarked the Countess. "I have never seen a handsomer man." "He is very much altered now," said Anna Mikhailovna. "Well, as I was saying, Prince Vasily is the next heir through his wife, but the Count is very fond of Pierre, looked after his education, and wrote to the Emperor about him. So that in the case of his death, and he is so ill that he may die at any moment, and Dr. Lorraine has come from Petersburg, no one knows who will inherit his immense fortune, Pierre or Prince Vasily. 40,000 serfs and millions of rubles. I know it all very well, for Prince Vasily told me himself. Besides, Cyril Vladimirovich is my mother's second cousin. He's also my Bory's godfather," she added, as if she attached no importance at all to the fact. "Prince Vasily arrived in Moscow yesterday. I hear he has come on some inspection business," remarked the visitor. "Yes, but between ourselves," said the princess, "that is a pretext. The fact is he has come to see Count Cyril Vladimirovich, hearing how ill he is." "But do you know, my dear, that was a capital joke," said the Count, and seeing that the elder visitor was not listening, he turned to the young ladies. "I can just imagine what a funny figure that policeman cut." And as he waved his arms to impersonate the policeman, his portly form again shook with a deep ringing laugh, the laugh of one who always eats well, and in particular drinks well. "So do come and dine with us," he said. Chapter 8. Natasha and Boris. A silence followed. The Countess looked at her callers, smiling affably, but not concealing the fact that she would not be distressed if they now rose and took their leave. The visitor's daughter was already smoothing down her dress with an inquiring look at her mother, when suddenly, from the next room, came the sound of running footsteps. Boys and girls ran to the door, a chair fell over, and a girl of 13, hiding something in the folds of her short muslin frock, darted in and stopped short in the middle of the room. It was evident that she had not intended her flight to bring her so far. Behind her in the doorway appeared a student with a crimson coat collar, an officer of the guards, a girl of 15, and a plump, rosy-faced boy in a short jacket. The Count jumped up and, swaying from side to side, spread his arms wide and threw them around the little girl who had run in. "Ah, here she is," he exclaimed, laughing. "My pet, whose name day it is, my dear pet." "My dear, there is a time for everything," said the Countess with faked severity. "You spoil her, Ilya," she added, turning to her husband. "How do you do, my dear? I wish you many happy returns of your name day," said the visitor. "What a charming child," she added, addressing the mother. This was Natasha, a black-eyed, wide-mouthed girl, not pretty but full of life. Her childish bare shoulders heaved and shook her bodice after her run. Her black curls were tossed backward, and she had thin, bare arms, and little legs in lace-frilled drawers and low slippers. She was just at that charming age when a girl is no longer a child, though the child is not yet a young woman. Escaping from her father, she ran to hide her flushed face in the lace of her mother's mantilla, paying no attention to her severe remark, and began to laugh. She laughed, and in fragmentary sentences tried to explain about a doll which she produced from the folds of her frock. "Do you see, my doll, Mimi, you see?" was all Natasha managed to say, as everything seemed funny to her. She leaned against her mother and burst into such a loud, ringing fit of laughter that even the prim visitor could not help joining in. "Now then, go away and take your monstrosity with you," said the mother, pushing away her daughter with pretended sternness. Turning to the visitor, she added, "She is my youngest girl." Natasha, raising her face for a moment from her mother's mantilla, glanced up at her through tears of laughter and again hid her face. The visitor, compelled to look on at this family scene, thought it necessary to take some part in it. "Tell me, my dear," she said to Natasha, "is Mimi a relation of yours? A daughter, I suppose?" Natasha did not like the visitor's tone of condescension to childish things. She did not reply, but looked at her seriously. Meanwhile, the younger generation had all settled down in the drawing room. There was Boris, the officer and Anna Mikhailovna's son, Nicholas, the undergraduate and the Count's eldest son, Sonia, the Count's 15-year-old niece, and little Petya, his youngest boy. They were obviously trying to restrain the excitement and mirth that shone in all their faces. Evidently, the conversation in the back rooms, from which they had dashed out so impetuously, had been more amusing than the drawing-room talk of society scandals, the weather, and Countess Apraxina. Now and then they glanced at one another, hardly able to suppress their laughter. The two young men, the student and the officer, were friends from childhood. They were of the same age and both handsome, though not alike. Boris was tall and fair, with a calm, handsome face that had regular, delicate features. Nicholas was short, with curly hair and an open expression. Dark hairs were already showing on his upper lip, and his whole face expressed impetuosity and enthusiasm. Nicholas blushed when he entered the drawing room. He evidently tried to find something to say, but failed. Boris, on the contrary, at once found his footing. He related quietly and humorously how he had known the doll Mimi when she was still quite a young lady, before her nose was broken. He told how she had aged during the 5 years he had known her, and how her head had cracked right across the skull. Having said this, he glanced at Natasha. She turned away from him and glanced at her younger brother, who was screwing up his eyes and shaking with suppressed laughter. Unable to control herself any longer, she jumped up and rushed from the room as fast as her nimble little feet would carry her. Boris did not laugh. "You were meaning to go out, weren't you, Mama? Do you want the carriage?" he asked his mother with a smile. "Yes, yes, go and tell them to get it ready," she answered, returning his smile. Boris quietly left the room and went in search of Natasha. The plump boy ran after them angrily, as if vexed that their program had been disturbed. The only young people remaining in the drawing room, not counting the young lady visitor and the Countess's eldest daughter, Vera, were Nicholas and Sonia, the niece. Sonia was a slender little brunette with a tender look in her eyes, veiled by long lashes. She had thick black plaits coiled twice around her head, and a tawny tint to her complexion, especially in the color of her slender but graceful arms and neck. By the grace of her movements, by the softness and flexibility of her small limbs, and by a certain coyness and reserve, she reminded one of a pretty, half-grown kitten which promises to become a beautiful little cat. She evidently considered it proper to show an interest in the general conversation by smiling, but in spite of herself, her eyes, under their thick, long lashes, watched her cousin, who was going to join the army, with such passionate, girlish adoration that her smile could not for a single instant fool anyone. It was clear that the kitten had settled down only to spring up with more energy and play with her cousin as soon as they two could escape from the drawing room. "Ah, yes, my dear," said the Count, addressing the visitor and pointing to Nicholas. "His friend Boris has become an officer, and so for friendship's sake he is leaving the university and me, his old father, and entering the military service. And there was a place and everything waiting for him in the archives department. Isn't that friendship?" remarked the Count. "But they say that war has been declared," replied the visitor. "They've been saying so a long while," said the Count, "and they'll say so again and again, and that will be the end of it. My dear, there's friendship for you," he repeated. "He's joining the hussars." The visitor, not knowing what to say, shook her head. "It's not at all from friendship," declared Nicholas, flaring up and turning away as if from a shameful accusation. "It is not from friendship at all. I simply feel that the army is my vocation." He glanced at his cousin and the young lady visitor. They were both regarding him with a smile of approval. "Schubert, the colonel of the Pavlograd Hussars, is dining with us today. He has been here on leave and is taking Nicholas back with him. It can't be helped," said the Count, shrugging his shoulders and speaking playfully of a matter that evidently distressed him. "I have already told you, Papa," said his son, "that if you don't wish to let me go, I'll stay. But I know I am no use anywhere except in the army. I am not a diplomat or a government clerk. I don't know how to hide what I feel." As he spoke, he kept glancing with the flirtatiousness of a handsome youth at Sonia and the young lady visitor. The little kitten, feasting her eyes on him, seemed ready at any moment to start her games again and display her kittenish nature. All right," said the old Count. "He always flares up. This Bonaparte has turned all their heads. They all think of how he rose from an ensign and became emperor. Well, well, God grant it," he added, not noticing his visitor's sarcastic smile. The elders began talking about Bonaparte. Julie Karagina turned to young Rostov. "What a pity you weren't at the Arkarovs on Thursday. It was so dull without you," she said, giving him a tender smile. The young man, flattered, sat down nearer to her with a coquettish smile and engaged the smiling Julie in a confidential conversation. He didn't notice at all that his involuntary smile had stabbed the heart of Sonia, who blushed and smiled unnaturally. In the midst of his talk, he glanced around at her. She gave him a passionately angry glance, and hardly able to restrain her tears and maintain the artificial smile on her lips, she got up and left the room. All of Nicholas's animation vanished. He waited for the first pause in the conversation, and then with a distressed face left the room to find Sonia. "How plainly all these young people wear their hearts on their sleeves," said Anna Mikhailovna, pointing to Nicholas as he went out. "Cousinhood is a dangerous neighborhood," she added. "Yes," said the Countess, when the brightness these young people had brought into the room had vanished. As if answering a question no one had put but which was always in her mind, she said, "And how much suffering, how much anxiety one has had to go through that we might rejoice in them now. And yet really the anxiety is greater now than the joy. One is always, always anxious, especially just at this age, so dangerous both for girls and boys." "It all depends on the bringing up," remarked the visitor. "Yes, you're quite right," continued the Countess. "Until now I have always, thank God, been my children's friend and had their full confidence," she said, repeating the mistake of so many parents who imagine that their children have no secrets from them. "I know I shall always be my daughter's first confidant, and that if Nicholas, with his impulsive nature, does get into mischief, a boy can't help it. He will all the same never be like those Petersburg young men." "Yes, they are splendid, splendid youngsters," chimed in the Count, who always solved perplexing questions by deciding that everything was splendid. "Just fancy, wants to be a hussar. What's one to do, my dear?" "What a charming creature your younger girl is," said the visitor. "A little volcano." "Yes, a regular volcano," said the Count. "Takes after me, and what a voice she has. Though she's my daughter, I tell the truth when I say she'll be a singer, a second Salamone. We have engaged an Italian to give her lessons." "Isn't she too young? I have heard that it harms the voice to train it at that age." "Oh no, not at all too young," replied the Count. "Why, our mothers used to be married at 12 or 13. And she's in love with Boris already. Just fancy," said the Countess with a gentle smile, looking at Boris. She went on, evidently concerned with a thought that always occupied her. "Now you see, if I were to be severe with her and to forbid it, goodness knows what they might be up to on the sly." She meant that they would be kissing, but as it is, I know every word she says. She will come running to me of her own accord in the evening and tell me everything. Perhaps I spoil her, but really that seems the best plan. With her elder sister I was stricter. "Yes, I was brought up quite differently," remarked the handsome elder daughter, Countess Vera, with a smile. But the smile did not enhance Vera's beauty as smiles generally do. On the contrary, it gave her an unnatural and therefore unpleasant expression. Vera was good-looking, not at all stupid, quick at learning, was well brought up, and had a pleasant voice. What she said was true and appropriate, yet, strange to say, everyone, the visitors and Countess alike, turned to look at her as if wondering why she had said it, and they all felt awkward. "People are always too clever with their eldest children and try to make something exceptional of them," said the visitor. "What's the good of denying it, my dear? Our dear Countess was too clever with Vera," said the Count. "Well, what of that? She's turned out splendidly all the same," he added, winking at Vera. The guests got up and took their leave, promising to return to dinner. "What manners! I thought they would never go," said the Countess when she had seen her guests out. Chapter 9. The Younger Generation. When Natasha ran out of the drawing room, she only went as far as the conservatory. There she paused and stood listening to the conversation in the drawing room, waiting for Boris to come out. She was already growing impatient and stamped her foot, ready to cry at his not coming at once. Then she heard the young man's discreet steps approaching, neither quickly nor slowly. At this, Natasha dashed swiftly among the flower tubs and hid there. Boris paused in the middle of the room, looked around, brushed a little dust from the sleeve of his uniform, and going up to a mirror, examined his handsome face. Natasha, very still, peered out from her ambush, waiting to see what he would do. He stood a little while before the glass, smiled, and walked toward the other door. Natasha was about to call him, but changed her mind. "Let him look for me," she thought. Hardly had Boris gone than Sonia, flushed in tears and muttering angrily, came in at the other door. Natasha checked her first impulse to run out to her and remained in her hiding place, watching as if under an invisible cap to see what went on in the world. She was experiencing a new and peculiar pleasure. Sonia, muttering to herself, kept looking around toward the drawing-room door. It opened and Nicholas came in. "Sonia, what is the matter with you? How can you?" he said, running up to her. "It's nothing, nothing. Leave me alone," sobbed Sonia. Ah, I know what it is. Well, if you do, so much the better, and you can go back to her. Sonia, look here. How can you torture me and yourself like that for a mere fancy? Said Nicholas, taking her hand. Sonia did not pull it away and left off crying. Natasha, not stirring and scarcely breathing, watched from her ambush with sparkling eyes. What will happen now? She thought. Sonia, what is anyone in the world to me? You alone are everything, said Nicholas, and I will prove it to you. I don't like you to talk like that. Well, then I won't. Only forgive me, Sonia. He drew her to him and kissed her. Oh, how nice, thought Natasha. And when Sonia and Nicholas had gone out of the conservatory, she followed and called Boris to her. Boris, come here, she said with a sly and significant look. I have something to tell you. Here, here. And she led him into the conservatory to the place among the tubs where she had been hiding. Boris followed her, smiling. What is the something? He asked. She grew confused, glanced around, and seeing the doll she had thrown down on one of the tubs, picked it up. Kiss the doll, she said. Boris looked attentively and kindly at her eager face, but did not reply. Don't you want to? Well, then, come here, she said, and went further in among the plants and threw down the doll. Closer, closer, she whispered. She caught the young officer by his cuffs, and a look of solemnity and fear appeared on her flushed face. And me? Would you like to kiss me? She whispered almost inaudibly, glancing up at him from under her brows, smiling and almost crying from excitement. Boris blushed. How funny you are, he said, bending down to her and blushing still more, but he waited and did nothing. Suddenly she jumped up onto a tub to be higher than he. She embraced him so that both her slender, bare arms clasped him above his neck, and tossing back her hair, kissed him full on the lips. Then she slipped down among the flower pots on the other side of the tubs and stood, hanging her head. Natasha, he said, you know that I love you, but— You are in love with me? Natasha broke in. Yes, I am, but please don't let us do things like that. In another 4 years, then I will ask for your hand. Natasha considered. 13, 14, 15, 16, she counted on her slender little fingers. All right, then it's settled? A smile of joy and satisfaction lit up her eager face. Settled, replied Boris. Forever, said the little girl. Till death itself? She took his arm, and with a happy face went with him into the adjoining sitting room. Chapter 10, Family Matters. After receiving her visitors, the Countess was so tired that she gave orders to admit no more, but the porter was told to be sure to invite to dinner all who came to congratulate. The Countess wished to have a private talk with the friend of her childhood, Princess Anna Mikhailovna, whom she had not seen properly since she returned from Petersburg. Anna Mikhailovna, with her tear-worn but pleasant face, drew her chair nearer to that of the Countess. With you I will be quite frank, said Anna Mikhailovna. There are not many left of us old friends. That's why I so value your friendship. Anna Mikhailovna looked at Vera and paused. The Countess pressed her friend's hand. Vera, she said to her eldest daughter, who was evidently not a favorite, how is it you have so little tact? Don't you see you are not wanted here? Go to the other girls, or— The handsome Vera smiled contemptuously, but did not seem at all hurt. If you had told me sooner, Mamma, I would have gone, she replied as she rose to go to her own room. But as she passed the sitting room, she noticed 2 couples sitting, one pair at each window. She stopped and smiled scornfully. Sonia was sitting close to Nicholas, who was copying out some verses for her, the first he had ever written. Boris and Natasha were at the other window and ceased talking when Vera entered. Sonia and Natasha looked at Vera with guilty, happy faces. It was pleasant and touching to see these little girls in love, but apparently the sight of them roused no pleasant feeling in Vera. How often have I asked you not to take my things, she said. You have a room of your own. And she took the inkstand from Nicholas. In a minute, he said, dipping his pen. You always manage to do things at the wrong time, continued Vera. You came rushing into the drawing room so that everyone felt ashamed of you. Though what she said was quite just, perhaps for that very reason no one replied, and the 4 simply looked at one another. She lingered in the room with the inkstand in her hand. And at your age, what secrets can there be between Natasha and Boris, or between you two? It's all nonsense. Now, Vera, what does it matter to you? Said Natasha in defense, speaking very gently. She seemed that day to be more than ever kind and affectionate to everyone. Very silly, said Vera. I am ashamed of you, secrets indeed. All have secrets of their own, answered Natasha, getting warmer. We don't interfere with you in Berg. I should think not, said Vera, because there can never be anything wrong in my behavior, but I'll just tell Mama how you are behaving with Boris. Natalia Ilyinichna behaves very well to me, remarked Boris. I have nothing to complain of. Don't, Boris. You are such a diplomat that it is really tiresome, said Natasha in a mortified voice that trembled slightly. She used the word diplomat in the special sense the children attached to it. Why does she bother me? And she added, turning to Vera, You'll never understand it because you've never loved anyone. You have no heart. You are a Madame de Genlis and nothing more. This nickname, given to Vera by Nicholas, was considered very stinging. And your greatest pleasure is to be unpleasant to people. Go and flirt with Berg as much as you please, she finished quickly. I shall at any rate not run after a young man before visitors. Well, now you've done what you wanted, put in Nicholas. You've said unpleasant things to everyone and upset them. Let's go to the nursery. All four, like a flock of scared birds, got up and left the room. The unpleasant things were said to me, remarked Vera. I said none to anyone. Madame de Genlis, shouted laughing voices through the door. The handsome Vera, who produced such an irritating and unpleasant effect on everyone, smiled and, evidently unmoved by what had been said to her, went to the looking-glass and arranged her hair and scarf. Looking at her own handsome face, she seemed to become still colder and calmer. In the drawing-room, the conversation was still going on. Ah, my dear, said the Countess, my life is not all roses either. Don't I know that at the rate we are living our means won't last long? It's all the club and his easy-going nature. Even in the country do we get any rest? Theatricals, hunting, and heaven knows what besides. But don't let's talk about me. Tell me how you managed everything. I often wonder at you, Annette, how at your age you can rush off alone in a carriage to Moscow, to Petersburg, to those ministers and great people, and know how to deal with them all. It's quite astonishing. How did you get things settled? I couldn't possibly do it. Ah, my love, answered Anna Mikhailovna, God grant you never know what it is to be left a widow without means and with a son you love to distraction. One learns many things then, she added with a certain pride. That lawsuit taught me much. When I want to see one of those big people, I write a note, Princess so-and-so desires an interview with so-and-so, and then I take a cab and go myself 2, 3, or 4 times until I get what I want. I don't mind what they think of me. Well, and to whom did you apply about Bori? Asked the Countess. You see, yours is already an officer in the Guards, while my Nicholas is going as a cadet. There's no one to take an interest in him. To whom did you apply? To Prince Vasily. He was so kind. He at once agreed to everything and put the matter before the Emperor, said Princess Anna Mikhailovna enthusiastically, quite forgetting all the humiliation she had endured to gain her end. Has Prince Vasily aged much? Asked the Countess. I have not seen him since we acted together at the Rumyantsovs' theatricals. I expect he has forgotten me. He paid me attentions in those days, said the Countess with a smile. He is just the same as ever, replied Anna Mikhailovna, overflowing with amiability. His position has not turned his head at all. He said to me, I am sorry I can do so little for you, dear princess. I am at your command. Yes, he is a fine fellow and a very kind relation, but Natalie, you know my love for my son. I would do anything for his happiness, and my affairs are in such a bad way that my position is now a terrible one, continued Anna Mikhailovna, sadly, dropping her voice. My wretched lawsuit takes all I have and makes no progress. Would you believe it? I have literally not a penny and don't know how to equip Boris. She took out her handkerchief and began to cry. I need 500 rubles and have only one 25-ruble note. I am in such a state. My only hope now is in Count Cyril Vladimirovich Bezukhov. If he will not assist his godson, you know he is Bori's godfather, and allow him something for his maintenance, all my trouble will have been for nothing. I shall not be able to equip him." The Countess's eyes filled with tears and she pondered in silence. "I often think, though, perhaps it's a sin," said the princess, "that here lives Count Cyril Vladimirovich Bezukhov, so rich, all alone, that tremendous fortune, and what is his life worth? It's a burden to him, and Bori's life is only just beginning." "Surely he will leave something to Boris," said the Countess. "Heaven only knows, my dear. These rich grandees are so selfish. Still, I will take Boris and go to see him at once, and I shall speak to him straight out. Let people think what they will of me. It's really all the same to me when my son's fate is at stake." The princess rose. "It's now 2 o'clock, and you dine at 4. There will just be time." And like a practical Petersburg lady who knows how to make the most of time, Anna Mikhailovna sent someone to call her son, and went into the anteroom with him. "Goodbye, my dear," she said to the Countess, who saw her to the door. She added in a whisper so that her son should not hear, "Wish me good luck." "Are you going to Count Cyril Vladimirovich, my dear?" said the Count, coming out from the dining hall into the anteroom. He added, "If he is better, ask Pierre to dine with us. He has been to the house, you know, and danced with the children. Be sure to invite him, my dear. We will see how Taras distinguishes himself today. He says Count Orloff never gave such a dinner as ours will be." Chapter 11. Visiting a Dying Count. "My dear Boris," said Princess Anna Mikhailovna to her son as the Countess Rostova's carriage drove over the straw-covered street and turned into the wide courtyard of Count Cyril Vladimirovich Bezukhov's house. "My dear Boris," said the mother, drawing her hand from beneath her old mantle and laying it timidly and tenderly on her son's arm, "be affectionate and attentive to him. Count Cyril Vladimirovich is your godfather after all, and your future depends on him. Remember that, my dear, and be nice to him, as you so well know how to be." "If only I knew that anything besides humiliation would come of it," answered her son coldly. "But I have promised and will do it for your sake." Although the hall porter saw a carriage standing at the entrance, he scrutinized the mother and son who, without asking to be announced, had passed straight through the glass porch between the rows of statues and niches. Looking significantly at the lady's old cloak, he asked whether they wanted the Count or the princesses. Hearing that they wished to see the Count, he said His Excellency was worse today and was not receiving anyone. "We may as well go back," said the son in French. "My dear," exclaimed his mother imploringly, again laying her hand on his arm as if that touch might soothe or rouse him. Boris said no more, but looked inquiringly at his mother without taking off his cloak. "My friend," said Anna Mikhailovna in gentle tones, addressing the hall porter, "I know Count Cyril Vladimirovich is very ill. That's why I have come. I am a relation. I shall not disturb him, my friend. I only need see Prince Vasily Sergeyevich. He is staying here, is he not? Please announce me." The hall porter sullenly pulled a bell that rang upstairs and turned away. "Princess Drubetskaya to see Prince Vasily Sergeyevich," he called to a footman dressed in knee breeches, shoes, and a swallowtail coat, who ran downstairs and looked over from the halfway landing. The mother smoothed the folds of her dyed silk dress before a large Venetian mirror in the wall, and in her trodden-down shoes briskly ascended the carpeted stairs. "My dear," she said to her son, once more stimulating him by a touch, "you promised me." The son, lowering his eyes, followed her quietly. They entered the large hall, from which one of the doors led to the apartments assigned to Prince Vasily. Just as the mother and son reached the middle of the hall, about to ask their way of an elderly footman who had appeared, the bronze handle of one of the doors turned. Prince Vasily came out, wearing a velvet coat with a single star on his breast, as was his custom when at home. He was taking leave of a good-looking, dark-haired man. This was the celebrated Petersburg doctor, Lorraine. "Then it is certain," said the prince. "Prince, to err is human, but," replied the doctor, pronouncing the Latin words with a French accent. "Very well, very well." Seeing Anna Mikhailovna and her son, Prince Vasily dismissed the doctor with a bow and approached them silently with a look of inquiry. The son noticed that an expression of profound sorrow suddenly clouded his mother's face, and he smiled slightly. "Ah, Prince, in what sad circumstances we meet again, and how is our dear invalid?" she said, as though unaware of the cold, offensive look fixed on her. Prince Vasily stared at her and at Boris, questioningly and perplexed. Boris bowed politely. Prince Vasily, without acknowledging the bow, turned to Anna Mikhailovna, answering her query by a movement of the head and lips, indicating very little hope for the patient. "Is it possible?" exclaimed Anna Mikhailovna. "Oh, how awful! It is terrible to think. This is my son," she added, indicating Boris. "He wanted to thank you himself." Boris bowed again politely. "Believe me, Prince, a mother's heart will never forget what you have done for us." "I am glad I was able to do you a service, my dear Anna Mikhailovna," said Prince Vasily, arranging his lace frill. Here in Moscow, speaking to Anna Mikhailovna, whom he had placed under an obligation, he assumed an air of much greater importance than he had at Anna Scherer's reception in Petersburg. "Try to serve well and show yourself worthy," he added, addressing Boris with severity. "I am glad. Are you here on leave?" he went on in his usual tone of indifference. "I am awaiting orders to join my new regiment, Your Excellency," replied Boris, betraying neither annoyance at the prince's brusque manner nor a desire to enter into conversation. He spoke so quietly and respectfully that the prince gave him a searching glance. "Are you living with your mother?" "I am living at Countess Rostova's," replied Boris, again adding, "Your Excellency." "That is, with Ilya Rostov, who married Natalie Shinshina," said Anna Mikhailovna. I know," answered Prince Vasily in his monotonous voice. "I never could understand how Natalie made up her mind to marry that unlicked bear, a perfectly absurd and stupid fellow, and a gambler too, I am told." "But a very kind man, Prince," said Anna Mikhailovna with a pathetic smile, as though she too knew that Count Rostov deserved this censure, but asked him not to be too hard on the poor old man. "What do the doctors say?" asked the princess after a pause, her worn face again expressing deep sorrow. "They give little hope," replied the prince. "And I should so like to thank Uncle once for all his kindness to me and Boris. He is his godson," she added, her tone suggesting that this fact ought to give Prince Vasily much satisfaction. Prince Vasily became thoughtful and frowned. Anna Mikhailovna saw that he was afraid of finding in her a rival for Count Bezukov's fortune and hastened to reassure him. "If it were not for my sincere affection and devotion to Uncle," she said, uttering the word with peculiar assurance and unconcern, "I know his character, noble, upright, but you see he has no one with him except the young princesses. They are still young." She bent her head and continued in a whisper, "Has he performed his final duty, Prince? How priceless are those last moments! It can make things no worse, and it is absolutely necessary to prepare him if he is so ill. We women, Prince," and she smiled tenderly, "always know how to say these things. I absolutely must see him, however painful it may be for me. I am used to suffering." Evidently the prince understood her, and also understood, as he had at Anna Pavlovna's, that it would be difficult to get rid of Anna Mikhailovna. "Would not such a meeting be too trying for him, dear Anna Mikhailovna?" he said. "Let us wait until evening. The doctors are expecting a crisis." "But one cannot delay, Prince, at such a moment. Consider that the welfare of his soul is at stake. Ah, it is awful. The duties of a Christian." A door of one of the inner rooms opened, and one of the princesses, the count's niece, entered with a cold, stern face. The length of her body was strikingly out of proportion to her short legs. Prince Vasily turned to her. "Well, how is he?" "Still the same. But what can you expect this noise?" said the princess, looking at Anna Mikhailovna as at a stranger. "Ah, my dear, I hardly knew you," said Anna Mikhailovna with a happy smile, ambling lightly up to the count's niece. "I have come and am at your service to help you nurse my uncle. I imagine what you have gone through." And she sympathetically turned up her eyes. The princess gave no reply and did not even smile, but left the room. Anna Mikhailovna took off her gloves and, occupying the position she had conquered, settled down in an armchair, inviting Prince Vasily to take a seat beside her. "Boris," she said to her son with a smile, "I shall go in to see the Count, my uncle. But you, my dear, Had better go to Pierre meanwhile, and don't forget to give him the Rostovs' invitation. They ask him to dinner. I suppose he won't go? She continued, turning to the prince. On the contrary, replied the prince, who had plainly become depressed. I shall be only too glad if you relieve me of that young man. Here he is, and the count has not once asked for him. He shrugged his shoulders. A footman conducted Boris down one flight of stairs and up another to Pierre's rooms. Chapter 12. Pierre and Boris. Pierre, after all, had not managed to choose a career for himself in Petersburg. He had been expelled from there for riotous conduct and sent to Moscow. The story told about him at Count Rostov's was true. Pierre had taken part in tying a policeman to a bear. He had now been for some days in Moscow and was staying as usual at his father's house. He expected that the story of his escapade would be already known in Moscow, and that the ladies around his father, who were never favorably disposed toward him, would have used it to turn the count against him. Nevertheless, on the day of his arrival, he went to his father's part of the house. Entering the drawing room, where the princesses spent most of their time, he greeted the ladies. Two of them were sitting at embroidery frames, while a third read aloud. It was the eldest who was reading, the one who had met Anna Mikhailovna. The two younger ones were embroidering. Both were rosy and pretty, and they differed only in that one had a little mole on her lip, which made her much prettier. Pierre was received as if he were a corpse or a leper. The eldest princess paused in her reading and silently stared at him with frightened eyes. The second assumed precisely the same expression. The youngest, the one with the mole, who was of a cheerful and lively disposition, bent over her frame to hide a smile, probably brought on by the amusing scene she foresaw. She drew her wool down through the canvas and, scarcely able to refrain from laughing, stooped as if trying to make out the pattern. "How do you do, cousin?" said Pierre. "You don't recognize me." "I recognize you only too well, too well." "How is the count? Can I see him?" asked Pierre, awkwardly as usual, but unabashed. "The count is suffering physically and mentally, and apparently you have done your best to increase his mental sufferings." "Can I see the count?" Pierre asked again. If you wish to kill him outright, you can see him. Olga, go and see whether Uncle's beef tea is ready. It is almost time," she added, giving Pierre to understand that they were busy making his father comfortable, while he, Pierre, was only busy causing him annoyance. Olga went out. Pierre stood looking at the sisters. Then he bowed and said, "Then I will go to my rooms. You will let me know when I can see him." And he left the room, followed by the low but ringing laughter of the sister with the mole. Next day, Prince Vasily had arrived and settled in the count's house. He sent for Pierre and said to him, "My dear fellow, if you are going to behave here as you did in Petersburg, you will end very badly. That is all I have to say to you. The count is very, very ill, and you must not see him at all." Since then, Pierre had not been disturbed and had spent the whole time in his rooms upstairs. When Boris appeared at his door, Pierre was pacing up and down his room, stopping occasionally at a corner to make menacing gestures at the wall, as if running a sword through an invisible foe. He would glare savagely over his spectacles and then resume his walk, muttering indistinct words, shrugging his shoulders and gesticulating. "England is done for," he said, scowling and pointing his finger at someone unseen. "Mr. Pitt, as a traitor to the nation and to the rights of man, is sentenced to—" But before Pierre, who at that moment imagined himself to be Napoleon, could pronounce Pitt's sentence, he saw a well-built and handsome young officer entering his room. Pierre paused. He had left Moscow when Boris was a boy of 14 and had quite forgotten him. But in his usual impulsive and hearty way, he took Boris by the hand with a friendly smile. "Do you remember me?" asked Boris quietly, with a pleasant smile. "I have come with my mother to see the count, but it seems he is not well." "Yes, it seems he is ill. People are always disturbing him," answered Pierre, trying to remember who this young man was. Boris felt that Pierre did not recognize him, but did not consider it necessary to introduce himself. Without any embarrassment, he looked Pierre straight in the face. "Count Rostov asks you to come to dinner today," he said, after a considerable pause which made Pierre feel uncomfortable. "Ah, Count Rostov!" exclaimed Pierre joyfully. "Then you are his son, Ilya. Only fancy, I didn't know you at first. Do you remember how we went to the Sparrow Hills with Madame Jacot? It's such an age." "You are mistaken," said Boris deliberately with a bold and slightly sarcastic smile. "I am Boris, son of Princess Anna Mikhailovna Drubetskaya. Rostov, the father, is Ilya, and his son is Nicholas. I never knew any Madame Jacot." Pierre shook his head and arms as if attacked by mosquitoes or bees. "Oh dear, what am I thinking about? I've mixed everything up. One has so many relatives in Moscow. So you are Boris? Of course. Well, now we know where we are. And what do you think of the Boulogne expedition? The English will come off badly, if Napoleon gets across the Channel. I think the expedition is quite feasible, if only Villeneuve doesn't make a mess of things." Boris knew nothing about the Boulogne expedition. He did not listen to the papers, and it was the first time he had heard Villeneuve's name. "We here in Moscow are more occupied with dinner parties and scandal than with politics," he said in his quiet, ironical tone. "I know nothing about it and have not thought about it. Moscow is chiefly busy with gossip," he continued. "Just now they are talking about you and your father." Pierre smiled in his good-natured way, as if afraid for his companion's sake that the latter might say something he would afterwards regret. But Boris spoke distinctly, clearly, and dryly, looking straight into Pierre's eyes. "Moscow has nothing else to do but gossip," Boris went on. "Everybody is wondering to whom the Count will leave his fortune, though he may perhaps outlive us all, as I sincerely hope he will." "Yes, it is all very horrid," interrupted Pierre. "Very horrid." Pierre was still afraid that this officer might inadvertently say something disconcerting to him. "And it must seem to you," said Boris, flushing slightly, but not changing his tone or attitude, "it must seem to you that everyone is trying to get something out of the rich man?" "So it does," thought Pierre, "but I just wish to say, to avoid misunderstandings, that you are quite mistaken if you include me or my mother among such people. We are very poor, but for my own part at any rate, for the very reason that your father is rich, I don't regard myself as a relation of his, and neither I nor my mother would ever ask or take anything from him." For a long time Pierre could not understand, but when he did, he jumped up from the sofa, seized Boris under the elbow in his quick, clumsy way, and blushing far more than Boris, began to speak with a feeling of mingled shame and vexation. "Well, this is strange. Do you suppose who could think I know very well?" But Boris interrupted him again. "I am glad I have spoken out fully. Perhaps you did not like it? You must excuse me," he said, putting Pierre at ease instead of being put at ease by him. "But I hope I have not offended you. I always make it a rule to speak out. Well, what answer am I to take? Will you come to dinner at the Rostovs?" And Boris, having apparently relieved himself of a heavy duty and extricated himself from an awkward situation, became quite pleasant again. "No, but I say," said Pierre, calming down, "you are a wonderful fellow. What you have just said is good, very good. Of course you don't know me. We have not met for such a long time, not since we were children. You might think that I understand, quite understand. I could not have done it myself. I should not have had the courage, but it's splendid. I am very glad to have made your acquaintance. It's queer," he added after a pause, "that you should have suspected me." He began to laugh. "Well, what of it? I hope we'll get better acquainted." And he pressed Boris's hand. "Do you know, I have not once been in to see the Count. He has not sent for me. I am sorry for him as a man, but what can one do?" "And so you think Napoleon will manage to get an army across?" asked Boris with a smile. Pierre saw that Boris wished to change the subject, and being of the same mind, he began explaining the advantages and disadvantages of the Boulogne expedition. A footman came in to summon Boris. The princess was going. Pierre, in order to get to know Boris better, promised to come to dinner, and warmly pressing his hand, looked affectionately over his spectacles into Boris's eyes. After he had gone, Pierre continued pacing up and down the room for a long time, no longer piercing an imaginary foe with his imaginary sword, but smiling at the remembrance of that pleasant, intelligent, and resolute young man. As often happens in early youth, especially to one who leads a lonely life, He felt an unaccountable tenderness for this young man and made up his mind that they would be friends. Prince Vasily saw the princess off. She held a handkerchief to her eyes and her face was tearful. "It is dreadful, dreadful," she was saying, "but cost me what it may, I shall do my duty. I will come and spend the night. He must not be left like this. Every moment is precious. I can't think why his nieces put it off. Perhaps God will help me to find a way to prepare him. Adieu, Prince. May God support you." "Adieu, my good friend," answered Prince Vasily, turning away from her. "Oh, he is in a dreadful state," said the mother to her son when they were in the carriage. "He hardly recognizes anybody." "I don't understand, Mama. What is his attitude to Pierre?" asked the son. "The will show that, my dear. Our fate also depends on it." "But why do you expect that he will leave us anything?" "Ah, my dear, he is so rich and we are so poor." "Well, that is hardly a sufficient reason, Mamma." "Oh, heaven, how ill he is!" exclaimed the mother. Chapter 13. The Rostovs and Anna Mikhailovna. After Anna Mikhailovna had driven off with her son to visit Count Cyril Vladimirovich Bezukov, Countess Rostova sat for a long time all alone, applying her handkerchief to her eyes. At last she rang. "What is the matter with you, my dear?" she said crossly to the maid who kept her waiting some minutes. "Don't you wish to serve me? Then I'll find you another place." The Countess was upset by her friend's sorrow and humiliating poverty, and was therefore out of sorts. This state of mind with her always found expression in calling her maid my dear and speaking to her with exaggerated politeness. "I am very sorry, ma'am," answered the maid. "Ask the Count to come to me." The Count came waddling in to see his wife with a rather guilty look as usual. "Well, little Countess, what a sauté of Gammo Madeira we are to have, my dear. I tasted it. The 1,000 rubles I paid for Taras were not ill spent. He is worth it." He sat down by his wife, his elbows on his knees, and his hands ruffling his gray hair. "What are your commands, little Countess?" "You see, my dear, what's that mess?" she said, pointing to his waistcoat. "It's the sauté, most likely," she added with a smile. "Well, you see, Count, I want some money." Her face became sad. "Oh, little Countess!" and the Count began bustling to get out his pocketbook. "I want a great deal, Count. I want 500 rubles." And taking out her cambric handkerchief, she began wiping her husband's waistcoat. "Yes, immediately, immediately. Hey, who's there?" he called out in a tone only used by people who are certain that those they call will rush to obey the summons. "Send Dmitri to me." Dmitri, a man of good family who had been brought up in the Count's house and now managed all his affairs, stepped softly into the room. "This is what I want, my dear fellow," said the Count to the deferential young man who had entered. "Bring me," he reflected a moment. "Yes, bring me 700 rubles, yes! But mind, don't bring me such tattered and dirty notes as last time, but nice clean ones for the Countess." "Yes, Dmitri, clean ones, please," said the Countess, sighing deeply. "When would you like them, Your Excellency?" asked Dmitri. "Allow me to inform you, but don't be uneasy," he added, noticing that the Count was beginning to breathe heavily and quickly, which was always a sign of approaching anger. "I was forgetting, do you wish it brought at once?" "Yes, yes, just so, bring it, give it to the Countess." "What a treasure that Dmitri is," added the Count with a smile when the young man had departed. "There is never any impossible with him. That's a thing I hate. Everything is possible." "Ah, money, Count, money, how much sorrow it causes in the world," said the Countess, "but I am in great need of this sum." "You, my little Countess, are a notorious spendthrift," said the Count, and having kissed his wife's hand, he went back to his study. When Anna Mikhailovna returned from Count Bezukov's, the money, all in clean notes, was lying ready under a handkerchief on the Countess's little table, and Anna Mikhailovna noticed that something was agitating her. "Well, my dear?" asked the Countess. "Oh, what a terrible state he is in. One would not know him, he is so ill. I was only there a few moments and hardly said a word." "Annette, for heaven's sake, don't refuse me," the Countess began, with a blush that looked very strange on her thin, dignified, elderly face. She took the money from under the handkerchief. Anna Mikhailovna instantly guessed her intention, and stooped to be ready to embrace the Countess at the appropriate moment. "This is for Boris from me, for his outfit." Anna Mikhailovna was already embracing her and weeping. The Countess wept too. They wept because they were friends, and because they were kind-hearted, and because they, friends from childhood, had to think about such a base thing as money, and because their youth was over. But those tears were pleasant to them both. Chapter 14, Dinner at the Rostovs. Countess Rostova, with her daughters and a large number of guests, was already seated in the drawing room. The Count took the gentlemen into his study and showed them his choice collection of Turkish pipes. From time to time he went out to ask, "Hasn't she come yet?" They were expecting Maria Dmitrievna Akrosimova, known in society as the Terrible Dragon, a lady distinguished not for wealth or rank, but for common sense and frank plainness of speech. Maria Dmitrievna was known to the imperial family as well as to all Moscow and Petersburg. Both cities wondered at her, laughed privately at her rudeness, and told good stories about her, while everyone, without exception, respected and feared her. In the Count's room, which was full of tobacco smoke, they talked of the war that had been announced in a manifesto, and about the recruiting. None of them had yet seen the manifesto, but they all knew it had appeared. The Count sat on the sofa between two guests who were smoking and talking. He neither smoked nor talked, but bending his head first to one side and then to the other, he watched the smokers with evident pleasure and listened to the conversation of his two neighbors, whom he egged on against each other. One of them was a sallow, clean-shaven civilian with a thin and wrinkled face, already growing old, though he was dressed like a most fashionable young man. He sat with his legs up on the sofa, as if quite at home, and having stuck an amber mouthpiece far into his mouth, was inhaling the smoke spasmodically and screwing up his eyes. This was an old bachelor, Shinshin, a cousin of the Countess, a man with a sharp tongue, as they said in Moscow society. He seemed to be condescending to his companion. The latter, a fresh, rosy officer of the Guards, irreproachably washed, brushed, and buttoned, held his pipe in the middle of his mouth and with red lips gently inhaled the smoke, letting it escape from his handsome mouth in rings. This was Lieutenant Berg, an officer in the Semenov regiment with whom Boris was to travel to join the army, and about whom Natasha had teased her elder sister Vera, speaking of Berg as her intended. The Count sat between them and listened attentively. His favorite occupation when not playing Boston, a card game he was very fond of, was that of a listener, especially when he succeeded in setting two talkative men against one another. "Well then, old chap," said Shinshin, laughing ironically and mixing ordinary Russian expressions with the choicest French phrases, a peculiarity of his speech. "You expect to make an income out of the government. You want to make something out of your company?" "No, Peter Nikolaevich. I only want to show that in the cavalry the advantages are far less than in the infantry. Just consider my own position now, Peter Nikolaevich." Berg always spoke quietly, politely, and with great precision. His conversation always related entirely to himself. He would remain calm and silent when the talk related to any topic that had no direct bearing on him. He could remain silent for hours without being at all uncomfortable, but as soon as the conversation concerned himself, he would begin to talk circumstantially and with evident satisfaction. "Consider my position, Peter Nikolaevich. Were I in the cavalry, I should get not more than 200 rubles every 4 months, even with the rank of lieutenant. But as it is, I receive 230, he said, looking at Shinshin and the Count with a joyful, pleasant smile, as if it were obvious to him that his success must always be the chief desire of everyone else. "Besides that, Peter Nikolaevich, by exchanging into the Guards, I shall be in a more prominent position," continued Berg, "and vacancies occur much more frequently in the Foot Guards. Then just think what can be done with 230 rubles. I even managed to put a little aside and to send something to my father," he went on, emitting a smoke ring. "So that squares matters. A German knows how to skin a flint, as the proverb says," remarked Shinshin, moving his pipe to the other side of his mouth and winking at the Count. The Count burst out laughing. The other guests, seeing that Shinshin was talking, came up to listen. Berg, oblivious of irony or indifference, continued to explain how by exchanging into the guards he had already gained a step on his old comrades of the cadet corps. He explained how in wartime the company commander might get killed, and he, as senior in the company, might easily succeed to the post. He spoke of how popular he was with everyone in the regiment, and how satisfied his father was with him. Berg evidently enjoyed narrating all this, and did not seem to suspect that others too might have their own interests. But all he said was so prettily sedate, and the naivete of his youthful egotism was so obvious that he disarmed his listeners. "Well, my boy, you'll get along wherever you go, foot or horse. That I'll warrant," said Shinshin, patting him on the shoulder and taking his feet off the sofa. Berg smiled joyously. The Count, followed by his guests, went into the drawing room. It was just the moment before a big dinner when the assembled guests, expecting the summons to the appetizers, avoid engaging in any long conversation but think it necessary to move about and talk, to show that they are not impatient for their food. The host and hostess look toward the door, and now and then glance at one another, and the visitors try to guess from these glances who or what they are waiting for. Pierre had come just at dinner time and was sitting awkwardly in the middle of the drawing room on the first chair he had come across, blocking the way for everyone. The Countess tried to make him talk, but he went on naively, looking around through his spectacles as if in search of somebody, and answered all her questions in single words. He was in the way and was the only one who did not notice it. Most of the guests, knowing of the affair with the bear, looked with curiosity at this big, stout, quiet man, wondering how such a clumsy, modest fellow could have played such a prank on a policeman. "You have only lately arrived?" the Countess asked him. "Yes, madame," he replied, looking around him. "You have not yet seen my husband." "No, madame," he smiled quite inappropriately. "You have been in Paris recently, I believe. I suppose it's very interesting." "Very interesting." The Countess exchanged glances with Anna Mikhailovna. The latter understood that she was being asked to entertain this young man. Sitting down beside him, she began to speak about his father, but he answered her, as he had the Countess, only in single words. The other guests were all conversing with one another. "The Razumovskys, it was charming, you are very kind, Countess Apraxina," was heard on all sides. The Countess rose and went into the ballroom. "Marya Dmitrievna," came her voice from there. "Herself," came the answer in a rough voice, and Marya Dmitrievna entered the room. All the unmarried ladies, and even the married ones, except the very oldest, rose. Marya Dmitrievna paused at the door. Tall and stout, holding high her 50-year-old head with its gray curls, she stood surveying the guests, and leisurely arranged her wide sleeves as if rolling them up. Marya Dmitrievna always spoke in Russian. "Health and happiness to her whose name day we are keeping, and to her children," she said, in her loud, full-toned voice which drowned all others. "Well, you old sinner," she went on, turning to the Count, who was kissing her hand. "You're feeling dull in Moscow, I dare say? Nowhere to hunt with your dogs? But what is to be done, old man? Just see how these nestlings are growing up," and she pointed to the girls. "You must look for husbands for them whether you like it or not." "Well," she said, "how's my Cossack?" Marya Dmitrievna always called Natasha a Cossack. She stroked the child's arm as she came up fearless and gay to kiss her hand. "I know she's a scamp of a girl, but I like her." She took a pair of pear-shaped ruby earrings from her huge bag, and having given them to the rosy Natasha, who beamed with pleasure, she turned away at once and addressed herself to Pierre. "Hey, friend, come here a bit," she said, assuming a soft, high tone of voice. "Come here, my friend," and she ominously tucked up her sleeves still higher. Pierre approached, looking at her in a childlike way through his spectacles. Come nearer, friend. I used to be the only one to tell your father the truth when he was in favor, and in your case it's my evident duty." She paused. All were silent, expecting what was to follow, for this was clearly only a prelude. "A fine lad, my word, a fine lad. His father lies on his deathbed, and he amuses himself setting a policeman astride a bear. For shame, sir, for shame. It would be better if you went to the war." She turned away and gave her hand to the Count, who could hardly keep from laughing. "Well, I suppose it is time we were at table," said Marya Dmitrievna. The count went in first with Marya Dmitrievna. The countess followed on the arm of a colonel of hussars, a man of importance because Nicholas was to go with him to the regiment. Then came Anna Mikhailovna with Shinshin. Berg gave his arm to Vera. The smiling Julie Karagina went in with Nicholas. After them other couples followed, filling the whole dining hall, and last of all the children, tutors, and governesses followed singly. The footmen began moving about, chairs scraped, the band struck up in the gallery, and the guests settled down in their places. Then the strains of the Count's household band were replaced by the clatter of knives and forks, the voices of visitors, and the soft steps of the footmen. At one end of the table sat the Countess with Marya Dmitrievna on her right and Anna Mikhailovna on her left. At the other end sat the Count, with the hussar colonel on his left and Shinshin on his right. Midway down the long table on one side sat the grown-up young people, Vera beside Berg and Pierre beside Boris. On the other side were the children, tutors, and governesses. From behind the crystal decanters and fruit vases, the Count kept glancing at his wife and her tall cap with its light blue ribbons, and busily filled his neighbor's glasses, not neglecting his own. The Countess, in turn, threw significant glances from behind the pineapples at her husband, whose red face and bald head seemed to contrast more than usual with his gray hair. At the ladies' end, an even chatter of voices was heard all the time. At the men's end, the voices sounded louder and louder, especially that of the colonel of hussars who, growing more flushed, ate and drank so much that the Count held him up as a pattern to the other guests. Berg, with tender smiles, was saying to Vera that love is not an earthly but a heavenly feeling. Boris was telling his new friend Pierre who the guests were and exchanging glances with Natasha, who was sitting opposite. Pierre spoke little but examined the new faces and ate a great deal. Of the two soups, he chose turtle with savory patties and went on to the game without omitting a single dish or one of the wines. These wines the butler thrust mysteriously forward, wrapped in a napkin, and whispered, "Dry Madeira, Hungarian, or Rhine wine." Of the 4 crystal glasses engraved with the Count's monogram that stood before his plate, Pierre held out one at random and drank with enjoyment, gazing with ever-increasing amiability at the other guests. Natasha, who sat opposite, was looking at Boris as girls of 13 look at the boy they are in love with and have just kissed for the first time. Sometimes that same look fell on Pierre, and that funny, lively little girl's look made him inclined to laugh without knowing why. Nicholas sat at some distance from Sonia, beside Julie Karagina, to whom he was again talking with the same involuntary smile. Sonia wore a company smile, but was evidently tormented by jealousy. Now she turned pale, now blushed and strained every nerve to overhear what Nicholas and Julie were saying to one another. The governess kept looking around uneasily, as if preparing to resent any slight that might be put upon the children. The German tutor was trying to remember all the dishes, wines, and kinds of dessert in order to send a full description of the dinner to his people in Germany. He felt greatly offended when the butler, with a bottle wrapped in a napkin, passed him by. He frowned, trying to appear as if he did not want any of that wine, but was mortified because no one would understand that he wanted it not to quench his thirst or from greediness, but simply from a conscientious desire for knowledge. Chapter 15, Dinner Conversation. At the men's end of the table, the talk grew more and more animated. The colonel told them that the declaration of war had already appeared in Petersburg, and that a copy, which he had himself seen, had that day been forwarded by courier to the commander-in-chief. "And why the deuce are we going to fight Bonaparte?" remarked Shinshin. "He has stopped Austria's cackle, and I fear it will be our turn next." The colonel was a stout, tall, red-faced German, evidently devoted to the service and patriotically Russian. He resented Shinshin's remark. "It is for the reason, my good sir," he said, speaking with a German accent, "for the reason that the emperor knows that. He declares in the manifesto that he cannot view with indifference the danger threatening Russia, and that the safety and dignity of the empire as well as the sanctity of its alliances." He spoke this last word with particular emphasis, as if in it lay the gist of the matter. Then, with the unerring official memory that characterized him, he repeated from the opening words of the manifesto, "And the wish, which constitutes the Emperor's sole and absolute aim, to establish peace in Europe on firm foundations, has now decided him to dispatch part of the army abroad and to create a new condition for the attainment of that purpose. That, my dear sir, is why," he concluded, drinking a tumbler of wine with dignity and looking to the Count for approval. "Do you know the proverb, 'Jerome, Jerome, do not roam, but turn spindles at home'?" said Shinshin, puckering his brows and smiling. "That suits us down to the ground. Suvorov now, he knew what he was about, yet they beat him hollow, and where are we to find Suvorovs now? I just ask you that," he said, continually changing from French to Russian. "We must fight to the last drop of our blood," said the colonel, thumping the table. "And we must die for our emperor, and then all will be well. And we must discuss it as little as possible." He dwelt particularly on the word possible. "As little as possible," he ended, again turning to the Count. "That is how we old hussars look at it, and there's an end of it. And how do you, a young man and a young hussar, how do you judge of it?" he added, addressing Nicholas, who, when he heard that the war was being discussed, had turned from his partner with eyes and ears intent on the colonel. "I am quite of your opinion," replied Nicholas, flaming up, turning his plate around and moving his wine-glasses about with as much decision and desperation as though he were at that moment facing some great danger. "I am convinced that we Russians must die or conquer," he concluded, conscious, as were others, after the words were uttered, that his remarks were too enthusiastic and emphatic for the occasion, and were therefore awkward. "What you said just now was splendid," said his partner Julie. Sonia trembled all over and blushed to her ears and behind them, and down to her neck and shoulders, while Nicholas was speaking. Pierre listened to the colonel's speech and nodded approvingly. "That's fine," said he. "The young man's a real hussar," shouted the colonel, again thumping the table. "What are you making such a noise about over there?" Marya Dmitrievna's deep voice suddenly inquired from the other end of the table. "What are you thumping the table for?" she demanded of the hussar. "And why are you exciting yourself? Do you think the French are here?" "I am speaking the truth," replied the hussar with a smile. "It's all about the war," the Count shouted down the table. "You know my son's going, Marya Dmitrievna. My son is going. I have 4 sons in the army, but still I don't fret. It is all in God's hands. You may die in your bed, or God may spare you in a battle," replied Marya Dmitrievna's deep voice, which easily carried the whole length of the table. "That's true." Once more the conversations concentrated, the ladies at one end and the men's at the other. "You won't ask," Natasha's little brother was saying. "I know you won't ask." "I will," replied Natasha, her face suddenly flushed with reckless and joyous resolution. She half rose by a glance inviting Pierre, who sat opposite, to listen to what was coming, and turning to her mother, her clear contralto notes rang out, audible the whole length of the table. "Mama!" "What is it?" asked the Countess, startled. But seeing by her daughter's face that it was only mischief, she shook a finger at her sternly, with a threatening and forbidding movement of her head. The conversation was hushed. "Mama, what sweets are we going to have?" And Natasha's voice sounded still more firm and resolute. The Countess tried to frown, but could not. Marya Dmitrievna shook her fat finger. "Cossack!" she said threateningly. Most of the guests, uncertain how to regard this sally, looked at the elders. "You had better take care," said the Countess. "Mama, what sweets are we going to have?" Natasha again cried boldly, with saucy gaiety, confident that her prank would be taken in good part. Sonia and fat little Petya doubled up with laughter. "You see, I have asked," whispered Natasha to her little brother and to Pierre, glancing at him again. "Ice pudding, but you won't get any," said Marya Dmitrievna. Natasha saw there was nothing to be afraid of, and so she braved even Marya Dmitrievna. "Marya Dmitrievna, what kind of ice pudding? I don't like ice cream." "Carrot ices." "No, what kind, Marya Dmitrievna? What kind?" she almost screamed. "I want to know." Marya Dmitrievna and the Countess burst out laughing, and all the guests joined in. Everyone laughed, not at Marya Dmitrievna's answer, but at the incredible boldness and smartness of this little girl who had dared to treat Maria Dmitrievna in this fashion. Natasha only stopped when she had been told that there would be pineapple ice. Before the ices, champagne was served. The band again struck up, the Count and Countess kissed, and the guests, leaving their seats, went up to congratulate the Countess and reached across the table to clink glasses with the Count, with the children, and with one another. Again, the footmen rushed about, chairs scraped, and in the same order in which they had entered but with redder faces, the guests returned to the drawing room and to the Count's study. Chapter 16, The Daniel Cooper. The card tables were drawn out, sets made up for Boston, and the Count's visitors settled themselves, some in the 2 drawing rooms, some in the sitting room, some in the library. The Count, holding his cards fanwise, kept himself with difficulty from dropping into his usual after-dinner nap, and laughed at everything. The young people, at the Countess's suggestion, gathered around the clavichord and harp. Julie, by general request, played first. After she had played a little air with variations on the harp, she joined the other young ladies in begging Natasha and Nicholas, who were noted for their musical talent, to sing something. Natasha, who was treated as though she were grown up, was evidently very proud of this, but at the same time felt shy. "What shall we sing?" she said. "The Brook," suggested Nicholas. "Well then, let's be quick. Boris, come here," said Natasha. "But where is Sonia?" She looked around, and seeing that her friend was not in the room, ran to look for her. Running into Sonia's room and not finding her there, Natasha ran to the nursery, but Sonia was not there either. Natasha concluded that she must be on the chest in the passage. The chest in the passage was the place of mourning for the younger female generation in the Rostov household. And there, in fact, was Sonia, lying face downward on nurse's dirty feather bed on top of the chest, crumpling her gauzy pink dress under her, hiding her face with her slender fingers, and sobbing so convulsively that her bare little shoulders shook. Natasha's face, which had been so radiantly happy all that day, suddenly changed. Her eyes became fixed, a shiver passed down her broad neck, and the corners of her mouth drooped. "Sonia, what is it? What is the matter? Oh dear!" And Natasha's large mouth widened, making her look quite ugly, and she began to wail like a baby without knowing why, except that Sonia was crying. Sonia tried to lift her head to answer, but could not, and hid her face still deeper in the bed. Natasha wept, sitting on the blue-striped feather bed and hugging her friend. With an effort, Sonia sat up and began wiping her eyes and explaining. "Nicholas is going away in a week's time. His papers have come. He told me himself, but still I should not cry," and she showed a paper she held in her hand with the verses Nicholas had written. "Still I should not cry, but you can't, no one can understand what a soul he has." And she began to cry again because he had such a noble soul. "It's all very well for you. I am not envious. I love you and Boris also," she went on, gaining a little strength. "He is nice. There are no difficulties in your way. But Nicholas is my cousin. One would have to, the Metropolitan himself, and even then it can't be done. And besides, if she tells Mama," Sonia looked upon the Countess as her mother and called her so, "that I am spoiling Nicholas' career and am heartless and ungrateful, while truly, God is my witness." And she made the sign of the cross. "I love her so much, and all of you, only Vera. And what for? What have I done to her? I am so grateful to you that I would willingly sacrifice everything, only I have nothing." Sonia could not continue, and again hid her face in her hands and in the feather bed. Natasha began consoling her, but her face showed that she understood all the gravity of her friend's trouble. "Sonia," she suddenly exclaimed, as if she had guessed the true reason of her friend's sorrow, "I'm sure Vera has said something to you since dinner, hasn't she?" "Yes, these verses Nicholas wrote himself, and I copied some others, and she found them on my table and said she'd show them to Mama, and that I was ungrateful, and that Mama would never allow him to marry me, but that he'll marry Julie. You see how he's been with her all day. Natasha, what have I done to deserve it?" And again she began to sob, more bitterly than before. Natasha lifted her up, hugged her, and smiling through her tears, began comforting her. "Sonia, don't believe her, darling. Don't believe her. Do you remember how we and Nicholas, all three of us, talked in the sitting room after supper? Why, we settled how everything was to be. I don't quite remember how, but don't you remember that it could all be arranged and how nice it all was? There's Uncle Shinshin's brother has married his first cousin, and we are only second cousins, you know. And Boris says it is quite possible. You know I have told him all about it. And he is so clever and so good, said Natasha. Don't you cry, Sonia, dear love, darling Sonia. And she kissed her and laughed. Vera's spiteful, never mind her, and all will come right, and she won't say anything to Mama. Nicholas will tell her himself, and he doesn't care at all for Julie. Natasha kissed her on the hair. Sonia sat up. The little kitten brightened, its eyes shone, and it seemed ready to lift its tail, jump down on its soft paws, and begin playing with a ball of yarn as a kitten should. Do you think so? Really? Truly? She said, quickly smoothing her frock and hair. Really, truly, answered Natasha, pushing in a crisp lock that had strayed from under her friend's plaits. Both laughed. Well, let's go and sing the brook. Come along. Do you know that fat Pierre who sat opposite me is so funny, said Natasha, stopping suddenly. I feel so happy. And she set off at a run along the passage. Sonia, shaking off some down which clung to her and tucking away the verses in the bosom of her dress close to her bony little chest, ran after Natasha down the passage into the sitting room with a flushed face and light, joyous steps. At the visitor's request, the young people sang the quartet, The Brook, with which everyone was delighted. Then Nicholas sang a song he had just learned. At night time in the moon's fair glow, how sweet, as fancies wander free, to feel that in this world there's one who still is thinking but of thee, that while her fingers touch the harp wafting sweet music o'er the lay, it is for thee thus swells her heart, sighing its message out to thee. A day or two, then bliss unspoilt, but oh, till then I cannot live. He had not finished the last verse before the young people began to get ready to dance in the large hall, and the sound of feet and the coughing of the musicians were heard from the gallery. Pierre was sitting in the drawing room where Shinshin had engaged him in a political conversation, which bored Pierre. When the music began, Natasha came in and walking straight up to Pierre said, laughing and blushing, Mama told me to ask you to join the dancers. I am afraid of mixing the figures, Pierre replied, but if you will be my teacher. And lowering his big arm, he offered it to the slender little girl. While the couples were arranging themselves and the musicians tuning up, Pierre sat down with his little partner. Natasha was perfectly happy. She was dancing with a grown-up man who had been abroad. She was sitting in a conspicuous place and talking to him like a grown-up lady. She had a fan in her hand that one of the ladies had given her to hold. Assuming the pose of a society woman, a pose she had learned heaven knows where, she talked with her partner, fanning herself and smiling over the fan. Dear, dear, just look at her, exclaimed the Countess as she crossed the ballroom pointing to Natasha. Natasha blushed and laughed. Well, really, Mama, why should you? What is there to be surprised at? In the midst of the 30 Kasse's dance, there was a clatter of chairs being pushed back in the sitting room where the Count and Maria Dmitrievna had been playing cards with the older visitors. They now entered the ballroom. First came Maria Dmitrievna and the Count, both with merry faces. The Count, with playful ceremony in the style of a ballet, offered his bent arm to Maria Dmitrievna. He drew himself up. A smile of debonair gallantry lit up his face, and as soon as the last figure of the écossaise was ended, he clapped his hands to the musicians and shouted up to their gallery, addressing the first violin, Semen, do you know the Daniel Cooper? This was the Count's favorite dance, which he had danced in his youth. It was one figure of the Anglaise dance. Look at Papa, shouted Natasha to the whole company. Forgetting that she was dancing with a grown-up partner, she bent her curly head to her knees and made the whole room ring with her laughter. And indeed, everybody in the room looked with a smile of pleasure at the jovial old gentleman. Standing beside his tall and stout partner, Maria Dmitrievna, he curved his arms, beat time, straightened his shoulders, turned out his toes, and tapped gently with his foot. A smile broadened his round face more and more, preparing the onlookers for what was to follow. As soon as the provocatively gay strains of Daniel Cooper began to sound, all the doorways of the ballroom were suddenly filled by the domestic serfs, the men on one side and the women on the other, who with beaming faces had come to see their master making merry. "Just look at the master! A regular eagle he is," loudly remarked the nurse as she stood in one of the doorways. The Count danced well and knew it, but his partner could not and did not want to dance well. Her enormous figure stood erect, her powerful arms hanging down, and only her stern but handsome face really joined in the dance. What was expressed by the whole of the Count's plump figure, in Marya Dmitrievna found expression only in her more and more beaming face and quivering nose. But if the Count charmed the spectators by the unexpectedness of his adroit maneuvers and his agility, Marya Dmitrievna produced no less impression by slight exertions. The least effort to move her shoulders or bend her arms when turning, or stamp her foot, which everyone appreciated in view of her size and habitual severity. The dance grew livelier and livelier. The other couples could not attract a moment's attention to their own dancing and did not even try. All were watching the Count and Marya Dmitrievna. Natasha kept pulling everyone by the sleeve or dress, urging them to look at Papa, though they never took their eyes off the couple anyway. In the intervals of the dance, the Count, breathing deeply, waved and shouted to the musicians to play faster. Faster, faster, and faster, lightly, and yet more lightly whirled the Count, flying round Marya Dmitrievna, now on his toes, now on his heels. Finally, turning his partner round to her seat, he executed the final step, raising his soft foot backwards, bowing his perspiring head, smiling and making a wide sweep with his arm, amid a thunder of applause and laughter led by Natasha. Both partners stood still, breathing heavily and wiping their faces with their cambric handkerchiefs. "That's how we used to dance in our time, my dear," said the Count. "That was a Daniel Cooper!" exclaimed Marya Dmitrievna, tucking up her sleeves and puffing heavily. This has been an audio adaptation of the original book. To support me and allow me to create more audiobooks like this one, please consider trying a free Audible trial for 30 days. Thank you for listening. Book 2. Chapter 1, Review near Braunau, Zhirkov and Dolokhov. We begin Book 2 in October of 1805. A Russian army had taken over the villages and towns of the Archduchy of Austria. Fresh regiments were still arriving from Russia, setting up camp near the fortress of Braunau and becoming a burden on the local inhabitants who had to quarter them. The commander-in-chief Kutuzov had made Braunau his headquarters. On October 11th, 1805, an infantry regiment that had just arrived at Braunau was halted about half a mile from the town. They were waiting for an inspection by the commander-in-chief. Everything around them looked distinctly un-Russian. The fruit gardens, the stone fences, the tiled roofs, and the distant hills. Even the locals who stared at the soldiers were clearly not Russian. Despite this, the regiment looked just like any other Russian regiment preparing for an inspection back in the heart of Russia. The night before, after a long march, an order had arrived. The commander-in-chief would inspect the regiment while it was on the march. The wording was a little vague, and the regimental commander wasn't sure if the troops should be in full marching gear or not. After a discussion with his battalion commanders, they decided to present the regiment in full parade order. The thinking was that it's always better to be overly formal than not formal enough. So, after marching 20 miles, the soldiers spent the entire night mending and cleaning their uniforms. They didn't get a wink of sleep. The adjutants and company commanders were busy calculating and preparing. By morning, the regiment was transformed. The straggling, messy crowd it had been the day before was now a perfectly ordered formation of 2,000 men. Every man knew his place and his duty. Every button was polished, every strap was in place, and the whole regiment shone with cleanliness. And it wasn't just a surface-level effort. If the commander-in-chief had decided to look under their uniforms, he would have found a clean shirt on every man. In every knapsack he would have found the required items, an awl, soap, and all the rest, just as the soldiers say. There was only one thing that no one could feel confident about, the state of the soldiers' boots. More than half the men had holes in their boots. But this wasn't the regimental commander's fault. He had repeatedly asked for new boots from the Austrian commissariat, but none had been issued, and the regiment had already marched about 700 miles. The commander of the regiment was an older general. He was stout, short-tempered, and powerfully built, wider from his chest to his back than across his shoulders. He had grizzled eyebrows and whiskers. He wore a brand-new uniform, so new you could still see the creases where it had been folded. Thick gold epaulettes seemed to stand up on his massive shoulders rather than lie flat. He carried himself like a man happily performing one of the most important duties of his life. He paced in front of the line, and with every step he would pull himself up, arching his back slightly. It was clear that he admired his regiment and was completely absorbed by it. Yet, his strut suggested that he also had a life beyond military matters, one that included social interests and the company of women. "Well, Michael Mitrich, sir," he said, speaking to one of the battalion commanders who stepped forward with a smile. It was obvious they were both in high spirits. "We had our hands full last night. However, I think the regiment is not a bad one, eh?" The battalion commander understood the friendly irony in his tone and laughed. "It would not be turned off the field even on the Tsaritsyn meadow," he replied. "What?" asked the commander. Just then, 2 men on horseback appeared on the road from the town, where signalers had been posted. It was an aide-de-camp, followed by a Cossack. The aide-de-camp had been sent to clarify the previous day's confusing order. The commander-in-chief, it turned out, wanted to see the regiment exactly as it was on the march, in their greatcoats, with their packs, and with no special preparations at all. You see, a member of the Hofkriegsrath, the Austrian War Council, had arrived from Vienna the day before. He had come with proposals for Kutuzov to join forces with the army of Archduke Ferdinand and General Mack. Kutuzov didn't think this was a good idea. To support his argument, he wanted to show the Austrian general just how wretched the condition of his troops was after their long journey from Russia. That was why he wanted to see the regiment in its marching state. The worse they looked, the better it would be for his argument. The aide-de-camp didn't know all of this, but he delivered the order clearly. The men were to be in their greatcoats and in marching order, or the commander-in-chief would be displeased. When the regimental commander heard this, his head dropped. He shrugged his shoulders silently and spread his arms in a gesture of frustration. "A fine mess we've made of it," he remarked. "There now. Didn't I tell you, Michael Mitrich, that if it was said on the march, it meant in greatcoats?" he said reproachfully to the battalion commander. "Oh my God," he added, stepping forward with determination. "Company commanders," he shouted, his voice accustomed to command. "Sergeants major, how soon will he be here?" he asked the aide-de-camp, his tone respectful and polite, clearly referring to the commander-in-chief. "In an hour's time, I should say," replied the aide-de-camp. "Shall we have time to change clothes?" "I don't know, General," the aide-de-camp said. The regimental commander walked to the front of the line himself and ordered the soldiers to change into their greatcoats. The company commanders hurried back to their companies, and the sergeants major began to bustle about. The greatcoats weren't in the best condition. In an instant, the neat, silent squares of soldiers began to sway and hum with voices. Men were running everywhere, throwing their knapsacks over their shoulders, unstrapping their overcoats, and pulling them on with raised arms. Within half an hour, everything was in order again, but now the squares were gray instead of black. The regimental commander, with his jerky steps, walked to the front of the regiment and looked it over from a distance. "Whatever is this? This," he shouted, stopping in his tracks. "Commander of the 3rd Company." The call was passed down the line. "Commander of the 3rd Company wanted by the general. Commander to the general. 3rd Company to the commander." An adjutant ran to find the missing officer. When the garbled message finally reached its destination as "the general to the 3rd Company," the officer appeared from behind his men. He was a middle-aged man, not used to running, and he trotted awkwardly toward the general, stumbling on his toes. His face showed the anxiety of a schoolboy who has forgotten his lesson. Red spots, likely from drinking, dotted his nose, and his mouth twitched nervously. The general looked him up and down as he panted up to him. "You will soon be dressing your men in petticoats." "What is this?" the regimental commander shouted, thrusting his jaw forward and pointing to a soldier in the 3rd Company. This soldier was wearing a greatcoat of bluish cloth that stood out from the others. "What have you been after? The commander-in-chief is expected, and you leave your place? Eh? I'll teach you to dress the men in fancy coats for a parade. Eh?" The company commander, his eyes fixed on his superior, pressed 2 fingers more and more tightly to his cap, as if that was his only hope of salvation. "Well, why don't you speak? Whom have you got there dressed up as a Hungarian?" the commander said with a harsh joke. "Your Excellency," the captain began. "Well, Your Excellency what? Your Excellency. But what about Your Excellency? Nobody knows." "Your Excellency, it's the officer Dolokhov who has been reduced to the ranks," the captain said softly. "Well, has he been degraded into a field marshal or into a soldier? If a soldier, he should be dressed in regulation uniform like the others." "Your Excellency, you gave him leave yourself on the march." "Gave him leave? Leave? That's just like you young men," the regimental commander said, his anger cooling slightly. "Leave indeed. One says a word to you and you—" "What?" he added, his irritation returning. "I beg you to dress your men decently." The commander turned to look at the adjutant and continued his jerky walk down the line. He seemed pleased with his own outburst and was clearly looking for another reason to be angry. He snapped at one officer for an unpolished badge, and at another because his line wasn't straight. Finally, he reached the 3rd Company. "How are you standing? Where's your leg? Your leg?" shouted the commander with a pained voice. He was still 5 men away from Dolokhov in his bluish-gray uniform. Dolokhov slowly straightened his bent knee. He looked directly into the general's face with his clear, insolent eyes. "Why a blue coat? Off with it! Sergeant Major, change his coat, the rascal!" He didn't finish his sentence. "General, I must obey orders, but I am not bound to endure," Dolokhov interrupted hurriedly. "No talking in the ranks, no talking, no talking." "Not bound to endure insults," Dolokhov finished in a loud, clear voice. The eyes of the general and the soldier met. The general fell silent, angrily pulling at his tight scarf. "I request you to have the goodness to change your coat," he said as he turned away. "He's coming," shouted the signaller at that moment. The regimental commander, his face flushing, ran to his horse. He seized the stirrup with trembling hands, threw himself into the saddle, righted himself, and drew his saber. With a happy and determined expression, he prepared to shout his command. The whole regiment seemed to flutter like a bird preening its feathers, and then it became perfectly still. "Attention!" shouted the regimental commander in a soul-shaking voice. It was a voice filled with joy for himself, severity for his regiment, and a warm welcome for the approaching chief. Down the wide country road, which was lined with trees, came a high, light blue Viennese carriage. It creaked slightly on its springs, pulled by 6 horses at a smart trot. Behind the carriage rode the commander-in-chief's suite and a convoy of Croats. Sitting beside Kutuzov was an Austrian general in a white uniform, which looked strange among the Russian black ones. The carriage stopped in front of the regiment. Kutuzov and the Austrian general were speaking in low voices. Kutuzov smiled slightly as he stepped heavily down from the carriage, acting as if the 2,000 men and their regimental commander, all gazing at him breathlessly, didn't even exist. The word of command rang out, and the regiment quivered again, presenting arms with a jingling sound. Then, in the dead silence, the feeble voice of the commander-in-chief was heard. The regiment roared, "Health to your Excellency!" and then all was silent once more. At first, Kutuzov stood still while the regiment moved. Then, he and the general in white, accompanied by the suite, began to walk between the ranks. From the way the regimental commander saluted the commander-in-chief, devouring him with his eyes and drawing himself up obsequiously, it was clear he was a dedicated subordinate. He walked behind the generals, bending forward, barely able to control his jerky movements, and darted forward at every word or gesture from the commander-in-chief. It was evident he performed his duties as a subordinate with even greater passion than his duties as a commander. Thanks to his strictness, The regiment was in splendid condition compared to others that had arrived in Braunau at the same time. There were only 217 sick men and stragglers. Everything was in good order, except for the boots. Kutuzov walked through the ranks, sometimes stopping to say a few friendly words to officers he knew from the Turkish War, and sometimes to the soldiers. When he looked at their boots, he shook his head sadly several times, pointing them out to the Austrian general. His expression seemed to say that he wasn't blaming anyone, but he couldn't help but notice how bad things were. Each time this happened, the regimental commander ran forward, afraid of missing a single word from the commander-in-chief. Behind Kutuzov, about 20 men from his suite followed at a distance, close enough to hear every softly spoken word. These men talked among themselves and sometimes laughed. Walking closest to the commander-in-chief was a handsome adjutant. This was Prince Bolkonsky. Beside him was his comrade Nesvitsky, a tall and extremely stout staff officer with a kind, smiling face and moist eyes. Nesvitsky could hardly contain his laughter, which was provoked by a swarthy hussar officer walking beside him. This hussar, with a serious face and without a smile, was watching the regimental commander's back and mimicking his every move. Each time the commander started and bent forward, the hussar did the exact same thing. Nesvitsky laughed and nudged the others to look at the prankster. Kutuzov walked slowly and languidly past thousands of eyes that were practically starting from their sockets to watch their chief. When he reached the third company, he suddenly stopped. His suite, not expecting this, involuntarily moved closer. "Ah, Timokhin," he said, recognizing the red-nosed captain who had been reprimanded for the blue greatcoat. You would have thought it was impossible for a man to stretch himself any taller than Timokhin had when the regimental commander scolded him. But now, as the commander-in-chief addressed him, he drew himself up so much it seemed he might break. Kutuzov, who clearly understood the situation and wished him well, quickly turned away. A barely perceptible smile flitted across his scarred and puffy face. "Another Ismail comrade," he said. "A brave officer. Are you satisfied with him?" he asked the regimental commander. The commander, unaware that the hussar officer was mirroring his every move, started and moved forward. "Highly satisfied, Your Excellency," he replied. "We all have our weaknesses," said Kutuzov, smiling and walking away. He used to have a predilection for Bacchus. The regimental commander, afraid of being blamed for this, didn't answer. At that moment, the hussar noticed the red-nosed captain's face and his sucked-in stomach, and he mimicked the expression and pose so perfectly that Nesvitsky couldn't help laughing. Kutuzov turned around. The hussar had complete control of his face. While Kutuzov was turning, he managed to make a grimace and then immediately adopt a most serious, deferential, and innocent expression. The third company was the last one, and Kutuzov seemed to be pondering something, trying to remember. Prince Andrew stepped forward from the suite and said in French, "You told me to remind you of the officer Dolokhov, reduced to the ranks in this regiment." "Where is Dolokhov?" asked Kutuzov. Dolokhov, who had already changed into a soldier's gray greatcoat, didn't wait to be called. The handsome, fair-haired soldier with clear blue eyes stepped out from the ranks, walked up to the commander-in-chief, and presented arms. "Have you a complaint to make?" Kutuzov asked with a slight frown. "This is Dolokhov," said Prince Andrew. "Ah," said Kutuzov, "I hope this will be a lesson to you. Do your duty. The Emperor is gracious, and I shan't forget you if you deserve well." The clear blue eyes looked at the commander-in-chief just as boldly as they had looked at the regimental commander. Their expressions seemed to tear through the veil of convention that separated a commander-in-chief from a private soldier. "One thing I ask of your Excellency," Dolokhov said in his firm, ringing, deliberate voice. "I ask for an opportunity to atone for my fault and prove my devotion to His Majesty the Emperor and to Russia." Kutuzov turned away. The same smile in his eyes that he had shown to Captain Timokhin reappeared. He turned away with a grimace, as if to say that he had heard all of this before and was weary of it. He walked to his carriage. The regiment broke up into companies and marched to their assigned quarters near Braunau. They hoped to receive new boots and clothes, and to finally rest after their difficult marches. "You won't bear me a grudge, Prokhor Ignatych?" said the regimental commander as he overtook the 3rd Company and rode up to Captain Timokhin. Now that the inspection was over, the commander's face beamed with delight. "It's in the Emperor's service, it can't be helped. One is sometimes a bit hasty on parade. I am the first to apologize, you know me." He was very pleased, and he held out his hand to the captain. "Don't mention it, General, as if I'd be so bold," replied the captain. His nose grew even redder as he smiled, revealing a gap where 2 front teeth had been knocked out by the butt of a gun at Ismail. "And tell Mr. Dolokhov that I won't forget him. He may be quite easy. And tell me, please, I've been meaning to ask, how is he behaving himself and in general?" "As far as the service goes, he is quite punctilious, Your Excellency. But his character," said Timokhin. "And what about his character?" asked the regimental commander. "It's different on different days," answered the captain. "One day he is sensible, well-educated, and good-natured, and the next he's a wild beast. In Poland, if you please, he nearly killed a Jew." "Oh, well, well," remarked the regimental commander. "Still, one must have pity on a young man in misfortune. You know he has important connections. Well then, you just—" "I will, Your Excellency," said Timokhin, his smile showing that he understood his commander's wish. "Well, of course, of course." The regimental commander found Dolokhov in the ranks. Reining in his horse, he said to him, "After the next affair, epaulets." Dolokhov looked around but said nothing, and the mocking smile on his lips did not change. "Well, that's all right," continued the regimental commander. "A cup of vodka for the men from me," he added, loud enough for the soldiers to hear. "I thank you all. God be praised." And he rode past that company and on to the next one. "Well, he's really a good fellow. One can serve under him," said Timokhin to the subaltern beside him. "In a word, a hearty one," said the subaltern, laughing. The regimental commander was nicknamed King of Hearts. The cheerful mood of the officers after the inspection spread to the soldiers. The company marched on happily, and their voices could be heard from all sides. And they said Kutuzov was blind of one eye. And so he is, quite blind. No, friend, he is sharper-eyed than you are. Boots and leg bands, he noticed everything. When he looked at my feet, friend, well, thinks I... And that other one with him, the Austrian, looked as if he were smeared with chalk, as white as flour. I suppose they polish him up as they do the guns. I say, Fedshon, did he say when the battles are to begin? You were near him. Everybody said that Bonaparte himself was at Braunau. Bonaparte himself! Just listen to the fool, what he doesn't know. The Prussians are up in arms now. The Austrians, you see, are putting them down. When they've been put down, the war with Bonaparte will begin. And he says Bonaparte is in Braunau. Shows you're a fool. You'd better listen more carefully. What devils these quartermasters are! See, the 5th Company is turning into the village already. They will have their buckwheat cooked before we reach our quarters. Give me a biscuit, you devil. And did you give me tobacco yesterday? That's just it, friend. Ah, well, never mind. Here you are. They might call a halt here, or we'll have to do another 4 miles without eating. Wasn't it fine when those Germans gave us lifts? You just sit still and are drawn along. And here, friend, the people are quite beggarly. There they all seem to be Poles, all under the Russian crown, but here they're all regular Germans. Singers to the front, came the captain's order. About 20 men ran to the front from the different ranks. A drummer, their leader, turned to face them. Flourishing his arm, he began a long, drawn-out soldier's song. It started with the words, "Morning dawned, the sun was rising," and ended with, "On then, brothers, on to glory," led by Father Kamensky. This song was from the Turkish campaign, but now being sung in Austria, the words Father Kamensky were replaced with Father Kutuzov. Having belted out these last words in the way soldiers do, and waving his arms as if throwing something to the ground, the drummer, a lean, handsome soldier of 40, looked sternly at the singers and screwed up his eyes. Once he was sure all eyes were on him, he raised both arms as if carefully lifting a precious, invisible object. He held it there for a few seconds, then suddenly flung it down and began, "Oh, my bower! Oh, my bower!" "Oh, my bower knew!" chimed in 20 voices. The castanet player, despite the weight of his equipment, rushed to the front. Walking backwards before the company, he jerked his shoulders and flourished his castanets as if threatening someone. The soldiers marched with long steps, swinging their arms and keeping time naturally. Behind the company, the sound of wheels, creaking springs, and horses' hoofs could be heard. Kutuzov and his suite were returning to town. The commander-in-chief gestured for the men to continue marching at ease. He and his suite showed their pleasure at the sound of the singing, the sight of the dancing soldier, and the cheerful, marching men. In the second row from the right, as the carriage passed, a blue-eyed soldier couldn't help but attract notice. It was Dolokhov, marching with particular grace and boldness in time with the song. He looked at those driving by as if he pitied anyone who wasn't marching with the company at that moment. The hussar cornet from Kutuzov's suite, the one who had mimicked the regimental commander, fell back from the carriage and rode up to Dolokhov. This hussar cornet was named Zherkov. Back in Petersburg, he had been part of the wild group led by Dolokhov. Zherkov had met Dolokhov abroad as a private and had chosen not to recognize him. But now that Kutuzov had spoken to the demoted gentleman, he addressed him with the warmth of an old friend. "My dear fellow, how are you?" he said, speaking over the singing, his horse keeping pace with the company. "How am I?" Dolokhov answered coldly. "I am as you see." The lively song gave a special flavor to the easygoing gaiety of Zherkov's tone and to the deliberate coldness of Dolokhov's reply. "And how do you get on with the officers?" inquired Zherkov. "All right, they are good fellows. And how have you wriggled onto the staff?" "I was attached, I'm on duty," replied Zherkov. They were both silent for a moment. "She let the hawk fly upward from her wide right sleeve," went the song, stirring a feeling of courage and cheerfulness. Their conversation might have been different without the effect of that song. "Is it true that Austrians have been beaten?" asked Dolokhov. "The devil only knows. They say so," Zherkov answered. "I'm glad," Dolokhov replied briefly and clearly, as the song seemed to demand. "I say, come round some evening, and we'll have a game of faro," said Zherkov. "Why have you too much money?" "Do come." "I can't. I've sworn not to. I won't drink and won't play till I get reinstated." "Well, that's only till the first engagement," said Zherkov. "We shall see." They were silent again. "Come if you need anything. One can at least be of use on the staff," Zherkov offered. Dolokhov smiled. "Don't trouble yourself. If I want anything, I won't beg. I'll take it." "Well, never mind, I only... "Goodbye," said Zherkov. "Good health," replied Dolokhov. "It's a long, long way to my native land," sang the soldiers. Zherkov spurred his horse. It pranced for a moment, then galloped past the company and overtook the carriage, still moving in time to the song. Chapter 2: Kutuzov and an Austrian General. Le Malheureux Mac, Zherkov's Foolery. Now we begin Chapter 2. After returning from the review, Kutuzov led the Austrian general into his private room. He called for his adjutant and asked for some papers about the condition of the troops, as well as letters from Archduke Ferdinand, who commanded the advanced army. Prince Andrew Bolkonsky entered with the requested documents. Kutuzov and the Austrian member of the War Council were seated at a table with a map spread out on it. "Ah!" said Kutuzov, glancing at Bolkonsky. The exclamation seemed to be a signal for the adjutant to wait, and he continued his conversation in French. "All I can say, General," he began, with a pleasant elegance of expression that made one listen to every carefully spoken word. It was clear that Kutuzov himself enjoyed the sound of his own voice. "All I can say, General, is that if the matter depended on my personal wishes, the will of His Majesty the Emperor Francis would have been fulfilled long ago. I should have joined the Archduke long ago. And believe me on my honor, it would be a personal pleasure to hand over supreme command to a better informed and more skillful general, of whom Austria has so many, and to lay down this heavy responsibility. But circumstances are sometimes too strong for us, General." Kutuzov smiled in a way that seemed to say, "You are quite free not to believe me, and I don't care if you do or not, but you have no reason to say so, and that is the whole point." The Austrian general looked dissatisfied, but had no choice but to reply in the same tone. On the contrary, he said, his querulous and angry voice contrasting with his flattering words. On the contrary, Your Excellency's participation in the common action is highly valued by His Majesty. But we think the present delay is depriving the splendid Russian troops and their commander of the laurels they have been accustomed to win in their battles. He finished his sentence, which had clearly been prepared beforehand. Kutuzov bowed, still with the same smile. But that is my conviction, he said. And judging by the last letter from His Highness the Archduke Ferdinand, I imagine that the Austrian troops, under a skillful leader like General Mack, have by now already gained a decisive victory and no longer need our aid. The general frowned. Although there was no definite news of an Austrian defeat, many rumors suggested things were not going well. So Kutuzov's suggestion of an Austrian victory sounded very much like irony. But Kutuzov continued to smile blandly, his expression seeming to say that he had every right to assume so. In fact, the last letter he had received from Mack's army had reported a victory and claimed the army's strategic position was very favorable. "Give me that letter," Kutuzov said, turning to Prince Andrew. "Please have a look at it." With an ironical smile at the corners of his mouth, Kutuzov read a passage from Archduke Ferdinand's letter to the Austrian general in German. The letter said, "We have fully concentrated forces of nearly 70,000 men with which to attack and defeat the enemy should he cross the Lech. Also, as we are masters of Ulm, we cannot be deprived of the advantage of commanding both sides of the Danube, so that should the enemy not cross the Lech, we can cross the Danube, throw ourselves on his line of communications, recross the river lower down, and frustrate his intention should he try to direct his whole force against our faithful ally. We shall therefore confidently await the moment when the Imperial Russian army will be fully equipped, and shall then, in conjunction with it, easily find a way to prepare for the enemy the fate he deserves." Kutuzov sighed deeply after finishing the paragraph and looked mildly and attentively at the member of the War Council. "But you know the wise maxim, Your Excellency, advising one to expect the worst," said the Austrian general. He clearly wanted to end the jests and get down to business. He glanced involuntarily at the aide-de-camp. "Excuse me, General," Kutuzov interrupted, also turning to Prince Andrew. "Look here, my dear fellow. Get all the reports from our scouts from Kozlovsky. Here are 2 letters from Count Nostitz, one from His Highness the Archduke Ferdinand, and here are these," he said, handing him several papers. "Make a neat memorandum in French out of all this, showing all the news we have of the Austrian army's movements, and then give it to His Excellency." Prince Andrew bowed his head, showing he understood not only what was said, but also what Kutuzov wished to convey. He gathered the papers, bowed to both men, and walked softly out of the room. Though not much time had passed since Prince Andrew left Russia, he had changed a great deal. There was hardly a trace of his old, affected laziness in his expression or his movements. He now seemed like a man focused on interesting and agreeable work, without time to worry about the impression he made on others. His face showed more satisfaction with himself and those around him, and his smile and glance were brighter and more attractive. Kutuzov, whom he had met in Poland, had received him very kindly. He had promised not to forget him, treated him with more distinction than the other adjutants, and had brought him to Vienna, entrusting him with more serious tasks. From Vienna, Kutuzov had written to Prince Andrew's father, an old comrade of his. The letter said, "Your son bids fair to become an officer distinguished by his industry, firmness, and expedition. I consider myself fortunate to have such a subordinate by me." On Kutuzov's staff, just as in Petersburg society, Prince Andrew had 2 completely opposite reputations. A minority saw him as different from everyone else. They expected great things from him, listened to him, admired him, and imitated him. With these people, Prince Andrew was natural and pleasant. The majority, however, disliked him. They considered him conceited, cold, and disagreeable. But even among these people, Prince Andrew knew how to command respect and even fear. As Prince Andrew came out of Kutuzov's room with the papers, he walked up to his comrade, the aide-de-camp on duty, Kozlovsky, who was sitting by the window with a book. "Well, Prince," asked Kozlovsky, "I am ordered to write a memorandum explaining why we are not advancing," replied Prince Andrew. "And why is it?" Prince Andrew shrugged his shoulders. "Any news from Mac?" "No. If it were true that he has been beaten, news would have come." "Probably," said Prince Andrew, moving toward the outer door. Just then, a tall Austrian general in a greatcoat burst into the room, slamming the door. He had the Order of Maria Theresa on his neck and a black bandage around his head. Prince Andrew stopped short. "Commander-in-Chief Kutuzov?" the newly arrived general said quickly, with a harsh German accent. He looked from side to side and advanced straight toward the inner door. "The commander-in-chief is engaged," said Kozlovsky, hurrying to block his way. "Whom shall I announce?" The unknown general looked down disdainfully at the short Kozlovsky, as if surprised that anyone wouldn't know him. "The commander-in-chief is engaged," Kozlovsky repeated calmly. The general's face clouded, and his lips trembled. He took out a notebook, scribbled something in pencil, tore out the page, and gave it to Kozlovsky. Then he quickly went to the window and threw himself into a chair, staring at the others in the room as if to ask, "Why do they look at me?" He then lifted his head and stretched his neck as if to say something, but instead began humming to himself, a strange sound that quickly broke off. The door to the private room opened, and Kutuzov appeared. The general with the bandaged head bent forward as if running from danger and with long, quick strides went up to Kutuzov. "Vous voyez le malheureux Mac," he said in a broken voice, which means, "You see the unfortunate Mac." Kutuzov's face, as he stood in the doorway, remained perfectly still for a few moments. Then a wave of wrinkles passed over his face and his forehead became smooth again. He bowed his head respectfully, closed his eyes, and silently let Mac enter the room before him. Then he closed the door. The rumor was true. The Austrians had been beaten, and their whole army had surrendered at Ulm. Within half an hour, adjutants were sent in various directions, with orders indicating that the Russian troops, who had been inactive until now, would soon have to face the enemy. Prince Andrew was one of those rare staff officers whose main interest was the overall progress of the war. When he saw Mac and heard the details of his disaster, he understood that half the campaign was lost. He grasped the immense difficulties of the Russian army's position and vividly imagined what awaited them and the part he would have to play. He felt a joyful agitation at the thought of arrogant Austria's humiliation. He also realized that in a week's time, he might see and take part in the first Russian encounter with the French since the great General Suvorov had met them. He feared that Bonaparte's genius might overcome the courage of the Russian troops, yet he couldn't bear the idea of his hero being disgraced. Excited and irritated by these thoughts, Prince Andrew went to his room to write to his father, as he did every day. In the corridor, he met his roommate Nesvitsky and the jokester Zherkov. As usual, they were laughing. "Why are you so glum?" asked Nesvitsky, noticing Prince Andrew's pale face and glittering eyes. "There's nothing to be gay about," answered Bolkonsky. Just as Prince Andrew met them, two Austrian generals approached from the other end of the corridor. One was Strauch, who was in charge of supplying the Russian army, and the other was the member of the War Council who had arrived the previous evening. The wide corridor had plenty of room for the generals to pass, but Zherkov pushed Nesvitsky aside and said in a breathless voice, "They're coming! They're coming! Stand aside! Make way! Please make way!" The generals passed by looking as if they wished to avoid any attention. Suddenly, a stupid smile of glee appeared on Zherkov's face, a smile he seemed unable to suppress. "Your Excellency," he said in German, stepping forward and addressing the Austrian general, "I have the honor to congratulate you." He bowed his head and scraped his feet awkwardly, like a child at a dancing lesson. The member of the War Council looked at him severely, but seeing the seriousness of his stupid smile, he paused for a moment. He screwed up his eyes, showing that he was listening. "I have the honor to congratulate you. General Mack has arrived, quite well, only a little bruised just here," he added, pointing to his head with a beaming smile. The general frowned, turned away, and continued walking. Gott, wie naive, he said angrily after a few steps, which means, good God, what simplicity. Nesvitsky laughed and threw his arms around Prince Andrew, but Bolkonsky, turning even paler, pushed him away with an angry look and turned to Zherkov. The nervous irritation from seeing Mack, the news of his defeat, and the thoughts of what lay ahead for the Russian army all found an outlet in anger at Zherkov's poorly timed joke. If you, sir, choose to make a buffoon of yourself, he said sharply, his lower jaw trembling slightly, I can't prevent you from doing so, but I warn you that if you dare to play the fool in my presence, I will teach you to behave yourself. Nesvitsky and Zherkov were so surprised by this outburst that they just stared at Bolkonsky with wide-open eyes. What's the matter? I only congratulated them, said Zherkov. I am not jesting with you. Please be silent, cried Bolkonsky. He took Nesvitsky's arm and left Zherkov, who was at a loss for words. Come, what's the matter, old fellow? Said Nesvitsky, trying to calm him. What's the matter? Exclaimed Prince Andrew, stopping in his excitement. Don't you understand that either we are officers serving our Tsar and our country, rejoicing in our successes and grieving at our misfortunes, or we are merely lackeys who care nothing for their master's business? 40,000 men massacred and the army of our allies destroyed, and you find that a cause for jesting, he said, as if the French sentence strengthened his point. It is all very well for that good-for-nothing fellow of whom you have made a friend, but not for you, not for you. Only a hobbledehoy could amuse himself in this way, he added in Russian, but with a French accent, noticing that Zherkov could still hear him. He waited a moment to see if the cornet would reply, but Zherkov turned and walked out of the corridor. Chapter 3. Nicholas and Denisov, Telyanin and the Missing Purse. Now we turn to Chapter 3. The Pavlograd Hussars were stationed 2 miles from Braunau. The squadron where Nicholas Rostov served as a cadet was quartered in the German village of Salzeneck. The best quarters in the village belonged to Cavalry Captain Denisov, the squadron commander, who was known throughout the cavalry division as Vaska Denisov. Cadet Rostov had been living with his squadron commander ever since he joined the regiment in Poland. On October 11th, the same day that headquarters was buzzing with the news of Mack's defeat, life in this squadron was proceeding as usual. Denisov had been losing at cards all night and wasn't home yet when Rostov returned early in the morning from a foraging trip. Dressed in his cadet uniform, Rostov rode up to the porch, swung his leg over the saddle with a youthful, supple movement, and stood for a moment in the stirrup, as if he hated to part from his horse. Finally, he jumped down and called for his orderly. Ah, Bondarenko, dear friend, he said to the hussar who rushed up to the horse. Walk him up and down, my dear fellow, he continued, with the cheerful, brotherly warmth that good-hearted young people show when they are happy. Yes, Your Excellency, the Ukrainian man answered gaily, tossing his head. Mind, walk him up and down well. Another hussar also ran toward the horse, but Bondarenko had already taken the reins. It was clear that the cadet was generous with his tips, and it paid to serve him. Rostov patted the horse's neck and flank, lingering for a moment. Splendid, what a horse he will be, he thought with a smile. Holding up his saber, his spurs jingling, he ran up the steps of the porch. His landlord, wearing a waistcoat and a pointed cap, was clearing manure from the cowhouse with a pitchfork. He looked out, and his face immediately brightened when he saw Rostov. Schönen guten Morgen, he said, which means a very good morning, winking with a merry smile. He was clearly pleased to greet the young man. Schon fleißig, said Rostov, meaning busy already, with the same joyful, brotherly smile that never left his eager face. Hoch Österreicher, Hoch Russen, Kaiser Alexander Hoch, he said, which means hurrah for the Austrians, hurrah for the Russians, hurrah for Emperor Alexander. He was quoting words often repeated by the German landlord. The German man laughed, came out of the cowshed, took off his cap, and waved it above his head, crying, Und die ganze Welt hoch, which means, and hurrah for the whole world. Rostov waved his cap just like the German and cried back, laughing, Und vivat die ganze Welt! Neither the German cleaning his cowshed nor Rostov returning from foraging for hay had any real reason to be so joyful. but they looked at each other with delight and brotherly love. They wagged their heads in mutual affection and parted with smiles, the German returning to his cowshed and Rostov going to the cottage he shared with Denisov. "What about your master?" he asked Lavrushka, Denisov's orderly, a man known throughout the regiment as a rogue. "Hasn't been in since the evening. Must have been losing," answered Lavrushka. "I know by now, if he wins, he comes back early to brag about it, but if he stays out till morning, it means he's lost and will come back in a rage. Will you have coffee?" "Yes, bring some." 10 minutes later, Lavrushka brought the coffee. "He's coming," he said. "Now for trouble!" Rostov looked out the window and saw Denisov returning home. Denisov was a small man with a red face, sparkling black eyes, and a black, tousled mustache and hair. He wore an unfastened cloak, wide breeches, and a crumpled shako on the back of his head. He approached the porch gloomily, his head hanging down. "Lavrushka!" he shouted loudly and angrily. "Take it off, blockhead!" "Well, I am taking it off," came Lavrushka's voice in reply. "Ah, you're up already," said Denisov, entering the room. "Long ago," answered Rostov. "I have already been for the hay and have seen Fraulein Matilda." "Wheelie, and I've been losing, brother. I lost yesterday like a damned fool," cried Denisov, who had trouble pronouncing his R's. "Such ill luck, such ill luck. As soon as you left, it began and went on. Hullo there, tea." He puckered his face as he smiled, showing his short, strong teeth. Then he began to ruffle his thick, tangled black hair with the stubby fingers of both hands. "And what devil made me go to that Watt?" he said, referring to an officer nicknamed the Rat. He rubbed his forehead and face with both hands. "Just fancy, he didn't let me win a single cad, not one cad." He took the lighted pipe that was offered to him, gripped it in his fist, and tapped it on the floor, making sparks fly as he continued to shout. "He lets one win the singles and calls it as soon as one doubles it, gives the singles and snatches the doubles." He scattered the burning tobacco, smashed the pipe, and threw it away. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked cheerfully at Rostov with his glittering black eyes. "If at least we had some women here, but there's nothing for one to do but drink. If we could only get to fighting soon." "Hullo, who's there?" he said, turning to the door as he heard the tread of heavy boots and the clinking of spurs, followed by a respectful cough. "The squadron quartermaster," said Lavrushka. Denisov's face puckered even more. "Wetched," he muttered, throwing down a purse with some gold in it. "Wostov, dear fellow, just see how much there is left and shove the purse under the pillow," he said, and went out to the quartermaster. Rostov took the money, and mechanically arranging the old and new coins into separate piles, began to count them. "Ah, Telyanin, how do you do? They plucked me last night," came Denisov's voice from the next room. "Where? At Bykov's, at the Rats. I knew it," replied a high-pitched voice. Lieutenant Telyanin, a small officer from the same squadron, entered the room. Rostov quickly thrust the purse under the pillow and shook the damp little hand offered to him. Telyanin had been transferred from the Guards just before this campaign for some reason. He behaved well in the regiment, but he wasn't liked. Rostov especially detested him and couldn't hide his groundless dislike for the man. "Well, young cavalryman, how is my rook behaving?" Telyanin asked. Rook was a young horse Telyanin had sold to Rostov. The lieutenant never looked directly at the person he was speaking to. His eyes constantly wandered from one object to another. "I saw you riding this morning," he added. "Oh, he's all right, a good horse," answered Rostov, though the horse for which he had paid 700 rubles was not worth half that amount. "He's begun to go a little lame on the left foreleg," he added. "The hoof's cracked. That's nothing. I'll teach you what to do and show you what kind of rivet to use." "Yes, please do," said Rostov. I'll show you. It's not a secret, and it's a horse you'll thank me for." "Then I'll have it brought round," said Rostov, wanting to get away from Telyanin. He went out to give the order. In the passage, Denisov was squatting on the threshold with a pipe, facing the quartermaster who was giving his report. When he saw Rostov, Denisov screwed up his face and pointed with his thumb over his shoulder to the room where Telyanin was sitting. He frowned and shuddered with disgust. "Ugh, I don't like that fellow. he said, ignoring the quartermaster's presence. Rostov shrugged, as if to say, "Nor do I, but what can you do?" After giving his order, he returned to Telyanin. Telyanin was sitting in the same lazy pose Rostov had left him in, rubbing his small white hands. Well, there certainly are disgusting people, Rostov thought as he entered. "Have you told them to bring the horse?" asked Telyanin, getting up and looking around carelessly. "I have. Let us go ourselves. I only came round to ask Denisov about yesterday's order. Have you got it, Denisov?" "Not yet, but where are you off to?" "I want to teach this young man how to shoe a horse," said Telyanin. They went out through the porch and into the stable. The lieutenant explained how to rivet the hoof, and then went to his own quarters. When Rostov returned, there was a bottle of vodka and a sausage on the table. Denisov was sitting there, scratching at a sheet of paper with his pen. He looked gloomily at Rostov and said, "I am writing to her." He leaned his elbows on the table, pen in hand, and clearly glad for a chance to say what he wanted to write, he told Rostov the contents of his letter. "You see, my friend," he said, "we sleep when we don't love. We are children of the dust, but one falls in love, and one is a god, one is Pua, as on the first day of Quishin. Who's that now? Send him to the devil, I'm busy," he shouted at Lavrushka, who had approached without being the least bit abashed. "Who should it be? You yourself told him to come. It's the quartermaster for the money." Denisov frowned and was about to shout a reply, but stopped. "Wetched business," he muttered. "How much is left in the puss?" he asked, turning to Rostov. 7 new and 3 old imperials." "Oh, it's wetched. Well, what are you standing there for, you skakwow? Call the quartermaster," he shouted to Lavrushka. "Please, Denisov, let me lend you some. I have some, you know," said Rostov, blushing. "Don't like bow-wowing from my own fellows, I don't," growled Denisov. "But if you won't accept money from me like a comrade, you will offend me. Really, I have some," Rostov repeated. "No, I tell you." And Denisov went to the bed to get the purse from under the pillow. "Where have you put it, Wostov?" "Under the lower pillow." "It's not there." Denisov threw both pillows on the floor. The purse was gone. "That's a miracle." "Wait, haven't you dropped it?" said Rostov, picking up the pillows one by one and shaking them. He pulled off the quilt and shook it. The purse was not there. "Dear me, can I have forgotten? No, I remember thinking that you kept it under your head like a treasure," said Rostov. "I put it just here. Where is it?" he asked, turning to Lavrushka. "I haven't been in the room. It must be where you put it." "But it isn't. You're always like that. You throw a thing down anywhere and forget it. Feel in your pockets." "No, if I hadn't thought of it being a treasure," said Rostov, "but I remember putting it there." Lavrushka turned over all the bedding, looked under the bed and under the table, searched everywhere, and then stood still in the middle of the room. Denisov watched Lavrushka's movements silently. When Lavrushka threw up his arms in surprise, saying it was nowhere to be found, Denisov glanced at Rostov. "Wostov, you've not been playing schoolboy twicks." Rostov felt Denisov's gaze on him. He raised his eyes and then immediately dropped them. All the blood that had been in his throat rushed to his face and eyes. He couldn't catch his breath. "And there hasn't been anyone in the room except the lieutenant and yourselves. It must be here somewhere," said Lavrushka. "Now then, you devil's puppet, look alive and hunt for it," Denisov shouted suddenly, turning purple and rushing at the man with a threatening gesture. "If the purse isn't found, I'll flog you. I'll flog you all." Rostov, avoiding Denisov's eyes, began to button his coat, buckle his saber, and put on his cap. "I must have that purse, I tell you," shouted Denisov, shaking his orderly by the shoulders and knocking him against the wall. "Denisov, let him alone. I know who has taken it," said Rostov, walking toward the door without raising his eyes. Denisov paused, thought for a moment, and clearly understanding what Rostov meant, seized his arm. "Nonsense," he cried, and the veins on his forehead and neck stood out like cords. "You are mad, I tell you. I won't allow it. The purse is here. I'll flay this scoundrel alive, and it will be found." "I know who has taken it," repeated Rostov in an unsteady voice, and he went to the door. And I tell you, don't you dare to do it, shouted Denisov, rushing at the cadet to stop him. But Rostov pulled his arm away, and with as much anger as if Denisov were his worst enemy, fixed his eyes directly on his face. Do you understand what you're saying? He said in a trembling voice. There was no one else in the room except myself, so that if it is not so, then... He couldn't finish, and he ran out of the room. Ah, may the devil take you and everybody, were the last words Rostov heard. Rostov went to Telyanin's quarters. The master is not in. He's gone to headquarters, said Telyanin's orderly. Has something happened? He added, surprised at the cadet's troubled face. No, nothing. You've only just missed him, said the orderly. Headquarters was 2 miles away from Salsanek. Without returning home, Rostov took a horse and rode there. There was an inn in the village that the officers frequented. Rostov rode up to it and saw Telyanin's horse at the porch. In the second room of the inn, the lieutenant was sitting over a dish of sausages and a bottle of wine. Ah, you've come here too, young man, he said, smiling and raising his eyebrows. Yes, said Rostov, as if it cost him a great deal to say the word. He sat down at the nearest table. Both were silent. There were 2 Germans and a Russian officer in the room. No one spoke. The only sounds were the clatter of knives and the munching of the lieutenant. When Telyanin finished his lunch, he took a double purse out of his pocket. With his small, white, turned-up fingers, he drew its rings aside, took out a gold imperial, and lifting his eyebrows, gave it to the waiter. Please be quick, he said. The coin was a new one. Rostov stood up and went to Telyanin. Allow me to look at your purse, he said in a low, almost inaudible voice. With shifting eyes, but his eyebrows still raised, Telyanin handed him the purse. Yes, it's a nice purse. Yes, yes, he said, growing suddenly pale. He added, Look at it, young man. Rostov took the purse in his hand, examined it and the money inside, and then looked at Telyanin. The lieutenant was looking around in his usual way and suddenly seemed to grow very merry. If we get to Vienna, I'll get rid of it there, but in these wretched little towns, there's nowhere to spend it, he said. Well, let me have it, young man, I'm going. Rostov didn't speak. And you? Are you going to have lunch too? They feed you quite decently here, Telyanin continued. Now then, let me have it. He stretched out his hand to take the purse. Rostov let go of it. Telyanin took the purse and began to carelessly slip it into the pocket of his riding breeches. His eyebrows were lifted and his mouth was slightly open, as if to say, Yes, yes, I am putting my purse in my pocket, and that's quite simple, and is no one else's business. Well, young man, he said with a sigh, and from under his lifted brows he glanced into Rostov's eyes. A flash, like an electric spark, shot from Telyanin's eyes to Rostov's and back again in an instant. Come here, said Rostov, grabbing Telyanin's arm and almost dragging him to the window. That money is Denisov's. You took it, he whispered just above Telyanin's ear. What? How dare you? What? Said Telyanin. But these words came out like a piteous, despairing cry, an entreaty for pardon. As soon as Rostov heard them, an enormous weight of doubt fell from him. He was glad, but at the same moment he began to pity the miserable man before him. Still, the task he had started had to be finished. Heaven only knows what the people here may imagine, muttered Telyanin, picking up his cap and moving toward a small, empty room. We must have an explanation. I know it and shall prove it, said Rostov. Every muscle of Telyanin's pale, terrified face began to quiver. His eyes still shifted from side to side, but he looked down, not meeting Rostov's face, and his sobs were audible. Count, don't ruin a young fellow. Here is this wretched money. Take it. He threw it on the table. I have an old father and mother. Rostov took the money, avoiding Telyanin's eyes, and went out of the room without a word. But at the door he stopped and turned back. Oh God, he said, with tears in his eyes, how could you do it? Count, said Telyanin, drawing nearer to him. Don't touch me, said Rostov, drawing back. If you need it, take the money. He threw the purse to him and ran out of the inn. Chapter 4. Nicholas in trouble with his fellow officers. We now begin Chapter 4. That same evening, there was a lively discussion among the squadron's officers in Denisov's quarters. "And I tell you, Rostov, that you must apologize to the colonel," said a tall, grizzly-haired staff captain to Rostov, who was crimson with excitement. The staff captain had enormous mustaches and many wrinkles on his large face. This man, Kirsten, had twice been reduced to the ranks for affairs of honor and had twice regained his commission. "I will allow no one to call me a liar," cried Rostov. "He told me I lied, and I told him he lied, and there it rests. He may keep me on duty every day or may place me under arrest, but no one can make me apologize, because if he, as commander of this regiment, thinks it beneath his dignity to give me satisfaction, then—" "You just wait a moment, my dear fellow, and listen," interrupted the staff captain in his deep bass voice, calmly stroking his long mustache. "You tell the colonel in the presence of other officers that an officer has stolen. I'm not to blame that the conversation began in the presence of other officers. Perhaps I ought not to have spoken before them, but I am not a diplomatist. That's why I joined the hussars, thinking that here one would not need finesse, and he tells me that I am lying, so let him give me satisfaction. That's all right. No one thinks you a coward, but that's not the point. Ask Denisov whether it is not out of the question for a cadet to demand satisfaction of his regimental commander." Denisov sat gloomily biting his mustache and listening to the conversation, clearly with no wish to take part. He answered the staff captain's question with a disapproving shake of his head. "You speak to the colonel about this nasty business before other officers," continued the staff captain, "and Bogdanich, the colonel was called Bogdanich, shuts you up." "He did not shut me up. He said I was telling an untruth." "Well, have it so, and you talked a lot of nonsense to him and must apologize." "Not on any account," exclaimed Rostov. "I did not expect this of you," said the staff captain seriously and severely. "You don't wish to apologize, but, man, it's not only to him but to the whole regiment, all of us. You're to blame all round. The case is this. You ought to have thought the matter over and taken advice, but no, you go and blurt it all straight out before the officers. Now what was the colonel to do? Have the officer tried and disgraced the whole regiment? Disgrace the whole regiment because of one scoundrel? Is that how you look at it? We don't see it like that. And Bogdanich was a brick. He told you you were saying what was not true. It's not pleasant, but what's to be done, my dear fellow? You landed yourself in it. And now, when one wants to smooth the thing over, some conceit prevents your apologizing, and you wish to make the whole affair public. You are offended at being put on duty a bit, but why not apologize to an old and honorable officer? Whatever Bogdanich may be, anyway he is an honorable and brave old colonel. You're quick at taking offense, but you don't mind disgracing the whole regiment." The staff captain's voice began to tremble. "You have been in the regiment next to no time, my lad. You're here today, and tomorrow you'll be appointed adjutant somewhere, and can snap your fingers when it is said, 'There are thieves among the Pavlograd officers.' But it's not all the same to us. Am I not right, Denisov? It's not the same." Denisov remained silent and did not move, but occasionally looked at Rostov with his glittering black eyes. "You value your own pride and don't wish to apologize," continued the staff captain. "But we old fellows, who have grown up in and God willing are going to die in the regiment, we prize the honor of the regiment, and Bogdanich knows it. Oh, we do prize it, old fellow. And all this is not right. It's not right. You may take offense or not, but I always stick to Mother Truth. It's not right." And the staff captain rose and turned away from Rostov. "That's too devil take it," shouted Denisov, jumping up. "Now then, Wostov, now then!" Rostov, growing red and pale alternately, looked first at one officer and then at the other. "No, gentlemen, no. You mustn't think, I quite understand. You're wrong to think that of me. For the honor of the regiment, I'll show that in action, and for me the honor of the flag. Well, never mind, it's true I'm to blame all round. Well, what else do you want?" "Come, that's right, Count!" cried the staff captain, turning round and clapping Rostov on the shoulder with his big hand. "I tell you," shouted Denisov, "he's a fine fellow." "That's better, Count," said the staff captain, beginning to address Rostov by his title, as if in recognition of his confession. "Go and apologize, Your Excellency. Yes, go!" Gentlemen, I'll do anything. No one shall hear a word from me, said Rostov in an imploring voice. But I can't apologize, by God I can't. Do what you will. How can I go and apologize like a little boy asking forgiveness? Denisov began to laugh. It'll be worse for you. Bogdanich is vindictive and you'll pay for your obstinacy, said Kirsten. No, on my word, it's not obstinacy. I can't describe the feeling. I can't. Well, it's as you like, said the staff captain. And what has become of that scoundrel? He asked Denisov. He has reported himself sick. He's to be struck off the list tomorrow, muttered Denisov. It is an illness. There's no other way of explaining it, said the staff captain. Illness or not, he'd better not cross my path. I'd kill him, shouted Denisov in a bloodthirsty tone. Just then Zherkov entered the room. What brings you here? Cried the officers, turning to the newcomer. We're to go into action, gentlemen. Mack has surrendered with his whole army. It's not true. I've seen him myself. What? Saw the real Mack with hands and feet? Into action, into action. Bring him a bottle for such news. But how did you come here? I've been sent back to the regiment all on account of that devil, Mack. An Austrian general complained of me. I congratulated him on Mack's arrival. What's the matter, Rostov? You look as if you'd just come out of a hot bath. Oh, my dear fellow, we're in such a stew here these last 2 days. The regimental adjutant came in and confirmed the news brought by Zherkov. They were under orders to advance the next day. We're going into action, gentlemen. Well, thank God, we've been sitting here too long. If you're finding the stories of honor and duty in this chapter compelling, and are interested in the grand sweep of history and human nature, consider supporting my future projects. You can do this by trying a free Audible trial for 30 days. It's a great way to explore more audiobooks like this one. Just check the episode description for details. Now, back to our story. Chapter 5, Crossing the Ends, Burning the Bridge, Rostov's Baptism of Fire. We now move to Chapter 5. Kutuzov was falling back toward Vienna, destroying the bridges behind him over the rivers Inn and Traun. On October 23rd, the Russian troops were crossing the river Enns. At midday, the Russian baggage train, artillery, and columns of troops were filing through the town of Enns on both sides of the bridge. It was a warm, rainy autumn day. From the heights where the Russian batteries stood guarding the bridge, a wide expanse opened up. At times, a thin curtain of slanting rain veiled the view, but then the sun would suddenly break through, and distant objects would glitter as if they had been freshly varnished. Below, you could see the little town with its white, red-roofed houses, its cathedral, and its bridge, where masses of Russian troops streamed from both sides. At a bend in the Danube, you could see vessels, an island, and a castle with a park surrounded by water. The rocky left bank of the Danube was covered with pine forests, with a mystic backdrop of green treetops and bluish gorges. Far away, the turrets of a convent stood out beyond a wild pine forest, and on the other side of the Enns you could just make out the enemy's horse patrols. Among the field guns on the hill, the general in command of the rear guard stood with a staff officer, scanning the country through his field glass. A little behind them sat Nesvitsky, who had been sent to the rear guard by the commander-in-chief. He was sitting on the trail of a gun carriage. A Cossack had given him a knapsack and a flask, and Nesvitsky was treating some officers to pies and real doppelkummel. The officers gladly gathered around him, some on their knees, others squatting on the wet grass. Yes, the Austrian prince who built that castle was no fool. It's a fine place. Why are you not eating anything, gentlemen? Nesvitsky was saying. Thank you very much, Prince, answered one of the officers, who was pleased to be talking to such an important staff officer. It's a lovely place. We passed close to the park and saw 2 deer, and what a splendid house. Look, Prince, said another officer, who wanted another pie but was too shy to ask. He pretended to be examining the countryside instead. See, our infantrymen have already got there. Look there in the meadow behind the village. 3 of them are dragging something. They'll ransack that castle, he remarked with approval. So they will, said Nesvitsky. No, but what I should like, he added, munching on a pie in his moist-lipped, handsome mouth, would be to slip in over there. He pointed with a smile to a turreted nunnery, and his eyes narrowed and gleamed. "That would be fine, gentlemen." The officers laughed, just to flutter the nuns a bit. "They say there are Italian girls among them. On my word, I'd give 5 years of my life for it." "They must be feeling dull, too," said one of the bolder officers, laughing. Meanwhile, the staff officer in front pointed something out to the general, who looked through his field glass. "Yes, so it is," said the general angrily, lowering the field glass and shrugging his shoulders. "So it is. They'll be fired on at the crossing. And why are they dawdling there?" On the opposite side, the enemy could be seen with the naked eye. From their battery, a milk-white cloud of smoke arose. Then came the distant report of a shot, and our troops could be seen hurrying to the crossing. Nesvitsky rose, puffing, and went up to the general, smiling. "Would not your excellency like a little refreshment?" he said. "It's a bad business," said the general, not answering him. "Our men have been wasting time." "Hadn't I better ride over, your excellency?" asked Nesvitsky. "Yes, please do," answered the general. He then repeated the order that had already been given in detail. "And tell the hussars that they are to cross last and to fire the bridge as I ordered, and the inflammable material on the bridge must be re-inspected." "Very good," answered Nesvitsky. He called the Cossack with his horse, told him to put away the knapsack and flask, and swung his heavy body easily into the saddle. "I'll really call in on the nuns," he said to the officers who watched him with smiles. He then rode off down the winding path. "Now then, let's see how far it will carry, Captain. Just try," said the general, turning to an artillery officer. "Have a little fun to pass the time." "Crew, to your guns," commanded the officer. In a moment, the men came running cheerfully from their campfires and began loading. "One," came the command. Number 1 jumped briskly aside. The gun rang out with a deafening, metallic roar. A whistling grenade flew over the heads of our troops below the hill and fell far short of the enemy. A little puff of smoke showed where it burst. The faces of the officers and men brightened at the sound. Everyone got up and started watching the movements of our troops below, who were as plainly visible as if they were a stone's throw away. They also watched the approaching enemy in the distance. At the same moment, the sun came out fully from behind the clouds. The clear sound of the single shot and the brilliant sunshine merged into a single joyous and spirited impression. 2 of the enemy's shots had already flown across the bridge, which was now crowded with men and carts. Halfway across stood Prince Nesvitsky. He had gotten off his horse, and his large body was jammed against the railings. He looked back, laughing, at the Cossack who stood a few steps behind him, holding 2 horses by their bridles. Every time Nesvitsky tried to move forward, soldiers and carts pushed him back against the railings. All he could do was smile. "What a fine fellow you are, friend," said the Cossack to a convoy soldier with a wagon, who was pressing against the infantrymen crowded near his wheels. "What a fellow, you can't wait a moment. Don't you see the general wants to pass?" But the convoyman ignored the word general and shouted at the soldiers blocking his way. "Hi there, boys! Keep to the left! Wait a bit." But the soldiers, packed shoulder to shoulder with their bayonets interlocked, moved over the bridge in a dense mass. Looking down over the rails, Nesvitsky saw the rapid, noisy little waves of the river Enns, rippling and swirling around the bridge piles. Looking on the bridge, he saw equally uniform waves of living soldiers, shoulder straps, covered shakos, knapsacks, bayonets, and long muskets. Under the shakos were faces with broad cheekbones, sunken cheeks, and tired, listless expressions. Their feet moved through the sticky mud covering the planks. Sometimes, an officer in a cloak, his face different from the soldiers, would squeeze through the monotonous waves of men like a fleck of white foam. Sometimes a hussar on foot, an orderly, or a townsman would be carried along like a chip of wood in a river. And sometimes an officer's or company's baggage wagon, piled high and covered in leather, would move across the bridge like a log floating down the river, hemmed in on all sides. "It's as if a dam had burst," said the Cossack hopelessly. "Are there many more of you to come?" "A million all but one," replied a witty soldier in a torn coat with a wink. He passed on, followed by another, an old man. If he, meaning the enemy, begins popping at the bridge now, said the old soldier dismally to a comrade, you'll forget to scratch yourself. That soldier passed, and after him came another sitting on a cart. Where the devil have the leg bands been shoved to, said an orderly, running behind the cart and fumbling in the back of it. He also passed on with the wagon. Then came some merry soldiers who had clearly been drinking. And then, old fellow, he gives him one in the teeth with the butt end of his gun, a soldier said gaily with a wide swing of his arm. Yes, the ham was just delicious, answered another with a loud laugh, and they too passed on, so Nesvitsky never learned who had been struck or what the ham had to do with it. Bah, how they scurry! He just sends a ball and they think they'll all be killed, a sergeant said angrily. As it flies past me, Daddy, the ball I mean, said a young soldier with an enormous mouth, barely holding back a laugh. I felt like dying of fright. I did, 'pon my word, I got that frightened, he said, as if bragging about being scared. That soldier also passed. Then came a cart unlike any other. It was a German cart with 2 horses, led by a German man, and it seemed to be loaded with the contents of an entire house. A fine brindled cow with a large udder was tied to the back of the cart. A woman with a baby, an old woman, and a healthy German girl with bright red cheeks were sitting on feather beds. These fugitives were clearly allowed to pass by special permission. All the soldiers' eyes turned to the women, and as the cart passed slowly, all their remarks were about the 2 younger ones. Every face bore almost the same smile, expressing improper thoughts. Just see, the German sausage is making tracks too. Sell me the missus, said another soldier to the German man, who strode along angrily and frightened, with his eyes downcast. See how smart she's made herself, oh, the devils! There, Fedotov, you should be quartered on them. I have seen as much before now, mate. Where are you going? Asked an infantry officer who was eating an apple, also smiling slightly as he looked at the handsome girl. The German closed his eyes, indicating he didn't understand. Take it if you like, said the officer, giving the girl an apple. The girl smiled and took it. Nesvitsky, like the other men on the bridge, didn't take his eyes off the women until they had passed. When they were gone, the same stream of soldiers followed, with the same kind of talk, and then everyone stopped. As often happens, the horses of a convoy wagon grew restive at the end of the bridge, and the whole crowd had to wait. And why are they stopping? There's no proper order, said the soldiers. Where are you shoving to? Devil take you. Can't you wait? It'll be worse if he fires the bridge. See, here's an officer jammed in too, different voices said in the crowd, as the men looked at one another and all pressed toward the exit. Looking down at the water under the bridge, Nesvitsky suddenly heard a new sound, something swiftly approaching, something big, that splashed into the river. Just see where it carries to, a soldier nearby said sternly, looking around at the sound. Encouraging us to get along quicker, said another uneasily. The crowd moved on again. Nesvitsky realized it was a cannonball. Hey, Cossack, my horse, he said. Now then, you there, get out of the way, make way. With great difficulty, he managed to get to his horse, and shouting continually, he moved forward. The soldiers squeezed to make way for him, but then pressed in on him again, jamming his leg. Those nearest to him weren't to blame, for they were being pressed even harder from behind. Nesvitsky, Nesvitsky, you numbskull, came a hoarse voice from behind him. Nesvitsky looked around and saw, about 15 paces away, but separated by the mass of moving infantry, Vaska Denisov. He was red and shaggy, with his cap on the back of his black head, and a cloak hanging jauntily over his shoulder. Tell these devils, these fiends, to let me pass, shouted Denisov, evidently in a rage. His coal-black eyes, with their bloodshot whites, glittered and rolled as he waved his sheathed saber in a small, bare hand as red as his face. Ah, Vaska, joyfully replied Nesvitsky. What's up with you? The squad one can't pass, shouted Vaska Denisov, showing his white teeth fiercely and spurring his black thoroughbred Arab. The horse twitched its ears as the bayonets touched it and snorted, spurting white foam from its bit. It tramped on the planks of the bridge, apparently ready to jump over the railings if its rider let it. What is this? They're like sheep! Just like sheep! Out of the way! Let us pass! "Stop there, you devil with the cart! I'll hack you with my saber!" he shouted, actually drawing his saber from its scabbard and flourishing it. The soldiers crowded against one another with terrified faces, and Denisov joined Nesvitsky. "How's it you're not drunk today?" said Nesvitsky when the other had ridden up to him. "They don't even give one time to drink," answered Vaska Denisov. "They keep dwagging the regiment to and fro all day. If they mean to fight, let's fight. But the devil knows what this is." "What a dandy you are today," said Nesvitsky, looking at Denisov's new cloak and saddlecloth. Denisov smiled, took a perfumed handkerchief from his sabretache, and put it to Nesvitsky's nose. "Of course, I'm going into action. I've shaved, brushed my teeth, and scented myself." The imposing figure of Nesvitsky, followed by his Cossack, and the determination of Denisov, who flourished his sword and shouted frantically, had such an effect that they managed to squeeze through to the other side of the bridge and stop the infantry. Beside the bridge, Nesvitsky found the colonel to whom he had to deliver the order. After doing so, he rode back. Having cleared the way, Denisov stopped at the end of the bridge. He carelessly held his stallion, which was neighing and pawing the ground, eager to rejoin its fellows, and watched his squadron approach. Then, the clang of hoofs, as of several horses galloping, echoed on the bridge planks. The squadron, with officers in front and men four abreast, spread across the bridge and emerged on his side. The stopped infantry crowded near the bridge in the trampled mud and gazed at the clean, smart hussars moving past in regular order. They watched with that particular feeling of ill will, estrangement, and ridicule that troops of different arms usually have for one another. "Smart lads only fit for a fair," said one. "What good are they? They're led about just for show," remarked another. "Don't kick up the dust, you infantry," jested a hussar whose prancing horse had splashed mud on some foot soldiers. "I'd like to put you on a 2 days' march with a knapsack. Your fine cords would soon get a bit rubbed," said an infantryman, wiping mud from his face with his sleeve. "Perched up there, you're more like a bird than a man." "There now, Zikin, they ought to put you on a horse. You'd look fine," said a corporal, teasing a thin little soldier who was bent under the weight of his knapsack. "Take a stick between your legs, that'll suit you for a horse," the hussar shouted back. The last of the infantry hurriedly crossed the bridge, squeezing together as they approached it as if passing through a funnel. At last, the baggage wagons had all crossed, the crowd lessened, and the last battalion came onto the bridge. Only Denisov's squadron of hussars remained on the other side, facing the enemy. The enemy could be seen from the hill on the opposite bank, but was not yet visible from the bridge. The horizon from the valley was formed by rising ground only half a mile away. At the foot of the hill lay wasteland where a few groups of our Cossack scouts were moving. Suddenly, on the road at the top of the high ground, artillery and troops in blue uniforms were seen. These were the French. A group of Cossack scouts retired down the hill at a trot. All the officers and men of Denisov's squadron, though they tried to talk of other things and look in other directions, thought only of what was there on the hilltop. They kept looking at the patches on the skyline, which they knew to be the enemy's troops. The weather had cleared since noon, and the sun was setting brightly on the Danube and the dark hills around it. It was calm, and at intervals, the bugle calls and shouts of the enemy could be heard from the hill. There was no one now between the squadron and the enemy except a few scattered skirmishers. An empty space of some 700 yards separated them. The enemy ceased firing, and that stern, threatening, inaccessible line that separates two hostile armies was felt all the more clearly. One step beyond that boundary line, which is like the line dividing the living from the dead, lies uncertainty, suffering, and death. And what is there? Who is there, beyond that field, that tree, that roof lit up by the sun? No one knows, but one wants to know. You fear and yet long to cross that line, and you know that sooner or later it must be crossed. You will have to find out what is there, just as you will inevitably have to learn what lies on the other side of death. But you are strong, healthy, cheerful, and excited, and you are surrounded by other such healthy and animated men. This is what anyone who comes in sight of the enemy thinks, or at least feels. And that feeling gives a particular glamour and keenness of impression to everything that happens at such moments. On the high ground where the enemy was, the smoke of a cannon rose, and a ball flew whistling over the heads of the hussar squadron. The officers who had been standing together rode off to their places. The hussars began carefully aligning their horses. Silence fell on the whole squadron. All were looking at the enemy in front and at the squadron commander, awaiting the word of command. A second and a third cannonball flew past. Evidently, they were firing at the hussars, but the balls, with a rapid rhythmic whistle, flew over the heads of the horsemen and fell somewhere beyond them. The hussars did not look round, but at the sound of each shot, as if on command, the whole squadron held its breath, rose in the stirrups, and sank back again. The soldiers, without turning their heads, glanced at one another, curious to see their comrades' reactions. Every face, from Denisov's to the buglers, showed a common expression of conflict, irritation, and excitement around the chin and mouth. The quartermaster frowned, looking at the soldiers as if threatening to punish them. Cadet Mironov ducked every time a ball flew past. Rostov, on the left flank, mounted on his horse Rook, a handsome animal despite its lame leg, had the happy air of a schoolboy called up for an examination he is sure he will pass. He glanced at everyone with a clear, bright expression, as if asking them to notice how calmly he sat under fire. But despite himself, his face also showed that same new stern expression around the mouth. "Who's that curtsying there? Cadet Mironov! That's not white! Look at me!" cried Denisov. Unable to stay still, he kept turning his horse in front of the squadron. The black, hairy, snub-nosed face of Vaska Denisov, and his whole short, sturdy figure, with the sinewy, hairy hand and stumpy fingers holding the hilt of his naked saber, looked just as it usually did, especially in the evening after he'd had his second bottle. He was only redder than usual. With his shaggy head thrown back like a bird drinking, he spurred his good horse, Bedouin, mercilessly and sat as though falling backwards in the saddle. He galloped to the other flank of the squadron and shouted in a hoarse voice for the men to check their pistols. He then rode up to Kirsten. The staff captain, on his broad-backed, steady mare, came at a walk to meet him. His face, with its long mustache, was serious as always, but his eyes were brighter than usual. "Well, what about it?" he said to Denisov. "It won't come to a fight, you'll see. We shall retire." "The devil only knows what they're about," muttered Denisov. "Ah, Wostov," he cried, noticing the cadet's bright face. "You've got it at last." And he smiled approvingly, evidently pleased with the cadet. Rostov felt perfectly happy. Just then the commander appeared on the bridge. Denisov galloped up to him. "Your Excellency, let us attack them. I'll drive them off." "Attack indeed," said the colonel in a bored voice, puckering up his face as if shooing away a fly. "And why are you stopping here? Don't you see the skirmishers are retreating? Lead the squadron back." The squadron crossed the bridge and moved out of range without losing a single man. The second squadron, which had been in the front line, followed them, and the last of the Cossacks left the far side of the river. The two Pavlograd squadrons, having crossed the bridge, retired up the hill one after the other. Their colonel, Karl Bogdanich Schubert, a Russo-German, rode up to Denisov's squadron. He rode at a slow pace not far from Rostov, without taking any notice of him, although this was their first meeting since the incident with Telyanin. Rostov, feeling that he was at the front and in the power of a man he now admitted he had wronged, kept his eyes fixed on the colonel's athletic back, his nape covered with light hair, and his red neck. It seemed to Rostov that Bogdanich was only pretending not to notice him, and that his whole aim was to test the cadet's courage. So, Rostov drew himself up and looked around merrily. Then it seemed to him that Bogdanich rode so near in order to show him his own courage. Next, he thought that his enemy would send the squadron on a desperate attack just to punish him. Then he imagined how, after the attack, Bogdanich would come up to him as he lay wounded and would magnanimously offer a hand of reconciliation. The high-shouldered figure of Zherkov, who was familiar to the Pavlograds as he had recently left their regiment, rode up to the colonel. After his dismissal from headquarters, Zherkov had not stayed in the regiment. He said he was not such a fool as to slave away at the front, when he could get more rewards by doing nothing on the staff. He had succeeded in attaching himself as an orderly officer to Prince Bagration. He now came to his former chief with an order from the commander of the rear guard. "Colonel," he said, addressing Rostov's enemy with a gloomy gravity and glancing around at his comrades, "there is an order to stop and fire the bridge." "An order to who?" asked the colonel morosely. "I don't myself know to who," replied the cornet in a serious tone, "but the prince told me to go and tell the colonel that the hussars must return quickly and fire the bridge." Zherkov was followed by an officer of the suite, who rode up to the hussar colonel with the same order. After him, the stout Nesvitsky came galloping up on a Cossack horse that could barely carry his weight. "How's this, colonel?" he shouted as he approached. "I told you to fire the bridge, and now someone has gone and blundered. They are all beside themselves over there, and one can't make anything out." The colonel deliberately stopped the regiment and turned to Nesvitsky. "You spoke to me of inflammable material," he said, "but you said nothing about firing it." "But, my dear sir," said Nesvitsky as he drew up, taking off his cap and smoothing his perspiring hair with his plump hand, "wasn't I telling you to fire the bridge when inflammable material had been put in position?" "I am not your dear sir, Mr. Staff Officer, and you did not tell me to burn the bridge. I know the service, and it is my habit orders strictly to obey. You said the bridge would be burned, but who would burn it? I could not know by the Holy Spirit." "Ah, that's always the way," said Nesvitsky with a wave of his hand. "How did you get here?" he said, turning to Zherkov. "On the same business, but you are damp. Let me wring you out." "You were saying, Mr. Staff Officer," continued the colonel in an offended tone. "Colonel," interrupted the officer of the suite, "you must be quick, or the enemy will bring up his guns to use grape shot." The colonel looked silently at the officer of the suite, at the stout staff officer, and at Zherkov, and he frowned. "I will the bridge fire," he said in a solemn tone, as if to announce that despite all the unpleasantness he had to endure, he would still do the right thing. Striking his horse with his long, muscular legs as if it were to blame for everything, the colonel moved forward. He ordered the second squadron, the one in which Rostov was serving under Denisov, to return to the bridge. "There, it's just as I thought," Rostov said to himself. "He wishes to test me." His heart contracted and the blood rushed to his face. "Let him see whether I am a coward," he thought. Again, the serious expression that had been on the faces of the squadron under fire reappeared. Rostov watched his enemy, the colonel, closely, trying to find confirmation of his guess in the man's face. But the colonel did not once glance at Rostov. He looked just as he always did at the front, solemn and stern. Then came the word of command. "Look sharp," several voices repeated around him. Their sabers catching in the bridles and their spurs jingling, the hussars hastily dismounted, not knowing what to do. The men were crossing themselves. Rostov no longer looked at the colonel. He had no time. He was so afraid of falling behind the other hussars that his heart stood still. His hand trembled as he gave his horse to an orderly, and he felt the blood rush to his heart with a thud. Denisov rode past him, leaning back and shouting something. Rostov saw nothing but the hussars running all around him, their spurs catching and their sabers clattering. "Stretchers!" shouted someone behind him. Rostov didn't think about what the call for stretchers meant. He ran on, trying only to be ahead of the others. But just at the bridge, not looking at the ground, he stepped into some sticky, trodden mud, stumbled, and fell on his hands. The others ran past him. "At both sides, Captain," he heard the colonel's voice. The colonel had ridden ahead and pulled up his horse near the bridge, his face triumphant and cheerful. Rostov wiped his muddy hands on his breeches and looked at his enemy. He was about to run on, thinking that the farther he went to the front, the better. But Bogdanich, without looking at or recognizing Rostov, shouted to him, "Who's that running on the middle of the bridge? To the right! Come back, cadet!" he cried angrily. Then, turning to Denisov, who was showing off his courage by riding onto the planks of the bridge, he said, "Why run risks, Captain? You should dismount." "Oh, every bullet has its billet," answered Vaska Denisov, turning in his saddle. Meanwhile, Nesvitsky, Zherkov, and the officer of the suite were standing together out of range of the shots. They watched the small group of men in yellow shakos and dark green jackets who were swarming near the bridge. Then they looked at what was approaching in the distance from the other side. The blue uniforms and groups with horses, easily recognizable as artillery. Will they burn the bridge or not? Who will get there first? Will they get there and fire the bridge, or will the French get within grape-shot range and wipe them out? These were the questions each man on the high ground above the bridge asked himself with a sinking heart. They watched the bridge and the hussars in the bright evening light, and the blue tunics advancing from the other side with their bayonets and guns. The hussars will get it hot," said Nesvitsky. "They are within grape-shot range now." "He shouldn't have taken so many men," said the officer of the suite. "True enough," answered Nesvitsky. "Two smart fellows could have done the job just as well." "Ah, Your Excellency," put in Zherkov, his eyes fixed on the hussars, but with that naive air that made it impossible to know if he was joking or serious. "Ah, Your Excellency, how you look at things! Send 2 men? And who then would give us the Vladimir medal and ribbon? But now, even if they do get peppered, the squadron may be recommended for honors, and he may get a ribbon. Our Bogdanich knows how things are done." "There now," said the officer of the suite. "That's grape shot." He pointed to the French guns, where the limbers were being detached and hurriedly removed. On the French side, among the groups with cannon, a cloud of smoke appeared, then a second and a third, almost at the same time, and just as the first report was heard, a fourth was seen, then 2 reports one after another, and a third. "Oh, oh," groaned Nesvitsky as if in fierce pain, grabbing the officer of the suite by the arm. "Look, a man has fallen, fallen. 2, I think. If I were Tsar, I would never go to war," said Nesvitsky, turning away. The French guns were hastily reloaded. The infantry in their blue uniforms advanced toward the bridge at a run. Smoke appeared again at irregular intervals, and grape shot cracked and rattled onto the bridge. But this time, Nesvitsky couldn't see what was happening there, as a dense cloud of smoke rose from it. The hussars had succeeded in setting it on fire, and the French batteries were now firing at them, not to hinder them, but simply because the guns were aimed and there was someone to fire at. The French had time to fire 3 rounds of grape shot before the hussars got back to their horses. 2 rounds missed, but the last one fell in the midst of a group of hussars and knocked 3 of them over. Rostov, absorbed by his thoughts about Bogdanich, had paused on the bridge, not knowing what to do. There was no one to cut down, as he had always imagined battles, and he couldn't help fire the bridge because he hadn't brought any burning straw like the other soldiers. He stood looking around him when suddenly he heard a rattle on the bridge, like nuts being spilled, and the hussar nearest to him fell against the rails with a groan. Rostov ran up to him with the others. Again, someone shouted, "Stretchers!" 4 men seized the hussar and began to lift him. "Ooh, for Christ's sake, let me alone," cried the wounded man. But still, he was lifted and laid on the stretcher. Nicholas Rostov turned away and, as if searching for something, gazed into the distance, at the waters of the Danube, at the sky, and at the sun. How beautiful the sky looked, how blue, how calm, and how deep, how bright and glorious was the setting sun. With what soft glitter the waters of the distant Danube shone. And fairer still were the faraway blue mountains beyond the river, the nunnery, the mysterious gorges, and the pine forests veiled in mist. There was peace and happiness. I should wish for nothing else, nothing, if only I were there, thought Rostov. In myself alone and in that sunshine there is so much happiness, but here, groans, suffering, fear, and this uncertainty and hurry. There, they are shouting again, and again are all running back somewhere, and I shall run with them, and death, is here above me and around. Another instant, and I shall never again see the sun, this water, that gorge. At that instant, the sun began to hide behind the clouds, and other stretchers came into view before Rostov, and the fear of death and of the stretchers, and the love of the sun and of life, all merged into one feeling of sickening agitation. "O Lord God, thou who art in that heaven, save, forgive, and protect me," Rostov whispered. The hussars ran back to the men who held their horses. Their voices sounded louder and calmer, and the stretchers disappeared from sight. "Well, fiend, so you've smelt powder," shouted Vaska Denisov just above his ear. "It's all over, but I am a coward. Yes, a coward," thought Rostov. Sighing deeply, he took his horse, Rook, who was resting one foot, from the orderly and began to mount. "Was that grape shot?" he asked Denisov. "Yes, and no mistake," cried Denisov. "You worked like regular Bwicks, and it's nasty work. An attack's pleasant work, hacking away at the dogs, but this sort of thing is the very devil, with them shooting at you like a target." And Denisov rode up to a group that had stopped near Rostov, composed of the colonel, Nesvitsky, Zherkov, and the officer from the suite. "Well, it seems that no one has noticed," thought Rostov. And this was true. No one had taken any notice, for everyone knew the sensation which a cadet under fire for the first time had experienced. "Here's something for you to report," said Zherkov. "See if I don't get promoted to a sublieutenancy." "Inform the prince that the bridge fired," said the colonel triumphantly and gaily. "And if he asks about the losses—" "A trifle," said the colonel in his bass voice. "2 hussars wounded and 1 knocked out," he added, unable to restrain a happy smile, and pronouncing the phrase knocked out with ringing distinctness. Chapter 6. Prince Andrew sent with dispatches to the Austrian court. The Minister of War. Welcome to Chapter 6. The 35,000-man Russian army, commanded by Kutuzov, was in a difficult position. They were being pursued by a French army of 100,000 men under Bonaparte. The local population was unfriendly. They were losing confidence in their allies, and they were suffering from a shortage of supplies. The conditions of war were nothing like what had been foreseen. So the army was hurriedly retreating along the Danube, stopping only when overtaken by the enemy to fight rearguard actions just long enough to retreat without losing their heavy equipment. There had been actions at Lambach, Amstetten, and Melk. But despite the courage and endurance of the Russians, which even the enemy acknowledged, the only result of these actions was an even faster retreat. The Austrian troops that had escaped capture at Ulm and joined Kutuzov at Braunau had now separated from the Russian army. Kutuzov was left with only his own weak and exhausted forces. Defending Vienna was no longer a possibility. The original plan had been an offensive one, carefully prepared by the Austrian War Council in Vienna. But now, Kutuzov's sole and almost impossible goal was to join up with the forces advancing from Russia without losing his army, as Mack had done at Ulm. On October 28th, Kutuzov's army crossed to the left bank of the Danube, putting the river between themselves and the main French army for the first time. On the 30th, he attacked Mortier's division on the left bank and broke it up. In this action, they took their first trophies: banners, cannon, and 2 enemy generals. For the first time after a 2-week retreat, the Russian troops had halted, and after a fight, had not only held the field, but had also repulsed the French. The troops were ill-clad, exhausted, and had lost 1/3 of their men to death, injury, sickness, or straggling. Many sick and wounded had been abandoned on the other side of the Danube, with a letter from Kutuzov entrusting them to the enemy's humanity. The hospitals in Krems could no longer accommodate all the sick and wounded. Yet, the stand they made at Krems and the victory over Mortier raised the army's spirits considerably. Joyful but false rumors spread throughout the army of approaching reinforcements from Russia, of some Austrian victory, and of the retreat of a frightened Bonaparte. During the battle, Prince Andrew had been with the Austrian General Schmidt, who was killed in the action. Prince Andrew's horse was wounded under him, and his own arm was slightly grazed by a bullet. As a special mark of the commander-in-chief's favor, he was sent with the news of this victory to the Austrian court. The court was no longer in Vienna, which was threatened by the French, but in Brünn. Despite his apparently delicate build, Prince Andrew could endure physical fatigue far better than many more muscular men. On the night of the battle, he arrived at Krems excited but not tired, with dispatches for Kutuzov. He was immediately sent on with a special dispatch to Brünn. To be sent on such a mission was not only a reward but also an important step toward promotion. The night was dark but starry. The road showed black against the snow that had fallen the day before. As he galloped along in a post-chaise, Prince Andrew reviewed his impressions of the recent battle. He imagined the pleasure his news of victory would create, and recalled the send-off from the commander-in-chief and his fellow officers. He was enjoying the feelings of a man who has finally begun to achieve a long-desired happiness. As soon as he closed his eyes, his ears seemed to fill with the rattle of the wheels and the sensation of victory. Then he imagined the Russians running away and himself being killed. But he quickly roused himself with a feeling of joy, as if learning again that this was not so, that on the contrary, the French had run away. He recalled all the details of the victory and his own calm courage during the battle. Feeling reassured, he dozed off. The dark, starry night was followed by a bright, cheerful morning. The snow was thawing in the sunshine, the horses galloped quickly, and on both sides of the road were forests, fields, and villages. At one of the post stations, he overtook a convoy of wounded Russian soldiers. The Russian officer in charge of the transport was lolling back in the front cart, shouting and scolding a soldier with coarse abuse. In each of the long German carts, 6 or more pale, dirty, bandaged men were being jolted over the stony road. Some were talking. He heard Russian words. Others were eating bread. The more severely wounded looked silently, with the tired interest of sick children, at the messenger hurrying past them. Prince Andrew told his driver to stop and asked a soldier in what action they had been wounded. "Day before yesterday, on the Danube," the soldier answered. Prince Andrew took out his purse and gave the soldier 3 gold pieces. "That's for them all," he said to the officer who came up. "Get well soon, lads," he continued, turning to the soldiers. "There's plenty to do still." "What news, sir?" asked the officer, who was clearly anxious to start a conversation. "Good news. Go on," he shouted to the driver, and they galloped on. It was already quite dark when Prince Andrew's carriage rattled over the paved streets of Brunn. He found himself surrounded by high buildings, the lights of shops, houses, and street lamps, fine carriages, and all the atmosphere of a large, active town. It's an atmosphere that is always attractive to a soldier after camp life. Despite his rapid journey and sleepless night, Prince Andrew felt even more vigorous and alert than he had the day before. Only his eyes gleamed feverishly, and his thoughts followed one another with extraordinary clarity and speed. He vividly recalled the details of the battle again, no longer dim but clear and concise, just as he imagined he would state them to the Emperor Francis. He pictured the casual questions that might be asked and the answers he would give. He expected to be presented to the Emperor at once. At the main entrance to the palace, however, an official ran out to meet him. Learning that he was a special messenger, the official led him to another entrance. "To the right from the corridor, Euer Hochgeboren. There you will find the adjutant on duty," said the official. "He will conduct you to the Minister of War." The adjutant on duty met Prince Andrew, asked him to wait, and went in to see the Minister of War. 5 minutes later he returned. Bowing with particular courtesy, he ushered Prince Andrew along a corridor to the cabinet where the Minister of War was working. The adjutant's elaborate courtesy seemed intended to ward off any attempt at familiarity from the Russian messenger. Prince Andrew's joyful feeling weakened considerably as he approached the minister's room. He felt offended, and this feeling of offense quickly turned into one of uncalled-for disdain. His mind instantly supplied him with a reason to despise the adjutant and the minister. Away from the smell of powder, they probably think it easy to gain victories, he thought. His eyes narrowed disdainfully as he entered the room of the Minister of War with deliberate steps. This feeling of disdain grew stronger when he saw the minister seated at a large table, reading some papers and making pencil notes. For the first 2 or 3 minutes, the minister took no notice of his arrival. A wax candle stood on each side of the minister's bent, bald head with its gray temples. He continued reading to the end, without raising his eyes at the sound of the door opening and the footsteps. "Take this and deliver it," he said to his adjutant, handing him the papers and still ignoring the special messenger. Prince Andrew felt that either the actions of Kutuzov's army interested the Minister of War less than any of his other concerns, or he wanted to give the Russian messenger that impression. But that is a matter of perfect indifference to me, he thought. The minister gathered the remaining papers, arranged them evenly, and then raised his head. He had an intellectual and distinctive head, but the moment he turned to Prince Andrew, the firm, intelligent expression on his face changed. It took on the stupid, artificial smile of a man who is continually receiving many petitioners. "From General Field Marshal Kutuzov," he asked. "I hope it is good news? There has been an encounter with Mortier, a victory. It was high time." He took the dispatch addressed to him and began to read it with a mournful expression. "Oh, my God, Schmidt!" he exclaimed in German. "What a calamity! What a calamity!" After glancing through the dispatch, he laid it on the table and looked at Prince Andrew, evidently considering something. "Ah, what a calamity! You say the affair was decisive, but Mortier is not captured." He pondered again. "I am very glad you have brought good news, though Schmidt's death is a heavy price to pay for the victory. His Majesty will no doubt wish to see you, but not today. I thank you. You must have a rest. Be at the levee tomorrow after the parade. However, I will let you know." The stupid smile, which had left his face while he was speaking, reappeared. "Au revoir. Thank you very much. His Majesty will probably desire to see you," he added, bowing his head. When Prince Andrew left the palace, he felt that all the interest and happiness the victory had given him had been left in the indifferent hands of the Minister of War and the polite adjutant. The whole tone of his thoughts changed instantly. The battle now seemed like a memory of a remote, long-past event. Chapter 7. Prince Andrew and Bilibin. Welcome to Chapter 7. In Brunn, Prince Andrew stayed with Bilibin, a Russian acquaintance of his in the diplomatic service. "Ah, my dear prince, I could not have a more welcome visitor," said Bilibin as he came out to meet Prince Andrew. "Franz, put the prince's things in my bedroom," he said to the servant who was showing Bolkonsky in. "So you're a messenger of victory, eh? Splendid. And I am sitting here ill, as you see." After washing and dressing, Prince Andrew came into the diplomat's luxurious study and sat down to the dinner that had been prepared for him. Bilibin settled down comfortably beside the fire. After his journey and the campaign, during which he had been deprived of all comforts and refinements, Prince Andrew felt a pleasant sense of rest in the luxurious surroundings he had been used to since childhood. It was also pleasant, after his reception by the Austrians, to speak with a Russian who, he assumed, would share the general Russian dislike for the Austrians, which was particularly strong at that time. Bilibin was a 35-year-old bachelor from the same social circle as Prince Andrew. They had known each other in Petersburg, but had become closer when Prince Andrew was in Vienna with Kutuzov. Just as Prince Andrew showed promise in the military, Bilibin showed even greater promise in his diplomatic career. He was still a young man, but not a young diplomat. He had entered the service at 16, had been in Paris and Copenhagen, and now held an important post in Vienna. Both the foreign minister and the Russian ambassador in Vienna knew and valued him. He was not one of those diplomats who are esteemed for their negative qualities, for avoiding certain things and speaking French. He was one of those who liked work and knew how to do it. Despite his laziness, he would sometimes spend a whole night at his writing table. He worked well, no matter the task. The question, what for, didn't interest him. It was the question, how, that did. He didn't care what the diplomatic matter was, but he took great pleasure in preparing a circular, memorandum, or report with skill, wit, and elegance. Bilibin's services were valued not only for his writing, but also for his skill in dealing and conversing with those in the highest spheres. Bilibin liked conversation as much as he liked work, but only when it could be elegantly witty. In society, he always waited for a chance to say something striking, and only joined a conversation when that was possible. His conversation was always sprinkled with witty, original, and polished phrases of general interest. These sayings were prepared in his mind in a portable form so that insignificant society people could carry them from one drawing room to another. And indeed, Bilibin's witticisms were passed around in Viennese drawing rooms and often influenced important matters. His thin, worn, sallow face was covered with deep wrinkles, which always looked as clean and well-washed as one's fingertips after a Russian bath. The movement of these wrinkles was the main play of expression on his face. Sometimes his forehead would pucker into deep folds and his eyebrows would lift. Then his eyebrows would descend and deep wrinkles would crease his cheeks. His small, deep-set eyes always twinkled and looked out straight. "Well, now tell me about your exploits," he said. Bolkonsky, very modestly and without mentioning himself once, described the engagement and his reception by the Minister of War. "They received me and my news as one receives a dog in a game of skittles," he said in conclusion. Bilibin smiled, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared. "Cependant, mon cher," he remarked, examining his nails from a distance and puckering the skin above his left eye, which is to say, "But my dear fellow, with all my respect for the Orthodox Russian army, I must say that your victory was not particularly victorious." He continued talking this way in French, only using Russian words when he wanted to put a contemptuous emphasis on them. "Come now, you with all your forces fall on the unfortunate Mortier and his one division, and even then Mortier slips through your fingers. Where's the victory?" "But seriously," said Prince Andrew, "we can at any rate say without boasting that it was a little better than at Ulm. Why didn't you capture just one marshal for us?" "Because not everything happens as one expects or with the smoothness of a parade. We had expected, as I told you, to get at their rear by 7 in the morning, but had not reached it by 5 in the afternoon." "And why didn't you do it at 7 in the morning? You ought to have been there at 7 in the morning," returned Bilibin with a smile. "You ought to have been there at 7 in the morning. Why did you not succeed in impressing on Bonaparte by diplomatic methods that he had better leave Genoa alone?" retorted Prince Andrew in the same tone. "I know," interrupted Bilibin. "You're thinking it's very easy to take marshals, sitting on a sofa by the fire. That is true, but still, why didn't you capture him? So don't be surprised if not only the Minister of War, but also His Most August Majesty the Emperor and King Francis is not much delighted by your victory. Even I, a poor secretary of the Russian embassy, do not feel any need in token of my joy to give my Franz a thaler, or let him go with his Liebchen to the Prater. True, we have no Prater here." He looked straight at Prince Andrew and suddenly unwrinkled his forehead. "It is now my turn to ask you why, mon cher," said Bolkonsky. "I confess I do not understand. Perhaps there are diplomatic subtleties here beyond my feeble intelligence, but I can't make it out. Mack loses a whole army. The Archduke Ferdinand and the Archduke Karl give no signs of life and make blunder after blunder. Kutuzov alone at last gains a real victory, destroying the spell of the invincibility of the French, and the Minister of War does not even care to hear the details." "That's just it, my dear fellow. You see, it's hurrah for the Tsar, for Russia, for the Orthodox Greek faith. All that is beautiful, but what do we, I mean the Austrian court, care for your victories? Bring us nice news of a victory by the Archduke Karl or Ferdinand. One archduke's as good as another, as you know, and even if it is only over a fire brigade of Bonapartes, that will be another story, and will fire off some cannon. But this sort of thing seems done on purpose to vex us. The Archduke Karl does nothing. The Archduke Ferdinand disgraces himself. You abandon Vienna, give up its defense, as much as to say, heaven is with us, but heaven help you and your capital. The one general whom we all loved, Schmidt, you expose to a bullet, and then you congratulate us on the victory. Admit that more irritating news than yours could not have been conceived. It's as if it had been done on purpose, on purpose. Besides, suppose you did gain a brilliant victory. If even the Archduke Karl gained a victory, what effect would that have on the general course of events? It's too late now when Vienna is occupied by the French army." "What? Occupied? Vienna occupied?" "Not only occupied, but Bonaparte is at Schönbrunn, and the Count, our dear Count Vrbna, goes to him for orders. After the fatigues of his journey, his reception, and especially after dinner, Bolkonsky felt he couldn't fully grasp the significance of what he was hearing. "Count Lichtenfels was here this morning," Bilibin continued, "and showed me a letter in which the parade of the French in Vienna was fully described. Prince Murat, and the whole spectacle. You see that your victory is not a matter for great rejoicing, and that you can't be received as a savior. Really, I don't care about that. I don't care at all, said Prince Andrew, beginning to understand that his news of the battle before Krems was truly of small importance compared to the fall of Austria's capital. How is it Vienna was taken? What of the bridge and its celebrated bridgehead and Prince Auersperg? We heard reports that Prince Auersperg was defending Vienna, he asked. Prince Auersperg is on our side of the river, and is defending us. Doing it very badly, I think, but still he is defending us. But Vienna is on the other side. No, the bridge has not yet been taken, and I hope it will not be, for it is mined and orders have been given to blow it up. Otherwise we should long ago have been in the mountains of Bohemia, and you and your army would have spent a bad quarter of an hour between two fires. But still, this does not mean that the campaign is over, said Prince Andrew. Well, I think it is. The bigwigs here think so too, but they daren't say so. It will be as I said at the beginning of the campaign. It won't be your skirmishing at Durenstein or gunpowder at all that will decide the matter, but those who devised it, said Bilibin, quoting one of his own witty sayings, releasing the wrinkles on his forehead and pausing. The only question is what will come of the meeting between the Emperor Alexander and the King of Prussia in Berlin. If Prussia joins the Allies, Austria's hand will be forced and there will be war. If not, it is merely a question of settling where the preliminaries of the new Campo Formio are to be drawn up. What an extraordinary genius! Prince Andrew suddenly exclaimed, clenching his small hand and striking the table with it. And what luck the man has! Buonaparte? Said Bilibin inquiringly, puckering up his forehead to indicate that he was about to say something witty. Buonaparte, he repeated, accentuating the U. I think, however, now that he lays down laws for Austria at Schönbrunn, we must let him off the U. I shall certainly adopt an innovation and call him simply Bonaparte. But joking apart, said Prince Andrew, do you really think the campaign is over? This is what I think. Austria has been made a fool of, and she is not used to it. She will retaliate, and she has been fooled in the first place because her provinces have been pillaged. They say the Holy Russian army loots terribly. Her army is destroyed, her capital taken, and all this for the fine eyes of His Sardinian Majesty. And therefore, this is between ourselves. I instinctively feel that we are being deceived. My instinct tells me of negotiations with France and projects for peace. A secret peace concluded separately. Impossible, cried Prince Andrew. That would be too base. If we live, we shall see, replied Bilibin, his face becoming smooth again, a sign that the conversation was over. When Prince Andrew reached his room and lay down in a clean shirt on the feather bed with its warmed and fragrant pillows, he felt that the battle he had brought news of was far, far away. The alliance with Prussia, Austria's treachery, Bonaparte's new triumph, the next day's levee and parade, and the audience with the Emperor Francis now occupied his thoughts. He closed his eyes, and immediately the sound of cannonading, musketry, and rattling carriage wheels seemed to fill his ears. Then again the musketeers were descending the hill in a thin line, the French were firing, and he felt his heart palpitating as he rode beside Schmidt with bullets whistling merrily all around. He experienced a tenfold joy of living, a joy he had not felt since childhood. He woke up. Yes, that all happened, he said, and smiling happily to himself like a child, he fell into a deep, youthful slumber. Chapter 8. Hippolyte Kuragin and Lesnoch. We now begin Chapter 8. The next day, Prince Andrew woke late. As he recalled his recent experiences, his first thought was that he had to be presented to the Emperor Francis today. He remembered the Minister of War, the polite Austrian adjutant, Bilibin, and last night's conversation. He dressed for his attendance at court in his full parade uniform, which he hadn't worn for a long time. Feeling fresh, animated, and handsome, with his hand bandaged, he went into Bilibin's study. In the study were 4 gentlemen of the diplomatic corps. Prince Andrew was already acquainted with Prince Hippolyte Kuragin, who was a secretary to the embassy. Bilibin introduced him to the others. The gentlemen at Bilibin's were young, wealthy, and gay society men. Here in Brünn, just as in Vienna, they formed a special set which their leader, Bilibin, called Les Notes, meaning ours. This group, consisting almost exclusively of diplomats, had its own interests that had nothing to do with war or politics. Their concerns were high society, certain women, and the official side of the service. These gentlemen received Prince Andrew as one of themselves, an honor they did not extend to many. Out of politeness, they asked him a few questions about the army and the battle, and then the conversation shifted to merry jests and gossip. "But the best of it was," said one, telling a story about a fellow diplomat's misfortune, "that the Chancellor told him flatly that his appointment to London was a promotion and that he was to regard it as such. Can you fancy the figure he cut? But the worst of it, gentlemen, I am giving Kuragin away to you, is that that man suffers, and this Don Juan, wicked fellow, is taking advantage of it." Prince Hippolyte was lolling in a lounge chair with his legs over its arm. He began to laugh. "Tell me about that," he said. "Oh, you Don Juan, you serpent," cried several voices. "You, Bolkonsky, don't know," said Bilibin, turning to Prince Andrew, "that all the atrocities of the French army, I nearly said of the Russian army, are nothing compared to what this man has been doing among the women. La femme est la compagne de l'homme, which means, woman is man's companion, announced Prince Hippolyte. He then began looking at his elevated legs through a lorgnette. Bilibin and the rest of ours burst out laughing in Hippolyte's face. Prince Andrew saw that Hippolyte, whom he had to admit he had almost been jealous of on his wife's account, was the butt of this group. "Oh, I must give you a treat," Bilibin whispered to Bolkonsky. "Kuragin is exquisite when he discusses politics. You should see his gravity." He sat down beside Hippolyte and, wrinkling his forehead, began talking to him about politics. Prince Andrew and the others gathered around them. "The Berlin cabinet cannot express a feeling of alliance," Hippolyte began, gazing around importantly at the others, "without expressing, as in its last note, you understand. Besides, unless His Majesty the Emperor derogates from the principle of our alliance." "Wait, I have not finished," he said to Prince Andrew, seizing him by the arm. "I believe that intervention will be stronger than non-intervention, and," he paused, "finally one cannot impute the non-receipt of our dispatch of November 18th. That is how it will end." And he released Bolkonsky's arm, indicating that he had now completely finished. "Demosthenes, I know thee by the pebble thou secretest in thy golden mouth," said Bilibin, and the mop of hair on his head moved with satisfaction. Everybody laughed, and Hippolyte laughed louder than anyone. He was clearly distressed and breathed painfully, but he couldn't restrain the wild laughter that convulsed his usually impassive features. "Well now, gentlemen," said Bilibin, "Bolkonsky is my guest in this house and in Brünn itself. I want to entertain him as far as I can, with all the pleasures of life here. If we were in Vienna it would be easy, but here, in this wretched Moravian hole, it is more difficult, and I beg you all to help me. Brünn's attractions must be shown him. You can undertake the theater, I society, and you, Hippolyte, of course the women." "We must let him see Amelie, she's exquisite," said one of ours, kissing his fingertips. "In general, we must turn this bloodthirsty soldier to more humane interests," said Bilibin. "I shall scarcely be able to avail myself of your hospitality, gentlemen. It is already time for me to go," replied Prince Andrew, looking at his watch. "Where to?" "To the Emperor." Oh. Well, au revoir, Bolkonsky." "Au revoir, Prince. Come back early to dinner," cried several voices. "We'll take you in hand." "When speaking to the Emperor, try as far as you can to praise the way that provisions are supplied and the routes indicated," said Bilibin, accompanying him to the hall. "I should like to speak well of them, but as far as I know the facts, I can't," replied Bolkonsky, smiling. "Well, talk as much as you can anyway. He has a passion for giving audiences, but he does not like talking himself and can't do it, as you will see." Chapter 9, Prince Andrew received by the Emperor Francis. Bilibin's story of the Thabor Bridge. We now begin Chapter 9. At the levee, Prince Andrew stood among the Austrian officers as he had been told. The Emperor Francis merely looked fixedly into his face, and just nodded to him with his long head. But after it was over, the adjutant from the previous day ceremoniously informed Bolkonsky that the emperor wished to give him an audience. The Emperor Francis received him standing in the middle of the room. Before the conversation began, Prince Andrew was struck by the fact that the emperor seemed confused and blushed, as if he didn't know what to say. "Tell me, when did the battle begin?" he asked hurriedly. Prince Andrew replied. Then came other simple questions. Was Kutuzov well? When had he left Krems? And so on. The emperor spoke as if his only goal was to ask a certain number of questions. The answers, it was all too clear, did not interest him. "At what o'clock did the battle begin?" asked the emperor. "I cannot inform your majesty at what o'clock the battle began at the front, but at Durenstein, where I was, our attack began after 5 in the afternoon," replied Bolkonsky. He was growing more animated, hoping he would have a chance to give the detailed account he had prepared. But the emperor smiled and interrupted him. "How many miles? From where to where, your majesty?" "From Durenstein to Krems." 3.5 miles, your majesty." "The French have abandoned the left bank." "According to the scouts, the last of them crossed on rafts during the night." "Is there sufficient forage in Krems?" "Forage has not been supplied to the extent." The emperor interrupted him again. "At what o'clock was General Schmidt killed?" "At 7 o'clock, I believe." "At 7 o'clock, it's very sad, very sad." The emperor thanked Prince Andrew and bowed. Prince Andrew withdrew and was immediately surrounded by courtiers on all sides. Everywhere he saw friendly looks and heard friendly words. Yesterday's adjutant reproached him for not having stayed at the palace and offered him his own house. The Minister of War came up and congratulated him on the Maria Theresa Order of the 3rd grade, which the emperor was conferring on him. The Empress's chamberlain invited him to see Her Majesty. The Archduchess also wished to see him. He didn't know whom to answer, and for a few seconds he collected his thoughts. Then the Russian ambassador took him by the shoulder, led him to the window, and began to talk to him. Contrary to Bilibin's prediction, the news Prince Andrew had brought was joyfully received. A Thanksgiving service was arranged. Kutuzov was awarded the Grand Cross of Maria Theresa, and the whole army received rewards. Bolkonsky was invited everywhere and had to spend the whole morning calling on the principal Austrian dignitaries. Between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, having made all his calls, he was returning to Bilibin's house, thinking about a letter to his father about the battle and his visit to Brünn. At the door, he found a vehicle half full of luggage. France, Bilibin's servant, was struggling to drag a portmanteau out of the front door. Before returning to Bilibin's, Prince Andrew had gone to a bookshop to get some books for the campaign and had spent some time there. "What is it?" he asked. "Oh, Your Excellency," said Franz, with difficulty rolling the portmanteau into the vehicle. "We are to move on still farther. The scoundrel is again at our heels." "Eh, what?" asked Prince Andrew. Bilibin came out to meet him. His usually calm face showed excitement. "There now, confess that this is delightful," he said. "This affair of the Thabor Bridge at Vienna, they have crossed without striking a blow." Prince Andrew couldn't understand. "But where do you come from not to know what every coachman in the town knows?" "I come from the Archduchess's. I heard nothing there." "And you didn't see that everybody is packing up?" "I did not. What is it all about?" inquired Prince Andrew impatiently. "What's it all about? Why, the French have crossed the bridge that Auersperg was defending, and the bridge was not blown up. So Murat is now rushing along the road to Brünn and will be here in a day or two." "What? Here? But why did they not blow up the bridge if it was mined?" "That is what I ask you. No one, not even Bonaparte, knows why." Bolkonsky shrugged his shoulders. "But if the bridge is crossed, it means that the army too is lost. It will be cut off," he said. "That's just it," answered Bilibin. "Listen, the French entered Vienna as I told you. Very well. Next day, which was yesterday, those gentlemen, the marshals, Murat, Lannes, and Belliard, mount and ride to the bridge. Observe that all 3 are Gascons. 'Gentlemen,' says one of them, You know the Thabor Bridge is mined and doubly mined, and that there are menacing fortifications at its head, and an army of 15,000 men has been ordered to blow up the bridge and not let us cross. But it will please our sovereign, the Emperor Napoleon, if we take this bridge, so let us three go and take it. Yes, let's, say the others. And off they go and take the bridge, cross it, and now with their whole army are on this side of the Danube, marching on us, you and your lines of communication. Stop jesting, said Prince Andrew sadly and seriously. This news grieved him, and yet he was pleased. As soon as he learned that the Russian army was in such a hopeless situation, it occurred to him that he was destined to lead it out of this position. He thought that here was the Toulon that would lift him from the ranks of obscure officers and offer him the first step to fame. Listening to Bilibin, he was already imagining how, on reaching the army, he would give an opinion at the War Council that would be the only one to save the army, and how he alone would be entrusted with executing the plan. Stop this jesting, he said. I am not jesting, Bilibin went on. Nothing is truer or sadder. These gentlemen ride onto the bridge alone and wave white handkerchiefs. They assure the officer on duty that they, the marshals, are on their way to negotiate with Prince Auersperg. He lets them enter the bridgehead. They spin him 1,000 gasconades, saying that the war is over, that the Emperor Francis is arranging a meeting with Bonaparte, that they desire to see Prince Auersperg, and so on. The officer sends for Auersperg. These gentlemen embrace the officers, crack jokes, sit on the cannon, and meanwhile a French battalion gets to the bridge unobserved, flings the bags of incendiary material into the water, and approaches the bridgehead. At length appears the lieutenant general, our dear Prince Auersperg von Mautern himself. Dearest foe, flower of the Austrian army, hero of the Turkish wars, hostilities are ended, we can shake one another's hand. The Emperor Napoleon burns with impatience to make Prince Auersperg's acquaintance. In a word, those gentlemen, Gascons indeed, so bewildered him with fine words, and he is so flattered by his rapidly established intimacy with the French marshals, and so dazzled by the sight of Murat's mantle and ostrich plumes, that their fire gets into his eyes, and he forgets that he ought to be firing at the enemy. In spite of the animation of his speech, Bilibin did not forget to pause after this witty remark, to give time for its due appreciation. The French battalion rushes to the bridgehead, spikes the guns, and the bridge is taken. But what is best of all, he went on, his excitement subsiding under the delightful interest of his own story, is that the sergeant in charge of the cannon which was to give the signal to fire the mines and blow up the bridge, this sergeant, seeing that the French troops were running onto the bridge, was about to fire, but Lannes stayed his hand. The sergeant, who was evidently wiser than his general, goes up to Auersperg and says, Prince, you are being deceived. Here are the French. Murat, seeing that all is lost if the sergeant is allowed to speak, turns to Auersperg with feigned astonishment. He is a true Gascon, and says, I don't recognize the world-famous Austrian discipline if you allow a subordinate to address you like that. It was a stroke of genius. Prince Auersperg feels his dignity at stake and orders the sergeant to be arrested. Come, you must own that this affair of the Thabor Bridge is delightful. It is not exactly stupidity nor rascality. It may be treachery, said Prince Andrew, vividly imagining the gray overcoats, wounds, the smoke of gunpowder, the sounds of firing, and the glory that awaited him. Not that either. That puts the court in too bad a light, replied Bilibin. It's not treachery nor rascality nor stupidity. It is just as at Ulm. It is. He seemed to be trying to find the right expression. It is. It is a bit of mac. We are macked, he concluded, feeling that he had produced a good, fresh epigram that would be repeated. His hitherto puckered brow became smooth as a sign of pleasure, and with a slight smile he began to examine his nails. Where are you off to? He said suddenly to Prince Andrew, who had risen and was going toward his room. I am going away. Where to? To the army. But you meant to stay another 2 days? But now I am off at once. And Prince Andrew, after giving directions about his departure, went to his room. Do you know, mon cher, said Bilibin, following him, I have been thinking about you. Why are you going? And in proof of the conclusiveness of his opinion, all the wrinkles vanished from his face. Prince Andrew looked inquiringly at him and gave no reply. "Why are you going? I know you think it your duty to gallop back to the army now that it is in danger. I understand that. Mon cher, it is heroism." "Not at all," said Prince Andrew. "But as you are a philosopher, be a consistent one. Look at the other side of the question and you will see that your duty, on the contrary, is to take care of yourself. Leave it to those who are no longer fit for anything else. You have not been ordered to return and have not been dismissed from here. Therefore you can stay and go with us wherever our ill luck takes us. They say we are going to Olmütz, and Olmütz is a very decent town. You and I will travel comfortably in my caleche." "Do stop joking, Bilibin," cried Bolkonsky. "I am speaking sincerely as a friend. Consider, where and why are you going when you might remain here? You are faced by one of two things," and the skin over his left temple puckered. "Either you will not reach your regiment before peace is concluded, or you will share defeat and disgrace with Kutuzov's whole army." And Bilibin unwrinkled his temple, feeling that the dilemma was insoluble. "I cannot argue about it," replied Prince Andrew coldly, but he thought, "I am going to save the army." "My dear fellow, you are a hero," said Bilibin. Chapter 10. Prince Andrew returns to Kutuzov. Bagration sent to Hollabrunn. Napoleon's letter to Murat. We now begin Chapter 10. That same night, having taken leave of the Minister of War, Bolkonsky set off to rejoin the army. He didn't know where he would find it and feared being captured by the French on the way to Krems. In Brunn, everyone attached to the court was packing up. The heavy baggage was already being sent to Olmütz. Near Hetzelsdorf, Prince Andrew reached the main road, where the Russian army was moving with great haste and in the greatest disorder. The road was so blocked with carts that it was impossible to get by in a carriage. Prince Andrew got a horse and a Cossack from a Cossack commander, and hungry and weary, he rode past the baggage wagons in search of the commander-in-chief and his own luggage. He heard very sinister reports about the army's position as he went along, and the sight of the troops in their disorderly flight confirmed these rumors. "That Russian army which has been brought from the ends of the earth by English gold, we shall cause to share the same fate, the fate of the army at Ulm." He remembered these words from Bonaparte's address to his army at the beginning of the campaign. They awoke in him astonishment at his hero's genius, a feeling of wounded pride, and a hope for glory. And should there be nothing left but to die, he thought, well, if need be, I shall do it no worse than others. He looked with disdain at the endless, confused mass of detachments, carts, guns, and vehicles of all kinds overtaking one another and blocking the muddy road, sometimes 3 or 4 abreast. From all sides, as far as he could hear, there was the rattle of wheels, the creaking of carts, the tramp of horses, the crack of whips, shouts, and the swearing of soldiers, orderlies, and officers. Along the sides of the road were fallen horses, some flayed, some not, and broken-down carts with solitary soldiers waiting beside them. Other soldiers were straggling from their companies, crowds of them heading to nearby villages or returning with sheep, fowls, hay, and bulging sacks. At each ascent or descent, the crowds were even denser and the shouting more incessant. Soldiers floundering knee-deep in mud pushed the guns and wagons themselves. Whips cracked, hoofs slipped, traces broke, and lungs were strained with shouting. The officers directing the march rode back and forth between the carts. Their voices were barely heard amid the uproar, and their faces showed their despair at checking this disorder. "Here is our dear Orthodox Russian army," thought Bolkonsky, recalling Bilibin's words. Wanting to find out where the commander-in-chief was, he rode up to a convoy. Coming directly toward him was a strange one-horse vehicle, clearly rigged up by soldiers from available materials, looking like something between a cart, a cabriolet, and a caleche. A soldier was driving, and a woman wrapped in shawls sat behind the apron under the leather hood. Prince Andrew rode up and was just about to ask a soldier a question when the desperate shrieks of the woman in the vehicle diverted his attention. An officer in charge of transport was beating the soldier driving the woman's vehicle for trying to get ahead of others, and the whip strokes fell on the apron of the carriage. The woman screamed piercingly. Seeing Prince Andrew, she leaned out, waving her thin arms from under her woolen shawl, and cried, "Mr. Aide-de-camp, Mr. Aide-de-camp, for heaven's sake, protect me. What will become of us? I am the wife of the doctor of the 7th Chasseur. They won't let us pass. We are left behind and have lost our people." "I'll flatten you into a pancake," shouted the angry officer to the soldier. "Turn back with your slut." "Mr. Aide-de-camp, help me! What does it all mean?" screamed the doctor's wife. "Kindly let this cart pass. Don't you see it's a woman?" said Prince Andrew, riding up to the officer. The officer glanced at him and, without replying, turned again to the soldier. "I'll teach you to push on! Back!" "Let them pass, I tell you," repeated Prince Andrew, compressing his lips. "And who are you?" cried the officer, turning on him with tipsy rage. "Who are you? Are you in command here? Eh? I am commander here, not you. Go back, or I'll flatten you into a pancake," he repeated. This expression evidently pleased him. "That was a nice snub for the little aide-de-camp," came a voice from behind. Prince Andrew saw that the officer was in a state of senseless, drunken rage, where a man doesn't know what he is saying. He saw that defending the doctor's wife might expose him to what he dreaded more than anything in the world, ridicule. But his instinct urged him on. Before the officer finished his sentence, Prince Andrew, his face distorted with fury, rode up to him and raised his riding whip. "Kindly let them pass." The officer flourished his arm and hastily rode away. "It's all the fault of these fellows on the staff that there's this disorder," he muttered. "Do as you like." Prince Andrew, without lifting his eyes, rode hastily away from the doctor's wife, who was calling him her deliverer. Recalling with disgust the details of this humiliating scene, he galloped on to the village, where he was told the commander-in-chief was. On reaching the village, he dismounted and went to the nearest house, intending to rest for a moment, eat something, and sort out the stinging and tormenting thoughts that confused his mind. "This is a mob of scoundrels and not an army," he was thinking as he went up to the window of the first house, when a familiar voice called him by name. He turned round. Nesvitsky's handsome face looked out of the little window. Nesvitsky, moving his moist lips as he chewed something and flourishing his arm, called him to enter. "Bolkonsky, Bolkonsky, don't you hear, eh? Come quick," he shouted. Entering the house, Prince Andrew saw Nesvitsky and another adjutant having something to eat. They hastily turned to him, asking if he had any news. On their familiar faces, he read agitation and alarm. This was particularly noticeable on Nesvitsky's usually laughing face. "Where is the commander-in-chief?" asked Bolkonsky. "Here, in that house," answered the adjutant. "Well, is it true that it's peace and capitulation?" asked Nesvitsky. "I was going to ask you. I know nothing except that it was all I could do to get here. And we, my dear boy, it's terrible. I was wrong to laugh at Mac. We're getting it still worse," said Nesvitsky. "But sit down and have something to eat. You won't be able to find either your baggage or anything else now, Prince. And God only knows where your man Peter is," said the other adjutant. "Where are headquarters?" "We are to spend the night in Znaim." "Well, I have got all I need into packs for 2 horses," said Nesvitsky. "They've made up splendid packs for me, fit to cross the Bohemian mountains with. It's a bad lookout, old fellow. But what's the matter with you? You must be ill to shiver like that," he added, noticing that Prince Andrew winced as if from an electric shock. "It's nothing," replied Prince Andrew. He had just remembered his recent encounter with the doctor's wife and the convoy officer. "What is the commander-in-chief doing here?" he asked. "I can't make out at all," said Nesvitsky. "Well, all I can make out is that everything is abominable, abominable, quite abominable," said Prince Andrew, and he went off to the house where the commander-in-chief was. Passing by Kutuzov's carriage and the exhausted saddle horses of his suite with their loudly talking Cossacks, Prince Andrew entered the passage. He was told that Kutuzov himself was in the house with Prince Bagration and Weyrother. Weyrother was the Austrian general who had succeeded Schmidt. In the passage, little Kozlovsky was squatting on his heels in front of a clerk. The clerk, with his cuffs turned up, was hastily writing at a tub turned upside down. Kozlovsky's face looked worn. He too had clearly not slept all night. He glanced at Prince Andrew and did not even nod to him. "Second line, have you written it?" he continued, dictating to the clerk. "The Kiev Grenadiers, Podolian." "One can't write so fast, Your Honor," said the clerk, glancing angrily and disrespectfully at Kozlovsky. Through the door came the sounds of Kutuzov's voice, excited and dissatisfied, interrupted by another, unfamiliar voice. From the sound of these voices, the inattentive way Kozlovsky looked at him, the disrespectful manner of the clerk, the fact that they were squatting on the floor by a tub so close to the commander-in-chief, and the noisy laughter of the Cossacks by the window, Prince Andrew felt that something important and disastrous was about to happen. He turned to Kozlovsky with urgent questions. "Immediately, Prince," said Kozlovsky. "Dispositions for Bagration." "What about capitulation?" "Nothing of the sort. Orders are issued for a battle." Prince Andrew moved toward the door from which the voices were heard. Just as he was about to open it, the sounds ceased. The door opened, and Kutuzov, with his eagle nose and puffy face, appeared in the doorway. Prince Andrew stood right in front of him, but the expression in the commander-in-chief's one good eye showed him to be so preoccupied with thoughts and anxieties that he was oblivious to his presence. He looked straight at his adjutant's face without recognizing him. "Well, have you finished?" he said to Kozlovsky. "One moment, Your Excellency." Bagration, a gaunt, middle-aged man of medium height with a firm, impassive face of Oriental type, came out after the commander-in-chief. "I have the honor to present myself," repeated Prince Andrew rather loudly, handing Kutuzov an envelope. "Ah, from Vienna? Very good. Later. Kutuzov went out onto the porch with Bagration. "Well, goodbye, Prince," he said to Bagration. "My blessing, and may Christ be with you in your great endeavor." His face suddenly softened, and tears came into his eyes. With his left hand, he drew Bagration toward him, and with his right, on which he wore a ring, he made the sign of the cross over him with a habitual gesture. He offered his puffy cheek, but Bagration kissed him on the neck instead. "Christ be with you," Kutuzov repeated and went toward his carriage. "Get in with me," he said to Bolkonsky. "Your Excellency, I should like to be of use here. Allow me to remain with Prince Bagration's detachment." "Get in," said Kutuzov, and noticing that Bolkonsky still hesitated, he added, "I need good officers myself, need them myself." They got into the carriage and drove for a few minutes in silence. "There is still much before us," he said, as if with an old man's insight he understood all that was passing in Bolkonsky's mind. "If a 10th part of his detachment returns, I shall thank God," he added, as if speaking to himself. Prince Andrew glanced at Kutuzov's face only a foot away and involuntarily noticed the carefully washed seams of the scar near his temple, where a bullet had pierced his skull at Ismail, and the empty eye socket. "Yes, he has a right to speak so calmly of those men's death," thought Bolkonsky. "That is why I begged to be sent to that detachment," he said. Kutuzov did not reply. He seemed to have forgotten what he had been saying and sat plunged in thought. 5 minutes later, gently swaying on the soft springs of the carriage, he turned to Prince Andrew. There was not a trace of agitation on his face. With delicate irony, he questioned Prince Andrew about the details of his interview with the Emperor, about the remarks he had heard at court concerning the Krems affair, and about some ladies they both knew. On November 1st, Kutuzov had received news from a spy that his army was in an almost hopeless position. The spy reported that the French, after crossing the bridge at Vienna, were advancing in immense force upon Kutuzov's line of communication with the troops arriving from Russia. If Kutuzov decided to remain at Krems, Napoleon's army of 150,000 men would cut him off completely and surround his exhausted army of 40,000. He would be in the same position as Mack at Ulm. If Kutuzov decided to abandon the road connecting him with the arriving Russian troops, he would have to march with no road into the unknown Bohemian mountains, defending himself against superior enemy forces and abandoning all hope of joining with Buxhowden. If Kutuzov decided to retreat along the road from Krems to Olmütz to unite with the troops from Russia, he risked being cut off by the French who had crossed the Vienna Bridge. Encumbered by his baggage and transport, He would have to accept battle on the march against an enemy 3 times as strong, who would hem him in from 2 sides. Kutuzov chose this last course. The spy reported that the French, having crossed the Vienna Bridge, were advancing by forced marches towards Znaim, which lay 66 miles away on the line of Kutuzov's retreat. If he reached Znaim before the French, there would be a great hope of saving the army. To let the French get there first meant exposing his whole army to a disgrace like that of Ulm, or to utter destruction. But to get his whole army to Znaim before the French was impossible. The road for the French from Vienna to Znaim was shorter and better than the Russian road from Krems to Znaim. The night he received the news, Kutuzov sent Bagration's vanguard, 4,000 strong, to the right across the hills from the Krems-Znaim road to the Vienna-Znaim road. Bagration was to make this march without resting and to halt facing Vienna with Znaim to his rear. If he succeeded in getting there before the French, he was to delay them as long as possible. Kutuzov himself, with all his transport, took the road to Znaim. Marching 30 miles that stormy night across roadless hills with his hungry, ill-shod soldiers and losing a third of his men as stragglers, Bagration came out on the Vienna-Znaim road at Hollabrunn, a few hours ahead of the French, who were approaching from Vienna. Kutuzov and his transport still had to march for some days to reach Znaim. This meant that Bagration, with his 4,000 hungry, exhausted men, would have to hold off the entire enemy army that came upon him at Hollabrunn, which was clearly impossible. But a freak of fate made the impossible possible. The success of the trick that had given the French the Vienna Bridge without a fight led Murat to try to deceive Kutuzov in a similar way. When he met Bagration's weak detachment on the Znaim road, he thought it was Kutuzov's whole army. To be able to crush it completely, he awaited the arrival of the rest of the troops from Vienna. To achieve this, he offered a 3-day truce on the condition that both armies remain in position without moving. Murat declared that peace negotiations were already underway and that he was offering this truce to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Count Nostitz, the Austrian general at the advanced posts, believed Murat's messenger and retired, leaving Bagration's division exposed. Another messenger rode to the Russian line to announce the peace negotiations and to offer the Russian army the 3-day truce. Bagration replied that he was not authorized to accept or refuse a truce and sent his adjutant to Kutuzov to report the offer. A truce was Kutuzov's only chance to gain time, give Bagration's exhausted troops some rest, and let the transport and heavy convoys, whose movements were concealed from the French, advance one stage nearer to Znaim. The offer of a truce gave the only and quite unexpected chance of saving the army. On receiving the news, he immediately sent Adjutant General Wintzingerode to the enemy camp. Wintzingerode was not merely to agree to the truce, but also to offer terms of capitulation. Meanwhile, Kutuzov sent his adjutants back to speed up the movements of the baggage trains along the Krems-Znaim road. Bagration's exhausted and hungry detachment, which alone covered this movement, had to remain stationary in the face of an enemy 8 times its size. Kutuzov's expectations proved correct. He had hoped that the proposals of capitulation, which were not binding, would give time for part of the transport to pass, and that Murat's mistake would soon be discovered. As soon as Bonaparte, who was at Schönbrunn, 16 miles from Hollabrunn, received Murat's dispatch with the truce proposal, he detected a ruse and wrote the following letter to Murat. The letter, from Schönbrunn on the 25th of Brumaire, 1805, at 8 in the morning, said, "To Prince Murat, I cannot find words to express to you my displeasure. You command only my advance guard, and have no right to arrange an armistice without my order. You are causing me to lose the fruits of a campaign. Break the armistice immediately and march on the enemy. Inform him that the general who signed that capitulation had no right to do so, and that no one but the Emperor of Russia has that right. If, however, the Emperor of Russia ratifies that convention, I will ratify it, but it is only a trick. March on, destroy the Russian army. You are in a position to seize its baggage and artillery. The Russian Emperor's aide-de-camp is an impostor. Officers are nothing when they have no powers. This one had none. The Austrians let themselves be tricked at the crossing of the Vienna Bridge. You are letting yourself be tricked by an aide-de-camp of the emperor, Napoleon. Bonaparte's adjutant rode at full gallop with this menacing letter to Murat. Bonaparte himself, not trusting his generals, moved with all the guards to the battlefield, afraid of letting a ready victim escape. And Bagration's 4,000 men merrily lit campfires, dried and warmed themselves, and cooked their porridge for the first time in 3 days. Not one of them knew or imagined what was in store for him. Chapter 11. Prince Andrew reports to Bagration, Captain Tushin, soldiers at the front. Dolokhov talks to a French grenadier. We now begin Chapter 11. Between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Prince Andrew, who had insisted on his request to Kutuzov, arrived at Grunth and reported to Bagration. Bonaparte's adjutant had not yet reached Murat's detachment, and the battle had not yet begun. In Bagration's detachment, no one knew anything of the general situation. They talked of peace, but didn't believe it was possible. Others talked of a battle, but also didn't believe an engagement was imminent. Bagration, knowing Bolkonsky was a favorite and trusted adjutant, received him with distinction and special marks of favor. He explained that there would probably be an engagement that day or the next, and gave him full liberty to either remain with him during the battle or to join the rear guard and watch over the retreat, which is also very important. However, there will hardly be an engagement today, said Bagration, as if to reassure Prince Andrew. If he is one of the ordinary little staff dandies sent to earn a medal, he can get his reward just as well in the rear guard, thought Bagration. But if he wishes to stay with me, let him. He'll be of use here if he's a brave officer. Prince Andrew, without replying, asked the prince's permission to ride around the position to see the layout of the forces, so he would know his bearings if sent on an order. The officer on duty, a handsome, elegantly dressed man with a diamond ring on his forefinger, who liked to speak French badly, offered to guide Prince Andrew. On all sides, they saw rain-soaked officers with dejected faces who seemed to be looking for something, and soldiers dragging doors, benches, and fencing from the village. "There now, Prince, we can't stop those fellows," said the staff officer, pointing to the soldiers. "The officers don't keep them in hand, and there," he pointed to a sutler's tent, "they crowd in and sit. This morning I turned them all out, and now look, it's full again. I must go there, Prince, and scare them a bit. It won't take a moment." "Yes, let's go in and I will get myself a roll and some cheese," said Prince Andrew, who had not yet had time to eat anything. "Why didn't you mention it, Prince? I would have offered you something." They dismounted and entered the tent. Several officers with flushed and weary faces were sitting at a table eating and drinking. "Now what does this mean, gentlemen?" said the staff officer, in the reproachful tone of a man who has repeated the same thing more than once. "You know it won't do to leave your posts like this. The prince gave orders that no one should leave his post. Now you, Captain," and he turned to a thin, dirty little artillery officer. This officer, who had given his boots to the canteen keeper to dry, rose in only his stockings when they entered, smiling uncomfortably. "Well, aren't you ashamed of yourself, Captain Tushin?" he continued. "One would think that as an artillery officer you would set a good example, yet here you are without your boots. The alarm will be sounded, and you'll be in a pretty position without your boots." The staff officer smiled. "Kindly return to your posts, gentlemen, all of you all," he added in a tone of command. Prince Andrew smiled involuntarily as he looked at the artillery officer Tushin. Tushin stood silent and smiling, shifting from one stockinged foot to the other, and glanced inquiringly with his large, intelligent, kindly eyes from Prince Andrew to the staff officer. "The soldiers say it feels easier without boots," said Captain Tushin, smiling shyly in his uncomfortable position, evidently trying to make a joke. But before he finished, he felt that his jest was not well received. He grew confused. "Kindly return to your posts," said the staff officer, trying to preserve his gravity. Prince Andrew glanced again at the artillery officer's small figure. There was something peculiar about it, quite unsoldierly, rather comic, but extremely attractive. The staff officer and Prince Andrew mounted their horses and rode on. Having ridden beyond the village, constantly meeting and overtaking soldiers and officers of various regiments. They saw on their left some entrenchments being thrown up, the freshly dug red clay showing clearly. Several battalions of soldiers, in their shirt sleeves despite the cold wind, swarmed in these earthworks like a host of white ants. Spadefuls of red clay were continually being thrown up from behind the bank by unseen hands. Prince Andrew and the officer rode up, looked at the entrenchment, and went on. Just behind it, they came upon dozens of soldiers who had to hold their noses and put their horses to a trot to escape the poisoned atmosphere of the latrines. "This is a pleasure one gets in camp, Prince," said the staff officer. They rode up the opposite hill. From there, the French could already be seen. Prince Andrew stopped and began examining the position. "That's our battery," said the staff officer, indicating the highest point. "It's in charge of the queer fellow we saw without his boots. You can see everything from there. Let's go there, Prince." "Thank you very much. I will go on alone," said Prince Andrew, wishing to be rid of the staff officer's company. "Please don't trouble yourself further." The staff officer remained behind, and Prince Andrew rode on alone. The farther forward and nearer the enemy he went, the more orderly and cheerful the troops became. The greatest disorder and depression had been in the baggage train he had passed that morning, 7 miles from the French. At Grunth, some apprehension and alarm could also be felt, but the nearer Prince Andrew came to the French lines, the more confident our troops appeared. The soldiers in their greatcoats were ranged in lines. Sergeants major and company officers were counting the men, poking the last man in each section in the ribs and telling him to hold his hand up. Soldiers were scattered everywhere, dragging logs and brushwood and building shelters with merry chatter and laughter. Others sat around fires, drying their shirts and leg bands or mending boots and overcoats, crowding around the boilers and porridge cookers. In one company, dinner was ready, and the soldiers gazed eagerly at the steaming boiler, waiting for the sample to be tasted by an officer. Another company, a lucky one since not all had vodka, crowded around a pockmarked, broad-shouldered sergeant major. Tilting a keg, he filled one canteen lid after another. The soldiers lifted the lids to their lips with reverential faces, emptied them, and walked away with brightened expressions, licking their lips and wiping them on their greatcoat sleeves. All their faces were as serene as if this were happening at home, not within sight of the enemy, before an action where at least half of them would be left on the field. After passing a chasseur regiment and the lines of the Kiev Grenadiers, fine fellows busy with similar peaceful tasks, Prince Andrew came out in front of a platoon of grenadiers. Before them lay a naked man. 2 soldiers held him, while 2 others flourished switches and struck him regularly on his bare back. The man shrieked unnaturally. A stout major paced up and down, and regardless of the screams kept repeating, "It's a shame for a soldier to steal. A soldier must be honest, honorable, and brave, but if he robs his fellows there is no honor in him. He's a scoundrel. Go on! Go on!" So the swishing sound of the strokes and the desperate, unnatural screams continued. Go on," said the major. A young officer with a bewildered and pained expression stepped away from the man and looked inquiringly at the adjutant as he rode by. Prince Andrew, having reached the front line, rode along it. Our front line and the enemy's were far apart on the right and left flanks. But in the center, where the men with a flag of truce had passed that morning, the lines were so close that the men could see and speak to one another. Besides the soldiers forming the picket line, there were many curious onlookers who, jesting and laughing, stared at their strange foreign enemies. Since early morning, despite an order not to approach the picket line, the officers had been unable to keep the sightseers away. The soldiers on the picket line, like showmen exhibiting a curiosity, no longer looked at the French but paid attention to the onlookers and grew weary waiting to be relieved. Prince Andrew halted to have a look at the French. Look there," one soldier said to another, pointing to a Russian musketeer who had gone up to the picket line with an officer and was talking rapidly and excitedly to a French grenadier. "Hark to him jabbering. Fine, isn't it? It's all the Frenchie can do to keep up with him. There now, Sidorov." "Wait a bit and listen. It's fine. answered Sidorov, who was considered an expert at French. The soldier they were laughing at was Dolokhov. Prince Andrew recognized him and stopped to listen. Dolokhov had come from the left flank, where his regiment was stationed, with his captain. "Now then, go on," urged the officer, bending forward and trying not to lose a word of the conversation, which was incomprehensible to him. "More, please, more. What's he saying?" Dolokhov did not answer the captain. He was in a hot dispute with the French grenadier. They were talking about the campaign. The Frenchman, confusing the Austrians with the Russians, was trying to prove that the Russians had surrendered and fled all the way from Ulm. Dolokhov maintained that the Russians had not surrendered but had beaten the French. "We have orders to drive you off here, and we shall drive you off," said Dolokhov. "Only take care you and your Cossacks are not all captured," said the French grenadier. The French onlookers laughed. "We'll make you dance as we did under Suvorov," said Dolokhov. "What's he singing about?" asked a Frenchman. "It's ancient history," said another, guessing it referred to a former war. "The emperor will teach your Suvara as he has taught the others." "Bonaparte," began Dolokhov, but the Frenchman interrupted him. "Not Bonaparte. He is the emperor, sacre nom," he cried angrily. "The devil skin your emperor," and Dolokhov swore at him in coarse soldier's Russian, shouldered his musket, and walked away. "Let us go, Ivan Lukich," he said to the captain. "Ah, that's the way to talk French," said the picket soldiers. "Now, Sidorov, you have a try." Sidorov, turning to the French, winked and began to jabber meaningless sounds very fast. "Kari mala tafa safi muter kaska," he said, trying to give his voice an expressive intonation. "Ho, ho, ho, ha, 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 ha," came peals of such healthy and good-humored laughter from the soldiers that it involuntarily infected the French. So much so that the only thing left to do seemed to be to unload the muskets, explode the ammunition, and all return home as quickly as possible. But the guns remained loaded. The loopholes in blockhouses and entrenchments looked out just as menacingly, and the unlimbered cannon confronted one another as before. Chapter 12. Prince Andrew surveys the position. The first shot. Now we begin Chapter 12. Having ridden around the whole line from the right flank to the left, Prince Andrew made his way up to the battery from which the staff officer had told him the whole field could be seen. Here he dismounted and stopped beside the farthest of the 4 unlimbered cannon. An artillery sentry was pacing up and down in front of the guns. He stood at attention when the officer arrived, but at a sign resumed his measured, monotonous pacing. Behind the guns were their limbers, and farther back were picket ropes and artillerymen's bonfires. To the left, not far from the farthest cannon, was a small, newly constructed wattle shed from which came the sound of officers' voices in eager conversation. It was true that from this battery one could see nearly the whole Russian position and the greater part of the enemy's. Just opposite, on the crest of the opposite hill, the village of Schöngrabern could be seen. In 3 places, to the left and right, French troops were visible amid the smoke of their campfires. Most of them were evidently in the village itself and behind the hill. To the left of the village, amid the smoke, was something that looked like a battery, but it was impossible to see it clearly with the naked eye. Our right flank was positioned on a rather steep incline, which dominated the French position. Our infantry were stationed there, and at the farthest point, the dragoons. In the center where Tushin's battery stood, and from where Prince Andrew was surveying the position, was the easiest and most direct descent and ascent to the brook that separated us from Schöngrabern. On the left, our troops were close to a copse, where the bonfires of our infantry, who were felling wood, were smoking. The French line was wider than ours, and it was clear that they could easily outflank us on both sides. Behind our position was a steep and deep dip, which would make it difficult for artillery and cavalry to retreat. Prince Andrew took out his notebook and, leaning on the cannon, sketched a plan of the position. He made some notes on 2 points, intending to mention them to Bagration. His first idea was to concentrate all the artillery in the center, and his second was to withdraw the cavalry to the other side of the dip. Prince Andrew, being always near the commander-in-chief, and closely following the mass movements and general orders, and constantly studying historical accounts of battles, involuntarily pictured the course of the upcoming action in broad outline. He imagined only the most important possibilities. If the enemy attacks the right flank, he said to himself, the Kiev Grenadiers and the Podolsk Chasseurs must hold their position till reserves from the center come up. In that case, the dragoons could successfully make a flank counterattack. If they attack our center, we, having the center battery on this high ground, shall withdraw the left flank under its cover and retreat to the dip by echelons. This is how he reasoned. All the time he had been beside the gun, he had heard the officers' voices distinctly, but as often happens, he hadn't understood a word they were saying. Suddenly, however, he was struck by a voice from the shed. Its tone was so sincere that he couldn't help but listen. "No, friend," said a pleasant and, as it seemed to Prince Andrew, a familiar voice. "What I say is that if it were possible to know what is beyond death, none of us would be afraid of it. That's so, friend." Another, a younger voice, interrupted him. "Afraid or not, you can't escape it anyhow." "All the same, one is afraid. Oh, you clever people," said a third, manly voice, interrupting them both. "Of course you artillerymen are very wise, because you can take everything along with you, vodka and snacks." And the owner of the manly voice, clearly an infantry officer, laughed. "Yes, one is afraid," continued the first speaker, the one with the familiar voice. "One is afraid of the unknown, that's what it is. Whatever we may say about the soul going to the sky, we know there is no sky but only an atmosphere." The manly voice again interrupted the artillery officer. "Well, stand us some of your herb vodka, Tushin," it said. "Why?" thought Prince Andrew. "That's the captain who stood up in the sutler's hut without his boots." He recognized the agreeable, philosophizing voice with pleasure. "Some herb vodka, certainly," said Tushin, "but still, to conceive a future life—" He did not finish. Just then, there was a whistle in the air. Nearer and nearer, faster and louder, louder and faster, a cannonball thudded into the ground near the shed with superhuman force, throwing up a mass of earth. The ground seemed to groan at the terrible impact. And immediately, Tushin, with a short pipe in the corner of his mouth and his kind, intelligent face rather pale, rushed out of the shed. He was followed by the owner of the manly voice, a dashing infantry officer who hurried off to his company, buttoning up his coat as he ran. Chapter 13, Bagration in Action. Tushin's Battery, setting Sean Grayburn on fire. We now move to Chapter 13. Mounting his horse again, Prince Andrew lingered with the battery, looking at the puff of smoke from the gun that had sent the ball. His eyes ran rapidly over the wide space, but he only saw that the previously motionless masses of the French were now swaying, and that there really was a battery to their left. The smoke above it had not yet dispersed. 2 mounted Frenchmen, probably adjutants, were galloping up the hill. A small but clearly visible enemy column was moving down the hill, probably to strengthen the front line. The smoke from the first shot had not yet dispersed before another puff appeared, followed by a report. The battle had begun. Prince Andrew turned his horse and galloped back to Grunth to find Prince Bagration. He heard the cannonade behind him growing louder and more frequent. Clearly our guns had begun to reply. From the bottom of the slope where the parleys had taken place came the report of musketry. Lemeroy had just arrived at a gallop with Bonaparte's stern letter. Murat, humiliated and anxious to make up for his fault, had at once moved his forces to attack the center and outflank both Russian wings. He hoped to crush the small detachment before him, before evening, and before the Emperor's arrival. "It has begun! Here it is!" thought Prince Andrew, feeling the blood rush to his heart. "But where and how will my Toulon present itself?" Passing between the companies that had been eating porridge and drinking vodka just a quarter of an hour before, he saw the same rapid movement everywhere. Soldiers were forming ranks and getting their muskets ready. On all their faces, he recognized the same eagerness that filled his own heart. "It has begun! Here it is! Dreadful but enjoyable!" was what the face of each soldier and officer seemed to say. Before he reached the newly built embankments, he saw mounted men coming toward him in the light of the dull autumn evening. The foremost man, wearing a Cossack cloak and a lambskin cap and riding a white horse, was Prince Bagration. Prince Andrew stopped, waiting for him to come up. Prince Bagration reined in his horse and, recognizing Prince Andrew, nodded to him. He continued to look ahead while Prince Andrew told him what he had seen. The feeling, "It has begun, here it is," was visible even on Prince Bagration's hard brown face with its half-closed, dull, sleepy eyes. Prince Andrew gazed with anxious curiosity at that impassive face and wished he could know what, if anything, this man was thinking and feeling at that moment. Is there anything at all behind that impassive face? Prince Andrew asked himself as he looked. Prince Bagration bent his head in a sign of agreement with what Prince Andrew told him and said, "Very good," in a tone that seemed to imply that everything happening was exactly what he had foreseen. Prince Andrew, out of breath from his rapid ride, spoke quickly. Prince Bagration, with his oriental accent, spoke particularly slowly, as if to impress the fact that there was no need to hurry. However, he put his horse to a trot in the direction of Tushin's battery. Prince Andrew followed with the suite. Behind Prince Bagration rode an officer of the suite, the prince's personal adjutant Zherkov, an orderly officer, the staff officer on duty on a fine horse, and a civilian. This civilian was an accountant who had asked for permission to be present at the battle out of curiosity. The accountant, a stout, full-faced man, looked around with a naive smile of satisfaction. He presented a strange sight in his camlet coat, jolting on his horse among the hussars, Cossacks, and adjutants. "He wants to see a battle," said Zherkov to Bolkonsky, pointing to the accountant, "but he feels a pain in the pit of his stomach already." "Oh, leave off," said the accountant with a beaming but rather cunning smile, as if flattered to be the subject of Zherkov's joke and purposely trying to appear stupider than he really was. "It is very strange, Monsieur Prince," said the staff officer. He remembered that in French there was a peculiar way of addressing a prince, but couldn't get it quite right. By this time they were all approaching Tushin's battery, and a ball struck the ground in front of them. "What's that has fallen?" asked the accountant with a naive smile. "A French pancake," answered Zherkov. "So that's what they hit with?" asked the accountant. "How awful." He seemed to swell with satisfaction. He had hardly finished speaking when they again heard an unexpectedly violent whistling, which suddenly ended with a thud into something soft. Flop! A Cossack, riding a little to their right and behind the accountant, crashed to the earth with his horse. Zherkov and the staff officer bent over their saddles and turned their horses away. The accountant stopped facing the Cossack and examined him with attentive curiosity. The Cossack was dead, but the horse still struggled. Prince Bagration screwed up his eyes, looked around, and seeing the cause of the confusion, turned away with indifference, as if to say, "Is it worthwhile noticing trifles?" He reined in his horse with the care of a skillful rider and, slightly bending over, disengaged his old-fashioned saber which had caught in his cloak. Prince Andrew remembered the story of Suvorov giving his saber to Bagration in Italy, and the memory was particularly pleasant at that moment. They had reached the battery where Prince Andrew had been when he examined the battlefield. "Whose company?" asked Prince Bagration of an artilleryman standing by the ammunition wagon. He asked, "Whose company?" but he really meant, "Are you frightened here?" and the artilleryman understood him. "Captain Tushin's, Your Excellency," shouted the red-haired, freckled gunner in a merry voice, standing to attention. "Yes, yes," muttered Bagration as if considering something, and he rode past the limbers to the farthest cannon. As he approached, a ringing shot issued from it, deafening him and his suite. In the smoke that suddenly surrounded the gun, they could see the gunners straining to roll it quickly back to its former position. A huge, broad-shouldered gunner, number 1, holding a mop, his legs far apart, sprang to the wheel. Number 2, with a trembling hand, placed a charge in the cannon's mouth. The short, round-shouldered Captain Tushin, stumbling over the tail of the gun carriage, moved forward. Not noticing the general, he looked out, shading his eyes with his small hand. "Lift it 2 lines more and it will be just right," he cried in a feeble voice, trying to give it a dashing note that was ill-suited to his weak figure. "Number 2, he squeaked. Fire, Medvedev! Bagration called to him, and Tushin, raising 3 fingers to his cap with a bashful, awkward gesture, not like a military salute, but like a priest's benediction, approached the general. Though Tushin's guns were intended to cannonade the valley, he was firing incendiary balls at the village of Schöngrabern, just opposite, where large masses of French were advancing. No one had given Tushin orders on where or what to fire at. But after consulting his sergeant major, Zakharchenko, for whom he had great respect, he had decided it would be a good thing to set fire to the village. "Very good," said Bagration in reply to the officer's report, and he began to deliberately examine the whole battlefield before him. The French had advanced closest on our right. Below the height where the Kiev regiment was stationed, in the hollow where the rivulet flowed, the soul-stirring sound of musketry was heard. Much farther to the right, beyond the dragoons, the officer of the suite pointed out to Bagration a French column that was outflanking us. To the left, the horizon was bounded by the adjacent wood. Prince Bagration ordered 2 battalions from the center to be sent to reinforce the right flank. The officer of the suite ventured to remark that if these battalions went away, the guns would be left without support. Prince Bagration turned to the officer and with his dull eyes looked at him in silence. It seemed to Prince Andrew that the officer's remark was just and that there was really no answer to it. But at that moment, an adjutant galloped up with a message from the commander of the regiment in the hollow. He brought news that immense masses of the French were coming down upon them and that his regiment was in disorder and retreating toward the Kiev Grenadiers. Prince Bagration bowed his head in a sign of assent and approval. He rode off at a walk to the right and sent an adjutant to the dragoons with orders to attack the French. But this adjutant returned half an hour later with the news that the commander of the dragoons had already retreated beyond the dip in the ground, as a heavy fire had been opened on him and he was losing men uselessly. So he had hastened to throw some sharpshooters into the wood. "Very good," said Bagration. As he was leaving the battery, firing was heard on the left also. As it was too far for him to go there himself, Prince Bagration sent Zherkov to tell the general in command, the one who had paraded his regiment at Braunau, that he must retreat as quickly as possible behind the hollow in the rear, as the right flank would probably not be able to withstand the enemy's attack for very long. About Tushin and the battalion that had been supporting his battery, all was forgotten. Prince Andrew listened attentively to Bagration's conversations with the commanding officers and the orders he gave. To his surprise, he found that no real orders were given. Instead, Prince Bagration tried to make it appear that everything that happened, whether by necessity, accident, or the will of subordinate commanders, was done in accordance with his intentions. Prince Andrew noticed, however, that though what happened was due to chance and was independent of the commander's will, Bagration's tact made his presence very valuable. Officers who approached him with disturbed faces became calm. Soldiers and officers greeted him gaily, grew more cheerful in his presence, and were clearly anxious to display their courage before him. Chapter 14. Battle Scenes, Quarrelsome Commanders, Nicholas Injured. Welcome to Chapter 14. Prince Bagration, having reached the highest point of our right flank, began riding downhill to where the roll of musketry was heard, but where nothing could be seen on account of the smoke. The nearer they got to the hollow, the less they could see, but the more they felt the nearness of the actual battlefield. They began to meet wounded men. One, with a bleeding head and no cap, was being dragged along by 2 soldiers supporting him under the arms. There was a gurgle in his throat, and he was spitting blood. A bullet had evidently hit him in the throat or mouth. Another was walking sturdily by himself, but without his musket, groaning aloud and swinging his arm, which had just been hurt. Blood from it was streaming over his greatcoat as if from a bottle. He had just been wounded, and his face showed fear rather than suffering. Crossing a road, they descended a steep incline and saw several men lying on the ground. They also met a crowd of soldiers, some of whom were unwounded. The soldiers were ascending the hill, breathing heavily, and despite the general's presence were talking loudly and gesticulating. In front of them, Rows of gray cloaks were already visible through the smoke, and an officer, catching sight of Bagration, rushed shouting after the crowd of retreating soldiers, ordering them back. Bagration rode up to the ranks, along which shots crackled now here, now there, drowning the sound of voices and shouts of command. The whole air reeked with smoke. The excited faces of the soldiers were blackened with it. Some were using their ramrods, others putting powder on the touchpans or taking charges from their pouches, while others were firing, though who they were firing at could not be seen for the smoke. A pleasant humming and whistling of bullets were often heard. "What is this?" thought Prince Andrew, approaching the crowd of soldiers. "It can't be an attack, for they are not moving. It can't be a square, for they are not drawn up for that." The commander of the regiment, a thin, feeble-looking old man with a pleasant smile and eyelids drooping more than half over his old eyes, giving him a mild expression, rode up to Bagration and welcomed him as a host welcomes an honored guest. He reported that his regiment had been attacked by French cavalry and that, though the attack had been repulsed, he had lost more than half his men. He said the attack had been repulsed, using this military term to describe what had occurred, but in reality, he didn't know what had happened during that half hour to his troops and couldn't say for certain whether the attack had been repulsed or his regiment had been broken up. All he knew was that at the beginning of the action, balls and shells began flying all over his regiment, and afterward, someone had shouted, "Cavalry!" and our men had begun firing. They were still firing, not at the cavalry which had disappeared, but at French infantry who had come into the hollow and were firing at our men. Prince Bagration bowed his head as a sign that this was exactly what he had desired and expected. Turning to his adjutant, he ordered him to bring down the 2 battalions of the 6th Chasseurs whom they had just passed. Prince Andrew was struck by the changed expression on Prince Bagration's face at this moment. It expressed the concentrated and happy resolution you see on the face of a man who, on a hot day, takes a final run before plunging into the water. The dull, sleepy expression and the affectation of profound thought were gone. The round, steady, hawk's eyes looked before him eagerly and rather disdainfully, not resting on anything, although his movements were still slow and measured. The commander of the regiment turned to Prince Bagration, entreating him to go back as it was too dangerous to remain where they were. "Please, Your Excellency, for God's sake," he kept saying, glancing for support at an officer of the suite who turned away. "There, you see," and he drew attention to the bullets whistling, singing, and hissing continually around them. He spoke in a tone of entreaty and reproach, like a carpenter to a gentleman who has picked up an axe. "We are used to it, but you, sir, will blister your hands." He spoke as if those bullets could not kill him, and his half-closed eyes gave still more persuasiveness to his words. The staff officer joined in the colonel's appeals, but Bagration did not reply. He only gave an order to cease firing and reform, to give room for the 2 approaching battalions. While he was speaking, the curtain of smoke that had concealed the hollow, driven by a rising wind, began to move from right to left as if drawn by an invisible hand, and the hill opposite, with the French moving about on it, opened out before them. All eyes fastened involuntarily on this French column advancing against them and winding down over the uneven ground. One could already see the soldiers' shaggy caps, distinguish the officers from the men, and see the standard flapping against its staff. "They march splendidly," remarked someone in Bagration's suite. The head of the column had already descended into the hollow. The clash would take place on this side of it. The remains of our regiment that had been in action rapidly formed up and moved to the right. From behind it, dispersing the laggards, came 2 battalions of the 6th Chasseurs in fine order. Before they had reached Bagration, the weighty tread of the mass of men marching in step could be heard. On their left flank, nearest to Bagration, marched a company commander, a fine, round-faced man with a stupid and happy expression, the same man who had rushed out of the wattle shed. At that moment, he was clearly thinking of nothing but how dashing he would appear as he passed the commander. With the self-satisfaction of a man on parade, He stepped lightly with his muscular legs, as if sailing along, stretching himself to his full height without the smallest effort. His ease contrasted with the heavy tread of the soldiers keeping step with him. He carried a narrow, unsheathed sword close to his leg, and looked now at the superior officers, and now back at the men without losing step, his whole powerful body turning flexibly. It was as if all the powers of his soul were concentrated on passing the commander in the best possible manner, and feeling that he was doing it well, he was happy. Left, 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 he seemed to repeat to himself at each alternate step. In time to this, with stern but varied faces, the wall of soldiers, burdened with knapsacks and muskets, marched in step. Each of these hundreds of soldiers seemed to be repeating to himself, left, left, left. A fat major skirted a bush, puffing and falling out of step. A soldier who had fallen behind, his face showing alarm, ran at a trot, panting to catch up. A cannonball, cleaving the air, flew over the heads of Bagration and his suite and fell into the column to the measure of "Left! Left!" "Close up," came the company commander's voice in jaunty tones. The soldiers passed in a semicircle around where the ball had fallen, and an old trooper on the flank, who had stopped beside the dead men, ran to catch up his line. Falling into step with a hop, he looked back angrily. Through the ominous silence and the regular tramp of feet beating the ground in unison, one seemed to hear left, left, left. "Well done, lads," said Prince Bagration. "Glad to do our best, Your Excellency," came a confused shout from the ranks. A morose soldier on the left turned his eyes on Bagration as he shouted, with an expression that seemed to say, "We know that ourselves." Another, without looking round, shouted with his mouth wide open and passed on. The order was given to halt and down knapsacks. Bagration rode round the ranks that had marched past him and dismounted. He gave the reins to a Cossack, took off and handed over his felt coat, stretched his legs, and set his cap straight. The head of the French column, with its officers leading, appeared from below the hill. "Forward, with God," said Bagration, in a resolute, sonorous voice. Turning for a moment to the front line and slightly swinging his arms, he went forward uneasily over the rough field with the awkward gait of a cavalryman. Prince Andrew felt that an invisible power was leading him forward and experienced great happiness. The French were already near. Prince Andrew, walking beside Bagration, could clearly distinguish their bandoliers, red epaulets, and even their faces. He distinctly saw an old French officer who, with gaitered legs and turned-out toes, climbed the hill with difficulty. Prince Bagration gave no further orders and silently continued to walk in front of the ranks. Suddenly, one shot after another rang out from the French. Smoke appeared all along their uneven ranks, and musket shots sounded. Several of our men fell, among them the round-faced officer who had marched so gaily and complacently. But at the moment the first report was heard, Bagration looked round and shouted, "Hurrah!" "Hurrah!" rang a long-drawn shout from our ranks. Passing Bagration and racing one another, they rushed in an irregular but joyous and eager crowd down the hill at their disordered foe. The attack of the 6th Chasseurs secured the retreat of our right flank. In the center, Tushin's forgotten battery, which had managed to set fire to the Schongrabern village, delayed the French advance. The French were putting out the fire which the wind was spreading, and this gave us time to retreat. The retirement of the center to the other side of the dip in the ground was hurried and noisy, but the different companies did not get mixed. But our left flank, which consisted of the Azov and Podolsk infantry and the Pavlograd hussars, was simultaneously attacked and outflanked by superior French forces under Lance, and was thrown into confusion. Bagration had sent Zherkov to the general commanding that left flank with orders to retreat immediately. Zherkov, not removing his hand from his cap, turned his horse and galloped off. But no sooner had he left Bagration than his courage failed him. He was seized by panic and could not go where it was dangerous. Having reached the left flank, instead of going to the front where the firing was, he began to look for the general and his staff where they could not possibly be, and so he did not deliver the order. The command of the left flank belonged by seniority to the commander of the regiment Kutuzov had reviewed at Braunau, the one in which Dolokhov was serving as a private. But the command of the extreme left flank had been assigned to the commander of the Pavlograd regiment, where Rostov was serving, and a misunderstanding arose. The two commanders were much exasperated with one another. Long after the action had begun on the right flank and the French were already advancing, they were engaged in a discussion with the sole object of offending one another. But the regiments, both cavalry and infantry, were not ready for the impending action. From privates to general, they were not expecting a battle and were engaged in peaceful occupations, the cavalry feeding their horses and the infantry collecting wood. "He is higher than I in rank," said the German colonel of the hussars, flushing and addressing an adjutant who had ridden up. "So let him do what he will, but I cannot sacrifice my hussars. Bugler, sound the retreat." But haste was becoming imperative. Cannon and musketry, mingling together, thundered on the right and in the center, while the capotes of Lannes's sharpshooters were already seen crossing the mill dam and forming up within twice the range of a musket shot. The general in command of the infantry went toward his horse with jerky steps. Having mounted, he drew himself up very straight and tall and rode to the Pavlograd commander. The commanders met with polite bows, but with secret malevolence in their hearts. "Once again, Colonel," said the general, "I can't leave half my men in the wood. I beg of you, he repeated, to occupy the position and prepare for an attack." "I beg of you yourself not to mix in what is not your business," suddenly replied the irate colonel. "If you were in the cavalry—" "I am not in the cavalry, Colonel, but I am a Russian general, and if you are not aware of the fact—" "Quite aware, Your Excellency," suddenly shouted the colonel, touching his horse and turning purple in the face. "Will you be so good to come to the front and see that this position is no good? I don't wish to destroy my men for your pleasure." "You forget yourself, Colonel. I am not considering my own pleasure, and I won't allow it to be said." Taking the colonel's outburst as a challenge to his courage, the general expanded his chest and rode, frowning, beside him to the front line, as if their differences would be settled there amongst the bullets. They reached the front, several bullets sped over them, and they halted in silence. There was nothing new to be seen from the line. It had been evident from where they were before that it was impossible for cavalry to act among the bushes and broken ground, and that the French were outflanking our left. The general and the colonel looked sternly and significantly at one another, like two fighting cocks preparing for battle, each vainly trying to detect signs of cowardice in the other. Both passed the examination successfully. As there was nothing to be said, and neither wished to give occasion for it to be alleged that he had been the first to leave the range of fire, they would have remained there for a long time testing each other's courage, had it not been that just then they heard the rattle of musketry and a muffled shout almost behind them in the wood. The French had attacked the men collecting wood in the copse. It was no longer possible for the hussars to retreat with the infantry. They were cut off from the line of retreat on the left by the French. However inconvenient the position, it was now necessary to attack in order to cut a way through for themselves. The squadron in which Rostov was serving had scarcely time to mount before it was halted facing the enemy. Again, as at the Enns Bridge, there was nothing between the squadron and the enemy, and again that terrible dividing line of uncertainty and fear, like the line separating the living from the dead, lay between them. All were conscious of this unseen line, and the question of whether they would cross it or not, and how they would cross it, agitated them all. The colonel rode to the front, angrily gave some reply to questions from the officers, and like a man desperately insisting on his own way, gave an order. No one said anything definite, but the rumor of an attack spread through the squadron. The command to form up rang out, and the sabers whizzed as they were drawn from their scabbards. Still, no one moved. The troops of the left flank, infantry and hussars alike, felt that the commander did not himself know what to do, and this indecision communicated itself to the men. If only they would be quick, thought Rostov, feeling that at last the time had come to experience the joy of an attack he had so often heard about from his fellow hussars. "Forward with God, lads," rang out Denisov's voice. "At a toot forward!" The horses' croups began to sway in the front line. Rook pulled at the reins and started of his own accord. Before him, on the right, Rostov saw the front lines of his hussars, and still farther ahead, a dark line which he could not see distinctly, but took to be the enemy. Shots could be heard, but from some way off. "Faster!" came the word of command, and Rostov felt Rook's flanks drooping as he broke into a gallop. Rostov anticipated his horse's movements and became more and more elated. He had noticed a solitary tree ahead of him. This tree had been in the middle of the line that had seemed so terrible, and now he had crossed that line, and not only was there nothing terrible, but everything was becoming more and more happy and animated. "Oh, how I will slash at him!" thought Rostov, gripping the hilt of his saber. "Hurrah!" came a roar of voices. "Let anyone come my way now," thought Rostov, driving his spurs into Rook and letting him go at a full gallop, so that he outstripped the others. Ahead, the enemy was already visible. Suddenly, something like a birch broom seemed to sweep over the squadron. Rostov raised his saber, ready to strike, but at that instant, the trooper Nikitenko, who was galloping ahead, shot away from him. Rostov felt as if in a dream that he continued to be carried forward with unnatural speed, but yet stayed on the same spot. From behind him, Bondarchuk, a hussar he knew, jolted against him and looked at him angrily. Bondarchuk's horse swerved and galloped past. "How is it I am not moving? I have fallen. I am killed," Rostov asked and answered at the same instant. He was alone in the middle of a field. Instead of the moving horses and hussars' backs, he saw nothing before him but the motionless earth and the stubble around him. There was warm blood under his arm. "No, I am wounded and the horse is killed." Rook tried to rise on his forelegs but fell back, pinning his rider's leg. Blood was flowing from his head. He struggled but could not rise. Rostov also tried to rise but fell back, his sabretache having become entangled in the saddle. Where our men were, and where the French, he did not know. There was no one near. Having disentangled his leg, he rose. Where, on which side, was now the line that had so sharply divided the two armies? He asked himself, and could not answer. Can something bad have happened to me? He wondered as he got up. At that moment, he felt that something superfluous was hanging on his benumbed left arm. The wrist felt as if it were not his. He examined his hand carefully, vainly trying to find blood on it. "Ah, here are people coming," he thought joyfully, seeing some men running toward him. "They will help me." In front came a man wearing a strange shako and a blue cloak, swarthy, sunburned, and with a hooked nose. Then came two more, and many more running behind. One of them said something strange, not in Russian. Among the hindmost of these men was a Russian hussar. He was being held by the arms, and his horse was being led behind him. It must be one of ours, a prisoner. Yes. Can it be that they will take me too? Who are these men? Thought Rostov, scarcely believing his eyes. Can they be French? He looked at the approaching Frenchmen, and though but a moment before he had been galloping to hack them to pieces, their proximity now seemed so awful that he could not believe his eyes. Who are they? Why are they running? Can they be coming at me? And why? To kill me? Me whom everyone is so fond of? He remembered his mother's love for him, his family's, and his friends, and the enemy's intention to kill him seemed impossible. But perhaps they may do it. For more than 10 seconds, he stood not moving, not realizing the situation. The foremost Frenchman, the one with the hooked nose, was already so close that the expression on his face could be seen. And the excited, alien face of that man, his bayonet hanging down, holding his breath and running so lightly, frightened Rostov. He seized his pistol and, instead of firing it, flung it at the Frenchman and ran with all his might toward the bushes. He did not now run with the feeling of doubt and conflict with which he had trodden the Enns bridge, but with the feeling of a hare fleeing from the hounds. One single sentiment, that of fear for his young and happy life, possessed his whole being. Rapidly leaping the furrows, he fled across the field with the impetuosity he used to show at catch-play, now and then turning his good-natured, pale, young face to look back. A shudder of terror went through him. No, better not look, he thought, but having reached the bushes, he glanced round once more. The French had fallen behind, and just as he looked round, the first man changed his run to a walk, and turning, shouted something loudly to a comrade farther back. Rostov paused. No, there's some mistake, he thought. They can't have wanted to kill me. But at the same time, his left arm felt as heavy as if a 70-pound weight were tied to it. He could run no more. The Frenchman also stopped and took aim. Rostov closed his eyes and stooped down. One bullet and then another whistled past him. He mustered his last remaining strength, took hold of his left hand with his right, and reached the bushes. Behind these were some Russian sharpshooters. Chapter 15, Panic, Timokhin's counterattack, Dólokhov's insistence, Tushin's battery, Prince Andrew sent to order him to retreat. Welcome to Chapter 15. The infantry regiments that had been caught unawares in the outskirts of the wood ran out of it. The different companies became mixed, and they retreated as a disorderly crowd. One soldier, in his fear, uttered the senseless cry, "Cut off!" which is so terrible in battle. That word infected the whole crowd with a feeling of panic. "Surrounded! Cut off! We're lost!" shouted the fugitives. The moment he heard the firing and the cry from behind, the general realized that something dreadful had happened to his regiment. The thought that he, an exemplary officer of many years' service who had never been at fault, might be held responsible at headquarters for negligence so staggered him that he forgot everything else. He forgot the recalcitrant cavalry colonel, his own dignity as a general, and above all, he forgot the danger and all regard for his own safety. He clutched the back of his saddle and, spurring his horse, galloped to the regiment under a hail of bullets which fell around him, but fortunately missed. His one desire was to know what was happening, and at any cost, to correct the mistake if he had made one, so that he, an exemplary officer of 22 years' service, should not be held to blame. Having galloped safely through the French, he reached a field behind the copse. Across this field, our men, ignoring orders, were running and descending into the valley. That moment of moral hesitation which decides the fate of battles had arrived. Would this disorderly crowd of soldiers listen to the voice of their commander, or would they continue their flight? Despite his desperate shouts that used to seem so terrible to the soldiers, despite his furious purple face, and despite the flourishing of his saber, the soldiers all continued to run, talking, firing into the air, and disobeying orders. The moral hesitation which decides the fate of battles was clearly turning into a panic. The general had a fit of coughing from shouting and the powder smoke, and he stopped in despair. Everything seemed lost. But at that moment, the attacking French suddenly, and for no apparent reason, ran back and disappeared from the outskirts. Russian sharpshooters then showed themselves in the copse. It was Timokhin's company, which alone had maintained its order in the wood. Having lain in ambush in a ditch, they now attacked the French unexpectedly. Timokhin, armed only with a sword, had rushed at the enemy with such a desperate cry and such mad, drunken determination that, taken by surprise, the French had thrown down their muskets and run. Dólokhov, running beside Timokhin, killed a Frenchman at close quarters and was the first to seize the surrendering French officer by his collar. Our fugitives returned, the battalions reformed, and the French who had nearly cut our left flank in half were, for the moment, repulsed. Our reserve units were able to join up, and the fight was at an end. The regimental commander and Major Economov had stopped beside a bridge, letting the retreating companies pass by them, when a soldier came up and took hold of the commander's stirrup, almost leaning against him. The man was wearing a bluish coat of broadcloth. He had no knapsack or cap. His head was bandaged, and over his shoulder a French munition pouch was slung. He had an officer's sword in his hand. The soldier was pale. His blue eyes looked impudently into the commander's face, and his lips were smiling. Though the commander was busy giving instructions to Major Economov, he couldn't help noticing the soldier. "Your Excellency, here are 2 trophies," said Dólokhov, pointing to the French sword and pouch. "I have taken an officer prisoner. I stopped the company." Dólokhov breathed heavily from weariness and spoke in abrupt sentences. "The whole company can bear witness. I beg you will remember this, Your Excellency." All right," replied the commander, and he turned to Major Economov. But Dólokhov did not go away. He untied the handkerchief around his head, pulled it off, and showed the congealed blood on his hair. "A bayonet wound. I remained at the front, Remember, Your Excellency. Tushin's battery had been forgotten. Only at the very end of the action did Prince Bagration, still hearing the cannonade in the center, send his orderly staff officer, and later Prince Andrew, to order the battery to retire as quickly as possible. When the supports attached to Tushin's battery had been moved away in the middle of the action by someone's order, the battery had continued firing. It was only not captured by the French, because the enemy could not imagine that anyone would have the effrontery to continue firing from 4 quite undefended guns. On the contrary, the energetic action of that battery led the French to suppose that the main Russian forces were concentrated there in the center. Twice they had attempted to attack this point, but each time they had been driven back by grape shot from the 4 isolated guns on the hillock. Soon after Prince Bagration had left him, Tushin had succeeded in setting fire to Schöngrabern. "Look at them scurrying! It's burning! Just see the smoke! Fine, grand! Look at the smoke, exclaimed the artilleryman, brightening up. All the guns, without waiting for orders, were being fired in the direction of the fire. As if urging each other on, the soldiers cried at each shot, "Fine! That's good! Look at it! Grand!" The fire, fanned by the breeze, was rapidly spreading. The French columns that had advanced beyond the village went back. But as if in revenge for this failure, the enemy placed 10 guns to the right of the village and began firing them at Tushin's battery. In their childlike glee, aroused by the fire and their luck in successfully cannonading the French, our artillerymen only noticed this battery when 2 balls, and then 4 more, fell among our guns. One knocked over 2 horses, and another tore off a munition wagon driver's leg. Their spirits, however, were not diminished but only changed character. The horses were replaced by others from a reserve gun carriage, the wounded were carried away, and the 4 guns were turned against the 10-gun battery. Tushin's companion officer had been killed at the beginning of the engagement, and within an hour, 17 of the 40 men of the gun's crews had been disabled. But the artillerymen were still as merry and lively as ever. Twice they noticed the French appearing below them, and then they fired grape shot at them. Little Tushin, moving feebly and awkwardly, kept telling his orderly to refill my pipe for that one, and then, scattering sparks from it, ran forward, shading his eyes with his small hand to look at the French. "Smack at 'em, lads," he kept saying, seizing the guns by the wheels and working the screws himself. Amid the smoke, deafened by the incessant reports which always made him jump, Tushin ran from gun to gun, not taking his pipe from his mouth. He was now aiming, now counting the charges, now giving orders about replacing dead or wounded horses and harnessing fresh ones, shouting in his feeble, high-pitched, and irresolute voice. His face grew more and more animated. Only when a man was killed or wounded did he frown and turn away from the sight, shouting angrily at the men who, as is always the case, hesitated about lifting the injured or dead. The soldiers, for the most part handsome fellows, and as is typical in an artillery company, a head and shoulders taller and twice as broad as their officer, all looked at their commander like children in an embarrassing situation. The expression on his face was invariably reflected on theirs. Owing to the terrible uproar and the need for concentration and activity, Tushin did not experience the slightest fear. The thought that he might be killed or badly wounded never occurred to him. On the contrary, he became more and more elated. It seemed to him that it was a very long time ago, almost a day, since he had first seen the enemy and fired the first shot, and that the corner of the field he stood on was well-known and familiar ground. Though he thought of everything, considered everything, and did everything the best of officers could do in his position, he was in a state akin to feverish delirium or drunkenness. From the deafening sounds of his own guns, the whistle and thud of the enemy's cannonballs, the flushed and perspiring faces of the crew, the sight of blood, and the little puffs of smoke on the enemy's side, a fantastic world of his own had taken possession of his brain, and at that moment afforded him pleasure. The enemy's guns were, in his fancy, not guns but pipes from which an invisible smoker occasionally blew puffs. "There, he's puffing again," muttered Tushin to himself, as a small cloud rose from the hill and was carried in a streak to the left by the wind. Now look out for the ball. We'll throw it back. What do you want, Your Honor? Asked an artilleryman standing close by, who heard him muttering. Nothing, only a shell, he answered. Come along, our Matvevna, he said to himself. Matvevna, or daughter of Matthew, was the name his fancy gave to the farthest gun of the battery, which was large and of an old pattern. The French swarming around their guns seemed to him like ants. In that world, the handsome drunkard number 1 of the second gun's crew was Uncle. Tushin looked at him more often than at anyone else and took delight in his every movement. The sound of musketry at the foot of the hill, now diminishing, now increasing, seemed like someone's breathing. He listened intently to the ebb and flow of these sounds. Ah! Breathing again, breathing, he muttered to himself. He imagined himself as an enormously tall, powerful man, throwing cannonballs at the French with both hands. Now then, Matvevna, dear old lady, don't let me down, he was saying as he moved from the gun, when a strange, unfamiliar voice called above his head. Captain Tushin, Captain! Tushin turned round in dismay. It was the staff officer who had turned him out of the booth at Grunth. He was shouting in a gasping voice, Are you mad? You have twice been ordered to retreat, and you— Why are they down on me? Thought Tushin, looking in alarm at his superior. I don't, he muttered, holding 2 fingers to his cap. But the staff officer did not finish what he wanted to say. A cannonball flying close to him caused him to duck and bend over his horse. He paused, and just as he was about to say something more, another ball stopped him. He turned his horse and galloped off. Retire, all to retire, he shouted from a distance. The soldiers laughed. A moment later, an adjutant arrived with the same order. It was Prince Andrew. The first thing he saw on riding up to the space where Tushin's guns were stationed was an unharnessed horse with a broken leg that lay screaming piteously beside the harnessed horses. Blood was gushing from its leg as from a spring. Among the limbers lay several dead men. One ball after another passed over as he approached, and he felt a nervous shudder run down his spine. But the mere thought of being afraid roused him again. I cannot be afraid, he thought, and dismounted slowly among the guns. He delivered the order and did not leave the battery. He decided to have the guns removed from their positions and withdrawn in his presence. Together with Tushin, stepping across the bodies and under a terrible fire from the French, he attended to the removal of the guns. A staff officer was here a minute ago but skipped off, said an artilleryman to Prince Andrew. Not like your honor. Prince Andrew said nothing to Tushin. They were both so busy as to seem not to notice one another. When, having limbered up the only 2 cannon that remained uninjured out of the 4, they began moving down the hill, 1 shattered gun and 1 unicorn were left behind, Prince Andrew rode up to Tushin. Well, till we meet again, he said, holding out his hand to Tushin. Goodbye, my dear fellow, said Tushin. Dear soul, goodbye, my dear fellow. And for some unknown reason, tears suddenly filled his eyes. Chapter 16, Withdrawal of the Forces. Nicholas rides on a gun carriage. Tushin called to account by Bagration. Prince Andrew defends him. Nicholas's depression. We now begin the final chapter of Book 2. The wind had fallen, and black clouds merging with the powder smoke hung low over the field of battle. It was growing dark, and the glow of 2 fires was more noticeable. The cannonade was dying down, but the rattle of musketry behind and on the right sounded more often and nearer. As soon as Tushin with his guns was out of range of fire and had descended into the dip, he was met by some of the staff, including the staff officer and Zherkov, who had been sent twice to Tushin's battery but had never reached it. Interrupting one another, they all gave and transmitted orders, reprimanding and reproaching him. Tushin gave no orders and silently, fearing to speak because at every word he felt ready to weep without knowing why, rode behind on his artillery nag. Though the orders were to abandon the wounded, many of them dragged themselves after the troops and begged for seats on the gun carriages. The jaunty infantry officer, who had rushed out of Tushin's shed before the battle was laid, with a bullet in his stomach, on Matvevna's carriage. At the foot of the hill, a pale hussar cadet, supporting one hand with the other, came up to Tushin and asked for a seat. "Captain, for God's sake, I've hurt my arm," he said timidly. "For God's sake, I can't walk. For God's sake." It was plain that this cadet had already asked for a lift several times and been refused. He asked in a hesitating, piteous voice, "Tell them to give me a seat, for God's sake." "Give him a seat," said Tushin. "Lay a cloak for him to sit on, lad," he said, addressing his favorite soldier. "And where is the wounded officer?" "He has been set down. He died," replied someone. "Help him up. Sit down, dear fellow, sit down. Spread out the cloak, Antonov." The cadet was Rostov. With one hand he supported the other. He was pale and his jaw trembled, shivering feverishly. He was placed on Matvevna, the gun from which they had removed the dead officer. The cloak they spread under him was wet with blood, which stained his breeches and arm. "What, are you wounded, my lad?" said Tushin, approaching the gun on which Rostov sat. "No, it's a sprain." "Then what is this blood on the gun carriage?" inquired Tushin. "It was the officer, your honor, stained it," answered the artilleryman, wiping away the blood with his coat sleeve, as if apologizing for the state of his gun. It was all they could do to get the guns up the rise, aided by the infantry. Having reached the village of Gruntersdorf, they halted. It had grown so dark that one could not distinguish uniforms 10 paces off, and the firing had begun to subside. Suddenly, nearby on the right, shouting and firing were heard again. Flashes of shot gleamed in the darkness. This was the last French attack and was met by soldiers who had sheltered in the village houses. They all rushed out of the village again, but Tushin's guns could not move, and the artilleryman, Tushin, and the cadet exchanged silent glances as they awaited their fate. The firing died down, and soldiers talking eagerly streamed out of a side street. "Not hurt, Petrov?" asked one. "We've given it 'em hot, mate. They won't make another push now," said another. "You couldn't see a thing. How they shot at their own fellows, nothing could be seen. Pitch dark, brother. Isn't there something to drink?" The French had been repulsed for the last time. And again, in the complete darkness, Tushin's guns moved forward, surrounded by the humming infantry as if by a frame. In the darkness, it seemed as though a gloomy, unseen river was flowing always in one direction, humming with whispers and talk and the sound of hoofs and wheels. Amid the general rumble, the groans and voices of the wounded were more distinctly heard than any other sound. The gloom that enveloped the army was filled with their groans, which seemed to melt into the darkness of the night. After a while, the moving mass became agitated. Someone rode past on a white horse, followed by his suite, and said something in passing. "What did he say? Where to now? Halt, is it? Did he thank us?" came eager questions from all sides. The whole moving mass began pressing closer together, and a report spread that they were ordered to halt. All remained where they were in the middle of the muddy road. Fires were lighted and the talk became more audible. Captain Tushin, having given orders to his company, sent a soldier to find a dressing station or a doctor for the cadet and sat down by a bonfire the soldiers had kindled on the road. Rostov, too, dragged himself to the fire. From pain, cold, and damp, a feverish shivering shook his whole body. Drowsiness was irresistibly mastering him, but he kept awake by an excruciating pain in his arm, for which he could find no satisfactory position. He kept closing his eyes and then again looking at the fire, which seemed to him dazzlingly red, and at the feeble, round-shouldered figure of Tushin, sitting cross-legged like a Turk beside him. Tushin's large, kind, intelligent eyes were fixed with sympathy and commiseration on Rostov, who saw that Tushin with his whole heart wished to help him, but could not. From all sides were heard the footsteps and talk of the infantry, who were walking, driving past, and settling down all around. The sound of voices, the tramping feet, the horses' hoofs in the mud, and the crackling of wood fires near and far merged into one tremulous rumble. It was no longer, as before, a dark, unseen river flowing through the gloom, but a dark sea swelling and gradually subsiding after a storm. Rostov looked at and listened listlessly to what passed before and around him. An infantryman came to the fire, squatted on his heels, held his hands to the blaze, and turned away his face. "You don't mind, Your Honor?" he asked Tushin. "I've lost my company, Your Honor. I don't know where, such bad luck." With the soldier, an infantry officer with a bandaged cheek came up to the bonfire, and addressing Tushin, asked him to have the guns moved a trifle to let a wagon go past. After he had gone, 2 soldiers rushed to the campfire. They were quarreling and fighting desperately, each trying to snatch a boot from the other. "You picked it up, I dare say. You're very smart," one of them shouted hoarsely. Then a thin, pale soldier, his neck bandaged with a blood-stained leg band, came up and in angry tones asked the artilleryman for water. "Must one die like a dog?" said he. Tushin told them to give the man some water. Then a cheerful soldier ran up, begging a little fire for the infantry. "A nice little hot torch for the infantry. Good luck to you, fellow countrymen. Thanks for the fire. We'll return it with interest," said he, carrying away a glowing stick into the darkness. Next came 4 soldiers, carrying something heavy on a cloak, and passed by the fire. One of them stumbled. "Who the devil has put the logs on the road?" he snarled. "He's dead. Why carry him?" said another. "Shut up!" and they disappeared into the darkness with their load. Still aching, Tushin asked Rostov in a whisper. "Yes, Your Honor, you're wanted by the general. He is in the hut here," said a gunner, coming up to Tushin. "Coming, friend." Tushin rose, and buttoning his greatcoat and pulling it straight, walked away from the fire. Not far from the artillery campfire, in a hut that had been prepared for him, Prince Bagration sat at dinner, talking with some commanding officers. The little old man with the half-closed eyes was there, greedily gnawing a mutton bone. The general, who had served blamelessly for 22 years, was there, flushed by a glass of vodka and the dinner. The staff officer with the signet ring and Zherkov, uneasily glancing at them all, were there too. And so was Prince Andrew, pale, with compressed lips and feverishly glittering eyes. In a corner of the hut stood a standard captured from the French. The accountant with the naive face was feeling its texture, shaking his head in perplexity, perhaps because the banner really interested him, or perhaps because it was hard for him, hungry as he was, to look on at a dinner where there was no place for him. In the next hut was a French colonel who had been taken prisoner by our dragoons. Our officers were flocking in to look at him. Prince Bagration was thanking the individual commanders and inquiring into details of the action and our losses. The general, whose regiment had been inspected at Braunau, was informing the prince that as soon as the action began, he had withdrawn from the wood, mustered the men who were woodcutting, and allowing the French to pass him, had made a bayonet charge with 2 battalions and had broken up the French troops. When I saw, Your Excellency, that their 1st battalion was disorganized, I stopped in the road and thought, I'll let them come on and we'll meet them with the fire of the whole battalion. And that's what I did. The general had so wished to do this, and was so sorry he had not managed to do it, that it seemed to him as if it had really happened. Perhaps it might have really been so. Could one possibly make out, amid all that confusion, what did or did not happen? "By the way, Your Excellency, I should inform you," he continued, remembering Dólokhov's conversation with Kutuzov and his last interview with the gentleman ranker, "that Private Dólokhov, who was reduced to the ranks, took a French officer prisoner in my presence, and particularly distinguished himself." "I saw the Pavlograd hussars attack there, Your Excellency," chimed in Zherkov, looking uneasily around. He had not seen the hussars all that day, but had heard about them from an infantry officer. "They broke up 2 squares, Your Excellency." Several of those present smiled at Zherkov's words, expecting one of his usual jokes, but noticing that what he was saying redounded to the glory of our arms, they assumed a serious expression, though many knew it was a lie. Prince Bagration turned to the old colonel. "Gentlemen, I thank you all. All arms have behaved heroically. Infantry, cavalry, and artillery. How was it that 2 guns were abandoned in the center?" he inquired, searching with his eyes for someone. He did not ask about the guns on the left flank. He knew that all the guns there had been abandoned at the very beginning of the action. "I think I sent you," he added, turning to the staff officer on duty. "One was damaged," answered the staff officer, "and the other I can't understand. I was there all the time giving orders and had only just left. It is true that it was hot there," he added modestly. Someone mentioned that Captain Tushin was bivouacking close to the village and had already been sent for. "Oh, but you were there?" said Prince Bagration, addressing Prince Andrew. "Of course, we only just missed one another," said the staff officer with a smile to Bolkonsky. "I had not the pleasure of seeing you," said Prince Andrew coldly and abruptly. All were silent. Tushin appeared at the threshold and made his way timidly from behind the backs of the generals. As he stepped past them in the crowded hut, feeling embarrassed as he always was by the sight of his superiors, he did not notice the staff of the banner and stumbled over it. Several of those present laughed. "How was it a gun was abandoned?" asked Bagration, frowning, not so much at the captain as at those who were laughing, among whom Zherkov laughed loudest. Only now, when he was confronted by the stern authorities, did his guilt and the disgrace of having lost 2 guns and yet remaining alive present themselves to Tushin in all their horror. He had been so excited that he had not thought about it until that moment. The officer's laughter confused him still more. He stood before Bagration with his lower jaw trembling and was hardly able to mutter, "I don't know, Your Excellency. I had no men, Your Excellency." "You might have taken some from the covering troops." Tushin did not say that there were no covering troops, though that was perfectly true. He was afraid of getting another officer into trouble, and silently fixed his eyes on Bagration, like a schoolboy who has blundered looks at an examiner. The silence lasted some time. Prince Bagration, apparently not wishing to be severe, found nothing to say. The others did not venture to intervene. Prince Andrew looked at Tushin from under his brows, and his fingers twitched nervously. "Your Excellency," Prince Andrew broke the silence with his abrupt voice, "you were pleased to send me to Captain Tushin's battery. I went there and found 2/3 of the men and horses knocked out, 2 guns smashed, and no supports at all." Prince Bagration and Tushin looked with equal intentness at Bolkonsky, who spoke with suppressed agitation. "And, if Your Excellency will allow me to express my opinion," he continued, "we owe today's success chiefly to the action of that battery and the heroic endurance of Captain Tushin and his company." And without awaiting a reply, Prince Andrew rose and left the table. Prince Bagration looked at Tushin, evidently reluctant to show distrust in Bolkonsky's emphatic opinion, yet not feeling able to fully credit it. He bent his head and told Tushin that he could go. Prince Andrew went out with him. "Thank you, you saved me, my dear fellow," said Tushin. Prince Andrew gave him a look, but said nothing and went away. He felt sad and depressed. It was all so strange, so unlike what he had hoped. Who are they? Why are they here? What do they want? And when will all this end? Thought Rostov, looking at the changing shadows before him. The pain in his arm became more and more intense. Irresistible drowsiness overpowered him, red rings danced before his eyes, and the impression of those voices and faces and a sense of loneliness merged with the physical pain. It was they, these soldiers, wounded and unwounded. It was they who were crushing, weighing down, and twisting the sinews and scorching the flesh of his sprained arm and shoulder. To rid himself of them, he closed his eyes. For a moment he dozed, but in that short interval, innumerable things appeared to him in a dream. His mother and her large white hand, Sonia's thin little shoulders, Natasha's eyes and laughter, Denisov with his voice and mustache, and Telyanin, and all that affair with Telyanin and Bogdanich. That affair was the same thing as this soldier with the harsh voice, and it was that affair and this soldier that were so agonizingly, incessantly pulling and pressing his arm, and always dragging it in one direction. He tried to get away from them, but they would not for an instant let his shoulder move a hair's breadth. It would not ache, it would be well, if only they did not pull it, but it was impossible to get rid of them. He opened his eyes and looked up. The black canopy of night hung less than a yard above the glow of the charcoal. Flakes of falling snow were fluttering in that light. Tushin had not returned. The doctor had not come. He was alone now except for a soldier who was sitting naked at the other side of the fire, warming his thin yellow body. "Nobody wants me," thought Rostov. "There is no one to help me or pity me. Yet I was once at home, strong, happy, and loved." He sighed and in doing so groaned involuntarily. Is anything hurting you?" asked the soldier, shaking his shirt out over the fire. Not waiting for an answer, he gave a grunt and added, "What a lot of men have been crippled today. Frightful." Rostov did not listen to the soldier. He looked at the snowflakes fluttering above the fire and remembered a Russian winter at his warm, bright home, his fluffy fur coat, his quickly gliding sleigh, his healthy body, and all the affection and care of his family. "And why did I come here?" he wondered. Next day, the French army did not renew their attack, and the remnant of Bagration's detachment was reunited to Kutuzov's army. This audiobook is an adaptation of an original work. To support projects like this one, you can try a free 30-day trial of Audible, which offers a vast library of audiobooks. Your support helps bring more classic literature to life in this format. Thank you for listening. Book 3. Chapter 1, Prince Vasily and Pierre, a soiree at Anna Pavlovna's, Helene's name day, Pierre's marriage. Let's begin by getting to know Prince Vasily. He wasn't the sort of man who deliberately thought out his plans. Still less did he think of injuring anyone for his own advantage. He was simply a man of the world who had succeeded, and for whom success had become a habit. Schemes and devices were constantly forming in his mind, though he never fully acknowledged them to himself. They arose from the people and circumstances he encountered and formed the entire interest of his life. He didn't just have one or two of these plans, he had dozens. Some were just beginning, some were nearing completion, and others were falling apart. For instance, he wouldn't say to himself, "This man has influence, so I must gain his friendship to get a special grant." Nor would he think, "Pierre is a rich man. I must trick him into marrying my daughter and lending me the 40,000 rubles I need." But whenever he met a man of position, his instinct immediately told him this person could be useful. Without any forethought, Prince Vasily would seize the first chance to gain his confidence, flatter him, become intimate with him, and finally make his request. He had Pierre at hand in Moscow and secured for him an appointment as a gentleman of the bedchamber, a role which at that time conferred the status of counselor of state. He insisted that the young man accompany him to Petersburg and stay at his house. With a kind of apparent absent-mindedness, yet with complete assurance that he was doing the right thing, Prince Vasily did everything in his power to get Pierre to marry his daughter. Had he planned it all out beforehand, he could never have been so natural or shown such unaffected familiarity with everyone, whether they were above or below him in social standing. Something always drew him to those richer and more powerful than himself, and he had a rare skill for seizing the perfect moment to make use of people. Pierre, having unexpectedly become Count Bezukov and a wealthy man, felt overwhelmed. After his recent loneliness and freedom, he was now so beset and preoccupied that he could only find solitude in his bed. He had to sign papers, visit government offices whose purpose was unclear to him, question his chief steward, visit his estate near Moscow, and receive many people who previously didn't even know he existed. These same people would now be offended and hurt if he chose not to see them. All these different people, businessmen, relatives, and acquaintances, treated the young heir with the most friendly and flattering manner. They all seemed firmly convinced of Pierre's noble qualities. He was always hearing phrases like, "with your remarkable kindness," or "with your excellent heart," "you are yourself so honorable, Count," or "if only he were as clever as you." This went on until he began to sincerely believe in his own exceptional kindness and extraordinary intelligence, especially since, deep down, he had always felt he was very kind and smart. Even people who had been spiteful and unfriendly toward him before now became gentle and affectionate. The angry eldest princess, the one with the long waist and hair plastered down like a doll's, came into Pierre's room after the funeral. With downcast eyes and frequent blushes, she told him she was very sorry for their past misunderstandings. She said she felt she had no right to ask for anything, except for permission to stay a few weeks longer in the house she so loved, where she had sacrificed so much. She couldn't help but weep as she said these words. Touched that this statuesque princess could change so much, Pierre took her hand and begged her forgiveness, without really knowing what for. From that day on, the eldest princess's attitude toward Pierre completely changed, and she even began knitting a striped scarf for him. "Do this for my sake, mon cher," Prince Vasily said to him, handing him a deed to sign for the princess's benefit. After all, she had to put up with a great deal from the deceased. Prince Vasily had decided it was necessary to throw this bone, a bill for 30,000 rubles, to the poor princess, so she wouldn't be tempted to talk about his own involvement in the matter of the inlaid portfolio. Pierre signed the deed, and after that, the princess became even kinder. The younger sisters also grew affectionate toward him, especially the youngest, the pretty one with the mole, who often flustered him with her smiles and her own confusion whenever they met. It seemed so natural to Pierre that everyone should like him. It would have seemed unnatural if anyone had disliked him. So he couldn't help but believe in the sincerity of those around him. Besides, he had no time to question whether they were sincere or not. He was always busy and felt as if he were in a state of mild, cheerful intoxication. He felt like the center of some important and general movement. It seemed something was always expected of him, and if he failed to do it, he would grieve and disappoint many people. But if he did this and that, all would be well. He did what was asked of him, but that happy result always seemed to be in the future. More than anyone else, Prince Vasily took control of Pierre's affairs and of Pierre himself in those early days. From the moment Count Bezukhov died, he never let go of the young man. He had the air of someone oppressed by business, weary and suffering, who simply could not, out of pity, leave this helpless youth to the whims of fate and the schemes of rogues. After all, Pierre was the son of his old friend and the owner of such enormous wealth. During the few days he spent in Moscow after the Count's death, Prince Vasily would either call for Pierre or go to him himself. He would tell him what needed to be done in a tone of weary assurance, as if to say, "You know I am overwhelmed with business, and it is purely out of charity that I trouble myself with you. And you know perfectly well that what I propose is the only possible option." One day, Prince Vasily closed his eyes, fingered Pierre's elbow, and said, "Well, my dear fellow, tomorrow we are off at last." He spoke as if it had been agreed upon long ago and could not be changed. "We start tomorrow, and I'm giving you a place in my carriage. I am very glad. All our important business here is now settled, and I should have been off long ago. Here is something I have received from the Chancellor. I asked him for you, and you have been entered in the diplomatic corps and made a gentleman of the bedchamber. The diplomatic career now lies open before you." Despite the weary confidence in his tone, Pierre, who had long been considering his own career, wanted to make a suggestion. But Prince Vasily interrupted him with a special, deep, cooing tone he used in extreme cases when special persuasion was needed, a tone that made interruption impossible. "Mas, mon cher," he said, "I did this for my own sake, to satisfy my conscience, and there is nothing to thank me for. No one has ever complained of being too much loved. Besides, you are free. You could throw it up tomorrow. But you will see everything for yourself when you get to Petersburg. It is high time for you to get away from these terrible recollections." Prince Vasily sighed. Yes, my boy, and my valet can go in your carriage. Ah, I was nearly forgetting," he added. "You know, mon cher, your father and I had some accounts to settle, so I have received what was due from the Ryazan estate and will keep it. You won't require it. We'll go into the accounts later." By what was due from the Ryazan estate, Prince Vasily meant several thousand rubles of rent from Pierre's peasants, which the prince had kept for himself. In Petersburg, just as in Moscow, Pierre found the same atmosphere of gentleness and affection. He couldn't refuse the post, or rather the rank, since he did nothing, that Prince Vasily had procured for him. Acquaintances, invitations, and social events were so numerous that he felt an even greater sense of bewilderment and bustle than in Moscow. He was in a state of continual expectation of some good thing, always just ahead of him, but never quite attained. Many of his former bachelor friends were no longer in Petersburg. The guards had gone to the front, Dolokhov had been demoted to the ranks, Anatole was in the army somewhere in the provinces, and Prince Andrew was abroad. So, Pierre had no opportunity to spend his nights as he used to, or to open his mind in intimate talks with a respected older friend. His entire time was filled with dinners and balls, spent mostly at Prince Vasily's house in the company of the stout princess, his wife, and his beautiful daughter, Helene. Like everyone else, Anna Pavlovna Scherer showed Pierre the change in society's attitude toward him. Previously, in Anna Pavlovna's presence, Pierre had always felt that what he said was out of place, tactless, and unsuitable. Remarks that seemed clever in his mind became foolish as soon as he spoke them. In contrast, even Hippolyte's stupidest comments came out sounding clever and apt. Now, everything Pierre said was charmant. Even if Anna Pavlovna didn't say so, he could see she wanted to, and only held back out of respect for his modesty. In the early winter of 1805, Pierre received one of Anna Pavlovna's usual pink notes of invitation. This one had an addition: "You will find the beautiful Helene here, whom it is always delightful to see." When he read that sentence, Pierre felt for the first time that some link, recognized by other people, had grown between himself and Helene. The thought both alarmed him, as if an obligation he couldn't fulfill was being placed on him, and pleased him as an entertaining idea. Anna Pavlovna's at home was much like the last one, but the novelty she offered her guests this time was not Mortemart. It was a diplomat, fresh from Berlin, with the latest details of the Emperor Alexander's visit to Potsdam. He told of how the two august friends had pledged themselves in an unbreakable alliance to uphold justice against the enemy of the human race. Anna Pavlovna received Pierre with a touch of melancholy, which was clearly related to his recent loss of his father. Everyone constantly felt it their duty to assure Pierre that he was greatly afflicted by the death of the father he had barely known. Her sadness was just like the august melancholy she displayed at the mention of Her Majesty the Empress Maria Fedorovna. Pierre felt flattered. Anna Pavlovna arranged the different groups in her drawing room with her usual skill. The large group, including Prince Vasily and the generals, had the benefit of the diplomat. Another group was at the tea table. Pierre wanted to join the first group, but Anna Pavlovna, in the excited state of a commander on a battlefield, with thousands of brilliant ideas she hardly had time to execute, saw Pierre and touched his sleeve. "Wait a bit," she said. "I have something in view for you this evening." She glanced at Helene and smiled. "My dear Helene, be charitable to my poor aunt who adores you. Go and keep her company for 10 minutes, and so that it will not be too dull, here is the dear Count who will not refuse to accompany you." The beautiful Helene went to the aunt, but Anna Pavlovna detained Pierre, as if she had some final, necessary instructions to give. "Isn't she exquisite?" she said to Pierre, pointing to the stately beauty as she glided away. "And how she carries herself! For so young a girl, such tact, such masterly perfection of manner. It comes from her heart. Happy the man who wins her. With her, even the least worldly of men would occupy a most brilliant position in society. Don't you think so? I only wanted to know your opinion." And with that, Anna Pavlovna let Pierre go. Pierre sincerely agreed with her about Helene's perfect manners. If he ever thought of Helene, it was of her beauty and her remarkable skill in appearing silently dignified in society. The old aunt received the two young people in her corner, but she seemed to want to hide her adoration for Helene and was more inclined to show her fear of Anna Pavlovna. She looked at her niece as if asking what she should do with them. As she left, Anna Pavlovna touched Pierre's sleeve again. "I hope you won't say that it is dull in my house again," she said, and glanced at Helene. Helene smiled, with a look that implied she couldn't imagine anyone seeing her without being enchanted. The aunt coughed, swallowed, and said in French that she was very pleased to see Helene. Then she turned to Pierre with the same words of welcome. In the middle of a dull and halting conversation, Helene turned to Pierre with the beautiful, bright smile she gave to everyone. Pierre was so used to that smile, and it had so little meaning for him that he paid it no attention. The aunt was speaking of a collection of snuff boxes that had belonged to Pierre's father, Count Bezukov, and showed them her own. Princess Helene asked to see the portrait of the aunt's husband on the box lid. "That is probably the work of Vaness," said Pierre. naming a celebrated miniaturist. He leaned over the table to take the snuff box, trying at the same time to hear what was being said at the other table. He half rose, intending to go around, but the aunt handed him the snuff box, passing it across Helene's back. Helene leaned forward to make room and looked around with a smile. As always at evening parties, she was wearing a dress cut very low in the front and back, as was the fashion. Her bust, which had always seemed like marble to Pierre, was so close that his short-sighted eyes could not help but see the living charm of her neck and shoulders. They were so near his lips that he only needed to bend his head a little to touch them. He was aware of the warmth of her body, the scent of her perfume, and the creaking of her corset as she moved. He no longer saw her marble beauty as a complete whole with her dress. He saw all the charm of her body, only just covered by her clothes. And once he had seen this, he could not unsee it, just as you cannot restore an illusion once you've seen through it. "So you have never noticed before how beautiful I am?" Helene's look seemed to say. "You had not noticed that I am a woman? Yes, I am a woman who may belong to anyone, to you too." And at that moment, Pierre felt that Helene not only could, but must be his wife, and that it could not be otherwise. He knew this at that moment, as surely as if he were standing at the altar with her. How and when it would happen, he did not know. He did not even know if it would be a good thing. In fact, for some reason, he felt it would be a bad thing, but he knew it would happen. Pierre dropped his eyes, then lifted them again. He wanted to see her as he had before, as a distant beauty far removed from him, but he could no longer do it. It was like a man who, having mistaken a tuft of grass in the mist for a tree, can never again see it as a tree once he knows what it is. She was terribly close to him. She already had power over him, and between them there was no longer any barrier except his own will. "Well, I will leave you in your little corner," Anna Pavlovna's voice said. "I see you are all right there." Pierre, blushing, looked around, anxiously trying to remember if he had done anything wrong. It seemed to him that everyone knew what had happened to him, just as he knew it himself. A little later, when he joined the large circle, Anna Pavlovna said to him, "I hear you are refitting your Petersburg house." This was true. The architect had told him it was necessary, and Pierre, without knowing why, was having his enormous house done up. "That's a good thing," she said, smiling at Prince Vasily. "But don't move from Prince Vasily's. It is good to have a friend like the prince. I know something about that, don't I? And you are still so young. You need advice. Don't be angry with me for exercising an old woman's privilege." She paused, as women often do after mentioning their age, expecting a response. "If you marry, it will be a different thing," she continued, uniting them both in a single glance. Pierre did not look at Helene, nor she at him, but she was still just as terribly close. He muttered something and colored. When he got home, he couldn't sleep for a long time, thinking about what had happened. What had happened? Nothing. He had simply understood that the woman he had known as a child, the woman about whom he used to say absent-mindedly, "Yes, she's good-looking," might belong to him. But she's stupid. I have myself said she is stupid, he thought. There is something nasty, something wrong in the feeling she excites in me. I've been told that her brother Anatole was in love with her and she with him, that there was a scandal and that's why he was sent away. Hippolyte is her brother, Prince Vasily is her father. It's bad. But as he was thinking this, he caught himself smiling. He was conscious that another line of thought had emerged. While thinking of her worthlessness, he was also dreaming of how she would be his wife, how she would love him and become a completely different person, and how everything he had thought and heard about her might be false. And he saw her again, not as the daughter of Prince Vasily, but as a whole body, veiled only by its gray dress. But no, why did this thought never occur to me before, he wondered. And again he told himself that it was impossible, that there would be something unnatural, something dishonorable in this marriage. He recalled her past words and looks, and the words and looks of those who had seen them together. He remembered Anna Pavlovna's words when she spoke to him about his house, and thousands of similar hints from Prince Vasily and others. He was seized by terror, fearing that he had already somehow bound himself to do something that was evidently wrong. But at the very moment he was expressing this conviction to himself, her image rose in another part of his mind, in all its womanly beauty. In November of 1805, Prince Vasily had to go on a tour of inspection in 4 different provinces. He had arranged this for himself so he could visit his neglected estates and also pick up his son Anatole, whose regiment was stationed nearby. He planned to take Anatole to visit Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky and arrange a match for him with the rich old man's daughter. But before leaving, Prince Vasily needed to settle things with Pierre. For some time, Pierre had been spending entire days at Prince Vasily's house, acting absurdly excited and foolish in Helene's presence, as a lover should. But he had not yet proposed. "This is all very fine, but things must be settled," Prince Vasily said to himself one morning with a sorrowful sigh. He felt that Pierre, who was so indebted to him, was not behaving very well in this matter. Youth, frivolity, well, God be with him, he thought, savoring his own goodness of heart. But it must be brought to a head. The day after tomorrow is Lelia's name day. I will invite a few people, and if he does not understand what he ought to do, then it will be my affair. Yes, my affair, I am her father. 6 weeks had passed since Anna Pavlovna's party, and the sleepless night when Pierre decided that marrying Helene would be a calamity. He had resolved to avoid her and go away. But despite that decision, he had not left Prince Vasily's house. He felt with terror that in people's eyes he was becoming more and more connected with her every day. It was impossible for him to return to his former view of her. He could not break away. He knew that, though it would be a terrible thing, he would have to unite his fate with hers. He might have been able to free himself, but Prince Vasily, who rarely gave receptions, now hardly let a day go by without an evening party. Pierre had to be present unless he wanted to spoil the general pleasure and disappoint everyone's expectations. In the rare moments when Prince Vasily was at home, he would take Pierre's hand or absent-mindedly hold out his clean-shaven cheek for Pierre to kiss, and would say things like, "Till tomorrow," or "Be in to dinner or I shall not see you," or "I am staying in for your sake." Though Prince Vasily hardly exchanged 2 words with him on these occasions, Pierre felt unable to disappoint him. Every day, he said the same thing to himself. It is time I understood her and made up my mind what she really is. Was I mistaken before, or am I mistaken now? No, she is not stupid. She is an excellent girl, he would sometimes conclude. She never makes a mistake, never says anything stupid. She says little, but what she does say is always clear and simple, so she is not stupid. She was never abashed and is not abashed now, so she cannot be a bad woman. He had often started reflecting or thinking aloud in her company, and she had always answered either with a brief, appropriate remark, showing it didn't interest her, or with a silent look and smile that, more than anything else, showed Pierre her superiority. She was right to regard all his arguments as nonsense compared to that smile. She always addressed him with a radiantly confiding smile, meant for him alone, which held something more significant than the general smile that usually brightened her face. Pierre knew that everyone was waiting for him to say a word and cross a certain line. He knew that sooner or later he would step across it, but an incomprehensible terror seized him at the thought of that dreadful step. 1,000 times during that month and a half, as he felt himself drawn closer and closer to that dreadful abyss, Pierre said to himself, "What am I doing? I need resolution. Can it be that I have none?" He wanted to make a decision, but he felt with dismay that in this matter he lacked the strength of will he knew he possessed. Pierre was one of those people who are only strong when they feel completely innocent. Since the day he was overpowered by desire while stooping over the snuff-box at Anna Pavlovna's, an unacknowledged sense of guilt had paralyzed his will. On Helene's name day, a small party of just their own people, as his wife called it, met for supper at Prince Vasily's. All these friends and relations had been given to understand that the young girl's fate would be decided that evening. The guests were seated at supper. Princess Kuragina, a portly, imposing woman who had once been handsome, sat at the head of the table. On either side of her were the more important guests, an old general and his wife, and Anna Pavlovna Scherer. At the other end sat the younger, less important guests, along with members of the family, and Pierre and Helene side by side. Prince Vasily was not having supper. He moved around the table in a merry mood, sitting down first by one guest, then by another. He made a careless, agreeable remark to each of them, except to Pierre and Helene, whose presence he seemed not to notice. He enlivened the whole party. The wax candles burned brightly, the silver and crystal gleamed, as did the ladies' toilets and the gold and silver of the men's epaulettes. Servants in scarlet liveries moved around the table. The clatter of plates, knives, and glasses mingled with the animated hum of conversation. At one end of the table, an old chamberlain was heard assuring an old baroness that he loved her passionately, at which she laughed. At the other, someone was telling the story of the misfortunes of a certain Mary Viktorovna. At the center of the table, Prince Vasily captured everyone's attention. With a facetious smile, he was telling the ladies about last Wednesday's meeting of the Imperial Council. He described how Sergei Kuzmich Vyazmitinov, the new military governor of Petersburg, had received and read a famous rescript from the Emperor Alexander. In it, the emperor said he was receiving declarations of loyalty from all sides, that the one from Petersburg gave him particular pleasure, and that he was proud to be at the head of such a nation. The rescript began with the words, "Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides reports reach me." "Well, and so he never got farther than Sergei Kuzmich?" asked one of the ladies. "Exactly, not a hair's breadth farther," answered Prince Vasily, laughing. "Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides, Sergei Kuzmich." Poor Vyazmitinov could not get any farther. He began the rescript again and again, but as soon as he uttered Sergei, he sobbed. Kuzmi, and from all sides was smothered in sobs, and again his handkerchief, and again, Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides, and tears, till at last somebody else was asked to read it. "Kuzmich, from all sides, and then tears," someone repeated, laughing. "Don't be unkind," cried Anna Pavlovna from her end of the table, holding up a threatening finger. "He is such a worthy and excellent man, our dear Vyazmitinov." Everybody laughed a great deal. At the head of the table, where the honored guests sat, everyone seemed to be in high spirits. Only Pierre and Helene sat silently side by side at the bottom of the table, a suppressed smile on both their faces. It was a smile that had nothing to do with Sergei Kuzmich, a smile of bashfulness at their own feelings. But no matter how much the rest laughed and joked, enjoyed their wine and food, and avoided looking at the young couple, one could feel from their occasional glances that the story, the laughter, and the food were all a pretense. The whole attention of the company was directed at Pierre and Helene. Prince Vasily mimicked the sobbing of Sergei Kuzmich, and at the same time his eyes glanced toward his daughter. While he laughed, his expression clearly said, "Yes, it's getting on. It will all be settled today." Anna Pavlovna threatened him on behalf of our dear Vyazmitinov, and in her eyes, which for a moment glanced at Pierre, Prince Vasily read a congratulation on his future son-in-law. The old princess sighed sadly as she offered wine to the lady next to her and glanced angrily at her daughter. Her sigh seemed to say, "Yes, there's nothing left for us but to sip sweet wine, now that the time has come for these young ones to be so boldly, provocatively happy." A diplomat, glancing at the happy faces of the lovers, thought to himself, "And what nonsense all this is that I am saying! That's happiness!" Into the insignificant, artificial interests uniting that society had entered the simple feeling of attraction between a healthy, handsome young man and woman. And this human feeling dominated everything else, soaring above all their affected chatter. Jests fell flat, news was uninteresting, and the animation was clearly forced. Not only the guests, but even the footmen waiting at the table seemed to feel this. They forgot their duties as they looked at the beautiful Helene with her radiant face and at the red, broad, and happy though uneasy face of Pierre. It seemed as if the very light of the candles was focused on those two happy faces alone. Pierre felt that he was the center of it all, which both pleased and embarrassed him. He was like a man completely absorbed in some task. He did not see, hear, or understand anything clearly. Only now and then did detached ideas from the world of reality shoot through his mind. "So it is all finished," he thought. And how has it all happened? How quickly? Now I know that it must inevitably come about, not because of her alone, nor of myself alone, but because of everyone. They are all expecting it. They are so sure that it will happen that I cannot disappoint them. But how will it be? I do not know, but it will certainly happen, he thought, glancing at those dazzling shoulders so close to his eyes. Or he would suddenly feel ashamed of something, he knew not what. He felt it was awkward to attract everyone's attention, to be considered a lucky man, and with his plain face, to be seen as a sort of Paris who had won a Helen. But no doubt it always is and must be so, he consoled himself. And besides, what have I done to bring it about? How did it begin? I traveled from Moscow with Prince Vasily. Then there was nothing, so why should I not stay at his house? Then I played cards with her and picked up her reticule and drove out with her. How did it begin? When did it all come about? And here he was, sitting by her side as her betrothed, seeing, hearing, feeling her nearness, her breathing, her movements, her beauty. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice repeating something to him for a second time. But Pierre was so absorbed that he did not understand what was said. "I am asking you when you last heard from Bolkonsky," repeated Prince Vasily a third time. "How absent-minded you are, my dear fellow." Prince Vasily smiled, and Pierre noticed that everyone was smiling at him and Helene. "Well, what of it, if you all know it?" thought Pierre. "What of it? It's the truth." And he himself smiled his gentle, childlike smile, and Helene smiled too. "When did you get the letter? Was it from Olmutz?" repeated Prince Vasily, pretending he wanted to know this to settle a dispute. "How can one talk or think of such trifles?" thought Pierre. "Yes, from Olmutz," he answered with a sigh. After supper, Pierre and his partner followed the others into the drawing room. The guests began to disperse, some without taking leave of Helene. Others, as if unwilling to distract her from an important task, came up to her for a moment and then hurried away, refusing to let her see them off. The diplomatist remained mournfully silent as he left. He pictured the vanity of his own career compared to Pierre's happiness. The old general grumbled at his wife when she asked how his leg was. "Oh, the old fool," he thought, "that Princess Helene will be beautiful still when she's 50. "I think I may congratulate you," whispered Anna Pavlovna to the old princess, kissing her soundly. "If I hadn't this headache, I'd have stayed longer." The old princess did not reply. She was tormented by jealousy of her daughter's happiness. While the guests were leaving, Pierre remained for a long time alone with Helene in the little drawing room where they were sitting. He had often been alone with her during the last 6 weeks, but had never spoken of love. Now he felt it was inevitable, but he could not make up his mind to take the final step. He felt ashamed, as if he were occupying someone else's place beside Helene. "This happiness is not for you," some inner voice whispered to him. "This happiness is for those who do not have in them what you have in you." But, as he had to say something, he began by asking her if she was satisfied with the party. She replied, in her usual simple manner, that this name day of hers had been one of the pleasantest she had ever had. Some of the nearest relatives had not yet left and were sitting in the large drawing room. Prince Vasily came up to Pierre with languid steps. Pierre rose and said it was getting late. Prince Vasily gave him a look of stern inquiry, as though what Pierre had just said was so strange that one could not take it in. But then the severe expression changed, and he drew Pierre's hand downwards, made him sit, and smiled affectionately. "Well, Lelia?" he asked, turning instantly to his daughter. He addressed her with the careless tone of habitual tenderness that parents use with children they have petted from babyhood, a tone Prince Vasily had only acquired by imitating other parents. Then he turned again to Pierre. "Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides," he said, unbuttoning the top button of his waistcoat. Pierre smiled, but his smile showed that he knew it was not the story about Sergei Kuzmich that interested Prince Vasily just then, and Prince Vasily saw that Pierre knew this. He suddenly muttered something and went away. It seemed to Pierre that even the prince was disconcerted. The sight of the discomposure of that old man of the world touched Pierre. He looked at Helene, and she too seemed disconcerted, and her look seemed to say, "Well, it is your own fault." "The step must be taken," But I cannot, thought Pierre, and he again began speaking about indifferent matters, about Sergei Kuzmich, asking what the point of the story was, as he had not heard it properly. Helene answered with a smile that she too had missed it. When Prince Vasily returned to the drawing room, the princess, his wife, was talking in low tones to an elderly lady about Pierre. Of course it's a very brilliant match, but happiness, my dear. Marriages are made in heaven, replied the elderly lady. Prince Vasily passed by, seeming not to hear them, and sat down on a sofa in a far corner. He closed his eyes and seemed to be dozing. His head sank forward, and then he roused himself. Aline, he said to his wife, go and see what they are about. The princess went up to the door, passed by it with a dignified and indifferent air, and glanced into the little drawing room. Pierre and Helene were still sitting and talking, just as before. Still the same, she said to her husband. Prince Vasily frowned, twisting his mouth. His cheeks quivered, and his face took on the coarse, unpleasant expression peculiar to him. Shaking himself, he rose, threw back his head, and with resolute steps went past the ladies into the little drawing room. He walked quickly and joyfully up to Pierre. His face was so unusually triumphant that Pierre rose in alarm on seeing it. Thank God, said Prince Vasily. My wife has told me everything. He put one arm around Pierre and the other around his daughter. My dear boy, Lelia, I am very pleased. His voice trembled. I loved your father, and she will make you a good wife. God bless you. He embraced his daughter, and then again Pierre, and kissed him with his malodorous mouth. Tears actually moistened his cheeks. Princess, come here, he shouted. The old princess came in and also wept. The elderly lady was using her handkerchief too. Pierre was kissed, and he kissed the beautiful Helene's hand several times. After a while, they were left alone again. All this had to be and could not be otherwise, thought Pierre, so it is useless to ask whether it is good or bad. It is good because it's definite, and one is rid of the old tormenting doubt. Pierre held the hand of his betrothed in silence, looking at her beautiful bosom as it rose and fell. Helene, he said aloud and paused. Something special is always said in such cases, he thought, but could not remember what it was. He looked at her face. She drew nearer to him. Her face flushed. Oh, take those off. Those, she said, pointing to his spectacles. Pierre took them off. His eyes, besides the strange look they have when spectacles are removed, also had a frightened and inquiring look. He was about to stoop over her hand and kiss it, but with a rapid, almost brutal movement of her head, she intercepted his lips and met them with her own. Her face struck Pierre by its altered, unpleasantly excited expression. It is too late now, it's done. Besides, I love her, thought Pierre. Je vous aime, he said, remembering what has to be said at such moments. But his words sounded so weak that he felt ashamed of himself. 6 weeks later, he was married. He settled in Count Bezukov's large, newly furnished Petersburg house, the happy possessor, as people said, of a wife who was a celebrated beauty and of millions of money. Now we begin Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Prince Vasily and Anatole visit Prince N.A. Bolkonsky. Princess Mary's appearance. In November of 1805, old Prince Nicholas Bolkonsky received a letter from Prince Vasily. The letter announced that he and his son would be paying him a visit. I am starting on a journey of inspection, wrote Prince Vasily, and of course I shall think nothing of an extra 70 miles to come and see you, my honored benefactor. My son Anatole is accompanying me on his way to the army, so I hope you will allow him personally to express the deep respect that, emulating his father, he feels for you. It seems that there will be no need to bring Mary out, the little princess remarked incautiously on hearing the news. Suitors are coming to us of their own accord. Prince Nicholas frowned but said nothing. A fortnight after the letter, Prince Vasily's servants arrived one evening ahead of him, and he and his son arrived the next day. Old Bolkonsky had always had a poor opinion of Prince Vasily's character. This opinion had worsened recently, since Prince Vasily had risen to high position and honors under the new reigns of Paul and Alexander. Now, from the hints in the letter and from the little princess, he saw which way the wind was blowing. His low opinion turned into a feeling of contemptuous ill will. He snorted whenever he mentioned him. On the day of Prince Vasily's arrival, Prince Bolkonsky was particularly discontented and out of temper. Whether he was in a bad mood because Prince Vasily was coming, or whether his bad mood made him especially annoyed at the visit, he was certainly out of sorts. In the morning, his servant Tikhon had already advised the architect not to go to the prince with his report. "Do you hear how he's walking?" said Tikhon, drawing the architect's attention to the sound of the prince's footsteps. "Stepping flat on his heels, we know what that means." However, at 9 o'clock, the prince, in his velvet coat with a sable collar and cap, went out for his usual walk. It had snowed the day before, and the path to the hothouse, where the prince was in the habit of walking, had been swept. The marks of the broom were still visible in the snow, and a shovel had been left sticking in one of the soft snowbanks lining the path. The prince went through the conservatories, the serfs' quarters, and the outbuildings, frowning and silent. "Can a sleigh pass?" he asked his overseer, a venerable man who resembled his master in both manners and looks, and who was accompanying him back to the house. "The snow is deep. I am having the avenue swept, Your Honor," the overseer replied. The prince bowed his head and went up to the porch. "God be thanked," thought the overseer. "The storm has blown over." "It would have been hard to drive up, Your Honor," he added. "I heard, Your Honor, that a minister is coming to visit Your Honor." The prince turned to the overseer and fixed his eyes on him, frowning. "What? A minister? What minister? Who gave orders?" he said in his shrill, harsh voice. "The road is not swept for the princess, my daughter, but for a minister. For me, there are no ministers." "Your Honor, I thought," the overseer began. "You thought," shouted the prince, his words coming more and more rapidly. "You thought, rascals, blackguards, I'll teach you to think!" And lifting his stick, he swung it. He would have hit Alpatich, the overseer, had the latter not instinctively avoided the blow. "Thought, blackguards," shouted the prince rapidly. But although Alpatich, frightened at his own boldness in avoiding the stroke, came up to the prince, bowing his bald head resignedly, the prince did not lift his stick again. He continued to shout, "Blackguards, throw the snow back on the road," and then hurried into the house. Before dinner, Princess Mary and Mademoiselle Bourienne, who knew the prince was in a bad mood, stood awaiting him. Mademoiselle Bourienne had a radiant face that said, "I know nothing. I am the same as usual." Princess Mary, however, was pale, frightened, and had her eyes downcast. What she found hardest to bear was knowing that on such occasions she ought to behave like Mademoiselle Bourienne, but she could not. She thought, "If I seem not to notice, he will think that I do not sympathize with him. If I seem sad and out of spirits myself, he will say, as he has done before, that I'm in the dumps." The prince looked at his daughter's frightened face and snorted. "Fool, or dummy," he muttered. "And the other one is not here. They've been telling tales," he thought, referring to the little princess, who was not in the dining room. "Where's the princess?" he asked. "Hiding." "She is not very well," answered Mademoiselle Bourienne with a bright smile, "so she won't come down. It is natural in her state." Muttered the prince, sitting down. His plate seemed to him not quite clean. Pointing to a spot, he flung it away. Tikhon caught it and handed it to a footman. The little princess was not unwell, but she had such an overpowering fear of the prince that, hearing he was in a bad humor, she had decided not to appear. "I am afraid for the baby," she said to Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Heaven knows what a fright might do." In general, at Bald Hills, the little princess lived in constant fear and with a sense of dislike for the old prince, a dislike she didn't realize because the fear was so much stronger. The prince felt the same dislike for her, but it was overpowered by his contempt. After she had grown accustomed to life at Bald Hills, the little princess took a special fancy to Mademoiselle Bourienne. She spent whole days with her, asked her to sleep in her room, and often talked with her about the old prince and criticized him. "So we are to have visitors, mon prince?" remarked Mademoiselle Bourienne, unfolding her white napkin with her rosy fingers. "His Excellency Prince Vasily Kuragin and his son, I understand?" she said inquiringly. His Excellency is a puppy. I got him his appointment in the service," said the prince disdainfully. Why his son is coming, I don't understand. Perhaps Princess Elizabeth and Princess Mary know. I don't want him." He looked at his blushing daughter. "Are you unwell today, eh? Afraid of the minister, as that idiot Alpatich called him this morning?" "No, mon père," she replied. Though Mademoiselle Bourienne had been unsuccessful in her choice of subject, she did not stop talking. She chattered about the conservatories and the beauty of a flower that had just opened, and after the soup, the prince became more genial. After dinner, he went to see his daughter-in-law. The little princess was sitting at a small table, chattering with Masha, her maid. She grew pale on seeing her father-in-law. She was much altered. She was now plain rather than pretty. Her cheeks had sunk, her lip was drawn up, and her eyes were drawn down. "Yes, I feel a kind of oppression," she said in reply to the prince's question as to how she felt. "Do you want anything?" he asked. "No merci, mon père," she replied. "Well, all right." He left the room and went to the waiting room, where Alpatich stood with his head bowed. "Has the snow been shoveled back?" "Yes, Your Excellency. Forgive me for heaven's sake. It was only my stupidity." All right," interrupted the prince. Laughing his unnatural way, he stretched out his hand for Alpatich to kiss, and then went to his study. Prince Vasily arrived that evening. He was met in the avenue by coachmen and footmen, who with loud shouts dragged his sleighs up to one of the lodges over the road, which was purposely laden with snow. Prince Vasily and Anatole were assigned separate rooms. Anatole, having taken off his overcoat, sat with his arms akimbo before a table. He smilingly and absent-mindedly fixed his large, handsome eyes on a corner of it. He regarded his whole life as a continual round of amusement, which someone, for some reason, had to provide for him. He looked on this visit to a churlish old man and a rich, ugly heiress in the same way. All this might, he thought, turn out very well and amusingly. And why not marry her if she really has so much money? That never does any harm, thought Anatole. He shaved and scented himself with the care and elegance that had become habitual to him. With his handsome head held high, he entered his father's room with the good-humored and victorious air natural to him. Prince Vasily's two valets were busy dressing him. He looked round with animation and cheerfully nodded to his son, as if to say, "Yes, that's how I want you to look." "I say, father, joking apart, is she very hideous?" Anatole asked, as if continuing a conversation they had often had during the journey. "Enough, what nonsense! Above all, try to be respectful and cautious with the old prince." "If he starts a row, I'll go away," said Prince Anatole. "I can't bear those old men, eh?" "Remember, for you, everything depends on this." Meanwhile, not only was it known in the maidservants' rooms that the minister and his son had arrived, but their appearance had been minutely described. Princess Mary was sitting alone in her room, vainly trying to master her agitation. "Why did they write? Why did Lise tell me about it? It can never happen," she said, looking at herself in the glass. "How shall I enter the drawing-room? Even if I like him, I can't now be myself with him." The mere thought of her father's look filled her with terror. The little princess and Mademoiselle Bourienne had already received a report from Masha, the lady's maid, about how handsome the minister's son was, with his rosy cheeks and dark eyebrows. She described how the father had struggled to drag his legs upstairs while the son had followed him like an eagle, 3 steps at a time. Having received this information, the little princess and Mademoiselle Bourienne, whose chattering voices had reached her from the corridor, went into Princess Mary's room. "You know they've come, Marie?" said the little princess, waddling in and sinking heavily into an armchair. She was no longer in her usual loose morning gown, but had on one of her best dresses. Her hair was carefully done, and her face was animated, which, however, did not conceal its sunken and faded outlines. Dressed as she used to be in Petersburg society, it was even more noticeable how much plainer she had become. Mademoiselle Bourienne's toilet had some unobtrusive touch added, rendering her fresh and pretty face yet more attractive. "What? Are you going to remain as you are, dear princess?" she began. "They'll be announcing that the gentlemen are in the drawing-room, and we shall have to go down, and you have not smartened yourself up at all." The little princess got up, rang for the maid, and hurriedly and merrily began to devise and carry out a plan for how Princess Mary should be dressed. Princess Mary's self-esteem was wounded by the fact that the arrival of a suitor agitated her, and even more so by her companion's complete lack of conception that it could be otherwise. To tell them that she felt ashamed for herself and for them would be to betray her agitation. To decline their offers to dress her would only prolong their banter and insistence. She flushed. Her beautiful eyes grew dim, and red blotches came on her face. It took on the unattractive, martyr-like expression it so often wore as she submitted herself to Mademoiselle Bourienne and Lise. Both these women quite sincerely tried to make her look pretty. She was so plain that neither of them could think of her as a rival, so they began dressing her with perfect sincerity and with the naive and firm conviction women have that dress can make a face pretty. "No, really, my dear, this dress is not pretty," said Lise, looking sideways at Princess Mary from a little distance. "You have a maroon dress. Have it fetched. Really, you know the fate of your whole life may be at stake. But this one is too light. It's not becoming." It was not the dress, but the face and whole figure of Princess Mary that was not pretty. But neither Mademoiselle Bourienne nor the little princess felt this. They still thought that if a blue ribbon were placed in her hair combed up, and the blue scarf arranged lower on her best maroon dress, all would be well. They forgot that the frightened face and the figure could not be altered, and that no matter how they changed the setting, her face would still remain piteous and plain. After 2 or 3 changes, to which Princess Mary meekly submitted, her hair was arranged on top of her head, a style that completely altered and spoiled her looks, and she had put on a maroon dress with a pale blue scarf. The little princess walked twice around her, now adjusting a fold of the dress, now arranging the scarf, looking at her with her head bent first to one side and then to the other. "No, it will not do," she said decidedly, clasping her hands. "No, Mary, really this dress does not suit you. I prefer you in your little gray everyday dress. Now please, do it for my sake. Katie," she said to the maid, "bring the princess her gray dress, and you'll see, Mademoiselle Bourienne, how I shall arrange it," she added, smiling with a foretaste of artistic pleasure. But when Katie brought the dress, Princess Mary remained sitting motionless before the glass, looking at her face. In the mirror, she saw her eyes full of tears and her mouth quivering, ready to burst into sobs. "Come, dear princess," said Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Just one more little effort." The little princess, taking the dress from the maid, came up to Princess Mary. "Well, now we'll arrange something quite simple and becoming," she said. The 3 voices, hers, Mademoiselle Bourienne's, and Katie's, who was laughing at something, mingled in a merry sound like the chirping of birds. "No, leave me alone," said Princess Mary. Her voice sounded so serious and so sad that the chirping was silenced at once. They looked at the beautiful, large, thoughtful eyes full of tears, gazing shiningly and imploringly at them, and understood that it was useless and even cruel to insist. "At least change your coiffure," said the little princess. "Didn't I tell you," she went on, turning reproachfully to Mademoiselle Bourienne, "Mary's is a face which such a coiffure does not suit in the least. Not in the least. Please change it." "Leave me alone, please leave me alone. It is all quite the same to me," answered a voice struggling with tears. Mademoiselle Bourienne and the little princess had to admit to themselves that Princess Mary in this guise looked very plain, worse than usual. But it was too late. She was looking at them with an expression they both knew, an expression thoughtful and sad. This expression in Princess Mary did not frighten them. She never inspired fear in anyone. But they knew that when it appeared on her face, she became mute and could not be shaken in her determination. "You will change it, won't you?" said Lise, and as Princess Mary gave no answer, she left the room. Princess Mary was left alone. She did not comply with Lisa's request. She not only left her hair as it was, but did not even look in her glass. Letting her arms fall helplessly, she sat with downcast eyes and pondered. A husband, a man, a strong, dominant, and strangely attractive being rose in her imagination and carried her into a totally different happy world of his own. She fancied a child, her own, like the one she had seen the day before in the arms of her nurse's daughter, at her own breast, with the husband standing by and gazing tenderly at her and the child. "But no, it is impossible. I am too ugly," she thought. "Please come to tea. The prince will be out in a moment," came the maid's voice at the door. She roused herself and felt appalled at what she had been thinking. Before going down, she went into the room where the icons hung. Her eyes fixed on the dark face of a large icon of the Savior, lit by a lamp. She stood before it with folded hands for a few moments. A painful doubt filled her soul. Could the joy of love, of earthly love for a man, be for her? In her thoughts of marriage, Princess Mary dreamed of happiness and children, but her strongest, most deeply hidden longing was for earthly love. The more she tried to hide this feeling from others, and even from herself, the stronger it grew. "O God," she said, "how am I to stifle in my heart these temptations of the devil? How am I to renounce forever these vile fancies, so as peacefully to fulfill thy will?" And scarcely had she put that question than God gave her the answer in her own heart. "Desire nothing for thyself, seek nothing, be not anxious or envious. Man's future and thy own fate must remain hidden from thee, but live so that thou mayest be ready for anything. If it be God's will to prove thee in the duties of marriage, be ready to fulfill his will." With this consoling thought, but still with a hope for the fulfillment of her forbidden earthly longing, Princess Mary sighed, crossed herself, and went down, thinking neither of her gown and coiffure, nor of how she would enter the room, nor of what she would say. What could all that matter in comparison with the will of God, without whose care not a hair of a man's head can fall? Let's move on to Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Lise, Mademoiselle Bourienne, Mary, Anatole, and old Bolkonsky. When Princess Mary came down, Prince Vasily and his son were already in the drawing room, talking to the little princess and Mademoiselle Bourienne. When she entered with her heavy step, treading on her heels, the gentleman and Mademoiselle Bourienne rose. The little princess, indicating her to the gentleman, said, "Voilà, Marie." Princess Mary saw them all, and saw them in detail. She saw Prince Vasily's face, serious for an instant at the sight of her, but immediately smiling again. She saw the little princess curiously noting the impression Marie produced on the visitors. And she saw Mademoiselle Bourienne with her ribbon and pretty face and her unusually animated look fixed on him. But him she could not see. She only saw something large, brilliant, and handsome moving toward her as she entered the room. Prince Vasily approached first. She kissed the bold forehead that bent over her hand and answered his question by saying that, on the contrary, she remembered him quite well. Then Anatole came up to her. She still could not see him. She only felt a soft hand taking hers firmly, and she touched with her lips a white forehead, over which was beautiful light brown hair smelling of pomade. When she looked up at him, she was struck by his beauty. Anatole stood with his right thumb under a button of his uniform, his chest expanded and his back drawn in, slightly swinging one foot. With his head a little bent, he looked with a beaming face at the princess, without speaking and evidently not thinking about her at all. Anatole was not quick-witted, nor ready or eloquent in conversation, but he had the faculty, so invaluable in society, of composure and imperturbable self-possession. If a man lacking in self-confidence remains silent on a first introduction, it creates a bad effect. But Anatole was dumb, swung his foot, and smilingly examined the princess' hair. It was clear that he could be silent in this way for a very long time. "If anyone finds this silence inconvenient, let him talk, but I don't want to," he seemed to say. Besides this, in his behavior to women, Anatole had a manner which particularly inspires curiosity, awe, and even love, a supercilious consciousness of his own superiority. It was as if he said to them, I know you, but why should I bother about you? You'd be only too glad, of course." Perhaps he did not really think this. He generally thought very little, but his looks and manner gave that impression. The princess felt this, and as if wishing to show him that she did not even dare expect to interest him, she turned to his father. The conversation was general and animated, thanks to Princess Lisa's voice and her little downy lip that lifted over her white teeth. She met Prince Vasily with that playful manner often used by lively, chatty people. It consists in the assumption that between the person they address and themselves, there are some semi-private, long-established jokes and amusing memories, though no such memories really exist. Prince Vasily readily adopted her tone, and the little princess also drew Anatole, whom she hardly knew, into these amusing recollections of things that had never occurred. Mademoiselle Bourienne also shared in them, and even Princess Mary felt herself pleasantly included in these merry reminiscences. "Here at least we shall have the benefit of your company all to ourselves, dear prince," said the little princess to Prince Vasily in French. "It's not as at Annette's receptions where you always ran away. You remember cette chère Annette." "Ah, but you won't talk politics to me like Annette," he replied. "And our little tea table?" she asked. "Oh, yes. Why were you never at Annette's?" the little princess asked Anatole. "Ah, I know," she said with a sly glance. "Your brother Hippolyte told me about your goings-on. Oh," and she shook her finger at him. "I have even heard of your doings in Paris." "And didn't Hippolyte tell you?" asked Prince Vasily, turning to his son and seizing the little princess's arm as if she would have run away. "Didn't he tell you how he himself was pining for the dear princess, and how she showed him the door? Oh, she is a pearl among women, princess," he added, turning to Princess Mary. When Paris was mentioned, Mademoiselle Bourienne seized the opportunity to join in the conversation. She took the liberty of inquiring whether it was long since Anatole had left Paris and how he had liked the city. Anatole answered the Frenchwoman very readily and, looking at her with a smile, talked to her about her native land. When he saw the pretty little Bourienne, Anatole concluded that he would not find Bald Hills dull either. "Not at all bad," he thought, examining her. "Not at all bad, that little companion. I hope she will bring her along with her when we're married. La petite est gentille." The old prince dressed leisurely in his study, frowning and considering what he was to do. The arrival of these visitors annoyed him. "What are Prince Vasily and that son of his to me? Prince Vasily is a shallow braggart, and his son, no doubt, is a fine specimen," he grumbled to himself. What angered him was that their visit revived an unsettled question he always tried to stifle, one about which he always deceived himself. The question was whether he could ever bring himself to part from his daughter and give her to a husband. The prince never directly asked himself that question, knowing he would have to answer it justly, and justice clashed not only with his feelings, but with the very possibility of his life. Life without Princess Mary, little as he seemed to value her, was unthinkable to him. And why should she marry, he thought, to be unhappy for certain? There's Lise, married to Andrew. A better husband, one would think, could hardly be found. But is she contented with her lot? And who would marry Marie for love? Plain and awkward. They'll take her for her connections and wealth. Are there no women living unmarried, and even happier for it? So thought Prince Bolkonsky while dressing, yet the question demanded an immediate answer. Prince Vasily had brought his son with the evident intention of proposing, and today or tomorrow he would probably ask for an answer. His birth and position were not bad. "Well, I've nothing against it," the prince said to himself, "but he must be worthy of her, and that is what we shall see. That is what we shall see, that is what we shall see," he added aloud. He entered the drawing-room with his usual alert step, glancing rapidly around the company. He noticed the change in the little princess's dress, Mademoiselle Bourienne's ribbon, and Princess Mary's unbecoming hairstyle. He also saw the smiles between Mademoiselle Bourienne and Anatole, and the loneliness of his daughter amid the general conversation. "Got herself up like a fool," he thought, looking irritably at her. "She is shameless, and he ignores her." He went straight up to Prince Vasily. "Well, how d'ye do, glad to see you." "Friendship laughs at distance," began Prince Vasily in his usual rapid, self-confident, familiar tone. "Here's my second son, please love and befriend him." Prince Bolkonsky surveyed Anatole. Fine young fellow," he said. "Well, come and kiss me," and he offered his cheek. Anatole kissed the old man and looked at him with curiosity and perfect composure, waiting for the eccentricities his father had told him to expect. Prince Bolkonsky sat down in his usual place in the corner of the sofa, drew up an armchair for Prince Vasily, and began questioning him about political affairs. He seemed to listen attentively, but kept glancing at Princess Mary. "And so they are writing from Potsdam already?" he said, repeating Prince Vasily's last words. Then, rising, he suddenly went up to his daughter. "Is it for visitors you've got yourself up like that, eh?" said he. "Fine, very fine. You have done up your hair in this new way for the visitors, and before the visitors I tell you that in future you are never to dare to change your way of dress without my consent." "It was my fault, mon père," interceded the little princess with a blush. "You must do as you please," said Prince Bolkonsky, bowing to his daughter-in-law. "But she need not make a fool of herself. She's plain enough as it is." And he sat down again, paying no more attention to his daughter, who was reduced to tears. "On the contrary, that coiffure suits the princess very well," said Prince Vasily. "Now you, young prince, what's your name?" said Prince Bolkonsky, turning to Anatole. "Come here, let us talk and get acquainted." "Now the fun begins," thought Anatole, sitting down with a smile beside the old prince. "Well, my dear boy, I hear you've been educated abroad, not taught to read and write by the deacon, like your father and me. Now tell me, my dear boy, are you serving in the horse guards?" asked the old man, scrutinizing Anatole closely. "No, I have been transferred to the line," said Anatole, hardly able to restrain his laughter. "Ah, that's a good thing. So, my dear boy, you wish to serve the Tsar and the country? It is wartime. Such a fine fellow must serve. Well, are you off to the front?" "No, Prince, our regiment has gone to the front, but I am attached." "What is it I am attached to, Papa?" said Anatole, turning to his father with a laugh. "A splendid soldier, splendid. What am I attached to? Ha, ha, ha!" laughed Prince Bolkonsky, and Anatole laughed still louder. Suddenly Prince Bolkonsky frowned. "You may go," he said to Anatole. Anatole returned smiling to the ladies. "And so you've had him educated abroad, Prince Vasily, haven't you?" said the old prince to Prince Vasily. "I have done my best for him, and I can assure you the education there is much better than ours. Yes, everything is different nowadays. Everything is changed. The lad's a fine fellow, a fine fellow. Well, come with me now." He took Prince Vasily's arm and led him to his study. As soon as they were alone, Prince Vasily announced his hopes and wishes. "Well, do you think I shall prevent her, that I can't part from her?" said the old prince angrily. "What an idea! I'm ready for it tomorrow. Only let me tell you, I want to know my son-in-law better. You know my principles. Everything above board. I will ask her tomorrow in your presence. If she is willing, then he can stay on. He can stay and I'll see," the old prince snorted. "Let her marry, it's all the same to me," he screamed in the same piercing tone as when parting from his son. "I will tell you frankly," said Prince Vasily, in the tone of a crafty man convinced of the futility of being cunning with so keen-sighted a companion. "You know, you see right through people. Anatole is no genius, but he is an honest, good-hearted lad, an excellent son or kinsman. All right, we'll see." As always happens when women lead lonely lives without male society, on Anatole's appearance, all three women of Prince Bolkonsky's household felt that their life had not been real until then. Their powers of reasoning, feeling, and observing immediately increased tenfold. Their life, which had seemed to be passed in darkness, was suddenly lit up by a new brightness, full of significance. Princess Mary grew quite unconscious of her face and hairstyle. The handsome, open face of the man who might be her husband absorbed all her attention. He seemed to her kind, brave, determined, manly, and magnanimous. She felt convinced of it. Thousands of dreams of a future family life rose in her imagination. She drove them away and tried to conceal them. "But am I not too cold with him?" thought the princess. "I try to be reserved because in the depth of my soul I feel too near to him already, but then he cannot know what I think of him and may imagine that I do not like him." And Princess Mary tried, but could not manage to be cordial to her new guest. "Poor girl, she's devilish ugly," thought Anatole. Mademoiselle Bourienne, also roused to great excitement by Anatole's arrival, thought in another way. Of course she, a handsome young woman without any definite position, relations, or even a country, did not intend to devote her life to serving Prince Bolkonsky, to reading aloud to him and being friends with Princess Mary. Mademoiselle Bourienne had long been waiting for a Russian prince who would appreciate her superiority to the plain, badly dressed Russian princesses, fall in love with her and carry her off. And here at last was a Russian prince. Mademoiselle Bourienne knew a story, heard from her aunt, but finished in her own way, which she liked to repeat to herself. It was the story of a girl who had been seduced and to whom her poor mother appeared and reproached her for yielding to a man without being married. Mademoiselle Bourienne was often touched to tears as in imagination she told this story to him, her seducer. And now he, a real Russian prince, had appeared. He would carry her away, and then her poor mother would appear, and he would marry her. So her future shaped itself in Mademoiselle Bourienne's head at the very time she was talking to Anatole about Paris. It was not calculation that guided her. All this had long been familiar to her, and now that Anatole had appeared, it just grouped itself around him. She wished and tried to please him as much as possible. The little princess, like an old war horse that hears the trumpet, unconsciously and forgetting her condition, prepared for the familiar gallop of coquetry. She did it without any ulterior motive, but with naive and light-hearted gaiety. Although in female society Anatole usually assumed the role of a man tired of being run after by women, his vanity was flattered by the spectacle of his power over these three women. Besides that, he was beginning to feel for the pretty and provocative Mademoiselle Bourienne, that passionate animal feeling which was apt to master him with great suddenness and prompt him to the coarsest and most reckless actions. After tea, the company went into the sitting room, and Princess Mary was asked to play on the clavichord. Anatole, laughing and in high spirits, came and leaned on his elbows, facing her and beside Mademoiselle Bourienne. Princess Mary felt his look with a painfully joyous emotion. Her favorite sonata bore her into a most intimately poetic world, and the look she felt upon her made that world still more poetic. But Anatole's expression, though his eyes were fixed on her, referred not to her, but to the movements of Mademoiselle Bourienne's little foot, which he was then touching with his own under the clavichord. Mademoiselle Bourienne was also looking at Princess Mary, and in her lovely eyes there was a look of fearful joy and hope that was also new to the princess. "How she loves me," thought Princess Mary. "How happy I am now, and how happy I may be with such a friend and such a husband. Husband? Can it be possible?" she thought, not daring to look at his face, but still feeling his eyes gazing at her. In the evening, after supper, when all were about to retire, Anatole kissed Princess Mary's hand. She did not know how she found the courage, but she looked straight into his handsome face as it came near to her short-sighted eyes. Turning from Princess Mary, he went up and kissed Mademoiselle Bourienne's hand. This was not proper etiquette, but he did everything so simply and with such assurance. Mademoiselle Bourienne flushed and gave the princess a frightened look. "What delicacy," thought the princess. "Is it possible that Amélie thinks I could be jealous of her and not value her pure affection and devotion to me?" She went up to her and kissed her warmly. Anatole then went up to kiss the little princess' hand. "No, no, no. When your father writes to tell me that you are behaving well, I will give you my hand to kiss. Not till then," she said, and smilingly raising a finger at him, she left the room. We continue now with Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Her father's opposition to Mary's marrying. She finds Mademoiselle Bourienne and Anatole in the conservatory, declines marriage. They all separated, but, except for Anatole, who fell asleep as soon as he got into bed, everyone kept awake a long time that night. "Is he really to be my husband, this stranger who is so kind? Yes, kind, that is the chief thing," thought Princess Mary, and fear, which she had seldom experienced, came upon her. She was afraid to look around. It seemed to her that someone was there, standing behind the screen in the dark corner. And this someone was he, the devil, and he was also this man with the white forehead, black eyebrows, and red lips. She rang for her maid and asked her to sleep in her room. Mademoiselle Bourienne walked up and down the conservatory for a long time that evening, vainly expecting someone. Now she was smiling at an imaginary person, now working herself up to tears with the imaginary words of her poor mother, rebuking her for her fall. The little princess grumbled to her maid that her bed was badly made. She could not lie on her face or on her side. Every position was awkward and uncomfortable, and her burden oppressed her now more than ever, because Anatole's presence had vividly reminded her of a time when she was not like this, and when everything was light and gay. She sat in an armchair in her dressing jacket and nightcap, and Katie, sleepy and disheveled, beat and turned the heavy feather bed for the third time, muttering to herself. "I told you it was all lumps and holes," the little princess repeated. "I should be glad enough to fall asleep, so it's not my fault." Her voice quivered like that of a child about to cry. The old prince did not sleep either. Tikhon, half asleep, heard him pacing angrily about and snorting. The old prince felt as though he had been insulted through his daughter. The insult was the more pointed because it concerned not himself but his daughter, whom he loved more than himself. He kept telling himself that he would consider the whole matter and decide what was right and how he should act, but instead he only excited himself more and more. The first man that turns up, she forgets her father and everything else, runs upstairs and does up her hair and wags her tail and is unlike herself, glad to throw her father over, and she knew I should notice it. And don't I see that that idiot had eyes only for Bourrienne? I shall have to get rid of her. And how is it she has not pride enough to see it? If she has no pride for herself, she might at least have some for my sake. She must be shown that the blockhead thinks nothing of her and looks only at Bourrienne. No, she has no pride, but I'll let her see. The old prince knew that if he told his daughter she was making a mistake and that Anatole meant to flirt with Mademoiselle Bourrienne, Princess Mary's self-esteem would be wounded and his point, not to be parted from her, would be gained. So, pacifying himself with this thought, he called Tikhon and began to undress. What devil brought them here, he thought, while Tikhon was putting the nightshirt over his dried-up old body. I never invited them. They came to disturb my life, and there is not much of it left. "Devil take them!" he muttered, while his head was still covered by the shirt. Tikhon knew his master's habit of sometimes thinking aloud, and so he met the angrily inquisitive expression of the face that emerged from the shirt with unaltered looks. "Gone to bed?" asked the prince. Tikhon, like all good valets, instinctively knew the direction of his master's thoughts. He guessed the question referred to Prince Vasily and his son. "They have gone to bed and put out their lights, Your Excellency," he replied. "No good, no good," said the prince rapidly. Thrusting his feet into his slippers and his arms into the sleeves of his dressing gown, he went to the couch on which he slept. Though no words had passed between Anatole and Mademoiselle Bourrienne, they quite understood one another about the first part of their romance. They knew they had much to say to one another in private, and so they had been seeking an opportunity to meet alone since morning. When Princess Mary went to her father's room at the usual hour, Mademoiselle Bourrienne and Anatole met in the conservatory. Princess Mary went to the door of the study with special trepidation. It seemed to her that not only did everybody know that her fate would be decided that day, but that they also knew what she thought about it. She read this in Tikhon's face and in the face of Prince Vasily's valet, who made her a low bow when she met him in the corridor. The old prince was very affectionate and careful in his treatment of his daughter that morning. Princess Mary well knew this painstaking expression of her father's. His face wore that expression when his dry hands clenched with vexation because she could not understand a sum in arithmetic, when he would rise from his chair, walk away from her, and repeat the same words several times over in a low voice. He came to the point at once, treating her ceremoniously. "I have had a proposition made me concerning you," he said with an unnatural smile. "I expect you have guessed that Prince Vasily has not come and brought his pupil with him for the sake of my beautiful eyes. Last night a proposition was made me on your account, and, as you know my principles, I refer it to you." "How am I to understand you, mon père?" said the princess, growing pale and then blushing. "How understand me?" cried her father angrily. "Prince Vasily finds you to his taste as a daughter-in-law and makes a proposal to you on his pupil's behalf. That's how it's to be understood. How understand it? And I ask you." "I do not know what you think, father," whispered the princess. What of me? Leave me out of the question. I'm not going to get married. What about you? That's what I want to know. The princess saw that her father disapproved of the matter, but at that moment, the thought occurred to her that her fate would be decided now or never. She lowered her eyes so as not to see the gaze under which she felt she could not think, but would only be able to submit from habit. I wish only to do your will, she said, but if I had to express my own desire. She had no time to finish. The old prince interrupted her. That's admirable, he shouted. He will take you with your dowry and take Mademoiselle Bourienne into the bargain. She'll be the wife, while you— The prince stopped. He saw the effect these words had on his daughter. She lowered her head and was ready to burst into tears. Now then, I'm only joking, he said. Remember this, princess. I hold to the principle that a maiden has a full right to choose. I give you freedom. Only remember that your life's happiness depends on your decision. Never mind me. But I do not know, father. There's no need to talk. He receives his orders and will marry you or anybody, but you are free to choose. Go to your room, think it over, and come back in an hour and tell me in his presence, yes or no. I know you will pray over it. Well, pray if you like, but you had better think it over. Go! Yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. He still shouted when the princess, as if lost in a fog, had already staggered out of the study. Her fate was decided, and happily decided. But what her father had said about Mademoiselle Bourienne was dreadful. It was untrue, to be sure, but still it was terrible, and she could not help thinking of it. She was going straight on through the conservatory, neither seeing nor hearing anything, when suddenly the well-known whispering of Mademoiselle Bourienne aroused her. She raised her eyes, and 2 steps away saw Anatole embracing the Frenchwoman and whispering something to her. With a horrified expression on his handsome face, Anatole looked at Princess Mary, but did not at once take his arm from the waist of Mademoiselle Bourienne, who had not yet seen her. "Who's that? Why? Wait a moment," Anatole's face seemed to say. Princess Mary looked at them in silence. She could not understand it. At last Mademoiselle Bourienne gave a scream and ran away. Anatole bowed to Princess Mary with a gay smile, as if inviting her to join in a laugh at this strange incident, and then, shrugging his shoulders, went to the door that led to his own apartments. An hour later, Tikhon came to call Princess Mary to the old prince. He added that Prince Vasily was also there. When Tikhon came to her, Princess Mary was sitting on the sofa in her room, holding the weeping Mademoiselle Bourienne in her arms and gently stroking her hair. The princess's beautiful eyes, with all their former calm radiance, were looking with tender affection and pity at Mademoiselle Bourienne's pretty face. "No, princess, I have lost your affection forever," said Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Why? I love you more than ever," said Princess Mary, "and I will try to do all I can for your happiness." "But you despise me. You who are so pure can never understand being so carried away by passion. Oh, only my poor mother." "I quite understand," answered Princess Mary with a sad smile. "Calm yourself, my dear. I will go to my father," she said, and went out. Prince Vasily, with one leg thrown high over the other and a snuff-box in his hand, was sitting there with a smile of deep emotion on his face, as if stirred to his heart's core, and himself regretting and laughing at his own sensibility, when Princess Mary entered. He hurriedly took a pinch of snuff. "Ah, my dear," he began, rising and taking her by both hands. Then, sighing, he added, "My son's fate is in your hands. Decide, my dear, good, gentle Marie, whom I have always loved as a daughter." He drew back, and a real tear appeared in his eye. Snorted Prince Bolkonsky. "The prince is making a proposition to you in his pupil's, I mean his son's name. Do you wish or not to be Prince Anatole Kuragin's wife? Reply yes or no," he shouted, "and then I shall reserve the right to state my opinion also." "Yes, my opinion, and only my opinion," added Prince Bolkonsky, turning to Prince Vasily and answering his imploring look. "Yes or no?" "My desire is never to leave you, father, never to separate my life from yours. I don't wish to marry," she answered positively, glancing at Prince Vasily and at her father with her beautiful eyes. "Humbug! Nonsense! Humbug! Humbug! Humbug!" cried Prince Bolkonsky, frowning and taking his daughter's hand. He did not kiss her, but only bending his forehead to hers just touched it and pressed her hand so that she winced and uttered a cry. Prince Vasily rose. "My dear, I must tell you that this is a moment I shall never, never forget. But, my dear, will you not give us a little hope of touching this heart so kind and generous? Say perhaps. The future is so long. Say perhaps." "Prince, what I have said is all there is in my heart. I thank you for the honor, but I shall never be your son's wife." "Well, so that's finished, my dear fellow. I am very glad to have seen you, very glad. Go back to your rooms, princess. Go," said the old prince. "Very, very glad to have seen you," he repeated, embracing Prince Vasily. "My vocation is a different one," thought Princess Mary. "My vocation is to be happy with another kind of happiness, the happiness of love and self-sacrifice. And cost what it may, I will arrange poor Amelie's happiness. She loves him so passionately and so passionately repents. I will do all I can to arrange the match between them. If he is not rich, I will give her the means. I will ask my father and Andrew. I shall be so happy when she is his wife. She is so unfortunate, a stranger, alone, helpless. And oh God, how passionately she must love him if she could so far forget herself. Perhaps I might have done the same," thought Princess Mary. If you're enjoying this exploration of family duty, romance, and the complexities of the human heart, consider supporting my future projects. You can do so by trying a free Audible trial for 30 days. It's a wonderful way to experience more stories like this one, and it helps me continue creating audio adaptations for you to enjoy. Just follow the link in the episode description. Now, back to our story. Let's begin Chapter 5. Chapter 5, A Letter from Nicholas, Sonia, and Natasha. It had been a long time since the Rostovs had any news of their son Nicholas. It was not until midwinter that the Count was finally handed a letter in his son's handwriting. On receiving it, he ran on tiptoe to his study, alarmed and in a hurry, trying to escape notice. He closed the door and began to read. Anna Mikhailovna, who always knew everything that happened in the house, heard about the letter's arrival. She went softly into the room and found the Count with it in his hand, sobbing and laughing at the same time. Even though her own circumstances had improved, Anna Mikhailovna was still living with the Rostovs. "My dear friend," she said in a tone of pathetic inquiry, ready to sympathize in any way. The Count sobbed even more. "Nikolenka," he managed to say, "a letter was wounded, my darling boy. The Countess, promoted to be an officer. Thank God. How can I tell the little Countess?" Anna Mikhailovna sat down beside him. With her own handkerchief, she wiped the tears from his eyes and from the letter. Then, after drying her own eyes, she comforted the Count. She decided that at dinner and until tea time, she would prepare the Countess, and after tea, with God's help, she would inform her. At dinner, Anna Mikhailovna talked the whole time about war news and about Nikolenka. She twice asked when the last letter had been received from him, though she already knew. She also remarked that they might very likely be getting a letter from him that day. Each time these hints began to make the Countess anxious, and she glanced uneasily at the Count and Anna Mikhailovna. The latter very skillfully turned the conversation to insignificant matters. Natasha, who of the whole family was the most gifted at feeling any shades of intonation, look, and expression, pricked up her ears from the beginning of the meal. She was certain there was a secret between her father and Anna Mikhailovna, that it had something to do with her brother, and that Anna Mikhailovna was preparing them for it. Bold as she was, Natasha knew how sensitive her mother was to anything relating to Nikolenka. So she did not dare ask any questions at dinner, but she was too excited to eat anything and kept wriggling in her chair, regardless of her governess's remarks. After dinner she rushed headlong after Anna Mikhailovna, and, as soon as she overtook her in the sitting room, flung herself on her neck. "Auntie, darling, do tell me what it is." "Nothing, my dear." "No, dearest, sweet one, honey, I won't give up. I know you know something." Anna Mikhailovna shook her head. "You are a little slyboots," she said. "A letter from Nikolenka. I'm sure of it," exclaimed Natasha, reading confirmation in Anna Mikhailovna's face. "But for God's sake, be careful. You know how it may affect your mamma." I will, only tell me. You won't? Then I will go and tell her at once." Anna Mikhailovna, in a few words, told her the contents of the letter, on the condition that she should tell no one. "No, on my true word of honor," said Natasha, crossing herself. "I won't tell anyone." And she ran off at once to Sonia. "Nikolenka, wounded, a letter," she announced in gleeful triumph. "Nicholas," was all Sonia said, instantly turning white. Natasha, seeing the impression the news of her brother's wound produced on Sonia, felt for the first time the sorrowful side of the news. She rushed to Sonia, hugged her, and began to cry. "A little wound, but he has been made an officer. He is well now, he wrote himself," she said through her tears. "There now, it's true that all you women are crybabies," remarked Petya, pacing the room with large, resolute strides. "Now I'm very glad indeed that my brother has distinguished himself so. You are all blubberers and understand nothing." Natasha smiled through her tears. "You haven't read the letter?" asked Sonia. "No, but she said that it was all over and that he's now an officer." "Thank God," said Sonia, crossing herself. "But perhaps she deceived you. Let us go to Mama." Petya paced the room in silence for a time. "If I'd been in Nikolenka's place, I would have killed even more of those Frenchmen," he said. "What nasty brutes they are. I'd have killed so many that there'd have been a heap of them." "Hold your tongue, Petya, what a goose you are," said Natasha. "I'm not a goose, but they are who cry about trifles," said Petya. "Do you remember him?" Natasha suddenly asked after a moment's silence. Sonia smiled. "Do I remember Nicholas?" "No, Sonia, but do you remember so that you remember him perfectly? Remember everything?" said Natasha with an expressive gesture, evidently wishing to give her words a very definite meaning. "I remember Nikolenka too. I remember him well," she said. "But I don't remember Boris. I don't remember him a bit." "What? You don't remember Boris?" asked Sonia in surprise. "It's not that I don't remember. I know what he is like, but not as I remember Nikolenka. Him, I just shut my eyes and remember, but Boris, no." She shut her eyes. "No, there's nothing at all." "Oh, Natasha," said Sonia, looking ecstatically and earnestly at her friend, as if she did not consider her worthy to hear what she meant to say. "I am in love with your brother once for all, and whatever may happen to him or to me, shall never cease to love him as long as I live." Natasha looked at Sonia with wondering and inquisitive eyes and said nothing. She felt that Sonia was speaking the truth, that there was such love as Sonia was speaking of. But Natasha had not yet felt anything like it. She believed it could exist, but did not understand it. "Shall you write to him?" she asked. Sonia became thoughtful. The question of how to write to Nicholas and whether she ought to write tormented her. Now that he was an officer and a wounded hero, would it be right to remind him of herself and of the obligations he had taken upon himself? "I don't know. I think if he writes, I will write too," she said, blushing. "And you won't feel ashamed to write to him?" Sonia smiled. "And I should be ashamed to write to Boris. I'm not going to." "Why should you be ashamed?" "Well, I don't know. It's awkward and would make me ashamed." "And I know why she'd be ashamed," said Petya, offended by Natasha's previous remark. "It's because she was in love with that fat one in spectacles." That was how Petya described the new Count Bezikov. "And now she's in love with that singer." He meant Natasha's Italian singing master. "That's why she's ashamed." "Petya, you're a stupid," said Natasha. "Not more stupid than you, madam," said the 9-year-old Petya with the air of an old brigadier. The Countess had been prepared by Anna Mikhailovna's hints at dinner. On retiring to her own room, she sat in an armchair, her eyes fixed on a miniature portrait of her son on the lid of a snuff-box, while tears kept coming into her eyes. Anna Mikhailovna, with the letter, came on tiptoe to the Countess's door and paused. "Don't come in," she said to the old Count who was following her. "Come later." And she went in, closing the door behind her. The Count put his ear to the keyhole and listened. At first he heard the sound of indifferent voices, then Anna Mikhailovna's voice alone in a long speech, then a cry, then silence, then both voices together with glad intonations, and then footsteps. Anna Mikhailovna opened the door. Her face wore the proud expression of a surgeon who has just performed a difficult operation and admits the public to appreciate his skill. "It is done," she said to the Count, pointing triumphantly to the Countess, who sat holding the snuff-box with its portrait in one hand and the letter in the other, pressing them alternately to her lips. When she saw the Count, she stretched out her arms to him, embraced his bald head, and again looked at the letter and the portrait. In order to press them again to her lips, she slightly pushed away his bald head. Vera, Natasha, Sonia, and Petya now entered the room, and the reading of the letter began. After a brief description of the campaign and the 2 battles in which he had taken part and his promotion, Nicholas said that he kissed his father's and mother's hands, asking for their blessing. He also said that he kissed Vera, Natasha, and Petya. Besides that, he sent greetings to Monsieur Schelling, Madame Schoss, and his old nurse, and asked them to kiss for him dear Sonia, whom he loved and thought of just the same as ever. When she heard this, Sonia blushed so that tears came into her eyes. Unable to bear the looks turned upon her, she ran away into the dancing hall, whirled around at full speed with her dress puffed out like a balloon, and flushed and smiling plumped down on the floor. The Countess was crying. "Why are you crying, Mamma?" asked Vera. "From all he says, one should be glad and not cry." This was quite true, but the Count, the Countess, and Natasha looked at her reproachfully. "And who is it she takes after?" thought the Countess. Nicholas's letter was read over hundreds of times. Those who were considered worthy to hear it had to come to the Countess, for she did not let it out of her hands. The tutors came, and the nurses, and Dmitri, and several acquaintances. The Countess reread the letter each time with fresh pleasure and discovered in it fresh proofs of Nikolenka's virtues. How strange, how extraordinary, how joyful it seemed that her son, whose tiny limbs she had felt moving within her 20 years ago, the son about whom she used to quarrel with the too indulgent Count, the son who had first learned to say "Père" and then "Granny," that this son should now be away in a foreign land, a manly warrior doing some kind of man's work of his own, without help or guidance. The universal experience of ages, showing that children grow imperceptibly from the cradle to manhood, did not exist for the Countess. Her son's growth, at each stage, had seemed as extraordinary to her as if there had never existed the millions of human beings who grew up in the same way. Just as 20 years before, it seemed impossible that the little creature under her heart would ever cry, suck her breast, and begin to speak, so now she could not believe that that little creature could be this strong, brave man, this model son and officer that, judging by his letter, he now was. "What a style! How charmingly he describes," she said, reading the descriptive part of the letter. "And what a soul! Not a word about himself, not a word about some Denisov or other, though he himself, I dare say, is braver than any of them. He says nothing about his sufferings. What a heart! How like him it is, and how he has remembered everybody, not forgetting anyone. I always said when he was only so high, I always said." For more than a week, preparations were being made. Rough drafts of letters to Nicholas from all the household were written and copied out. Under the supervision of the Countess and the care of the Count, money and all things necessary for the uniform and equipment of the newly commissioned officer were collected. Anna Mikhailovna, practical woman that she was, had even managed to secure advantageous means of communication for herself and her son through a favor with army authorities. She had opportunities of sending her letters to the Grand Duke Konstantin Pavlovich, who commanded the guards. The Rostovs supposed that the Russian guards abroad was a quite definite address, and that if a letter reached the Grand Duke, there was no reason why it should not reach the Pavlograd regiment, which was presumably somewhere nearby. And so it was decided to send the letters and money by the Grand Duke's courier to Boris, and Boris was to forward them to Nicholas. The letters were from the old Count, the Countess, Petya, Vera, Natasha, and Sonia. Finally, there were 6,000 rubles for his outfit and various other things the old Count sent to his son. Let's begin the next chapter. Chapter 6. Nicholas visits Boris and Berg in camp. Nicholas tells of Sean Grayburn, his encounter with Prince Andrew. On the 12th of November, Kutuzov's active army in camp before Olmutz was preparing to be reviewed the next day by the 2 emperors, the Russian and the Austrian. The guards, who had just arrived from Russia, spent the night 10 miles from Olmutz. The next morning they were to come straight to the review, reaching the field by 10 o'clock. That day, Nicholas Rostov received a letter from Boris. It told him that the Ismailov regiment was quartered for the night 10 miles from Olmutz and that Boris wanted to see him, as he had a letter and money for him. Rostov was particularly in need of money now. The troops, after their active service, were stationed near Olmutz, and the camp swarmed with well-provisioned sutlers and Austrian Jews offering all sorts of tempting wares. The Pavlograds held feast after feast, celebrating awards they had received for the campaign. They also made trips to Olmutz to visit a certain Caroline the Hungarian, who had recently opened a restaurant there with girls as waitresses. Rostov, who had just celebrated his promotion to a cornetcy and bought Denisov's horse, Bedouin, was in debt all around to his comrades and the sutlers. On receiving Boris's letter, he rode with a fellow officer to Olmutz, dined there, drank a bottle of wine, and then set off alone to the guards' camp to find his old playmate. Rostov had not yet had time to get his uniform. He had on a shabby cadet jacket decorated with a soldier's cross, equally shabby cadet's riding breeches lined with worn leather, and an officer's saber with a sword knot. The Don horse he was riding was one he had bought from a Cossack during the campaign, and he wore a crumpled hussar cap stuck jauntily back on one side of his head. As he rode up to the camp, he thought how he would impress Boris and all his comrades of the guards with his appearance, that of a fighting hussar who had been under fire. The guards had made their whole march as if on a pleasure trip, parading their cleanliness and discipline. They had come by easy stages, their knapsacks carried on carts, and the Austrian authorities had provided excellent dinners for the officers at every stop. The regiments had entered and left towns with their bands playing. By the Grand Duke's orders, the men had marched all the way in step, a practice on which the guards prided themselves, with the officers on foot at their proper posts. Boris had been quartered and had marched all the way with Berg, who was already in command of a company. Berg, who had obtained his captaincy during the campaign, had gained the confidence of his superiors with his promptness and accuracy and had arranged his money matters very well. During the campaign, Boris had made the acquaintance of many useful people. Through a letter of recommendation from Pierre, he had become acquainted with Prince Andrew Bolkonsky, through whom he hoped to get a post on the commander-in-chief's staff. Berg and Boris, having rested after yesterday's march, were sitting, clean and neatly dressed, at a round table in their clean quarters, playing chess. Berg held a smoking pipe between his knees. Boris, in his characteristic accurate way, was building a little pyramid of chessmen with his delicate white fingers while waiting for Berg's move. He watched his opponent's face, evidently thinking about the game, as he always thought only of whatever he was engaged on. "Well, how are you going to get out of that?" he remarked. "We'll try to," replied Berg, touching a pawn and then removing his hand. At that moment the door opened. "Here he is at last," shouted Rostov. "And Berg, too. Oh, you Petisenfins, allez coucher dormir," he exclaimed, imitating his Russian nurse's French, at which he and Boris used to laugh long ago. "Dear me, how you have changed." Boris rose to meet Rostov, but in doing so he did not forget to steady and replace some chessmen that were falling. He was about to embrace his friend, but Nicholas avoided him. With that peculiar feeling of youth, that dread of beaten tracks, and a wish to express oneself differently from one's elders, Nicholas wanted to do something special. He wanted to pinch him, push him, anything but kiss him, a thing everybody did. But despite this, Boris embraced him in a quiet, friendly way and kissed him 3 times. They had not met for nearly half a year. Being at the age when young men take their first steps in life, each saw immense changes in the other, a new reflection of the society in which they had taken those steps. Both had changed greatly since they last met, and both were in a hurry to show the changes that had taken place in them. "Oh, you damned dandies, clean and fresh as if you'd been to a fete, not like us sinners of the line," cried Rostov, with martial swagger and with baritone notes in his voice that were new to Boris. He pointed to his own mud-bespattered breeches. The German landlady, hearing Rostov's loud voice, popped her head in at the door. Is she pretty?" he asked with a wink. "Why do you shout so? You'll frighten them," said Boris. "I did not expect you today," he added. "I only sent you the note yesterday by Bolkonsky, an adjutant of Kutuzov's who's a friend of mine. I did not think he would get it to you so quickly. Well, how are you? Been under fire already?" asked Boris. Without answering, Rostov shook the soldier's cross of St. George fastened to the cording of his uniform and, indicating a bandaged arm, glanced at Berg with a smile. "As you see," he said. "Indeed? Yes, yes," said Boris with a smile. "And we too have had a splendid march. You know, of course, that His Imperial Highness rode with our regiment all the time, so that we had every comfort and every advantage. What receptions we had in Poland, what dinners and balls, I can't tell you. And the Tsarevich was very gracious to all our officers." And the two friends told each other of their doings, one of his hussar revels and life in the fighting line, the other of the pleasures and advantages of service under members of the imperial family. "Oh, you guards," said Rostov, "I say, send for some wine." Boris made a grimace. "If you really want it," he said. He went to his bed, drew a purse from under the clean pillow, and sent for wine. "Yes, and I have some money and a letter to give you," he added. Rostov took the letter and, throwing the money on the sofa, put both arms on the table and began to read. After a few lines, he glanced angrily at Berg, then, meeting his eyes, hid his face behind the letter. "Well, they've sent you a tidy sum," said Berg, eyeing the heavy purse that sank into the sofa. "As for us, Count, we get along on our pay. I can tell you for myself." "I say, Berg, my dear fellow," said Rostov, "when you get a letter from home and meet one of your own people whom you want to talk everything over with, and I happen to be there, I'll go at once, to be out of your way." "Do go somewhere, anywhere, to the devil," he exclaimed. Then, immediately seizing him by the shoulder and looking amiably into his face, evidently wishing to soften the rudeness of his words, he added, "Don't be hurt, my dear fellow. You know I speak from my heart as to an old acquaintance." "Oh, don't mention it, Count. I quite understand," said Berg, getting up and speaking in a muffled and guttural voice. "Go across to our hosts, they invited you," added Boris. Berg put on the cleanest of coats, without a spot or speck of dust, stood before a looking-glass, and brushed the hair on his temples upwards, in the way affected by the Emperor Alexander. Having assured himself from Rostov's look that his coat had been noticed, he left the room with a pleasant smile. "Oh dear, what a beast I am," muttered Rostov as he read the letter. "Why? Oh, what a pig I am, not to have written and to have given them such a fright. Oh, what a pig I am," he repeated, flushing suddenly. "Well, have you sent Gabriel for some wine? All right, let's have some." In the letter from his parents was enclosed a letter of recommendation to Bagration, which the old countess, at Anna Mikhailovna's advice, had obtained through an acquaintance and sent to her son, asking him to make use of it. "What nonsense! Much I need it," said Rostov, throwing the letter under the table. "Why have you thrown that away?" asked Boris. "It is some letter of recommendation. What the devil do I want it for?" "Why, what the devil?" said Boris, picking it up and reading the address. "This letter would be of great use to you." "I want nothing, and I won't be anyone's adjutant." "Why not?" inquired Boris. "It's a lackey's job." "You are still the same dreamer, I see," remarked Boris, shaking his head. "And you're still the same diplomatist. But that's not the point. Come, how are you?" asked Rostov. "Well, as you see, so far everything's all right, but I confess I should much like to be an adjutant and not remain at the front." "Why?" "Because when once a man starts on military service, he should try to make as successful a career of it as possible." "Oh, that's it," said Rostov, evidently thinking of something else. He looked intently and inquiringly into his friend's eyes, evidently trying in vain to find the answer to some question. Old Gabriel brought in the wine. "Shouldn't we now send for Berg?" asked Boris. "He would drink with you. I can't." "Well, send for him. And how do you get on with that German?" asked Rostov with a contemptuous smile. "He is a very, very nice, honest, and pleasant fellow," answered Boris. Again Rostov looked intently into Boris's eyes and sighed. Berg returned, and over the bottle of wine, the conversation between the three officers became animated. The guardsmen told Rostov of their march and how they had been made much of in Russia, Poland, and abroad. They spoke of the sayings and doings of their commander, the Grand Duke, and told stories of his kindness and irascibility. Berg, as usual, kept silent when the subject did not relate to himself. But in connection with the stories of the Grand Duke's quick temper, he related with gusto how in Galicia he had managed to deal with the Grand Duke when the latter made a tour of the regiments and was annoyed at the irregularity of a movement. With a pleasant smile, Berg related how the Grand Duke had ridden up to him in a violent passion, shouting, "Arnauts!" and called for the company commander. Would you believe it, Count? I was not at all alarmed, because I knew I was right. Without boasting, I may say that I know the army orders by heart and know the regulations as well as I do the Lord's Prayer. So, Count, there never is any negligence in my company, and so my conscience was at ease. I came forward. Berg stood up and showed how he presented himself, with his hand to his cap. It would have been difficult for a face to express greater respect and self-complacency than his did. Well, he stormed at me, as the saying is, stormed and stormed and stormed. It was not a matter of life, but rather of death. Albanians and devils and to Siberia, said Berg with a sagacious smile. I knew I was in the right, so I kept silent. Was not that best, Count? Hey, are you dumb? He shouted. Still I remained silent. And what do you think, Count? The next day, it was not even mentioned in the orders of the day. That's what keeping one's head means. That's the way, Count, said Berg, lighting his pipe and emitting rings of smoke. Yes, that was fine, said Rostov, smiling. But Boris noticed that he was preparing to make fun of Berg and skillfully changed the subject. He asked him to tell them how and where he got his wound. This pleased Rostov, and he began talking about it, becoming more and more animated as he went on. He told them of his Schön-Grabern affair, just as those who have taken part in a battle generally describe it, as they would like it to have been, as they have heard it described by others, and as sounds well, but not at all as it really was. Rostov was a truthful young man and would on no account have told a deliberate lie. He began his story meaning to tell everything just as it happened, but imperceptibly, involuntarily, and inevitably, he lapsed into falsehood. If he had told the truth to his hearers, who, like himself, had often heard stories of attacks and had formed a definite idea of what an attack was, they would either not have believed him, or still worse, would have thought that Rostov was himself to blame. He could not tell them simply that everyone went at a trot, that he fell off his horse, sprained his arm, and then ran as hard as he could from a Frenchman into the wood. Besides, to tell everything as it really happened would have required an effort of will to tell only what happened. It is very difficult to tell the truth, and young people are rarely capable of it. His hearers expected a story of how, beside himself and aflame with excitement, he had flown like a storm at the square, cut his way in, slashed right and left, how his saber had tasted flesh, and he had fallen exhausted, and so on. And so he told them all that. In the middle of his story, just as he was saying, "You cannot imagine what a strange frenzy one experiences during an attack," Prince Andrew, whom Boris was expecting, entered the room. Prince Andrew, who liked to help young men, was flattered by being asked for his assistance. Being well disposed toward Boris, who had managed to please him the day before, he wished to do what the young man wanted. Having been sent with papers from Kutuzov to the Tsarevich, he looked in on Boris, hoping to find him alone. When he came in and saw a hussar of the line recounting his military exploits, Prince Andrew could not endure that sort of man. He gave Boris a pleasant smile. He frowned as, with half-closed eyes, he looked at Rostov, bowed slightly and wearily, and sat down languidly on the sofa. He felt it was unpleasant to have dropped in on bad company. Rostov flushed up on noticing this, but he did not care. This was a mere stranger. Glancing at Boris, however, he saw that he too seemed ashamed of the hussar of the line. In spite of Prince Andrew's disagreeable, ironical tone, and in spite of the contempt with which Rostov, from his fighting army point of view, regarded all these little adjutants on the staff, Rostov felt confused, blushed, and became silent. Boris inquired what news there might be on the staff. and what, without indiscretion, one might ask about their plans. "We shall probably advance," replied Bolkonsky, evidently reluctant to say more in the presence of a stranger. Berg took the opportunity to ask, with great politeness, whether, as was rumored, the allowance of forage money to captains of companies would be doubled. To this, Prince Andrew answered with a smile that he could give no opinion on such an important government order, and Berg laughed gaily. "As to your business," Prince Andrew continued, addressing Boris, "we will talk of it later." He looked round at Rostov. "Come to me after the review, and we will do what is possible." And having glanced round the room, Prince Andrew turned to Rostov, whose state of unconquerable childish embarrassment, now changing to anger, he did not condescend to notice. "I think you were talking of the Sean Grabern affair? Were you there?" "I was there," said Rostov angrily, as if intending to insult the aide-de-camp. Bolkonsky noticed the hussar's state of mind, and it amused him. With a slightly contemptuous smile, he said, "Yes, there are many stories now told about that affair." "Yes, stories," repeated Rostov loudly, looking with eyes suddenly grown furious, now at Boris, now at Bolkonsky. "Yes, many stories. But our stories are the stories of men who have been under the enemy's fire. Our stories have some weight, not like the stories of those fellows on the staff who get rewards without doing anything." "Of whom you imagine me to be one," said Prince Andrew with a quiet and particularly amiable smile. A strange feeling of exasperation and yet of respect for this man's self-possession mingled at that moment in Rostov's soul. "I am not talking about you," he said. "I don't know you, and frankly, I don't want to. I am speaking of the staff in general. And I will tell you this," Prince Andrew interrupted in a tone of quiet authority. "You wish to insult me, and I am ready to agree with you that it would be very easy to do so if you haven't sufficient self-respect, but admit that the time and place are very badly chosen. In a day or two, we shall all have to take part in a greater and more serious duel. Besides, Drubetskoy, who says he is an old friend of yours, is not at all to blame that my face has the misfortune to displease you. However," he added, rising, "you know my name and where to find me, but don't forget that I do not regard either myself or you as having been at all insulted. As a man older than you, my advice is to let the matter drop. Well then, on Friday after the review, I shall expect you, Drubetskoy." "Au revoir," exclaimed Prince Andrew, and with a bow to them both, he went out. Only when Prince Andrew was gone did Rostov think of what he ought to have said, and he was still more angry at having omitted to say it. He ordered his horse at once, and coldly taking leave of Boris, rode home. Should he go to headquarters next day and challenge that affected adjutant, or really let the matter drop? This question worried him all the way. He thought angrily of the pleasure he would have at seeing the fright of that small, frail, but proud man when covered by his pistol. And then he felt with surprise that of all the men he knew, there was none he would so much like to have for a friend as that very adjutant whom he so hated. Now we begin Chapter 7. Chapter 7, the Emperor reviews the army. Enthusiasm of Nicholas. The day after Rostov had been to see Boris, a review was held of the Austrian and Russian troops. This included both those freshly arrived from Russia and those who had been campaigning under Kutuzov. The two emperors, the Russian with his heir the Tsarevich, and the Austrian with the Archduke, inspected the Allied army of 80,000 men. From early morning, the smart, clean troops were on the move, forming up on the field before the fortress. Thousands of feet and bayonets moved and halted at the officer's command, turned with banners flying, formed up at intervals, and wheeled around other similar masses of infantry in different uniforms. The rhythmic beat of hoofs and the jingling of showy cavalry in blue, red, and green braided uniforms filled the air, with smartly dressed bandsmen in front mounted on black, roan, or gray horses. Then, spreading out with the brazen clatter of polished, shining cannon that quivered on their gun carriages, came the artillery. It crawled between the infantry and cavalry and took up its appointed position. Not only the generals in full parade uniforms, with their waists drawn in to the utmost and their red necks squeezed into stiff collars, but every soldier with his freshly washed and shaven face and his weapons polished to the utmost, and every horse groomed till its coat shone like satin, felt that no small matter was happening. This was an important and solemn affair. Every general and every soldier was conscious of his own insignificance, aware of being but a drop in that ocean of men, and yet at the same time was conscious of his strength as a part of that enormous whole. From early morning, strenuous activities had begun, and by 10 o'clock all had been brought into due order. The ranks were drawn up on the vast field. The whole army was extended in 3 lines, the cavalry in front, behind it the artillery, and behind that again the infantry. A space like a street was left between each 2 lines. The 3 parts of the army were sharply distinguished. Kutuzov's fighting army, with the Pavlograds on the right flank, those recently arrived from Russia, both guards and regiments of the line, and the Austrian troops. But they all stood in the same lines under one command and in a like order. Like wind over leaves, an excited whisper ran through the ranks. "They're coming! They're coming!" Alarmed voices were heard, and a stir of final preparation swept over all the troops. From the direction of Olmutz, a group was seen approaching. At that moment, though the day was still, a light gust of wind blowing over the army slightly stirred the streamers on the lances and the unfolded standards. It looked as if, by that slight motion, the army itself was expressing its joy at the approach of the emperors. One voice shouted, "Eyes front!" Then, like the crowing of cocks at sunrise, this was repeated by others from various sides, and all became silent. In the death-like stillness, only the tramp of horses was heard. This was the emperor's suites. The emperors rode up to the flank, and the trumpets of the 1st Cavalry Regiment played the general march. It seemed as though not the trumpeters were playing, but as if the army itself, rejoicing at the emperor's approach, had naturally burst into music. Amid these sounds, only the youthful, kindly voice of the Emperor Alexander was clearly heard. He gave the words of greeting, and the 1st Regiment roared, "Hurrah!" so deafeningly, continuously, and joyfully that the men themselves were awed by their multitude and the immensity of the power they constituted. Rostov, standing in the front lines of Kutuzov's army, which the Tsar approached first, experienced the same feeling as every other man in that army, a feeling of self-forgetfulness, a proud consciousness of might, and a passionate attraction to the man who was the cause of this triumph. He felt that at a single word from that man, all this vast mass, and he himself an insignificant atom in it, would go through fire and water, commit crime, die, or perform deeds of highest heroism. And so he could not but tremble, and his heart stand still at the imminence of that word. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" thundered from all sides, one regiment after another greeting the Tsar with the strains of the march, and then, "Hurrah!" Then the general march, and again, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" growing ever stronger and fuller and merging into a deafening roar. Until the Tsar reached it, each regiment in its silence seemed like a lifeless body. But as soon as he came up, it became alive, its thunder joining the roar of the whole line. Through the terrible and deafening roar of those voices, amid the square masses of troops standing motionless as if turned to stone, hundreds of riders composing the suites moved carelessly but symmetrically. In front of them were 2 men, the emperors. Upon them, the undivided, tensely passionate attention of that whole mass of men was concentrated. The handsome young Emperor Alexander, in the uniform of the Horse Guards, wearing a cocked hat, with his pleasant face and resonant voice, attracted everyone's attention. Rostov was not far from the trumpeters, and with his keen sight had recognized the Tsar and watched his approach. When he was within 20 paces, and Nicholas could clearly distinguish every detail of his handsome, happy young face, he experienced a feeling of tenderness and ecstasy such as he had never before known. Every trait and every movement of the Tsar's seemed to him enchanting. Stopping in front of the Pavlograds, the Tsar said something in French to the Austrian emperor and smiled. Seeing that smile, Rostov involuntarily smiled himself and felt a still stronger flow of love for his sovereign. He longed to show that love in some way, and knowing this was impossible, was ready to cry. The Tsar called the colonel of the regiment and said a few words to him. "Oh God, what would happen to me if the emperor spoke to me?" thought Rostov. "I should die of happiness." The Tsar addressed the officers also. "I thank you all, gentlemen. I thank you with my whole heart." To Rostov, every word sounded like a voice from heaven. How gladly would he have died at once for his Tsar. "You have earned the St. George's standards and will be worthy of them." "Oh, to die for him," thought Rostov. The Tsar said something more which Rostov did not hear, and the soldiers, straining their lungs, shouted, "Hurrah!" Rostov, too, bending over his saddle, shouted, "Hurrah!" with all his might, feeling that he would like to injure himself by that shout, if only to express his rapture fully. The Tsar stopped a few minutes in front of the hussars as if undecided. "How can the Emperor be undecided?" thought Rostov, but then even this indecision appeared to him majestic and enchanting, like everything else the Tsar did. That hesitation lasted only an instant. The Tsar's foot, in its narrow, pointed boot, touched the groin of the bob-tailed bay mare he rode. His hand in a white glove gathered up the reins, and he moved off, accompanied by an irregularly swaying sea of aides-de-camp. Farther and farther he rode away, stopping at other regiments, until at last only his white plumes were visible to Rostov from amid the suites that surrounded the emperors. Among the gentlemen of the suite, Rostov noticed Bolkonsky sitting his horse indolently and carelessly. Rostov recalled their quarrel of yesterday, and the question arose whether he ought or ought not to challenge Bolkonsky. Of course not, he now thought. Is it worth thinking or speaking of it at such a moment? At a time of such love, such rapture, and such self-sacrifice, what do any of our quarrels and affronts matter? I love and forgive everybody now. When the Emperor had passed nearly all the regiments, the troops began a ceremonial march past him. Rostov, on Bedouin, recently purchased from Denisov, rode past too at the rear of his squadron, that is, alone and in full view of the Emperor. Before he reached him, Rostov, who was a splendid horseman, spurred Bedouin twice and successfully put him to the showy trot in which the animal went when excited. Bending his foaming muzzle to his chest, his tail extended, Bedouin passed splendidly, lifting his feet with a high and graceful action, as if flying through the air without touching the ground. He seemed conscious of the Emperor's eye upon him. Rostov himself, his legs well back and his stomach drawn in, feeling himself one with his horse, rode past the Emperor with a frowning but blissful face, like a very devil, as Denisov expressed it. "Fine fellows, the Pavlograds," remarked the Emperor. "My God, how happy I should be if he ordered me to leap into the fire this instant," thought Rostov. When the review was over, the newly arrived officers and Kutuzov's men collected in groups and began to talk. They discussed the awards, the Austrians and their uniforms, their lines, Bonaparte, and how badly he would fare now, especially if the Essen Corps arrived and Prussia took our side. But the talk in every group was chiefly about the Emperor Alexander. His every word and movement was described with ecstasy. They all had but one wish: to advance as soon as possible against the enemy under the Emperor's command. Commanded by the Emperor himself, they could not fail to vanquish anyone. So thought Rostov and most of the officers after the review. All were then more confident of victory than the winning of 2 battles would have made them. Now we move on to Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Boris visits Prince Andrew at Olmütz. Prince Dolgorukov. The day after the review, Boris, in his best uniform and with his comrade Berg's best wishes for success, rode to Olmütz to see Bolkonsky. He wished to profit by his friendliness and obtain the best post he could, preferably that of adjutant to some important personage, a position which seemed to him most attractive. It is all very well for Rostov, whose father sends him 10,000 rubles at a time, to talk about not wanting to cringe to anybody, he reflected. But I, who have nothing but my brains, have to make a career and must not miss opportunities. He did not find Prince Andrew in Olmütz that day, but the appearance of the town, where the headquarters, the diplomatic corps, and the 2 emperors were living, only strengthened his desire to belong to that higher world. He knew no one. Despite his smart guardsman's uniform, all these exalted personages passing in their elegant carriages, with their plumes, ribbons, and medals, seemed so immeasurably above him that they not only did not wish to, but simply could not, be aware of his existence. At the quarters of the commander-in-chief, Kutuzov, where he inquired for Bolkonsky. All the adjutants and even the orderlies looked at him as if to impress upon him that many officers like him were always coming there and that everybody was heartily sick of them. In spite of this, or rather because of it, the next day, November 15th, after dinner, he again went to Olmütz. Entering the house occupied by Kutuzov, he asked for Bolkonsky. Prince Andrew was in, and Boris was shown into a large hall, probably once used for dancing. Now 5 beds stood there, along with various kinds of furniture, a table, chairs, and a clavichord. One adjutant, nearest the door, was sitting at the table in a Persian dressing gown, writing. Another, the red, stout Nesvitsky, lay on a bed with his arms under his head, laughing with an officer beside him. A third was playing a Viennese waltz on the clavichord, while a fourth, lying on the clavichord, sang the tune. Bolkonsky was not there. None of these gentlemen changed his position on seeing Boris. The one who was writing, and whom Boris addressed, turned around crossly and told him Bolkonsky was on duty. He should go through the door on the left into the reception room if he wished to see him. Boris thanked him and went to the reception room, where he found about 10 officers and generals. When he entered, Prince Andrew, his eyes drooping contemptuously, was listening to an old Russian general with decorations. The general stood very erect, reporting something with an obsequious expression on his purple face. Prince Andrew had a look of polite weariness that plainly said, "If it were not my duty, I would not talk to you for a moment." "Very well, then, be so good as to wait," said Prince Andrew to the general in Russian, but with the French intonation he used when he wished to speak contemptuously. Noticing Boris, Prince Andrew paid no more heed to the general, who ran after him, imploring him to hear more. He nodded to Boris and turned to him with a cheerful smile. At that moment, Boris clearly realized what he had before suspected. In the army, besides the subordination and discipline of the military code, there was another, more important subordination. This unwritten law made this tight-laced, purple-faced general wait respectfully while Captain Prince Andrew, for his own pleasure, chose to chat with Lieutenant Drubetskoy. More than ever, Boris was resolved to serve in the future not according to the written code, but under this unwritten law. He felt that merely by having been recommended to Prince Andrew, he had already risen above the general who at the front had the power to annihilate him. Prince Andrew came up to him and took his hand. "I am very sorry you did not find me in yesterday. I was fussing about with Germans all day. We went with Weyrother to survey the dispositions. When Germans start being accurate, there's no end to it." Boris smiled, as if he understood what Prince Andrew was alluding to, but it was the first time he had heard Weyrother's name, or even the term dispositions. "Well, my dear fellow, so you still want to be an adjutant? I have been thinking about you." "Yes, I was thinking," Boris began, and for some reason he could not help blushing, "of asking the commander-in-chief. He has had a letter from Prince Kuragin about me. I only wanted to ask because I fear the guards won't be in action," he added, as if in apology. All right, we'll talk it over," replied Prince Andrew. "Only let me report this gentleman's business, and I shall be at your disposal." While Prince Andrew went to report about the purple-faced general, that gentleman looked so fixedly at the presumptuous lieutenant that Boris felt uncomfortable. He turned away and waited impatiently for Prince Andrew's return. "You see, my dear fellow, I have been thinking about you," said Prince Andrew when they had gone into the large room with the clavichord. "It's no use your going to the commander-in-chief. He would say a lot of pleasant things, ask you to dinner. That wouldn't be bad for the unwritten code," thought Boris, "but nothing more would come of it. There will soon be a battalion of us aides-de-camp and adjutants. But this is what we'll do. I have a good friend, an adjutant general and an excellent fellow, Prince Dolgorukov. And though you may not know it, the fact is that now Kutuzov, with his staff and all of us count for nothing. Everything is now centered round the emperor. So we will go to Dolgorukov. I have to go there anyhow, and I have already spoken to him about you. We shall see whether he cannot attach you to himself or find a place for you somewhere nearer the sun." Prince Andrew always became specially keen when he had to guide a young man and help him to worldly success. Under the cover of helping another, a thing he would never accept for himself out of pride, he kept in touch with the circle that confers success. He very readily took up Boris's cause and went with him to Dolgorukov. It was late in the evening when they entered the palace at Olmutz, occupied by the emperors and their retinues. That same day, a council of war had been held. At that council, contrary to the views of the old generals Kutuzov and Prince Schwarzenberg, it had been decided to advance immediately and give battle to Bonaparte. The council was just over when Prince Andrew and Boris arrived. Everyone at headquarters was still under the spell of the day's council, at which the party of the young had triumphed. The voices of those who counseled delay had been so completely silenced that the coming battle and the victory that would result no longer seemed to be in the future, but in the past. All the advantages were on our side. Our enormous forces were concentrated in one place, and the troops were eager for action. The strategic position was familiar to the Austrian general Weyrother. By a lucky accident, the Austrian army had maneuvered the previous year on the very fields where the French had now to be fought. Bonaparte, evidently weakened, was undertaking nothing. Dolgorukov, one of the warmest advocates of an attack, had just returned from the council, tired but eager and proud of the victory that had been gained. Prince Andrew introduced his protégé, but Prince Dolgorukov, politely and firmly pressing his hand, said nothing to Boris. Evidently unable to suppress the thoughts uppermost in his mind, he addressed Prince Andrew in French. "Ah, my dear fellow, what a battle we have gained! God grant that the one that will result from it will be as victorious. However, dear fellow," he said abruptly and eagerly, "I must confess to having been unjust to the Austrians and especially to Weyrother. What exactitude, what minuteness, what knowledge of the locality, what foresight for every eventuality! No, my dear fellow, no conditions better than our present ones could have been devised. This combination of Austrian precision with Russian valor, what more could be wished for?" "So the attack is definitely resolved on?" asked Bolkonsky. "And do you know, my dear fellow, it seems to me that Bonaparte has decidedly lost his bearings. You know that a letter was received from him today for the Emperor." Dolgorukov smiled significantly. "Is that so, and what did he say?" inquired Bolkonsky. "What can he say? Tradiridira and so on, merely to gain time. I tell you he is in our hands, that's certain. But what was most amusing," he continued with a sudden laugh, "was that we could not think how to address the reply. If not as consul and of course not as emperor, it seemed to me it should be to General Bonaparte." "But between not recognizing him as emperor and calling him General Bonaparte, there is a difference," remarked Bolkonsky. "That's just it," interrupted Dolgorukov quickly, laughing. "You know Bilibin, he's a very clever fellow. He suggested addressing him as usurper and enemy of mankind." Dolgorukov laughed merrily. "Only that," said Bolkonsky. "All the same, it was Bilibin who found a suitable form for the address. He is a wise and clever fellow." "What was it?" "To the head of the French government, au chef du gouvernement français," said Dolgorukov with grave satisfaction. "Good, wasn't it?" "Yes, but he will dislike it extremely," said Bolkonsky. "Oh yes, very much. My brother knows him. He's dined with him, the present emperor, more than once in Paris, and tells me he never met a more cunning or subtle diplomatist. You know, a combination of French adroitness and Italian play-acting. Do you know the tale about him and Count Markov? Count Markov was the only man who knew how to handle him. You know the story of the handkerchief? It is delightful." And the talkative Dolgorukov, turning now to Boris, now to Prince Andrew, told how Bonaparte, wishing to test our ambassador Markov, purposely dropped a handkerchief in front of him. He stood looking at Markov, probably expecting him to pick it up. But Markov immediately dropped his own beside it and picked it up without touching Bonaparte's. "Delightful," said Bolkonsky. "But I have come to you, Prince, as a petitioner on behalf of this young man. You see." But before Prince Andrew could finish, an aide-de-camp came in to summon Dolgorukov to the emperor. "Oh, what a nuisance," said Dolgorukov, getting up hurriedly and pressing the hands of Prince Andrew and Boris. "You know I should be very glad to do all in my power both for you and for this dear young man. Again he pressed the hand of Boris with an expression of good-natured, sincere levity. "But you see, another time." Boris was excited by the thought of being so close to the higher powers. He was conscious that here he was in contact with the springs that set in motion the enormous movements of the mass of which, in his regiment, he felt himself a tiny, obedient atom. They followed Prince Dolgorukov out into the corridor and met a short man in civilian clothes coming out of the Emperor's room. He had a clever face and a sharply projecting jaw, which gave him a peculiar vivacity and shiftiness of expression. This short man nodded to Dolgorukov as to an intimate friend and stared at Prince Andrew with cool intensity, walking straight toward him and evidently expecting him to bow or step out of his way. Prince Andrew did neither. A look of animosity appeared on his face, and the other man turned away and went down the side of the corridor. "Who was that?" asked Boris. "He is one of the most remarkable, but to me most unpleasant of men, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Prince Adam Czartoryski. It is such men as he who decide the fate of nations," added Bolkonsky with a sigh he could not suppress, as they passed out of the palace. The next day, the army began its campaign. Up to the very Battle of Austerlitz, Boris was unable to see either Prince Andrew or Dolgorukov again, and remained for a while with the Ismailov regiment. This brings us to Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Nicholas not in the action at Wischau, the Emperor, Nicholas's devotion to him. At dawn on the 16th of November, Denisov's squadron, in which Nicholas Rostov served, moved from where it had spent the night. It was part of Prince Bagration's detachment, advancing into action as arranged. After going about 2/3 of a mile behind other columns, it was stopped on the highroad. Rostov saw the Cossacks, then the 1st and 2nd squadrons of hussars, infantry battalions, and artillery pass by and go forward. Then he saw Generals Bagration and Dolgorukov ride past with their adjutants. All the fear before action that he had previously experienced, all the inner struggle to conquer that fear, and all his dreams of distinguishing himself as a true hussar in this battle had been wasted. Their squadron remained in reserve, and Nicholas Rostov spent that day in a dull and wretched mood. At 9 in the morning, he heard firing in front and shouts of hurrah. He saw wounded being brought back, though not many, and at last he saw a whole detachment of French cavalry being brought in, convoyed by a squadron of Cossacks. Evidently the affair was over and had been a successful, though not big, engagement. The men and officers returning spoke of a brilliant victory, of the occupation of the town of Wischau, and the capture of a whole French squadron. The day was bright and sunny after a sharp night frost, and the cheerful glitter of that autumn day was in keeping with the news of victory. This was conveyed not only by the tales of those who had taken part in it, but also by the joyful expressions on the faces of soldiers, officers, generals, and adjutants as they passed Rostov. And Nicholas, who had vainly suffered all the dread that precedes a battle and had spent that happy day in inactivity, was all the more depressed. "Come here, Wostov. Let's drink to drown our grief," shouted Denisov, who had settled down by the roadside with a flask and some food. The officers gathered round Denisov's canteen, eating and talking. "There, they are bringing another," cried one of the officers, indicating a captive French dragoon who was being brought in on foot by 2 Cossacks. One of them was leading by the bridle a fine, large French horse he had taken from the prisoner. "Sell us that horse," Denisov called out to the Cossacks. "If you like, your honor," they replied. The officers got up and stood round the Cossacks and their prisoner. The French dragoon was a young Alsatian who spoke French with a German accent. He was breathless with agitation, his face was red, and when he heard some French spoken, he at once began speaking to the officers, addressing first one, then another. He said he would not have been taken. It was not his fault, but the corporals who had sent him to seize some horsecloths, though he had told him the Russians were there. And at every word he added, "But don't hurt my little horse," and stroked the animal. It was plain that he did not quite grasp where he was. Now he excused himself for being taken prisoner, and now, imagining himself before his own officers, insisted on his soldierly discipline and zeal. He brought with him into our rear guard all the freshness of the French army's atmosphere, which was so alien to us. The Cossacks sold the horse for 2 gold pieces, and Rostov, being the richest of the officers now that he had received his money, bought it. "But don't hurt my little horse," said the Alsatian good-naturedly to Rostov when the animal was handed over to the hussar. Rostov smilingly reassured the dragoon and gave him money. "Ali, Ali," said the Cossack, touching the prisoner's arm to make him go on. The Emperor was suddenly heard among the hussars. All began to run and bustle, and Rostov saw several riders with white plumes in their hats coming up the road behind him. In a moment, everyone was in his place, waiting. Rostov did not know or remember how he ran to his place and mounted. Instantly, his regret at not having been in action and his dejected mood had gone. Instantly, every thought of himself had vanished. He was filled with happiness at his nearness to the Emperor. He felt that this nearness by itself made up for the day he had lost. He was as happy as a lover when the longed-for moment of meeting arrives. Not daring to look round, he was ecstatically conscious of his approach. He felt it not only from the sound of the hoofs of the approaching cavalcade, but because as he drew near, everything grew brighter, more joyful, more significant, and more festive around him. Nearer and nearer to Rostov came that sun, shedding beams of mild and majestic light. Already he felt himself enveloped in those beams. He heard his voice, that kindly, calm, and majestic voice that was yet so simple. And as if in accord with Rostov's feeling, there was a deathly stillness amid which the Emperor's voice was heard. "The Pavlograd Hussars?" he inquired. "The reserves, sire," replied a voice, a very human one compared to that which had said, "The Pavlograd Hussars?" The Emperor drew level with Rostov and halted. Alexander's face was even more beautiful than it had been 3 days before at the review. It shone with such gaiety and youth, such innocent youth, that it suggested the liveliness of a 14-year-old boy, and yet it was the face of the majestic Emperor. Casually, while surveying the squadron, the Emperor's eyes met Rostov's and rested on them for not more than 2 seconds. Whether the Emperor understood what was going on in Rostov's soul, it seemed to Rostov that he understood everything. His light blue eyes gazed for about 2 seconds into Rostov's face. A gentle, mild light poured from them. Then all at once he raised his eyebrows, abruptly touched his horse with his left foot, and galloped on. The younger Emperor could not restrain his wish to be present at the battle. In spite of the remonstrances of his courtiers, at 12 o'clock he left the 3rd column and galloped toward the vanguard. Before he came up with the hussars, several adjutants met him with news of the successful result of the action. This battle, which consisted in the capture of a French squadron, was represented as a brilliant victory over the French. So the Emperor and the whole army, especially while the smoke hung over the battlefield, believed that the French had been defeated and were retreating against their will. A few minutes after the Emperor had passed, the Pavlograd division was ordered to advance. In Wischau itself, a petty German town, Rostov saw the Emperor again. In the marketplace, where there had been some rather heavy firing before the Emperor's arrival, lay several killed and wounded soldiers whom there had not been time to move. The Emperor, surrounded by his suite, was riding a bob-tailed chestnut mare, a different one from that which he had ridden at the review. Bending to one side, he gracefully held a gold lorgnette to his eyes and looked at a soldier who lay prone, with blood on his uncovered head. The wounded soldier was so dirty, coarse, and revolting that his proximity to the Emperor shocked Rostov. Rostov saw how the Emperor's rather round shoulders shuddered, how his left foot began convulsively tapping the horse's side with the spur, and how the well-trained horse looked round unconcerned and did not stir. An adjutant, dismounting, lifted the soldier under the arms to place him on a stretcher. The soldier groaned. "Gently, gently, can't you do it more gently?" said the Emperor, apparently suffering more than the dying soldier, and he rode away. Rostov saw tears filling the Emperor's eyes and heard him, as he was riding away, say to Czartoryski, "What a terrible thing war is! What a terrible thing! Quelle terrible chose que la guerre!" The troops of the vanguard were stationed before Wischau, within sight of the enemy's lines, which all day long had yielded ground to us at the least firing. The emperor's gratitude was announced to the vanguard, rewards were promised, and the men received a double ration of vodka. The campfires crackled and the soldiers' songs resounded even more merrily than on the previous night. Denisov celebrated his promotion to the rank of major, and Rostov, who had already drunk enough, at the end of the feast proposed the emperor's health. "Not our sovereign, the emperor, as they say at official dinners," said he, "but the health of our sovereign, that good, enchanting, and great man. Let us drink to his health and to the certain defeat of the French." "If we fought before," he said, "not letting the French pass as at Schöngrabern, what shall we not do now when he is at the front? We will all die for him gladly. Is it not so, gentlemen? Perhaps I am not saying it right. I have drunk a good deal, but that is how I feel, and so do you too. To the health of Alexander I. Hurrah!" "Hurrah!" rang the enthusiastic voices of the officers, and the old cavalry captain Kirsten shouted enthusiastically and no less sincerely than the 20-year-old Rostov. When the officers had emptied and smashed their glasses, Kirsten filled others. In shirt sleeves and breeches, he went glass in hand to the soldiers' bonfires. With his long gray mustache and his white chest showing under his open shirt, he stood in a majestic pose in the light of the campfire, waving his uplifted arm. "Lads, here's to our sovereign, the emperor, and victory over our enemies. Hurrah!" he exclaimed in his dashing old hussar's baritone. The hussars crowded round and responded heartily with loud shouts. Late that night, when all had separated, Denisov with his short hand patted his favorite Rostov on the shoulder. "As there's no one to fall in love with on campaign, he's fallen in love with the Tsar," he said. "Denisov, don't make fun of it," cried Rostov. "It is such a lofty, beautiful feeling, such a—" I believe it, Fwiend, and I share in Apwov." "No, you don't understand." And Rostov got up and went wandering among the campfires, dreaming of what happiness it would be to die. Not in saving the emperor's life, he did not even dare to dream of that, but simply to die before his eyes. He really was in love with the Tsar and the glory of the Russian arms and the hope of future triumph. And he was not the only man to experience that feeling during those memorable days preceding the Battle of Austerlitz. 9/10 of the men in the Russian army were then in love, though less ecstatically, with their Tsar and the glory of the Russian arms. Let's begin the next chapter. Chapter 10, Preparations for Action, Dolgorikov's opinion of Napoleon and of his position, Kutuzov's depression. The next day the emperor stopped at Wischau, and his physician, Villiers, was repeatedly summoned to see him. At headquarters and among the troops nearby, the news spread that the emperor was unwell. He ate nothing and had slept badly that night, those around him reported. The cause of this indisposition was the strong impression made on his sensitive mind by the sight of the killed and wounded. At daybreak on the 17th, a French officer who had come with a flag of truce, demanding an audience with the Russian emperor, was brought into Wischau from our outposts. This officer was Savary. The emperor had only just fallen asleep, so Savary had to wait. At midday he was admitted to the emperor, and an hour later he rode off with Prince Dolgorukov to the advanced post of the French army. It was rumored that Savary had been sent to propose a meeting between Alexander and Napoleon. To the joy and pride of the whole army, a personal interview was refused. Instead of the sovereign Prince Dolgorukov, the victor at Wischau was sent with Savary to negotiate with Napoleon. If, contrary to expectations, these negotiations were driven by a real desire for peace. Toward evening, Dolgorukov came back, went straight to the Tsar, and remained alone with him for a long time. On the 18th and 19th of November, the army advanced 2 days' march, and the enemy's outposts retreated after a brief exchange of shots. In the highest army circles, from midday on the 19th, a great, excitedly bustling activity began. It lasted until the morning of the 20th, when the memorable Battle of Austerlitz was fought. Until midday on the 19th, the activity, the eager talk, the running to and fro, and the dispatching of adjutants was confined to the emperor's headquarters. But on the afternoon of that day, this activity reached Kutuzov's headquarters and the staffs of the commanders of columns. By evening, the adjutants had spread it to all ends and parts of the army. In the night from the 19th to the 20th, the whole 80,000 Allied troops rose from their bivouacs to the hum of voices, and the army swayed and started in one enormous mass 6 miles long. The concentrated activity which had begun at the Emperor's headquarters in the morning and had started the whole movement was like the first movement of the main wheel of a large tower clock. One wheel slowly moved, another was set in motion, and a third, and soon wheels began to revolve faster and faster, levers and cogwheels to work, chimes to play, figures to pop out, and the hands to advance with regular motion as a result of it all. Just as in the mechanism of a clock, so in the mechanism of the military machine, an impulse once given leads to the final result. And just as indifferently quiescent are the parts of the mechanism which the impulse has not yet reached. Wheels creak on their axles as the cogs engage, but a neighboring wheel is as quiet and motionless as though it were prepared to remain so for 100 years. But the moment comes when the lever catches it, and obeying the impulse, that wheel begins to creak and joins in the common motion, the result and aim of which are beyond its ken. Just as in a clock, the result of the complicated motion of innumerable wheels is merely a slow and regular movement of the hands which show the time, so the result of all the complicated human activities of 160,000 Russians and French, all their passions, desires, remorse, humiliations, sufferings, outbursts of pride, fear, and enthusiasm, was only the loss of the Battle of Austerlitz. This was the so-called Battle of the Three Emperors. That is to say, a slow movement of the hand on the dial of human history. Prince Andrew was on duty that day and in constant attendance on the commander-in-chief. At 6 in the evening, Kutuzov went to the Emperor's headquarters. After staying a short time with the Tsar, he went to see the Grand Marshal of the court, Count Tolstoy. Bolkonsky took the opportunity to go in to get some details of the coming action from Dolgorukov. He felt that Kutuzov was upset and dissatisfied about something, and that at headquarters they were dissatisfied with him. He also felt that at the Emperor's headquarters, everyone adopted the tone of men who know something others do not. Therefore, he wished to speak to Dolgorukov. "Well, how do you do, my dear fellow?" said Dolgorukov, who was sitting at tea with Bilibin. "The feat is for tomorrow. How is your old fellow? Out of sorts?" "I won't say he is out of sorts, but I fancy he would like to be heard." "But they heard him at the Council of War and will hear him when he talks sense. But to temporize and wait for something now, when Bonaparte fears nothing so much as a general battle, is impossible." "Yes, you have seen him?" said Prince Andrew. "Well, what is Bonaparte like? How did he impress you?" "Yes, I saw him, and am convinced that he fears nothing so much as a general engagement," repeated Dolgorukov, evidently prizing this conclusion he had arrived at from his interview with Napoleon. If he weren't afraid of a battle, why did he ask for that interview? Why negotiate, and above all, why retreat when to retreat is so contrary to his method of conducting war? Believe me, he is afraid of a general battle. His hour has come. Mark my words. "But tell me, what is he like, eh?" said Prince Andrew again. "He is a man in a grey overcoat, very anxious that I should call him Your Majesty, but who, to his chagrin, got no title from me. That's the sort of man he is, and nothing more," replied Dolgorukov, looking round at Bilibin with a smile. "Despite my great respect for old Kutuzov," he continued, "we should be a nice set of fellows if we were to wait about and so give him a chance to escape, or to trick us, now that we certainly have him in our hands. No, we mustn't forget Suvorov and his rule, not to put yourself in a position to be attacked, but yourself to attack. Believe me, in war, the energy of young men often shows the way better than all the experience of old cunctators. But in what position are we going to attack him? I have been at the outpost today, and it is impossible to say where his chief forces are situated," said Prince Andrew. He wished to explain a plan of attack he had himself formed. "Oh, that is all the same," Dolgorukov said quickly, and getting up, he spread a map on the table. "All eventualities have been foreseen. If he is standing before Brunn," and Prince Dolgorukov rapidly but indistinctly explained Weyrother's plan of a flanking movement. Prince Andrew began to reply and to state his own plan, which might have been as good as Weyrother's, but for the disadvantage that Weyrother's had already been approved. As soon as Prince Andrew began to demonstrate the defects of the latter and the merits of his own plan, Prince Dolgorukov ceased to listen to him and gazed absent-mindedly not at the map, but at Prince Andrew's face. "There will be a council of war at Kutuzov's tonight, though. You can say all this there," remarked Dolgorukov. "I will do so," said Prince Andrew, moving away from the map. "Whatever are you bothering about, gentlemen?" said Bilibin, who until then had listened with an amused smile and now was evidently ready with a joke. "Whether tomorrow brings victory or defeat, the glory of our Russian arms is secure. Except your Kutuzov, there is not a single Russian in command of a column. The commanders are Herr General Wimpfen, Le Comte de Langeron, Le Prince de Liechtenstein, Le Prince de Hohenlohe, and finally Prishprish, and so on, like all those Polish names." "Be quiet, backbiter," said Dolgorukov. "It is not true. There are now 2 Russians, Miloradovich and Doktorov, and there would be a third, Count Arakcheev, if his nerves were not too weak." "However, I think General Kutuzov has come out," said Prince Andrew. "I wish you good luck and success, gentlemen," he added, and went out after shaking hands with Dolgorukov and Bilibin. On the way home, Prince Andrew could not refrain from asking Kutuzov, who was sitting silently beside him, what he thought of tomorrow's battle. Kutuzov looked sternly at his adjutant and after a pause replied, "I think the battle will be lost, and so I told Count Tolstoy and asked him to tell the Emperor." "What do you think?" he replied. "But, my dear general, I am engaged with rice and cutlets. Look after military matters yourself." "Yes." That was the answer I got. Now we begin Chapter 11. Chapter 11, The Council of War, Weyrother's Plans, Kutuzov Sleeps, Prince Andrew's Reflections. Shortly after 9 o'clock that evening, Weyrother drove with his plans to Kutuzov's quarters where the council of war was to be held. All the commanders of columns were summoned to the commander-in-chief's, and with the exception of Prince Bagration, who declined to come, were all there at the appointed time. Weyrother, who was in full control of the proposed battle, presented a marked contrast with his eagerness and briskness to the dissatisfied and drowsy Kutuzov, who reluctantly played the part of chairman. Weyrother evidently felt himself to be at the head of a movement that had already become unrestrainable. He was like a horse running downhill harnessed to a heavy cart. Whether he was pulling it or being pushed by it, he did not know, but he rushed along at headlong speed, with no time to consider where this movement might lead. Weyrother had been twice that evening to the enemy's picket line, to reconnoiter personally, twice to the Emperor's to report and explain, to his headquarters where he had dictated the dispositions in German, and now, much exhausted, he arrived at Kutuzov's. He was evidently so busy that he even forgot to be polite to the commander-in-chief. He interrupted him, talked rapidly and indistinctly, without looking at the man he was addressing, and did not reply to questions put to him. He was bespattered with mud, and had a pitiful, weary, and distracted air, though at the same time he was haughty and self-confident. Kutuzov was occupying a nobleman's castle of modest dimensions near Austerlitz. In the large drawing room which had become his office, Kutuzov, Weyrother, and the members of the Council of War were gathered. They were drinking tea and only awaited Prince Bagration to begin. At last, Bagration's orderly came with the news that the prince could not attend. Prince Andrew came in to inform the commander-in-chief of this, and, availing himself of permission previously given him by Kutuzov, he remained in the room. "Since Prince Bagration is not coming, we may begin," said Weyrother, hurriedly rising from his seat and going up to the table on which an enormous map of the environs of Brünn was spread out. Kutuzov, with his uniform unbuttoned so that his fat neck bulged over his collar, was sitting almost asleep in a low chair, with his podgy old hands resting on its arms. At the sound of Weyrother's voice, he opened his one eye with an effort. Yes, if you please, it is already late," he said, and nodding his head, he let it droop and again closed his eye. If at first the members of the council thought that Kutuzov was pretending to sleep, the sounds his nose emitted during the reading that followed, proved that he was absorbed by a far more serious matter than a desire to show his contempt. He was engaged in satisfying the irresistible human need for sleep. He really was asleep. Weyrather, with the gesture of a man too busy to lose a moment, glanced at Kutuzov, and having convinced himself that he was asleep, took up a paper and in a loud, monotonous voice began to read out the dispositions for the impending battle. He began, "Dispositions for an attack on the enemy position behind Kobelnitz and Sokolnitz, November 30th, 1805. The dispositions were very complicated and difficult. They began as follows. As the enemy's left wing rests on wooded hills, and his right extends along Kobelnitz and Sokolnitz, behind the ponds that are there, while we, on the other hand, with our left wing by far outflank his right, it is advantageous to attack the enemy's latter wing. For this object it is necessary that the first column marches, the second column marches, the third column marches, and so on," read Weyrather. The generals seemed to listen reluctantly. The tall, fair-haired General Buxhowden stood leaning his back against the wall, his eyes fixed on a burning candle, and seemed not to listen. Exactly opposite Weyrather sat the ruddy Miloradovich in a military pose. He remained stubbornly silent, gazing at Weyrather's face. Next to Weyrather sat Count Langeron, who gazed at his delicate fingers as they rapidly twirled a gold snuff-box. In the middle of one of the longest sentences, he interrupted Weyrather, wishing to say something. But the Austrian general, continuing to read, frowned angrily as if to say, "You can tell me your views later, but now be so good as to look at the map and listen." Langeron lifted his eyes with an expression of perplexity, and then took to twirling his snuff-box again. "A geography lesson," he muttered as if to himself, but loud enough to be heard. Przemyślewski held his hand to his ear, with the air of a man absorbed in attention. Doktorov, a little man, sat opposite Weyrather, conscientiously studying the dispositions and the unfamiliar locality. He asked Weyrather several times to repeat words he had not clearly heard, and Weyrather complied. When the reading, which lasted more than an hour, was over, Langeron began to say how difficult it was to carry out such a plan in which the enemy's position was assumed to be known, whereas it was perhaps not known, since the enemy was in movement. Langeron's objections were valid, but it was obvious that their chief aim was to show General Weyrather that he was dealing not with fools, but with men who could teach him something in military matters. When the monotonous sound of Weyrather's voice ceased, Kutuzov opened his eye as a miller wakes up when the drone of the mill wheel is interrupted. He listened to what Langeron said, as if remarking, "So you are still at that silly business," then quickly closed his eye again. Langeron argued that Bonaparte might easily attack instead of being attacked, and so render the whole plan worthless. Weyrather met all objections with a firm and contemptuous smile, evidently prepared beforehand. "If he could attack us, he would have done so today," he said. "So you think he is powerless?" said Langeron. "He has 40,000 men at most," replied Weyrather, with the smile of a doctor to whom an old wife wishes to explain a treatment. "In that case, he is inviting his doom by awaiting our attack," said Langeron, with a subtly ironical smile, glancing for support to Miloradovich. But Miloradovich was at that moment evidently thinking of anything but what the generals were disputing about. "Ma foi," said he, "tomorrow we shall see all that on the battlefield." Weyrather again gave that smile which seemed to say that it was strange and ridiculous to meet objections from Russian generals. "The enemy has quenched his fires, and a continual noise is heard from his camp," he said. "What does that mean? Either he is retreating, which is the only thing we need fear, or he is changing his position." He smiled ironically. "But even if he also took up a position in the Thurasa, he merely saves us a great deal of trouble, and all our arrangements remain the same." "How is that?" began Prince Andrew, who had for long been waiting for an opportunity to express his doubts. Kutuzov here woke up, coughed heavily, and looked round at the generals. "Gentlemen, the dispositions for tomorrow, or rather for today, for it is past midnight, cannot now be altered," said he. "You have heard them, and we shall all do our duty. But before a battle there is nothing more important," he paused, "than to have a good sleep." He moved as if to rise. The generals bowed and retired. It was past midnight. Prince Andrew went out. The council of war left on him a vague and uneasy impression. He did not know who was right, Dolgorukov and Weyrother, or Kutuzov and Langeron. But was it really not possible for Kutuzov to state his views plainly to the emperor? Is it possible that on account of court and personal considerations, tens of thousands of lives, and my life, he thought, must be risked? Yes, it is very likely that I shall be killed tomorrow, he thought, and suddenly, at this thought of death, a whole series of most distant, most intimate memories rose in his imagination. He remembered his last parting from his father and his wife. He remembered the days when he first loved her. He thought of her pregnancy and felt sorry for her and for himself. In a nervously emotional and softened mood, he went out of the hut where he was billeted with Nesvitsky and began to walk up and down before it. The night was foggy, and through the fog, the moonlight gleamed mysteriously. Yes, tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow everything may be over for me. All these memories will be no more. Tomorrow, perhaps, even certainly, I have a presentiment that for the first time I shall have to show all I can do. And his fancy pictured the battle, its loss, the concentration of fighting at one point, and the hesitation of all the commanders. And then that happy moment, that Toulon for which he had so long waited, presents itself to him at last. He firmly and clearly expresses his opinion to Kutuzov, to Weyrother, and to the emperors. All are struck by the justness of his views, but no one undertakes to carry them out. So he takes a regiment, a division, stipulates that no one is to interfere with his arrangements, leads his division to the decisive point, and gains the victory alone. But death and suffering, suggested another voice. Prince Andrew did not answer that voice and went on dreaming of his triumphs. The dispositions for the next battle are planned by him alone. Nominally, he is only an adjutant on Kutuzov's staff, but he does everything alone. The next battle is won by him alone. Kutuzov is removed and he is appointed. Well, and then, asked the other voice, if before that you are not 10 times wounded, killed, or betrayed, well, what then? Well then, Prince Andrew answered himself, I don't know what will happen and don't want to know, but if I want this, want glory, want to be known to men, want to be loved by them, it is not my fault that I want it and want nothing but that and live only for that. Yes, for that alone. I shall never tell anyone, but, O God, what am I to do if I love nothing but fame and men's esteem? Death, wounds, the loss of family, I fear nothing. And precious and dear as many persons are to me, father, sister, wife, I would give them all at once for a moment of glory, of triumph over men, of love from men I don't know and never shall know. He thought this as he listened to voices in Kutuzov's courtyard. The voices were those of the orderlies packing up. One voice, probably a coachman's, was teasing Kutuzov's old cook, whom Prince Andrew knew, called Tit. He was saying, Tit, I say Tit. Well, returned the old man. Go, Tit, thresh a bit, said the wag. Oh, go to the devil, called out a voice, drowned by the laughter of the orderlies and servants. All the same, thought Prince Andrew, I love and value nothing but triumph over them all. I value this mystic power and glory that is floating here above me in this mist. Now we begin Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Rostov at the front, visit of Bagration and Dolgorukov, Rostov sent to reconnoiter, Napoleon's proclamation. That same night, Rostov was with a platoon on skirmishing duty in front of Bagration's detachment. His hussars were placed along the line in couples, and he himself rode along the line, trying to master the sleepiness that kept coming over him. An enormous space with our army's campfires dimly glowing in the fog could be seen behind him. In front of him was misty darkness. Rostov could see nothing, peer as he would. Now something gleamed gray. Now there was something black. Now little lights seemed to glimmer where the enemy ought to be. His eyes kept closing, and in his fancy appeared, now the Emperor, now Denisov, and now Moscow memories. He would again hurriedly open his eyes and see close before him the head and ears of the horse he was riding, and sometimes the black figures of hussars, but in the distance was still the same misty darkness. Why not? It might easily happen, thought Rostov, that the Emperor will meet me and give me an order as he would to any other officer. He'll say, go and find out what's there. There are many stories of his getting to know an officer in just such a chance way. What if he gave me a place near him? Oh, how I would guard him, how I would tell him the truth, how I would unmask his deceivers. And to realize vividly his devotion to the sovereign, Rostov pictured an enemy or a deceitful German whom he would not only kill with pleasure but slap in the face before the emperor. Suddenly, a distant shout aroused him. He started and opened his eyes. Where am I? Oh yes, in the skirmishing line. Pass and watchword, Shaft Olmutz. What a nuisance that our squadron will be in reserve tomorrow, he thought. I'll ask leave to go to the front. This may be my only chance of seeing the emperor. It won't be long now before I am off duty. I'll take another turn, and when I get back, I'll go to the general and ask him. He readjusted himself in the saddle and touched up his horse to ride once more round his hussars. It seemed to him that it was getting lighter. To the left, he saw a sloping descent lit up, and facing it a black knoll that seemed as steep as a wall. On this knoll, there was a white patch that Rostov could not at all make out. Was it a glade in the wood lit by the moon, or some unmelted snow, or some white houses? He even thought something moved on that white spot. I expected snow, that spot, a spot untash, he thought. There now, it's not a tash. Natasha, sister, black eyes. Nah, won't she be surprised when I tell her how I've seen the emperor? Natasha, take my saber tash. Keep to the right, your honor. There are bushes here, came the voice of a hussar, past whom Rostov was riding as he was falling asleep. Rostov lifted his head that had sunk almost to his horse's mane and pulled up beside the hussar. He was succumbing to irresistible, youthful, childish drowsiness. But what was I thinking? I mustn't forget. How shall I speak to the emperor? No, that's not it. That's tomorrow. Oh yes, Natasha. Sabratash, saber them. Whom? The hussars. Ah, the hussars with mustaches. Along the Tverskaya street rode the hussar with mustaches. I thought about him too. Oh, but Denisov's a fine fellow. But that's all nonsense. The chief thing is that the emperor is here. How he looked at me and wished to say something, but dared not. No, it was I who dared not. But that's nonsense. The chief thing is not to forget the important thing I was thinking of. Yes, Natasha, Sabratash. Oh, yes, that's right. And his head once more sank to his horse's neck. All at once it seemed to him that he was being fired at. What? Cut them down! What? Said Rostov, waking up. At the moment he opened his eyes, he heard in front of him, where the enemy was, the long-drawn shouts of thousands of voices. His horse and the horse of the hussar near him pricked their ears at these shouts. Over there, where the shouting came from, a fire flared up and went out again, then another, and all along the French line on the hill fires flared up, and the shouting grew louder and louder. Rostov could hear the sound of French words, but could not distinguish them. The din of many voices was too great. All he could hear was, "Ah!" and "Rrr!" "What's that? What do you make of it?" said Rostov to the hussar beside him. "That must be the enemy's camp." The hussar did not reply. "Why, don't you hear it?" Rostov asked again. "Who can tell, your honor?" replied the hussar reluctantly. "From the direction, it must be the enemy," repeated Rostov. "It may be he, or it may be nothing," muttered the hussar. "It's dark. Steady!" he cried to his fidgeting horse. Rostov's horse was also getting restive. It pawed the frozen ground, pricking its ears at the noise and looking at the lights. The shouting grew still louder and merged into a general roar that only an army of several thousand men could produce. The lights spread farther and farther, probably along the line of the French camp. Rostov no longer wanted to sleep. The gay, triumphant shouting of the enemy army had a stimulating effect on him. "Vive l'Empereur! L'Empereur!" He now heard distinctly. "They can't be far off, probably just beyond the stream," he said to the hussar beside him. The hussar only sighed without replying and coughed angrily. The sound of horses' hoofs approaching at a trot was heard, and out of the foggy darkness, the figure of a sergeant of hussars suddenly appeared, looming huge as an elephant. "Your honor, the generals," said the sergeant, riding up to Rostov. Rostov, still looking toward the fires and the shouts, rode with the sergeant to meet some mounted men. One was on a white horse. Prince Bagration and Prince Dolgorukov, with their adjutants, had come to witness the curious phenomenon. Rostov rode up to Bagration, reported to him, and then joined the adjutants, listening to what the generals were saying. "Believe me," said Prince Dolgorukov, addressing Bagration, "it is nothing but a trick. He has retreated and ordered the rearguard to kindle fires and make a noise to deceive us." "Hardly," said Bagration. "I saw them this evening on that knoll. If they had retreated, they would have withdrawn from that too." "Officer," said Bagration to Rostov, "are the enemy's skirmishers still there?" "They were there this evening, but now I don't know, Your Excellency. Shall I go with some of my hussars to see?" replied Rostov. Bagration stopped and, before replying, tried to see Rostov's face in the mist. "Well, go and see," he said after a pause. "Yes, sir." Rostov spurred his horse, called to Sergeant Fedchenko and 2 other hussars, told them to follow him, and trotted downhill in the direction from which the shouting came. He felt both frightened and pleased to be riding alone with 3 hussars into that mysterious and dangerous misty distance. Bagration called to him from the hill not to go beyond the stream, but Rostov pretended not to hear him and rode on, continually mistaking bushes for trees and gullies for men. Having descended the hill at a trot, he no longer saw either our own or the enemy's fires, but heard the shouting of the French more loudly and distinctly. In the valley he saw something like a river, but when he reached it, he found it was a road. He reined in his horse, hesitating whether to ride along it or cross it. To keep to the road would have been safer. "Follow me," he said, crossed the road, and began riding up the hill at a gallop toward the point where the French pickets had been standing. "Your Honor, there he is!" cried one of the hussars behind him. And before Rostov had time to make out the black thing that had appeared, there was a flash, followed by a report, and a bullet whizzing high up in the mist passed out of hearing. Another musket missed fire but flashed in the pan. Rostov turned his horse and galloped back. 4 more reports followed, and the bullets passed somewhere in the fog. Rostov reined in his horse, whose spirits had risen, like his own, at the firing and went back at a foot pace. "Well, some more!" a merry voice was saying in his soul, but no more shots came. Only when approaching Bagration did Rostov let his horse gallop again and rode up to the general with his hand at the salute. Dolgorukov was still insisting that the French had retreated. "What does that prove?" he was saying as Rostov rode up. "They might retreat and leave the pickets." "It's plain that they have not all gone yet, Prince," said Bagration. "Wait till tomorrow morning. We'll find out everything tomorrow." "The picket is still on the hill, Your Excellency, just where it was in the evening," reported Rostov, stooping forward with his hand at the salute, unable to repress a smile of delight. Very good," said Bagration. "Thank you, officer." "Your Excellency," said Rostov, "may I ask a favor?" "What is it?" "Tomorrow our squadron is to be in reserve. May I ask to be attached to the 1st Squadron?" "What's your name?" "Count Rostov." "Oh, very well. You may stay in attendance on me." "Count Ilya Rostov's son?" asked Dolgorukov, but Rostov did not reply. "Then I may reckon on it, Your Excellency." "I will give the order." "Tomorrow, very likely, I may be sent with some message to the Emperor," thought Rostov. Thank God. The fires and shouting in the enemy's army were because Napoleon's proclamation was being read to the troops while the Emperor himself rode round his bivouacs. The soldiers, on seeing him, lit wisps of straw and ran after him, shouting, "Vive l'Empereur!" Napoleon's proclamation was as follows: Soldiers, the Russian army is advancing against you to avenge the Austrian army of Ulm. They are the same battalions you broke at Hollabrunn and have pursued ever since. The position we occupy is a strong one, and while they are marching to go round me on the right, they will expose a flank to me. Soldiers, I will myself direct your battalions. I will keep out of fire if you with your habitual valor carry disorder and confusion into the enemy's ranks. But should victory be in doubt, even for a moment, you will see your emperor exposing himself to the first blows of the enemy, for there must be no doubt of victory. Do not break your ranks on the plea of removing the wounded. Let every man be fully imbued with the thought that we must defeat these hirelings of England, inspired by such hatred of our nation. This victory will conclude our campaign, and we can return to winter quarters, where fresh French troops who are being raised in France will join us, and the peace I shall conclude will be worthy of my people, of you, and of myself. Signed, Napoleon. And now we begin the final chapter of Book 3. Chapter 13, Battle of Austerlitz. Prince Andrew badly wounded. At 5 in the morning, it was still quite dark. The troops of the center, the reserves, and Bagration's right flank had not yet moved. But on the left flank, the columns of infantry, cavalry, and artillery, which were to be the first to descend the heights to attack the French right flank, were already up and astir. The smoke of the campfires, into which they were throwing everything superfluous, made the eyes smart. It was cold and dark. The officers were hurriedly drinking tea and breakfasting. The soldiers, munching biscuit and beating a tattoo with their feet to warm themselves, gathered round the fires, throwing into the flames the remains of sheds, chairs, tables, and everything they could not carry away. Austrian column guides were moving among the Russian troops and served as heralds of the advance. As soon as an Austrian officer showed himself, the regiment began to move. The soldiers ran from the fires, got their muskets ready, and formed rank. The officers buttoned up their coats, buckled on their swords, and moved along the ranks shouting. The train drivers and orderlies harnessed and packed the wagons. The adjutants and commanders mounted, crossed themselves, gave final instructions, and the monotonous tramp of thousands of feet resounded. The column moved forward without knowing where, unable, from the masses around them, the smoke and the increasing fog, to see either the place they were leaving or the one to which they were going. A soldier on the march is hemmed in by his regiment as much as a sailor is by his ship. However far he has walked, he is always surrounded by the same comrades, the same ranks, the same sergeant major, the same company dog, and the same commanders. On the day of battle, a stern note sounds in the moral atmosphere of an army, announcing the approach of something decisive and awakening an unusual curiosity in the men. They excitedly try to get beyond the interests of their regiment. They listen intently, look about, and eagerly ask what is going on around them. The fog had grown so dense that though it was getting light, they could not see 10 paces ahead. Bushes looked like gigantic trees and level ground like cliffs. One might encounter an enemy anywhere. But the columns advanced for a long time, always in the same fog, and nowhere encountering the enemy. On the contrary, the soldiers became aware that on all sides other Russian columns were moving in the same direction. Every soldier felt glad to know that to the unknown place where he was going, many more of our men were going too. There now, the Kurskys have also gone past, was being said in the ranks. It's wonderful what a lot of our troops have gathered. Last night I looked at the campfires and there was no end of them. Though none of the column commanders talked to the men, they were out of humor and dissatisfied. The troops marched gaily, as they always do when going into action. But when they had marched for about an hour in the dense fog, most of the men had to halt, and an unpleasant consciousness of some blunder spread through the ranks. How such a consciousness is communicated is very difficult to define, but it certainly flows rapidly and irrepressibly. The disorder was readily and naturally attributed to the stupid Germans, and everyone was convinced that a dangerous muddle had been caused by the sausage eaters. Why have we stopped? Is the way blocked? No, one can't hear them. They'd be firing if we had. They were in a hurry enough to start us, and now here we stand in the middle of a field without rhyme or reason. It's all those damned Germans muddling. I say, shall we soon be clear? They say the cavalry are blocking the way, said an officer. Ah, those damned Germans, they don't know their own country, said another. What division are you? Shouted an adjutant, riding up. The 18th. Then why are you here? You should have gone on long ago. Now you won't get there till evening. What stupid orders! They don't themselves know what they are doing, said the officer, and rode off. And the feeling of energy with which the troops had started began to turn into vexation and anger at the stupid arrangements and at the Germans. The cause of the confusion was that while the Austrian cavalry was moving toward our left flank, the higher command found that our center was too far separated from our right flank, and the cavalry were all ordered to turn back. Several thousand cavalry crossed in front of the infantry, who had to wait. At the front, an altercation occurred between an Austrian guide and a Russian general. The troops, meanwhile, stood growing listless and dispirited. After an hour's delay, they at last moved on, descending the hill. The fog that was dispersing on the hill lay still more densely below. In front in the fog, a shot was heard, and then more and more regularly and rapidly, and the action at the Goldbach stream began. Not expecting to come on the enemy down by the stream, and having stumbled on him in the fog, the Russians exchanged shots with the enemy lazily and advanced, and then halted again, receiving no timely orders. In this way the action began for the first, second, and third columns, which had gone down into the valley. The fourth column, with which Kutuzov was, stood on the Pratzen heights. Below, where the fight was beginning, there was still thick fog. On the higher ground it was clearing, but nothing could be seen of what was going on in front. Whether all the enemy forces were, as we supposed, 6 miles away, or whether they were nearby in that sea of mist, no one knew till after 8 o'clock. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. The fog lay unbroken like a sea down below, but higher up at the village of Schlapenitz, where Napoleon stood with his marshals, it was quite light. Above him was a clear blue sky, and the sun's vast orb quivered like a huge, hollow, crimson float on the surface of that milky sea of mist. The whole French army, and even Napoleon himself with his staff, were not on the far side of the streams, beyond which we intended to take up our position, but were on this side, so close to our own forces that Napoleon with the naked eye could distinguish a mounted man from one on foot. Napoleon, in the blue cloak he had worn on his Italian campaign, sat on his small gray Arab horse a little in front of his marshals. He gazed silently at the hills on which the Russian troops were moving in the distance, and he listened to the sounds of firing in the valley. Not a single muscle of his face moved. His gleaming eyes were fixed intently on one spot. His predictions were being justified. Part of the Russian force had already descended into the valley, and part were leaving these Pratzen heights, which he intended to attack and regarded as the key to the position. He saw over the mist that the Russian columns, their bayonets glittering, were moving continuously in one direction toward the valley and disappearing one after another into the mist. From all indications, he saw clearly that the Allies believed him to be far away, and that the columns moving near Pratzen constituted the center of the Russian army, and that that center was already sufficiently weakened to be successfully attacked. But still, he did not begin the engagement. Today was a great day for him, the anniversary of his coronation. Before dawn, he had slept for a few hours, and refreshed and vigorous, he mounted his horse and rode out into the field in that happy mood in which everything seems possible. He sat motionless, looking at the heights visible above the mist, and his cold face wore that special look of confident, self-complacent happiness one sees on the face of a boy happily in love. The marshals stood behind him, not venturing to distract his attention. When the sun had entirely emerged from the fog, and fields and mist were aglow with dazzling light, as if he had only awaited this to begin, he drew the glove from his shapely white hand, made a sign with it to the marshals, and ordered the action to begin. The marshals galloped off in different directions, and a few minutes later, the chief forces of the French army moved rapidly toward those Pratzen heights, which were being more and more denuded by Russian troops moving down into the valley. At 8 o'clock, Kutuzov rode to Pratzen at the head of the fourth column. He greeted the men of the foremost regiment and gave them the order to march, indicating that he intended to lead that column himself. When he reached the village of Pratzen, he halted. Prince Andrew was behind among the commander-in-chief's suite. He was in a state of suppressed excitement and irritation, though controlledly calm. He was firmly convinced that this was the day of his Toulon, or his bridge of Arcola. How it would come about he did not know, but he felt sure it would. To the left, down below in the mist, the musketry fire of unseen forces could be heard. It was there Prince Andrew thought the fight would concentrate. There we shall encounter difficulties, he thought, and there I shall be sent with a brigade or division, and there, standard in hand, I shall go forward and break whatever is in front of me. He could not look calmly at the standards of the passing battalions. Seeing them, he kept thinking, that may be the very standard with which I shall lead the army. In the morning, all that was left of the night mist on the heights was a hoar frost now turning to dew, but in the valleys it still lay like a milk-white sea. Nothing was visible in the valley to the left. Above the heights was the dark, clear sky, and to the right the vast orb of the sun. In front, far off, on the farther shore of that sea of mist, some wooded hills were discernible, where the enemy probably was. The commander-in-chief was standing at the end of the village, letting the troops pass by him. That morning Kutuzov seemed worn and irritable. The infantry passing before him came to a halt without any command being given. "Do order them to form into battalion columns and go round the village," he said angrily to a general. "Don't you understand, my dear sir, that you must not defile through narrow village streets when we are marching against the enemy?" "I intended to reform them beyond the village, Your Excellency," answered the general. Kutuzov laughed bitterly. "You'll make a fine thing of it, deploying in sight of the enemy. Very fine. The enemy is still far away, Your Excellency, according to the dispositions." "The dispositions!" exclaimed Kutuzov bitterly. "Who told you that? Kindly do as you are ordered." "Yes, sir." "My dear fellow," Nesvitsky whispered to Prince Andrew, "the old man is as surly as a dog." An Austrian officer galloped up to Kutuzov and asked in the Emperor's name if the fourth column had advanced. Kutuzov turned round without answering, and his eye happened to fall upon Prince Andrew. Seeing him, Kutuzov's expression softened, and he addressed Bolkonsky. "Go, my dear fellow, and see whether the 3rd Division has passed the village. Tell it to stop and await my orders." Hardly had Prince Andrew started than he stopped him. "And ask whether sharpshooters have been posted," he added. "What are they doing? What are they doing?" he murmured to himself. Prince Andrew galloped off to execute the order. Overtaking the battalions, he stopped the 3rd Division and convinced himself that there were no sharpshooters in front of our columns. The colonel, at the head of the regiment, was much surprised at the order. He had felt sure that there were other troops in front of him, and that the enemy must be at least 6 miles away. Having given orders in the commander-in-chief's name, Prince Andrew galloped back. Kutuzov was still in the same place, his stout body resting heavily in the saddle, yawning wearily with closed eyes. All right, he said to Prince Andrew, and turned to a general who was saying it was time they started. "Plenty of time, Your Excellency," muttered Kutuzov. "Plenty of time." Just then, the sound of regiments saluting was heard behind Kutuzov, rapidly coming nearer. Along the road from Pratzen galloped what looked like a squadron of horsemen. 2 of them rode side by side in front. One in a black uniform with white plumes rode a bobtailed chestnut horse. The other in a white uniform rode a black one. These were the 2 emperors, followed by their suites. Kutuzov gave the command, "Attention!" and rode up to the emperors with a salute. His whole appearance and manner were suddenly transformed. He put on the air of a subordinate who obeys without reasoning. This unpleasant impression merely flitted over the young and happy face of the Emperor Alexander. After his illness, he looked rather thinner, but there was still the same bewitching combination of majesty and mildness in his fine gray eyes. At the Olmütz review, he had seemed more majestic. Here he seemed brighter and more energetic. He was slightly flushed after galloping 2 miles, and reining in his horse, he looked round at the faces of his suite, young and animated as his own. The Emperor Francis, a rosy, long-faced young man, sat very erect on his handsome black horse, looking about him in a leisurely manner. "Why aren't you beginning, Michael Illarionovich?" said the Emperor Alexander hurriedly to Kutuzov. "I am waiting, Your Majesty," answered Kutuzov, bending forward respectfully. The Emperor frowned slightly. "Waiting, Your Majesty," repeated Kutuzov. Prince Andrew noted that Kutuzov's upper lip twitched unnaturally. "Not all the columns have formed up yet, Your Majesty." The Tsar heard, but obviously did not like the reply. He shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Novosiltsev, as if complaining of Kutuzov. "You know, Michael Illarionovich, we are not on the Empress's field, where a parade does not begin till all the troops are assembled," said the Tsar, with another glance at the Emperor Francis. "That is just why I do not begin, sire," said Kutuzov in a resounding voice. "That is just why I do not begin, sire, because we are not on parade and not on the Empress's field." In the Emperor's suite, all exchanged looks of dissatisfaction. The Tsar looked intently into Kutuzov's eye, waiting. The silence lasted for about a minute. "However, if you command it, your majesty," said Kutuzov, lifting his head. He touched his horse, and having called Miloradovich, gave him the order to advance. The troops again began to move, and 2 battalions of the Novgorod and 1 of the Absheron regiment went forward past the Emperor. As this Absheron battalion marched by, the red-faced Miloradovich galloped forward and reined in his horse before the Emperor. "God be with you, General," said the Emperor. "Indeed, sire, we shall do everything it is possible to do, sire," he answered gaily in poor French. Miloradovich wheeled his horse and stationed himself a little behind the Emperor. The Absheron men, excited by the Tsar's presence, passed at a bold, brisk pace. "Lads!" shouted Miloradovich in a loud, cheery voice, forgetting the sovereign's presence. "Lads, it's not the first village you've had to take." "Glad to do our best," shouted the soldiers. The Emperor's horse started at the sudden cry. The Emperor turned with a smile to one of his followers, pointing to the gallant Absherons. Kutuzov, accompanied by his adjutants, rode at a walking pace behind the carabineers. When he had gone less than half a mile, he stopped at a solitary, deserted house where 2 roads parted. The fog had begun to clear, and enemy troops were already dimly visible about 1.5 miles off on the opposite heights. Down below, on the left, the firing became more distinct. Kutuzov had stopped and was speaking to an Austrian general. Prince Andrew, who was a little behind, turned to an adjutant to ask for a field glass. "Look, look," said this adjutant, looking not at the troops in the distance, but down the hill before him. "It's the French!" The 2 generals and the adjutant took hold of the field glass, trying to snatch it from one another. The expression on all their faces suddenly changed to one of horror. The French were supposed to be 1.5 miles away, but had suddenly and unexpectedly appeared just in front of us. "It's the enemy? No, yes, see it is. But how is that?" said different voices. With the naked eye, Prince Andrew saw below them to the right, not more than 500 paces from where Kutuzov was standing, a dense French column coming up to meet the Absherons. "Here it is. The decisive moment has arrived. My turn has come," thought Prince Andrew, and striking his horse, he rode up to Kutuzov. "The Absherons must be stopped, Your Excellency," he cried. But at that very instant, a cloud of smoke spread all round. Firing was heard quite close, and a voice of naive terror barely 2 steps from Prince Andrew shouted, "Brothers, all's lost." And at this, as if at a command, everyone began to run. Confused and ever-increasing crowds were running back to where, 5 minutes before, the troops had passed the Emperors. It was impossible not to be carried back with it. Bolkonsky only tried not to lose touch, looking around bewildered. Nesvitsky, with an angry face, was shouting to Kutuzov that if he did not ride away at once, he would certainly be taken prisoner. Kutuzov remained in the same place and, without answering, drew out a handkerchief. Blood was flowing from his cheek. Prince Andrew forced his way to him. "You are wounded?" he asked, his lower jaw trembling. "The wound is not here, it is there," said Kutuzov, pressing the handkerchief to his wounded cheek and pointing to the fleeing soldiers. "Stop them!" he shouted, and at the same moment, probably realizing it was impossible, spurred his horse and rode to the right. A fresh wave of the flying mob caught him and bore him back. Having by a great effort got away to the left from that flood of men, Kutuzov, with his suite diminished by more than half, rode toward a sound of artillery fire. Prince Andrew, trying to keep near him, saw on the slope of the hill a Russian battery that was still firing and Frenchmen running toward it. Higher up stood some Russian infantry, neither moving forward nor backward. A mounted general separated himself from the infantry and approached Kutuzov. Of Kutuzov's suite, only 4 remained. They were all pale and exchanged looks in silence. "Stop those wretches!" gasped Kutuzov to the regimental commander, pointing to the flying soldiers. But at that instant, bullets flew hissing across the regiment. The French had attacked the battery, and seeing Kutuzov, were firing at him. The regimental commander clutched at his leg, several soldiers fell, and a second lieutenant let the flag fall from his hands. The soldiers started firing without orders. "Oh, oh, oh," groaned Kutuzov despairingly and looked around. "Bolkonsky," he whispered, his voice trembling from age, pointing to the disordered battalion and the enemy. "What's that?" But before he had finished speaking, Prince Andrew, feeling tears of shame and anger choking him, had already leapt from his horse and run to the standard. "Forward, lads," he shouted in a voice piercing as a child's. "Here it is," he thought, seizing the staff of the standard and hearing with pleasure the whistle of bullets aimed at him. Several soldiers fell. "Hurrah!" shouted Prince Andrew, and, scarcely able to hold up the heavy standard, he ran forward with full confidence that the whole battalion would follow him. And really he only ran a few steps alone. One soldier moved, then another, and soon the whole battalion ran forward shouting, "Hurrah!" and overtook him. A sergeant ran up and took the flag, but he was immediately killed. Prince Andrew again seized the standard and, dragging it by the staff, ran on with the battalion. In front, he saw our artillerymen, some fighting, others running toward him. He also saw French infantry soldiers seizing the artillery horses and turning the guns round. Prince Andrew and the battalion were already within 20 paces of the cannon. He heard the whistle of bullets unceasingly, and to his right and left, soldiers continually groaned and dropped. But he did not look at them. He looked only at what was going on in front of him, at the battery. He now saw clearly the figure of a red-haired gunner with his shako knocked awry, pulling one end of a mop while a French soldier tugged at the other. "What are they about?" thought Prince Andrew. "Why doesn't the red-haired gunner run away as he is unarmed? Why doesn't the Frenchman stab him?" And really another French soldier ran up to the struggling men, and the fate of the red-haired gunner was about to be decided. But Prince Andrew did not see how it ended. It seemed to him as though one of the soldiers near him hit him on the head with the full swing of a bludgeon. It hurt a little, but the worst of it was that the pain distracted him. "What's this? Am I falling? My legs are giving way," he thought, and fell on his back. He opened his eyes, hoping to see how the struggle ended, whether the red-haired gunner had been killed or not. But he saw nothing. Above him there was now nothing but the sky, the lofty sky, not clear yet still immeasurably lofty, with gray clouds gliding slowly across it. "How quiet, peaceful, and solemn, not at all as I ran," thought Prince Andrew, "not as we ran, shouting and fighting. How differently do those clouds glide across that lofty, infinite sky. How was it I did not see that lofty sky before, and how happy I am to have found it at last. Yes, all is vanity, all falsehood, except that infinite sky. There is nothing, nothing but that. But even it does not exist. There is nothing but quiet and peace. Thank God." On our right flank, commanded by Bagration, at 9 o'clock the battle had not yet begun. Bagration proposed to Dolgorukov to send to inquire of the commander-in-chief. He knew that as the distance was more than 6 miles, even if the messenger were not killed, he would not be able to get back before evening. Bagration cast his large, expressionless, sleepy eyes round his suite, and the boyish face of Rostov, breathless with excitement and hope, was the first to catch his eye. He sent him. "And if I should meet His Majesty before I meet the Commander-in-Chief, Your Excellency?" said Rostov, with his hand to his cap. "You can give the message to His Majesty," said Dolgorukov, hurriedly interrupting Bagration. On being relieved from picket duty, Rostov had managed to get a few hours' sleep and felt cheerful, bold, and resolute. All his wishes were being fulfilled that morning. There was to be a general engagement in which he was taking part. More than that, he was orderly to the bravest general, and still more, he was going with a message to Kutuzov, perhaps even to the sovereign himself. The morning was bright, he had a good horse under him, and his heart was full of joy. On receiving the order, he gave his horse the rein and galloped along the line. At first, he rode along the line of Bagration's troops, which were standing motionless. Then he came to the region occupied by Uvarov's cavalry, and here he noticed signs of preparation for battle. Having passed Uvarov's cavalry, he clearly heard the sound of cannon and musketry ahead of him. The firing grew louder and louder. He could see puffs of musketry smoke that seemed to chase one another down the hillsides, and clouds of cannon smoke rolling and spreading. He could also, by the gleam of bayonets, make out moving masses of infantry and narrow lines of artillery. Rostov stopped his horse for a moment on a hillock to see what was going on, but he could not understand or make out anything of what was happening. These sights and sounds had no depressing effect on him. On the contrary, they stimulated his energy. Go on, give it them!" he mentally exclaimed, and again galloped along the line, penetrating farther and farther into the region where the army was already in action. "How it will be there I don't know, but all will be well," thought Rostov. After passing some Austrian troops, he noticed that the next part of the line, the Guards, was already in action. "So much the better. I shall see it close," he thought. He was riding almost along the front line. A handful of men came galloping toward him. They were our Uhlans returning from the attack. Rostov got out of their way, involuntarily noticed that one of them was bleeding, and galloped on. "That is no business of mine," he thought. He had not ridden many hundred yards after that before he saw to his left, across the whole width of the field, an enormous mass of cavalry in brilliant white uniforms, mounted on black horses, trotting straight toward him. Rostov put his horse to full gallop to get out of the way, but they kept increasing their pace. Rostov heard the thud of their hoofs and the jingle of their weapons and saw their faces more and more distinctly. They were our horse guards, advancing to attack the French cavalry. The horse guards were galloping, but still holding in their horses. Rostov could already see their faces and heard the command. "Charge!" shouted by an officer. Rostov, fearing to be crushed, galloped along the front as hard as his horse could go, but was not in time to avoid them. The last of the horse guards, a huge pockmarked fellow, frowned angrily on seeing Rostov before him. He would certainly have bowled Rostov over had it not occurred to Rostov to flourish his whip before the eyes of the guardsman's horse. The heavy black horse shied, but the pockmarked guardsman drove his huge spurs in violently, and the horse galloped on yet faster. Hardly had the horse guards passed Rostov before he heard them shout, "Hurrah!" and looking back, saw that their foremost ranks were mixed up with some foreign cavalry with red epaulets, probably French. He could see nothing more, for immediately afterwards, cannon began firing and smoke enveloped everything. This was the brilliant charge of the horse guards that amazed the French themselves. Rostov was horrified to hear later that of all that mass of huge and handsome men, only 18 were left after the charge. "Why should I envy them? My chance is not lost, and maybe I shall see the Emperor immediately," thought Rostov, and galloped on. When he came level with the foot guards, he noticed that cannonballs were flying about them. Passing behind one of the lines, he heard a voice calling him by name. "Rostov." "What?" he answered, not recognizing Boris. "I say, we've been in the front line. Our regiment attacked," said Boris with the happy smile of a young man who has been under fire for the first time. Rostov stopped. "Well, how did it go?" "We drove them back," said Boris with animation. "Can you imagine it?" And he began describing how the guards, thinking they were Austrians, discovered from the cannonballs that they were themselves in the front line. Rostov, without hearing Boris to the end, spurred his horse. "Where are you off to?" asked Boris, with a message to His Majesty. "There he is," said Boris, pointing to the Grand Duke who stood 100 paces away. "But that's the Grand Duke, and I want the Commander-in-Chief or the Emperor," said Rostov, and was about to spur his horse. "Count, Count," shouted Berg, running up. "Count, I am wounded in my right hand," and he showed his bleeding hand with a handkerchief tied round it. "And I remained at the front. I held my sword in my left hand, Count. All our family, the von Bergs, have been knights." He said something more, but Rostov did not wait and rode away. Having passed the guards and traversed an empty space, Rostov, to avoid again getting in front of the first line, followed the line of reserves. Suddenly he heard musket fire quite close in front of him and behind our troops, where he could never have expected the enemy to be. "What can it be?" he thought. "The enemy in the rear of our army? Impossible." And suddenly he was seized by a panic of fear for himself and for the issue of the whole battle. But be that what it may, he reflected, there is no riding round it now. I must look for the Commander-in-Chief here, and if all is lost, it is for me to perish with the rest." The foreboding of evil that had come over Rostov was more and more confirmed the farther he rode into the region behind the village of Pratzen, which was full of troops of all kinds. "What does it mean? Who is firing?" Rostov kept asking as he came up to Russian and Austrian soldiers running in confused crowds. "The devil knows. They've killed everybody. It's all up now," he was told in Russian, German, and Czech by the crowd of fugitives who understood what was happening as little as he did. Several wounded men passed along the road, and words of abuse, screams, and groans mingled in a general hubbub. Then the firing died down. Rostov learned later that Russian and Austrian soldiers had been firing at one another. "My God, what does it all mean?" thought he. "And here, where at any moment the Emperor may see them, no, these must be only a handful of scoundrels. It will soon be over, it can't be." The idea of defeat and flight could not enter Rostov's head. Though he saw French cannon and French troops on the Pratzen heights, just where he had been ordered to look for the commander-in-chief, he could not, and did not wish to, believe that. Rostov had been ordered to look for Kutuzov and the Emperor near the village of Pratzen, but neither they nor a single commanding officer were there, only disorganized crowds of troops. He urged on his already weary horse to get quickly past these crowds, but the farther he went, the more disorganized they were. The high road was thronged with carriages and soldiers of all arms, some wounded and some not. This whole mass jostled in confusion under the dismal influence of cannonballs flying from the French batteries. "Where is the Emperor? Where is Kutuzov?" Rostov kept asking everyone he could stop, but got no answer. At last, seizing a soldier by his collar, he forced him to answer. Brother, they've all bolted long ago," said the soldier, laughing and shaking himself free. Having left that soldier, Rostov stopped the horse of a groom and began to question him. The man announced that the Tsar had been driven in a carriage at full speed about an hour before, and that he was dangerously wounded. "It can't be," said Rostov. "It must have been someone else." "I saw him myself," replied the man with a self-confident smile. "I ought to know the Emperor by now. There he sat in the carriage as pale as anything. How they made the 4 black horses fly." Rostov let go of the horse and was about to ride on when a wounded officer passing by addressed him. "Who is it you want?" "The commander-in-chief. He was killed by a cannonball." "Not killed, wounded," another officer corrected him. "Who, Kutuzov?" asked Rostov. "Not Kutuzov, but what's his name? Well, never mind. There are not many left alive. Go that way, to that village. All the commanders are there," said the officer, pointing to the village of Hustradek. Rostov rode on at a foot pace, not knowing why or to whom he was now going. The Emperor was wounded, the battle lost. It was impossible to doubt it now. Rostov rode in the direction pointed out to him. What need to hurry? What was he now to say to the Tsar or to Kutuzov, even if they were alive? "Take this road, Your Honor. That way you will be killed at once," a soldier shouted to him. "They'd kill you there." "Oh, what are you talking about?" said another. "Where is he to go? That way is nearer." Rostov considered, and then went in the direction where they said he would be killed. "It's all the same now. If the Emperor is wounded, am I to try to save myself?" he thought. He rode on to the region where the greatest number of men had perished in fleeing from Pratzen. The French had not yet occupied that region, and the Russians had left it long ago. All about the field, like heaps of manure, lay from 10 to 15 dead and wounded to each couple of acres. The wounded crept together in 2s and 3s, and one could hear their distressing screams and groans. He put his horse to a trot to avoid seeing all these suffering men, and he felt afraid not for his life, but for the courage he needed, which he knew would not stand the sight. The French, who had ceased firing at this field, on seeing an adjutant riding over it, trained a gun on him and fired several shots. The sensation of those terrible whistling sounds and of the corpses around him merged in Rostov's mind into a single feeling of terror and pity for himself. He remembered his mother's last letter. What would she feel, he thought, if she saw me here now on this field with the cannon aimed at me? In the village of Hostradek, there were Russian troops retiring from the field of battle. Here everyone clearly saw and said that the battle was lost. No one whom Rostov asked could tell him where the emperor or Kutuzov was. Some said the report that the emperor was wounded was correct, others that it was not. One officer told Rostov that he had seen someone from headquarters behind the village to the left, and thither Rostov rode, not hoping to find anyone, but merely to ease his conscience. When he had ridden about 2 miles, he saw, near a kitchen garden, 2 men on horseback. One with a white plume in his hat seemed familiar. The other, on a beautiful chestnut horse, rode up to a ditch, struck his horse with his spurs, and leaped lightly over. Turning the horse sharply, he again jumped the ditch and deferentially addressed the horseman with the white plumes, evidently suggesting that he should do the same. The rider made a gesture of refusal, and by that gesture, Rostov instantly recognized his lamented and adored monarch. But it can't be he, alone in the midst of this empty field, thought Rostov. At that moment, Alexander turned his head, and Rostov saw the beloved features. The emperor was pale, his cheeks sunken and his eyes hollow, but the charm and mildness of his features was all the greater. Rostov was happy in the assurance that the rumors about the emperor being wounded were false. He was happy to be seeing him. He knew that he might and should go straight to him and give the message. But as a youth in love trembles and dares not utter the thoughts he has dreamed of, so Rostov, now that he had attained what he had longed for more than anything, did not know how to approach the emperor. 1,000 reasons occurred to him why it would be inconvenient. What? It is as if I were glad of a chance to take advantage of his being alone and despondent. A strange face may seem unpleasant to him now. Besides, what can I say to him when my heart fails me at the mere sight of him? Not one of the innumerable speeches he had composed could he now recall. Besides, how can I ask the emperor for his instructions for the right flank now that it is nearly 4 o'clock and the battle is lost? No, certainly I must not approach him. Better die 1,000 times than risk receiving an unkind look, Rostov decided. Sorrowfully, he rode away, continually looking back at the Tsar, who remained in the same attitude of indecision. While Rostov was riding sadly away, Captain von Toll chanced to ride to the same spot. Seeing the emperor, he at once rode up, offered his services, and assisted him to cross the ditch on foot. The emperor, wishing to rest, sat down under an apple tree, and von Toll remained beside him. Rostov from a distance saw with envy and remorse how von Toll spoke long and warmly to the emperor, and how the emperor, evidently weeping, covered his eyes with his hand and pressed von Toll's hand. And I might have been in his place, thought Rostov, and hardly restraining his tears of pity for the emperor, he rode on in utter despair. His despair was all the greater from feeling that his own weakness was the cause of his grief. He might have gone up to the sovereign. It was a unique chance to show his devotion, and he had not made use of it. What have I done? He thought. He turned round and galloped back, but there was no one beyond the ditch now. From a driver, he learned that Kutuzov's staff were not far off. Rostov followed them. In front of him walked Kutuzov's groom leading horses. Then came a cart, and behind that walked an old bandy-legged domestic serf. "Tit, I say, tit," said the groom. "What?" answered the old man absent-mindedly. "Go, tit, thresh a bit." "Oh, you fool," said the old man, spitting angrily. Some time passed, and then the same joke was repeated. Before 5 in the evening, the battle had been lost at all points. More than 100 cannon were already in the hands of the French. Przebysheski and his corps had laid down their arms. Other columns, after losing half their men, were retreating in disorderly, confused masses. The remains of Langeron's and Doktorov's forces were crowding around the dams and banks of the ponds near the village of Augest. After 5 o'clock, it was only at the Augst Dam that a hot cannonade was still to be heard from numerous French batteries. In the rearguard, Doktorov and others, rallying some battalions, kept up a musketry fire at the French cavalry pursuing our troops. It was growing dusk. On the narrow Augest Dam, where for so many years the old miller had peacefully angled, on that dam where Moravians had peacefully driven their carts, men disfigured by fear of death now crowded together, crushing one another, dying, stepping over the dying, and killing one another, only to be killed themselves in the same way. Every 10 seconds a cannonball flew by, or a shell burst in the midst of that dense throng. Dolokhov, now an officer, wounded in the arm and on foot, with the regimental commander on horseback and some 10 men of his company, represented all that was left of that whole regiment. Impelled by the crowd, they had got wedged in at the approach to the dam and had stopped because a horse in front had fallen. A cannonball killed someone behind them, another fell in front and splashed Dolokhov with blood. The crowd, pushing forward desperately, squeezed together, moved a few steps, and again stopped. Move on 100 yards and we are certainly saved. Remain here another 2 minutes and it is certain death, thought each one. Dolokhov, who was in the midst of the crowd, forced his way to the edge of the dam and ran onto the slippery ice that covered the millpool. "Turn this way," he shouted, jumping over the ice which creaked under him. "Turn this way," he shouted to those with the gun. "It bears!" The ice bore him, but it swayed and creaked, and it was plain that it would give way. The men looked at him and pressed to the bank, hesitating. The general on horseback at the entrance to the dam raised his hand and opened his mouth to address Dolokhov. Suddenly, a cannonball hissed so low above the crowd that everyone ducked. It flopped into something moist, and the general fell from his horse in a pool of blood. Nobody gave him a look or thought of raising him. "Get onto the ice, over the ice, go on, turn, don't you hear? Go on," innumerable voices suddenly shouted. One of the hindmost guns that was going onto the dam turned off onto the ice. Crowds of soldiers from the dam began running onto the frozen pond. The ice gave way under one of the foremost soldiers. He tried to right himself, but fell in up to his waist. The nearest soldiers shrank back, but from behind still came the shouts, "Onto the ice! Why do you stop? Go on! Go on!" The ice that had held under those on foot collapsed in a great mass, and some 40 men who were on it dashed, some forward and some back, drowning one another. Still the cannonballs continued to whistle and flop onto the ice and into the water, and most often of all among the crowd that covered the dam, the pond, and the bank. On the Pratzen Heights, where he had fallen with the flagstaff in his hand, lay Prince Andrew Bolkonsky, bleeding profusely and unconsciously, uttering a gentle, piteous, and childlike moan. Toward evening, he ceased moaning and became quite still. He did not know how long his unconsciousness lasted. Suddenly, he again felt that he was alive and suffering from a burning, lacerating pain in his head. "Where is it, that lofty sky that I did not know till now but saw today?" was his first thought. "And I did not know this suffering either," he thought. "Yes, I did not know anything at all till now, but where am I?" He listened and heard the sound of approaching horses and voices speaking French. He opened his eyes. Above him again was the same lofty sky with clouds floating still higher, and between them gleamed blue infinity. He did not turn his head, and did not see those who had ridden up and stopped near him. It was Napoleon, accompanied by 2 aides-de-camp. Bonaparte, riding over the battlefield, had given final orders and was looking at the killed and wounded left on the field. "Fine men," remarked Napoleon, looking at a dead Russian grenadier. "The ammunition for the guns in position is exhausted, Your Majesty," said an adjutant. "Have some brought from the reserve," said Napoleon, and having gone on a few steps, he stopped before Prince Andrew, who lay on his back with the flagstaff beside him. "That's a fine death," said Napoleon as he gazed at Bolkonsky. Prince Andrew understood that this was said of him and that it was Napoleon who said it. He heard the speaker addressed as sire, but he heard the words as he might have heard the buzzing of a fly. Not only did they not interest him, but he took no notice of them and at once forgot them. His head was burning, he felt himself bleeding to death, and he saw above him the remote, lofty, and everlasting sky. He knew it was Napoleon, his hero, but at that moment, Napoleon seemed to him such a small, insignificant creature, compared with what was passing now between himself and that lofty, infinite sky. At that moment, it meant nothing to him who might be standing over him, or what was said of him. He was only glad that people were standing near him, and only wished that they would help him and bring him back to life, which seemed to him so beautiful now that he had learned to understand it so differently. He collected all his strength to stir and utter a sound. He feebly moved his leg and uttered a weak, sickly groan which aroused his own pity. "Ah, he is alive," said Napoleon. "Lift this young man up and carry him to the dressing station." Having said this, Napoleon rode on to meet Marshal Lannes, who, hat in hand, rode up smiling to congratulate him on the victory. Prince Andrew remembered nothing more. He lost consciousness from the terrible pain of being lifted onto the stretcher, the jolting while being moved, and the probing of his wound. He did not regain consciousness till late in the day, when with other wounded and captured Russian officers, he was carried to the hospital. During this transfer, he felt a little stronger and was able to look about him and even speak. The first words he heard on coming to his senses were those of a French convoy officer, who said rapidly, "We must halt here. The Emperor will pass here immediately. It will please him to see these gentlemen prisoners." "There are so many prisoners today that he is probably tired of them," said another officer. "All the same, they say this one is the commander of all the Emperor Alexander's guards," said the first one, indicating a Russian officer in the white uniform of the Horse Guards. Bolkonsky recognized Prince Repnin, whom he had met in Petersburg society. Beside him stood a lad of 19, also a wounded officer of the Horse Guards. Bonaparte, having come up at a gallop, stopped his horse. "Which is the senior?" he asked, on seeing the prisoners. They named the colonel, Prince Repnin. "You are the commander of the Emperor Alexander's regiment of Horse Guards?" asked Napoleon. "I commanded a squadron," replied Repnin. "Your regiment fulfilled its duty honorably," said Napoleon. "The praise of a great commander is a soldier's highest reward," said Repnin. "I bestow it with pleasure," said Napoleon. "And who is that young man beside you?" Prince Repnin named Lieutenant Suchtelin. After looking at him, Napoleon smiled. "He's very young to come to meddle with us." "Youth is no hindrance to courage," muttered Suchtelin in a failing voice. "A splendid reply," said Napoleon. "Young man, you will go far." Prince Andrew, who had also been brought forward, could not fail to attract his attention. Napoleon apparently remembered seeing him on the battlefield, and addressing him, again used the epithet, "young man." "Well, and you, young man," he said, "how do you feel, mon brave?" Though 5 minutes before, Prince Andrew had been able to say a few words to the soldiers who were carrying him, now, with his eyes fixed straight on Napoleon, he was silent. So insignificant at that moment seemed to him all the interests that engrossed Napoleon. So mean did his hero himself with his paltry vanity and joy in victory appear, compared to the lofty, equitable, and kindly sky which he had seen and understood, that he could not answer him. Everything seemed so futile and insignificant in comparison with the stern and solemn train of thought that weakness from loss of blood, suffering, and the nearness of death aroused in him. Looking into Napoleon's eyes, Prince Andrew thought of the insignificance of greatness, the unimportance of life which no one could understand, and the still greater unimportance of death, the meaning of which no one alive could understand or explain. The Emperor, without waiting for an answer, turned away and said to one of the officers, "Have these gentlemen attended to and taken to my bivouac. Let my doctor Larry examine their wounds. Au revoir, Prince Repnin," and he spurred his horse and galloped away. His face shone with self-satisfaction and pleasure. The soldiers who had carried Prince Andrew had taken the little gold icon Princess Mary had hung round her brother's neck, but seeing the favor the Emperor showed the prisoners, they now hastened to return it. Prince Andrew did not see how it was replaced, but the little icon with its thin gold chain suddenly appeared upon his chest outside his uniform. It would be good, thought Prince Andrew, glancing at the icon his sister had hung round his neck. It would be good if everything were as clear and simple as it seems to Mary. How good it would be to know where to seek for help in this life, and what to expect after it. How happy and calm I should be if I could now say, "Lord, have mercy on me." But to whom should I say that? Either to a power indefinable, incomprehensible, which I cannot address or even express in words, the great all or nothing, or to that God who has been sewn into this amulet by Mary. There is nothing certain, except the unimportance of everything I understand, and the greatness of something incomprehensible but all-important. The stretchers moved on. At every jolt, he again felt unendurable pain. His feverishness increased, and he grew delirious. Visions of his father, wife, sister, and future son, the tenderness he had felt the night before the battle, the figure of the insignificant little Napoleon, and above all this, the lofty sky, formed the chief subjects of his delirious fancies. The quiet home life and peaceful happiness of Bald Hills presented itself to him. He was already enjoying that happiness when that little Napoleon had suddenly appeared with his unsympathizing look of short-sighted delight at the misery of others, and doubts and torments had followed, and only the heavens promised peace. Toward morning, all these dreams melted and merged into the chaos and darkness of unconsciousness and oblivion, which, in the opinion of Napoleon's doctor, Larry, was much more likely to end in death than in convalescence. "He is a nervous bilious subject," said Larry, "and will not recover." And Prince Andrew, with others fatally wounded, was left to the care of the inhabitants of the district. Thank you for listening to this audio adaptation of Book 3. This audiobook is based on the original work, and its creation was a labor of love. If you enjoyed it and would like to support my future projects, please consider trying a free 30-day Audible trial. You'll get access to a vast library of audiobooks and help me continue bringing classic literature to life in this format. You can find the link in the description. Your support means the world to me. Thank you again.